by 6 teams that went through the open qualifiers. Some Polish teams, actually a lot of Polish teams, and some teams that were really close in getting Challenger League 2. So, Fluke, what do you think?
Well, now that I think, hello. I think I'm here now. Yeah, I'm very excited to get in. As I actually put across in what was a very energetic intro, I'll just have to bring that energy throughout the rest of the play day because we have a lot of play ahead of us coming up. If you want to keep up with all of it, make sure you jump onto the social networks, follow the Twitter, and the main one is R6EU Clash is the hashtag where you can get involved. Tweet about your favorite teams, tweet about some of these matches because we've got a lot of possible upset. We've got a lot of David versus Goliath stories. We've got a lot of big names and big teams that are looking to kind of get, I guess, one last flex. I feel like we're going to see a lot of border before the new European season kicks in. 2 weekends full, and it'll be you and I for half of it, and then the lovely Ace and Des bringing up the rest.
It definitely says the last time we are going to be seeing border, at least for now, within a competitive environment, especially with these Pro Leagues teams coming up. But let us just quickly check on the schedule, see what matches we have up ahead today, because I mean we've been hyping up all these teams. We've been hyping up the temporary teams and the 6 qualifier teams. So let's take a look at what matches we will actually be covering tonight.
Which we'll be opening all of this with, is Vitality versus Team Unique. Now, if you are unfamiliar with how this tournament is played out, it's pretty much 16 teams, 8 of them are Pro League teams or European top teams, and the other ones have played through an open qualifier to get into this kind of situation. So it's a good balance, as I said, David versus Goliath. So that is, in this case, Team Unique, and then you have Empire versus Izzy Dream, which will be picked up by the other duo, G2 versus Toastrop, and ending the day on Rogue versus Invicta. Now, those times are general frameworks of how the day is going to work, but it is a faster, progressive schedule. So if we find ourselves only hitting 2 of the maps instead of all 3, well, then obviously this time is going to be a little bit more brought forward to make sure that we're not just sitting around for an hour waiting and twiddling our thumbs, unfortunately. And obviously, this is something that's going to be happening for this entire weekend and next, June 6th and 7th, is where we're going to be wrapping everything up. But hey, we've still got the first big rounds to get through.
And definitely so. And you get these Pro League teams now coming up against, well, some teams that are not as known as these Pro League teams, especially if you're looking at the Polish teams. They were not really present during the Challenger League or the qualifiers of Challenger League. And now suddenly, 3, I believe, of these Polish teams have qualified themselves for, well, the knockout stages of the European Open Clash. So they have a lot to prove. They have to prove that the Polish scene is indeed deserving of that Challenger League spot. I saw a lot of people criticizing them as one of the regions, but I mean, there's currently 3 teams in here right now, so they're up here on a mission to show that their scene is mature and competitive enough to take on these Pro League teams.
We'll have a quick look at the bracket as well, and this will give us a little bit more scope on how we can visualize everything that is across our big, beautiful board for these 2 weekends. Now, obviously, on the far left, we've got all the games that are coming today split up, and you can kind of see how, well, depending on whether it goes for G2 or Empire or Toastrop or Izzy Dream, well, they could find themselves battling against each other in the next one. On the far right of your screen, you'll see the games that we have tomorrow. So these are the pickup games on the other side of the brackets. The teams will have a week to get a bit of prep against each other. Obviously, there's some other events that might be on the board for people that they're thinking about and a bit worried, but you know, we trust our players to bring us some fun games and some fun excitement. Because if you are unaware, obviously, as you can see at the very bottom, but maybe the most important part of this entire bracket is what we are doing this for. Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, and it pops up in the bottom left as well. This is all a big charity drive. The prize pool, €50,000, is going to charity, thankfully put forward by Ubisoft, and they're doing great work in battling on the front line against the current pandemic that is unfortunately sweeping our globe. You guys can donate. You can get information, !MSF or !donate, if you are able to contribute, because 95% of their work is entirely funded by donations.
Yeah, I think it's the most important part to mention here. We are doing this all for charity, of course, as well to entertain you. But all these teams took out a little bit of their time to make sure that we will be able to put up a great tournament. And of course, they're battling out some new talent. And I mean, the roster, the transfer window is still up for 5 more days, Fluke. So maybe someone is still looking for some crazy substitute to come in. So these players already have the opportunity as well to play themselves in the spotlights of these Pro League teams or potential Challenger League teams. Put themselves into a better spot. So it's like for the 6 teams that qualified for the Opens, big win right here. Whilst of course the Pro League teams are just trying to give us the best show they can possibly give us. But yeah, like we're starting out with Vitality versus Unique. It's all the way at the bottom part of the bracket. Now, predictions here.
Wow. Okay, in every single broadcast, every single play day starts with an idea of, well, what else do we have to take into context? Now, a lot of these teams, they're kind of playing forward, and we'll get a better eye as we jump into a little bit more of an idea of the teams, to be fair, because we'll start with the names you might be familiar with on Vitality in this first showdown. This is a roster that came together at kind of at the start of the previous season for Pro League, and then they've had a season to kind of get themselves together. It was a very tight season. Hungry and Goga brought in towards the end of December to try and help steer a ship that was otherwise not being as impactful as a lot of people thought or kind of expected, with names like Bibu and Stiggy and Bride on there. For them to have a season, to have a period of time where they can kind of shape themselves and look at what is coming up, it's a big possibility with this lineup.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at it as well, last season was the actual season where there were no relegation, so there was not a single risk, of course, on making huge roster changes and being afraid they wouldn't be working out. Vitality did it early on in the season, and thus they have like a little head start on every other single team in the European League, because they have been practicing with this roster since the get-go and have that little bit of extra experience, because they took it in, well, the season where they wouldn't be able to get relegated out. And they had a rough start, you saw that they had to get used to each other, but they managed to get better and better as the season progressed, and really interested to see what they will be bringing at the start of the European League.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where, as I said, I guess we're lucky in the EU scene that we have a huge swathe of names from all the different regions and all the different aspects and kind of individual national leagues that have come together and been able to bring such ferocity, such kind of aggression towards all the individual teams. Obviously, there's the ideas where we're also looking at, well, how can they work together? And this was one of those rosters, because these are all names that on other rosters have been beyond phenomenal. They've been able to kind of light a fire and fly their national flag and say, well, this is what we can do. Bringing them all together, building this almost super dream team at this point, and kind of it not hitting as many marks as a lot of people thought or expected. Well, as you said, that was teething. Now it's time to see if they've developed the bite to be able to take them any further.
Definitely so. I believe we're already going up to the map video, so we're going to be checking what is going to be played here. As they will be going up against Team Unique. And, well, what map do you think is going to be the ones that they choose to play?
Because it's going, this is the last time we'll be seeing Border for those who are unfamiliar in the comp pool. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Border. It's a no-risk play for a lot of the big teams that are going into the top league, and it's a good play for a lot of teams that are coming as the underdog, because it's well-known, it's well-trodden Border.
I mean, it was still in the Russian Major League, and Unique, of course, a team that came from that. So we could see a Birder coming out. Let's say maybe a Clubhouse as well, maybe, or maybe, let's say, a Consulate.
I would be surprised if we see big tactical maps, if I'm entirely honest. Consulate, there it is. Border was the veto at the end of there. And yeah, I feel like, obviously, things like Cafe and Theme Park, especially, I would be pleasantly surprised if we see those in play.
Definitely so, but we are starting then out on Coastline. Interesting, high fragging capability going in right there. We know that the Russian teams like to go aggressive; they like to go in for the frag. So we might be able to see Unique right here take some quick rounds in quick succession before they're going over to Villa, which is the pick of Vitality, and then we close it up with Consulate. So I'm interested. It's going to be a good match for sure. Unique will have to take the first map, though, if they want to put themselves out there, because otherwise I might see Vitality just take this in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and obviously, Coastline, it's such a good aggressive map. It's one where it kind of plays very different to a lot of the rest of the pool. It's something that we've discussed quite a lot. That Danger Donut is exceptionally dangerous, and it can really allow teams, if they've got good fraggers and quick motion, to capitalize on very small mistakes that things kind of pull apart. Villa is actually the first one we're going to be jumping to instead, though. So I guess if I'm talking about the quick pace of what Coastline can offer, Villa in a way is almost the other side of it. When it was first introduced, it was the big, slow monster of the map pool. It was very tactic heavy, very defense heavy. And I guess we'll have to see how that gets played, because as time gone on, it's obviously become a little less worrying for teams to start their attacks on.
Definitely so, but it's always the case kind of with Rainbow, right? Like new maps or reworked maps often start out very defense-sided, and everybody's still trying to figure out how to attack and how to punch through the defenses. And the longer the map gets in, the more balanced it becomes. And well, Coastline is kind of the exception to the rule, as it was always more of an attacking side of the map, but now it tends to go more to a defense side. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's go to Villa and see whether or not Vitality is going to be able to beat the Russians of Unique, or if Unique is going to be able to pull an upset here.
Now, obviously, it's one of those things as well, where we've already said, and we've put the asterisks and said, well, yeah, there's big leagues coming up, there's a lot we don't know, but at the same time, as you've pointed out, Unique are a team that have played in national leagues. The new development of the Scene of Siege is it's a national league system fed into the kind of Challenger League, which is fed into the European League. It's all part of the same machine, all part of the same monster now. So these kind of matches, these kind of names, expect to start seeing them pop up more and more for those that love the EU comp scene, because, well, it's going to be their time to start making their way up, start clawing their way through the leagues and through everything in front of them, because it's a much straighter route. Hibana, the first removal as they drop her and get her out of this mix, and closely followed by a Zofia ban.
Hungry is going with the song right there. He's trying to turn it into a lyrics, the ban that was put down by Unique. As well, a defense ban now coming out. We could see a mirror, still very common in the likes of Europe, but due to the fact it's for charity, you might see it actually being left open, and as well, Mike's being banned. It's definitely giving something away about the attack that Vitality wants to run.
Yeah, Wamai removal, he's obviously one of those operators that's getting more and more player clash. That's a fair pick as well. You obviously see Hungry is exceptionally sad about the news with how they like to play her, but you can put her on 90, you can put her on the Door of Study. There's some really great places to dig a clash in on the top floor and just kind of keep the whole idea of an attack shifting from whether Master towards AVG or vice versa. If you dig a clash in on 90, that can all just kind of be stopped and all be kind of scarpered before it has a chance to be aggressive. Talking of aggressive, there's a long history of operators and a long history of players who you kind of fear to see them in the hands. And it's a 6th pick as he baits the Ying.
It's an interesting one. The Ying being pulled out there, and then the Monty coming back. It was already teased a little bit during the pick phase, but decided to go with the Ying eventually. And, well, there is a Warden now, and that will be held on the board by Zeka. He's, expecting the Ying to come out now, because it was, shown at the start. Of course, there's still 6 flashbangs and 2 smoke canisters on the board, so it still has its value. Not completely useless now the Ying is gone. But might not have wanted to pick it if the Ying wasn't actually on the board.
Well, that's the thing about it as well, because Ying is a very powerful operator at the moment. Obviously, she got a little bit pulled back down after the position she was in, but at the same time, it's a worrying thing to be in the hands of Hungry. They know that as well. That is another... Siege is as much a game as it is a mental game. It's a game of very aggressive chess, and even in playing that and baiting ideas in the dance of the 6th pick, that is a brilliant example of how it can be played. Because you see Hungry with the Ying, you think, oh, well, we've got to have a plan for this. You cannot allow that to progress. You cannot allow that to get further into our base. And at the same time, Hungry's, if their strategy is Monty, it always was, they've baited it. They've pushed them out. They're expecting it. They're off the kind of front foot from the very beginning before blood has even begun to be shed. It's how you expect these teams to develop their mental game. FMX playing down below towards the library, waiting for someone to enter and try and get control of the main staircase there, and it's Brede on the Lion that is actually waiting for a potential run out.
Yeah, we also have, I believe that was Rush sitting there on the main stairs trying to give some cover right there to the person in the actual library. Then a double peek coming up right here. Yoga picks up one, but Rush managed to get the refrag as he then manages to go back to the actual library. He's going to be leaving Hungry a bit scared. And trying to take care of the utility here. There is a shield standing down there. It's not a Goyo one, so they don't really need to dispatch it as of now. Could always come back to work in their advantage as long as they keep this control. But Rush is thinking about going back upstairs. The question is someone watching it? Is someone aware of the fact that he might be coming back up? Because I do not see any denial right now. Yes, there's still barbed wire down there. It was put down by the defenders originally. You get a little bit of a sound cue from it, even if a defender moves through. But, like, will they be fast enough on actually responding as soon as he comes up?
Good control here of Study. They're concerned about the body underneath. That's what those holes are for, if you're unaware, is to try and pepper bullets and make sure that they can't get it there. But they're actually going to thermite trick the wall. Make sure they don't really have to dance the dance over the destruction, and instead capitalize on a small hole, force them further away, and force the line at the same time so they get an idea of where everybody is. Get rid of those shields before they become the immediate problem. As long as Flarezo's in a position where he's not immediately behind them, that's not the game. The game is to just make sure when you enter, well, you're not met with the fire and the pop and the death that follows. Quick swing round onto the man in the corner, but can't quite catch the Study body. Flarezo's going to rotate back round to the door and sees the side of Monty. More destruction on the close corner of Classical, and, well, unfortunately can't quite find their way out of the firefight. Brede finds one. The pickup comes from Hungry to give Vitality their first round on attack.
Definitely so, and I believe we're getting a rehost. 2 people having a sound bug. That's an interesting one. It's weird how that only happens in official matches. You know, like scrimming, it's almost never there. But like, I'm thinking about it now as well. Like those holes made next to those reinforced walls, those are normally made to make sure that the termite is actually not able to put the exothermic charge on the ground next to the wall and do that trick, as you said. But they actually kind of, well, mess it up slightly, and due to that, the wall could still be opened up. That gave them an extra angle to work with, and, well, Vitality makes quick work of angles that they are, well, not supposed to have, but eventually get in their hands.
Yeah, it was very, very smart play there from the Thermite to be able to find the little bit of ground where he was able to... You could see he was dancing on the corner of it as well and just trying to get the angle to get it down. And as we said before, obviously, it's something where it stops you being able to do that. Usually, it also is the worry of if you don't have control underneath and you just blatantly go for it, they can just kind of get a free spray on you below. This was the Jaeger, still causing some problems beneath at that moment in time. You twin that with a C4, you twin that with a Pulse, you twin that with a whole mess of problems, and it can lead to more, which is why you play the slightly more safe route of getting the immediate push in, getting the kind of close down the way we saw, and the way that was unfortunately not prevented. A good opening round for Vitality. It's always nice to see Goga on the Ash.
Yeah, it's different of the role that he has played for the longest of times. For example, under G2, where he was that dedicated termite main and planter. Now gets a little bit more freedom in Vitality over the past season, and now as well playing on that Ash, just showing he can entry as well. Fortunately, fell straight after, but I mean he got the entry frag, and that's what counts in the stats, right?
I mean, that, you know, that's what's... stats matter, don't they? Stats are what gets you set up for the season. It was a very good play with the Monty on the shoulder as well, and they were able to kind of get the opener and then capitalize on getting control of the stairs underneath. It seems Unique lost a little bit of their heads when the ground started to fall, and very instantly, all the kind of... that entire staircase generally fell in the favor of Vitality. They had the lock off, they were able to keep it safe as they did the work they needed to in Study. And then from then on, when you've got that entire kind of southern side, it's just a matter of collapsing across. Yes, there was the roam. Yes, there was the possibility of a Jaeger, but it seemed he was a little bit too late to the party to actually impact the intense pressure that was able to be thrown against the site.
It definitely looked like it, indeed. Like, he was a bit... he tried to come back up, but at that point, someone was already watching it because they, well, did have a man advantage on site, so they didn't need 4 guns aiming to the site. Because there was only 2 people on site, right? There was 2 people roaming below.
Yeah.
Well, if you're with 4 people in that hallway and Study, then you can spare 1 gun to make sure that the back is actually being watched. So that's exactly what happened there. Won the gunfight. Well, in that case, you're even more overpowering, and they just managed to push it through. The Monty just getting some information, making sure 90 was clear. So, I mean, Vitality played that out perfectly. They just played the standards. You can almost say nothing too crazy really coming out, just working as a team, trying to clear it out. And well, nothing really more than that was needed. So.
Well, I believe we're about to jump back in just a second as we find ourselves looking at round 2. Obviously, if there are bugs, there are rehosts. That is the nature of the beast. If you're new to that, well, you haven't been watching anything for a very long time, and it's just one of the things that we deal with. Heading into round 2 in just a second. There we go. As we go back to AVG.
Into the games. Didn't really work out last time around for Unique. Got cleared quite easily by Vitality. So they're going to have to change something up. And the question is, what will they change? What is it that they will have to change or edit in a setup to make sure that they're actually going to be able to take it? Now, for starters, make those shotgun holes a bit more effective. Make sure that the Thermite Charge is not going to be able to just sneak through.
I'm curious, obviously, to see what... slightly more thorough work this time round. I'm curious to see what also changes in terms of the defense. Obviously, the Warden is gone. They haven't fallen for the idea. They haven't expected the sick pick to come in. They've kind of seen that Hungary's gone straight onto the Monty. They've played the bait once. They're going to try and roll it properly the second time. And, well, there's going to be, I'm assuming now, the A strategy from the hands of Unique. This is probably what they wanted to run the very first round before they opted to try and alter things and change things. And I'm curious to see if it's a little bit more responsive to what is brought against Study.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a more aggressive Goyo shield here as well. That can be used, well, to detonate and actually spread the flames inside of Study instead of the actual bomb site. So that's a good one to take into account. We do, however, see Vitality go quick at it again. Goga already in here in the art studio. Through into the piano. And surely a drone will soon be on FMX. And as soon as that's the case, he might be spotted out. Pre-fire's coming down, and it's already one of them down. Is the Goyo taken care of by the actual shield himself? As Goga gets the Ash charge in from below. Managed to get the kill with it. And that's, well, basically an uncontested entry frag right there that Goga managed to get.
I have probably seen those shields kill more defenders than attackers. I would love to see if there's a statistic, if there's someone at Ubisoft that is tracking this as like a big number when they do their big infographics, please tell me what the split of death by those shields is towards attackers versus defenders. Big pick there to open up. That's 2 entries in a row, and FMX with a great take against Brede. Pops the line and is able to rotate back round to the stairs and actually pull himself back round. A great response against Goga there as well. This is a little bit more reactive to what is being brought in front of them by Unique. They seem a little bit more confident as FMX goes very wide and tries to get the window on Master Veteran, but Hungary in the meantime is just dumped in. Trying to get a bit of control, try to put some aggression in. The deep bullets are coming across landing from the MPX, but it's not a great gun at that range. Trying to be countered and caught by the C4, drops Hungary, and now he's in a little bit of a tight spot here as the smoke canisters are burning overhead.
Just manages to crawl out right here, will be held back up, but they have to be quick. Luckily for him, almost, you can say that the Thermite Charge got impact tricked, because otherwise that could have been the kill to come in. Hungary will now stay alive. There is no more smoke canisters left on second, and Sticky gets a beautiful kill onto FMX, and well, that will allow Hungary to actually move through with the shield, be a little bit more annoying as he guides his teammate behind the actual vault door. However, Bibu does have the diffuser, and he's still in Study right here. He's being pushed, but it's going to be the collapse of Stiggy and Bibu both to get one of the kills, and Vitality will win round number 2. But I was going to say, Bibu is not the one behind the vault door. That might be a bit worrisome, but yeah, he just picks up the kills, and nothing else was necessary at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those moments, as you kind of pointed out, as if that impact trick had failed and that thermite had gone off, you're in such a bad situation. Just in that brief moment of if they had reacted to that well, if it had happened, it's all hypotheticals, well, that could have been a very, very good moment for Unique to have all of the shutters kind of lifted and they go, oh, there's one down, there's 2 bodies. But no, as soon as Hungary was back up, he was able to do what Monty does, which is shepherd. Push the defenders a little bit further away from the space that they need to control, allow the attackers a little bit more space to manipulate their firing lines, manipulate the space that they have, the pockets of control, and then do what they need to do. Shut down the bodies, shut down the kills, get the diffuser in a position, well, I guess you can't just shut down the kills. Heading over, they're going to not opt for Aviator Games again. Instead, they're going to try and take Trophy Statuary and see if they can make something work here. Do you know what I'm very jealous of?
What are you very jealous of?
I'm very jealous of the plays that our lovely co-casters, Ace and Dez, got to cast in the APAC game here. Did you? The stuff that Magnet was doing was just insane.
I saw that. I was very jealous of that.
Because I know I'll probably never see that. Like they've had what? They've had some great plays. I'm hoping if
it doesn't even work in Benelux when people do that.
No. If anyone in Vitality or Unique is listening, if you pull off that Magnet thing, that's it.
He'll donate you €5.
Yeah, we'll start. And for those who are wondering this about the donate thing, well, you can find out more! !donate if you have anything to give, as this is all a big charity drive. MSF, MSF, even, for a little bit more information about what this is all for, which is Medicine Sans Frontiers, or Doctors Without Borders, more commonly known in English, because my French pronunciation is terrible.
That was like the biggest butcher of terrible ever, like in French. Holy, well, no, yes, definitely. Like 95% of their income comes from donations, and well, that is all being put towards currently the global battle against COVID-19. So, if you want to help out and you can give, please do so. As we see the entry frag going to Rush, who is picking up Goga yet again. Not really having the best game of his life so far. Yes, he got 2 kills, but instantly being shut down both times afterwards. Rush managed to tag down Stiggy quite a bit before he rotates down into the basement. Not having to worry about being hunted there, most likely.
Yeah, it's a lot of space for a Jaeger to play around, and obviously getting rid of the Ash, who has consistently at least been the first person getting a body down, and to have that swing the other way is a bit of a problem. Seems like the core of Vitality is still happy to try and apply some pressure towards the side of Master Bedroom, towards the actual site itself, but you see those telltale holes underneath. They've still got to take this as a flat brace. They're still a bit concerned. They already know that somebody is playing deep underneath. That's just a big possible problem that can strike them later. So it's going to be down to Brede to try and apply some pressure on the backside of site, draw some eyes away, and maybe they could shepherd themselves in just on this doorway a little bit to get a little bit more control, a little bit more space, and a little bit more of a lockdown. The worry is Brede is exceptionally isolated from what is going on in the rest of the force, and is being consistently tripped by FMX, who is going to actually swing aggressively against that.
Yeah, drone is now coming out, or maybe a phone call, not quite sure what he's trying to do right here. Shoot gets exploded. SC4 comes right after from below, gets the kill into the Monty and the down onto Steggy, and as Brede now moves in, we'll be able to pick up FMX. That might allow him to, well, at least give them a little bit of cover, making sure that Steggy can be recovered by his teammate. As Brede right here will be, well, in a very important position to make sure that's able to, well, be accomplished. Steggy gets picked up, instantly gets the kill into Rush. That's the Jaeger gone. We're back in a 3-3 situation. Somewhat equal HP, a little bit of an advantage towards Unique, who, of course, still have the site control. And as I say, the flares gets taken down by the M14. And the smoke canisters will be making sure that Brede is not going to be able to help. But he gets one on the flank. He gets Zeka. He moves up from the red stairs. And well, then it's a 1-on-3 situation. Gets the first one with the SMG-11, but it's not enough. Bibu flanks around. Goes to Astro. Manages to get that last kill on the board. It's Vitality with the 3rd round in a row right here. Definitely making some quick work out of this, well, allegedly defense-sided map.
Wow. I said Brede was a bit of the entire plan there, as he was trying to make his way by himself, and everything relied upon what he could do. But my word, did he do it well. Exceptional clear of the space. The reactions to when things started to pop off, reacting as soon as the C4 went, and getting aggressive against the firefight before taking care of FMX, being able to push in against the opposite side of the site, while still being continually aware of the person that wanted to rotate up landing. Really, really, really well played there from Brede to lock off the opposite side. Gonna double down and try Trophy as well. Not gonna opt for any of the ground floor sites or AVG again. And to be fair, I guess it's one of those things. It's lessons learned. Have they learned enough from that to be able to try and transition it into potential round wins? Because, well, I said at the very beginning, this is something where it's slightly less scary a map to approach on your attack half than it used to be. But at the same time, attackers getting 3 rounds in a row, guaranteeing themselves the at least even split before they go to their defense. But if we're completely honest, it looks like they're careening for more.
Definitely seem to be, and well, it's not like the biggest try hard coming out right here, but like Stiggy just getting back up and instantly getting those kills. It just looks all so easy as they do it. It's kind of that individual skill and, of course, the cohesion they have all together that, well, outclasses the experience that Unique has right now. Because, of course, like Unique, they played in the Russian Major League. They came quite close in the Challenger League qualifiers. I believe they even got top 16 right there, but got knocked out very early on in those. But, I mean, it's still a team to watch, definitely. Now, they didn't make it to the Russian Major League finals, but that doesn't mean that they're a bad team. Like, we know Empire is there. We know that what's it called? Virtus Pro is there right now. Those are two very impressive teams. And all the new Forza is also one to be reckoned with. Currently now qualified for Challenger League. So, it's just that Vitality, they are, let's say, more experienced overall. So that really helps them in this, well, somewhat more loose kind of gameplay right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where when you have a huge amount of experience, well, apparently that doesn't equate to learning from your previous mistakes, as Goga, for the second round in a row, gets taken by Rush. And, well, that's the second round in a row where it was the opener, the third round in a row in general, I believe, where unfortunately the Ash has fallen to the Jaeger, and Goga hasn't quite been able to entry with the same blood that they did on the first two rounds. In the meantime, they're able to at least get half of the health down, and, well, it's, as you said, it's experience. Experience is translated well into a game where everything's kind of been put up. It's, you know, we're not going to be running our strategies, you assume, because it's this close to it. This is a fun charity game. This is top-tier Siege, don't get us wrong, but there's a level where if you're flicking on muscle memory, if you're flicking on your history of all the opponents you've played, all the stages you've played on, what Team Vitality has almost rivals probably almost every other team in the game. They're definitely within the top echelons of experience. The total hours of the team.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. A little bit of a brief fire coming through there, but Zeka not able to get the hit down onto Stiggy, who already got quite low due to the C4 he threw earlier on. Drone's now being tossed out, hoping to get the information. Just spot out the Jaeger of Rush in that position. Right now they're moving through. 3 people up there. We see the smoke. Savipi, I don't even know how to say that, get quite low, but Bride gets the team kill onto the Monty. That's unlucky. That is your shield and your wall gone. That is going to be making it a lot harder right now to go into for this final attack.
Well, quickly finds a bit of response, but there is Rush coming up the back stairs and actually going to pull back away from Astro. They've done more than enough now, and with only 30 seconds left, they don't have to get too aggressive. They're waiting for the swing in. Here's the audio, but can't quite put the bullets towards the bodies they need to. In the meantime, the 2 remaining Vitality players are eyes forward onto site, and the first one unfortunately gets dropped with a great spin from the shotgun there. They find their first round on the board. 3-1 is the split with some very well-played aggression on the hands of Unique.
Now, how do we pronounce that name of the smoke player? That's
true.
Savipi.
Is it Savipi?
I don't know. I don't know.
it's always tough.
That's how I pronounce it.
Yeah, it's always tough, especially when you kind of look at Eastern European names, Russian names, and those kind of players, when you kind of go, how does this come together in my mouth? Like,
how does this be pronounced?
Yeah, how is this pronounced? So if we mispronounce it, apologies, Svipi. I guess we'll roll with that until inevitably in 3 minutes we get a wave of chat correcting us. But I'm happy for the correction, if anyone could break that down. Aviator Games is where we're going to swing to next. The swap from a Kapkan to a Smoke. Zika's, I guess, trying to put a bit of fear into the Monty there and trying to say, well, okay, we're going to start playing a little bit more door possessive. You're going to have a little bit more to keep your eyes on. Oh, no, wait, we're going to swap to the Smoke. We're going to slow the roll there.
The Kapkan doesn't really do that much damage to a Monty. Like, if you're a Monty, you just check where the explosive is. You face your shield just a little bit towards that angle. You take about 5 damage from a Kapkan trap. It's not too much. You're not worried about that at all. Like, honestly, it's a very effective way to clear out all those Kapkan traps. Like, the smoke,
I guess
definitely a good choice.
You are a Kapkan main, so...
Oh, yes. Sometimes I am.
Yeah, you bring Kapkan to your game, so I guess you're the expert on it. For me, I guess they're being... What you can kind of see from Vitality's attack is it is entirely led by Monty. As, to be fair, when you bring a Monty, it should be. They are throwing him in first. They're not being defensive with him. They're kind of allowing him to become a door that just pushes, gets closer. And I guess if you have someone as skilled with Monty as Hungry is, roll with it. Keep that aggression, keep that front face moving, and keep the pressure pushed against the defenders.
He also looks like a born leader. Look at that skin. Like,
you know, if people aren't running that skin, I don't trust them.
It's a born leader. Very feared leader on the attack. That's like that's everything that evokes inside of me when I see that skin. But Goga, he swapped up the Ashe now. Decided to go up to that Twitch. Wants to use the F2 or FAMAS. Maybe is going to be more impactful with that one because he kept on getting out fragged by Rush in the start of the round, and it's not really what he wanted to achieve right there. So now there we go, shield again. This time, however, it's not going to be Svippi that gets taken out from it, as he manages to get out of the way just in time, right before the guns come through, and there we see Rush yet again take down Goga.
Wow.
Somehow Goga really not into this game. He got 2 kills in total, but he keeps on getting killed or returned by Rush. So like I believe it's like 4-0 right now for Rush in terms of kills.
The opening
in this duel.
3 rounds in a row, the opener has been Rush against Goga, and then the round before that was Rush killing Goga as the second kill in the game. So far, this is the point in the game where you turn on the 1 versus 1 button and try and settle this. And currently, well, Rush is the one that is able to bring the firefight here, even against the change to the F2 in the hands of Goga. The flash is going around the corner. The Monty is going to lead yet again. There's the response from the smoke, and, well, back he goes. You cannot pass through that. It is a waste. Keep your breath, keep your life, and, well, I guess lose 10 seconds.
Definitely so. Brede now. Here's the call. Regular onto Rush is going to be giving a little bit of suppressive fire, trying to force him out. The Monty now coming through as well. Going to be swapping up to the pistol, and there we go. Brede gets that kill right as Hungry is getting onto it as well with the pistol. Stiggy, however, got down. Not quite sure where that happened. He surely will be held back up by Hungry now. Slowly moving into him.
Immediate pressure. Pressure's popping over. I was just going to say the immediate pressure is starting to pop over now, and as I said before, they lead with the Monty. You can see the 2 bodies eagerly waiting either side, but Stiggy is the first victim as Monty charges through. There's a great pick there, and an unfortunate refrag as Bibu's able to drop it. Again, the slow of the roll of the Monty. The shield used expertly there. Pulled off, popped off, and pulled away. 2 guns aimed intensely at the front door there. Big rotate and a big potential play here from the hands of Bibu. Might catch FMX round the back. Sees it, but doesn't quite get it. And Unique find their second in a row.
I think he just got spotted out like a Valkyrie camera. Just the call came through there. Indeed, one was coming in from the back because you saw him being focused at the Monty like almost the entire round right there. And as soon as Bibu came around, he instantly swapped around as soon as he moved through that door. So good call right there if that came through. But definitely well played by Unique, who now are starting to fight back against Vitality as it's 3-2. The Ying yet again being, well, shown here, but might be 6 picked out to a Monty because the Monty was the initial pick they had. And Hungry now will decide, no, it's actually Hungry that stays on. It's Brede that swaps out to a Lion. So we're going to see the Ying and Lion combination to come in and go back on the Ashe.
Wow, the dining room kitchen. It's the only option they've really got to play at this moment, and, well, I guess let's see if they can put themselves on level pegging. It's the hardest one to be able to pull it off on, there's no real doubt about that. But, well, they've just done 2 very good, very convincing rounds in a row to stop what has been the Monty roll. However, Monty is no longer on the board. Hungry is, and potentially hungry for some blood. This is a good site to bring a Ying on as well, because you can get instantly aggressive. There's no intense worry about the particular side you're going on. We don't see the huge battles around staircases the same way that you do on the top 2 floor sites, because there's not really a direct blood staircase into the site. Not to say that it's not important. Obviously, as you can see, and perfectly shown, you've got to still get control of the upstairs. You've got to still get control of that vertical. That hatch becomes a big potential problem if you let it slip, and where you can see them reinforcing around Astro Stairs is a big bit of land too. But you're trying to, historically, on this site, you'll get control of the bedroom. You get control of Master, and you're trying to apply some pressure via Washer Dryer and via the bottom kind of angles and staircase instead.
Yeah, definitely so. But it's like this, the same thing we often see with these kind of sites, right? If you want to play the site directly above the second floor site, it's often like a similar kind of setup to come down, just a little bit of a light version, you know, like some more reinforcements are expanded downstairs, some barbed wire as well, because of course that's eventually the site. You cannot completely leave it unattended, but it all starts with the basics, which are often the floor above, which gives you the opportunity to use your verticality, especially if you have like a sledge or buck on board. Like, it's so easy to just open up these lines of sight time and time again as the first tag comes down yet again. Goga this time will survive though, and might be able to turn it around and get the entry frag onto Rush if he can finally find him.
Well, as I said before, Hungry is waiting to try and breach via Washer Dryer, and Bieber is applying the cross pressure on the opposite side. This is a little bit down to what Goga can pull off right now, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to do a huge amount, but my word, Hungry getting the man through the floor with the great information that was fed to him by the team and able to take care of a Jaeger that has done a lot. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to keep Goga alive as he can get to one. Big trades, big flashes, and Candelas have popped off. A great push there as Flezo and Cuppy find one apiece, and Bieber at least gets FMX back in the bloodshed. Suddenly, a 2 versus 2. They still have Bieber on the board with the diffuser. They still have Brede, and he has an E1D in pocket. Bieber's going to try and stick diffuser. They should hear that, and the C4 is tossed thrown, but nobody is home. They find themselves in a post plant and find the charge going off. Quick shot down is dropped. Cuppy is able to get the response. A 1 versus 1 flashed, and with only 30 seconds on the board, this is all down to a player whose name I'm unfortunately still struggling to pronounce in intense situations.
Yeah, Slippy right here trying to get the shot down, but it's going to be Bieber that eventually gets it with the 5.56 XI. And I wanted to say, as soon as Rush dies, that means Goga is now safe, but he died immediately after, so it didn't really matter in the end. So, Fatality, however, they will win that round. It's Cuppy we just get to.
Cuppy?
It's not Slippy, Cuppy. All right.
Cuppy. Okay, I'm going to write that down a few times.
So the V is a U.
Either way, Cuppy has been playing really, really well. Like,
It has been playing really well.
Has always consistently been battling back against what is being put forward. And I guess a team like Vitality, where they seem to want to lead and then bring everything in that kind of wake, bring everything in behind the boat, to have a response that what Cuppy's bringing, to be that aggressive response, to be able to battle back, shows obviously in the kill spread, but it shows in how frequently has been a name that's been shouted towards the end of rounds.
Definitely so. He just keeps on getting in these positions where he can. He's really disruptive against Vitality. Really, of course, also plays on that smoke during the first half, and if you're up against the Monty, you kind of required to go up against it, because otherwise he's just going to be pushing through. But he did really well, and he's currently 7-on-4. Not quite sure how many kills he had before rehost on round 1, but. It's something to be happy with, that's for sure.
Either way, the turn of the half and the bait over to Tachanka wasn't locked in, but I would be surprised if we don't get to the end of today across our games and across the games that Ace and Des are doing, and we don't see at least a little bit.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Here we go. Unique and their first attack phase of, attack round actually of the series. As it is currently 4-2. They will have a little bit of a hill to climb, considering this is normally seen as a defense-sided map. And, well, Vitality, of course, is a very experienced team. You have played this map sometimes as well. You know, they know how it works. They have some default setups they can show. You don't have to hide absolutely everything here. As, surely they've been looking to get the win out of this one.
Good holds here and good time being played. Look at the drones firing up the staircase there, leading ahead the bodies to try and get control. And, well, Cuppy opens that. Takes care of Stiggy, gets rid of a castle, who you assume's done all the work they need to at this point, as they lock down all of the ground floor, first floor, depending on what country you're from, and depending on whether you believe what is written on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, this, like in the Dutch, we would actually call it the first floor here, as people gets forced out of his position. Will be quite low as well, just a single shot or two. He will be taken out, or at least in DBNO state. As he will be forced back, falling back to landing right there, hoping he can do something. But then Hungry gets taken down as well. Not sure how that happened. Did he get pre-fired or floor banged? Almost gonna have to say the second, because there's literally not a single way he could have been killed from the actual lines of sight vertically. So maybe a lucky or unlucky floor bang coming in right there.
Yeah, forgoing all of that ground floor and all the hold down there has kind of just given Unique free reign to, well, do exactly this. Play aggressively from underneath, pop the mirror windows and the mirror herself almost, and allow them to be able to just lock down all of the site, shepherd some holes, and force some uncomfortable situations before they even begin to try and take control of main stairs or study. They've already done a huge amount of work, and with a minute on the board, they have plenty of time to start formulating their actual execute onto the site. Bibu and Hungry are playing low health, but Goga has found his feet and found his echo as he gets two. Cuppy and FMX are gone. Unfortunately, so is Hungry with a well-played grenade from Flarezo.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he was, just held the crossfire there, so if he moved out, it would have been killed as well. So not really anything he could do there. Bibu now, however, gets the response onto Rush, goes aggressive, but doesn't manage to take anybody down. Flares and Zeka though, both on low HP, as Flares decides to move it, but the diffuser is still dropped outside, and well, that means they have to go for the kills in these last 14 seconds. There's not enough time to go for the actual defuse. The first one comes in from Goga. He gets traded out. It's up to Bibu now in a one-on-one situation against Zeka. Both need one shot from each other's rifles. Pre-fire comes in, and it's Unique to get it. Bibu falls. And it is Unique to, well, start the comeback, you can say, make it 4-3.
It's always a decision. It's always a choice. And you go, we've got to push for kills. Let's leave the diffuser out. Because at that point, you're committed. There's no two ways about it. Yes, if one of them had rotated back to get the diffuser and gone all the way, turn, there was an angle being held against them. There was obviously a mirror window. They'd obviously already lost somebody there, because the diffuser was down on the ground there. But at the same time, you know, it's those kind of split moment decisions where you've got to have full faith and full trust in not only the information you have in front of you, but the other body that is still standing. And credit there, because those are the two things that really brought everything together there. Fantastic play from Unique to trust their gut, trust the guns, trust the teammates, and find their third round even in this game, and their first of their attacks.
Did you see Zeka almost got team killed on that fight on 90?
Yes, I did.
When they were trying to get it, just the shots. I think he took more damage from his teammate than actually from Hungry, peeking around the corner right there. Now, one more shot, and that would have been fatal for Unique, actually, because it was, of course, Zeka that clutched it out in the end, so that's how close things can be. Just a single bullet could have changed the entire outcome of that round. It's Unique now. That will take that one happiness and joy, and currently be 4-3 trailing still, but I mean there's still 5 more rounds to go for yourself to try and take back that lead, to try and take the initiative.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. Obviously, we said at the very beginning, historically defender-sided, and then we've got the coastline up next, for those that are unaware, which is historically attacker-sided. But at the same time, both maps have, as any does in this game, developed. They've become a lot more balanced, a lot more kind of idea-driven in terms of your attack. You generally know what to expect on a lot of teams' defenses because, well, it's one of those default games, default playdays. Let's kind of throw stuff at the mat and see what sticks. It's all for charity, all for fun. But at the same time, you can kind of see how well these teams are driving their attacks. They're being very aggressive. They're leaning in towards, I guess, what is expected to be a little bit more of a passive attack, and it's paying off for both teams.
Definitely is. Miss Sledgehammer there, just unlucky always if that happens. You know.
Yeah, we saw it. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine.
It was on broadcast. It happens to all of us.
It happens to the best of us. I'm sure that we would miss that a lot more times, or at least die trying, considering someone could be on the other side and just pre-fire you as soon as you fully commit to it. So it's a smart thing to do to at least sledge it open like he did. And there's really no harm in hitting it twice as Rush gets taken down by Brede. Now Goga should feel a bit safer as he's still losing that battle. Question is, will he just instantly be taken down by, for example, Zeka? No, he's not. It's going to be Hungry that takes him down. And this is looking quite good. Beautiful shot from Hungry. Takes down FMX there as well. And then suddenly it's a 2-on-5 situation. 1-on-5, make that, excuse me, as Goga comes in. It's Cuppy now. He has showed up huge, but he's going to be showing up even more huge now. He has a very high hill to climb, tough hill to climb, but he won't be able to do it. Goga rings out, gets the kill. It's a flawless round for Vitality, and a very quick one at that as well. And it's, right now they're just 5-3 up.
2 more rounds to go for map 1.
Yeah, they've put themselves in a good position here. I think it's kind of worth noting that they, after seeing how the mirror was, in a way, completely taken advantage of by Unique's attack, by the ability for them to kind of get all the passive floor. They saw the mirrors, they went, well, let's assume someone's playing near it, and if they're not, well, let's assume we can just open the floor and shoot through it. It bit Vitality in the foot pretty badly. They went, let's not roll that dice again. Let's play with a little bit more of an up-in-the-air style of information gathering. Bring the Valkyrie instead, swap the Echo out, we'll roll with the Legion as well, and we'll play a little bit more hard to the ground, because that's Unique's attack. They're playing hard to the ground. They're throwing themselves into these firefights, which, to be fair, has worked well for them in situations, but you're against Vitality. They're great at responding, great at bringing something together. And Stiggy's
Definitely
brought
so.
your man in. Your
Yeah,
Capcan.
I'm going to say, bringing in the Capcan now. For everybody says, who plays Capcan at Plat Elo? Well, it's being played here as well. So
Are you saying this from a personal
I'm saying
experience?
this.
It felt
Yeah,
a little bit
I got
personal.
offended by people. They were like, "Why do you play Capcan on Plat 1 Elo?" I'm like, "You got killed by it. I think I have to ask you the question why you don't check it." But it's the thing is, it's not that much about getting the kills with the traps, right? It's about striking the fear in your enemy's heart that they have to check every single doorway before moving through because they're not sure if there's going to be a trap on it.
Talking of operators that you don't really see on higher elos, and you rarely see in comp, a Frost.
I also play Frost. I'm sorry.
I know you yeah, so a Frost and a Capcan pairing. They're on defense on Villa. They're at 5-3. They're playing a very, very good game. But at the same time, for those who are unaware, because I'm going to mention this a few times throughout the day, I'm sure everybody is. This is all a big charity drive. So this whole tournament, all the Euro Clash, is brilliantly organised between Ubisoft and Faceit to raise money for Doctors Without Borders. As you can see in the top left, if you want to get a little bit more information, Stiggy, please stop killing. I'm trying to explain things.
Always
Exclamation
when we're
mark
explaining.
MSF. Yeah, always when I'm trying to put
Always
across.
Stiggy.
Exclamation mark MSF will give you a more idea about what we're raising money for. The €50,000 prize pool is going all to charity, wonderfully donated. But if you have any money to donate as well, exclamation mark donate. Put it towards a great cause in fighting the pandemic that is unfortunately bestowed upon our planet at this moment. Okay, now we can go.
Well, I just wanted to add, we're almost at
Okay.
€1,200, so
Whoa.
make sure let's try and actually get that one before this map ends. Let's just set ourselves a little bit of a goal to the community itself, and well, maybe we can get some players to make like a fluke cover or something if we reach higher goals after today. But as we are getting in the intense moment of the round right now, Stiggy is thinking about going for a potential flank. Grenades being cooked will be tossed down to the Astro stairs. But will be not hitting anything. He completely missed. No one is actually in that spot. The actual player down there is a bit further down. Reday playing there. Really in harm's way of that grenade to come through. And well, Unique will have to push now. They have to make a move. And as 3 people are in bathroom, that will definitely give away they want to go in from there. But it's going to be Goga with the 9mm to get 1 kill. And a second one as well. As he's standing fast on the Astro stairs.
I mean, when a Frost gets a kill, you just think how skilled. As they're able to kind of pepper bullets and fire against the man towards the window. Buried in on Master Bedroom. They can't quite catch it, and Goga and Bibu lock off a flawless lock-off trophy and lock themselves with sights set, taking this map on the next round.
It's 2 flawless rounds in a row right here from Vitality. Even when they bring the Capcan and the Frost, they... others might say, why would you do that? But they still managed to get the flawless round in. Not saying this purely due to the fact that it was a Capcan or a Frost, because I mean the traps didn't really go off. But they just won on that gun skills right there. So Dining Kitchen now coming in. 3 more rounds, or 3 more match points, we should say, on the side of Vitality. That they could potentially win, or map points actually, considering this is the first out of the best of 3.
Yeah, that's it. It's all best of 3s over the 4 play days. Again, if you're unaware of the way the bracket is working, this first weekend we have the general kind of round of 16 across, and then next weekend we will have the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and final play out on the 6th and the 7th. So it's all big games. It's 2 lovely weekends worth of Siege and 2 lovely weekends worth of raising money for charity. Now, we head down to Kitchen and Dining, a site that we saw them take pretty well on their attack. They started to get a little bit shaky towards the end, but it was a great response from the Diffuser getting down to keeping the cover of the man and making sure that they were in a position to trade. Curious to see if they find themselves a little bit more locked in on their defense than their attack. Also curious why Stiggy decided to...
He's activating his Google glasses just to quickly see the range of the ADS.
It was just making sure that he can keep an eye for Bibu.
Just checking if he had any underlying diseases or something.
he's just doing his part. Warden is doing his part right now. Because what else is he supposed to do when Ying's not on the board? Okay, the collapse is coming now. Cuppy, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find as much as a mark over the previous rounds. I guess when you're bringing the role of your hard destruction, you're playing a little bit more protected. And when you're also the top fragger on the board, well, you're in the situation where you're kind of thinking, okay, well, what can we change? At the same time, you've got to give credit as well to how they've been able to shut down Rush, who, for getting the opening frag 3 times on the defense, hasn't quite been able to find anything. It was actually the opening death on the AVG round.
Oh no, not like this. Seka trying to bait it out with the drone right there, but knew exactly what was being done right there, and we see Stiggy picking up that kill. Rush now trying to go for a hunt right there, but I think they might be missing each other. Now in the main entrance, could be actually spotting Rush soon, as he's about to move in from the library side, but as Flarzo also is coming in, this could be a good crossfire coming up. 3 people downstairs right now hunting for, well, not actually the player, Bride right here. But for Stiggy that was downstairs, Pre-Fire is coming in, and Rush will be picking that one up. Yokai then taken out as well. There's a lot of pressure actually on this side of the map, and well, Nick will have to deal with this, but there's not that much time left. There's 1 minute 30 left, which is of course still plenty, but not if you're all the way on the other side of the map. You still need to clear out 2 to 3 roamers.
Bibu finds FMX and is able to get rid of the Nomad. The air jabs, you would assume a couple have been placed so far, but, well, it's apparently not stopping the roam. Hungry takes care of Rush. Another take comes through, and another body slips through the fingers of Unique, and so does the hope of them being able to take Villa. Now set up in a 4 versus 2. They have a minute on, so they have the time to get a plan, but the Echo drone is just playing chase right now as it pops up and pops them. Stiggy finds Cuppy, Flarezo finds the response, but is instantly met by another gun of vitality as they lock themselves in and take Villa 7-3.
Gilgo went back to his hard support role right there. Just quickly, you know, he's like, I need teammates again because I'm not really fragging out myself. What can I do? Oh wait, Yoga, the Echo has 2 drones. I can use those, and that's exactly what he did right there. He was just, he just kept on roaming. Bibu says Fury's MVP on PC. As a reminder, on the Classics match, he had, I believe, 1 or 2 kills in total in the best of 3. So a little bit of a sting right there.
It sets you up for how things kind of work together. Now, obviously, that is the first of a best of 3. If you missed the map bands, Coastline is where we're going to be finding ourselves next. And I guess you've kind of got to take the lessons that we've just learned about these teams on Villa from this, and we'll get an idea of, I guess, how you think the Villa kind of strategies would translate towards Coastline.
Well, the thing is, right, we saw on for example, Rush, really good frayer, Cuppy as well on that smoke, really able to stall out long. So I think those 2 players are definitely ones to watch right there. But on the side of Vitality, everybody just kind of popped off. Everybody got the kills when necessary. Beautiful ones at that as well. So I think that Unique will really have to be very careful with how to threat Coastline. They need to take the charge and the lead from the get-go. And they need to be the ones that dictate the pace, because otherwise this is going to be a 2-0 for Vitality.
Yeah, the aggression that they've kind of displayed, I'm personally curious to see how that translates. Obviously, on Coastline, we will find out soon enough after a quick break who is starting on defense, who is starting on attack, but it's a much tighter space, tighter guns, tighter gunplay, and Unique has been showing some pretty good stuff in those books. We'll join you very shortly, if I can get the words together. It's a very warm day, I'm sure everyone's experiencing this. We'll join you very shortly after a quick ad break. See you very soon.
Welcome back once again to the European Open Clash. We just saw map 1 between, Unique and Vitality to go, somewhat heavily into the favor of Vitality. And I'm not sure if that spells anything good for the second map, Coastline, to come up, Flip.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Obviously, the performance that we just saw from Vitality was excellent. Everything kind of fell together. They were quick to adapt and quick to be aggressive. Unique in their playstyle were responding well. It's always the worry when you have these David vs. Goliath matches that a team gets too passive and a bit too concerned. They weren't. They were responding quite aggressively. They had these little flares and moments where they're able to kind of pull apart what Vitality were bringing. And on a map like Coastline, where in a way it breathes a little bit more life into that aggression, I'm curious to see if Unique can have a couple more battles and a couple more moments swing in their favor. But it's often hard to count out Vitality because, well, as we've just seen, they're a pretty dominable force.
Yeah, there definitely are a lot of, good and beautiful frags coming down in that match. Vitality, especially having some flawless rounds back-to-back as well. It's definitely something that Unique will have to be worried about as they are now going into Coastline. It's a bit more of a frag-heavy map, so they need to get their, inner citizens out or inner Kento Raketis if they really want to have a good shot at this one. So let's see. Coastline will be playing out for them as we will be loading in anytime right now.
I can't believe you quoted Citizen, you quoted Kento. How can you forget about Nello? Nello and the work he did on Coastline. Never gonna.
That is true.
That moment swung the game. That was a historic.
That was just a
did you ever
typical
see
FAC moment, dude? It was.
Yeah. Did you ever see the? How dare you say that about Senello? Did you ever see the conversation about bringing like cool little moments onto the maps in response? Talking of response, goodbye Monty. Instantly out of Team Vitality's attack. We're starting on attack. That is a fair decision from the hands of Unique. But yeah, and that was one of the ones they were talking about. You can put. And I mean, well, to be fair, there was another one on Coastline which was Pengu put down in kitchen. But there was the Nello on the upstairs corridor. Memorable moments. Ash is gone. what is Goga gonna do apart from
mean-
be the entry death 3 times in a row?
Maybe not now, because he's not going to be playing an Ash.
Yeah, he can't play Goga.
It might be helping him here. His Vitality that actually bans him, so it's just, they're counter-bending their own Ash main right here, because it's not really
it's
working
like
out.
the only way to stop Goga playing Ash is to just ban Ash. Otherwise, he's like, I'm playing it. I'm bringing Ash. It's like, no, Goga, please. It's not working. Valk is removed as well. That is a very fair removal. It was very well played by Unique. I didn't actually comment it on in the previous game, but the cameras they were putting down were very well read, very well placed. You could see that it was causing moments where late on in the rounds, those Valk cams were being picked up by Vitality. At that moment, they'd already lost 2 or 3 people, so it's a good removal there, especially on a map like Coastline as well.
Yeah, definitely so. Coastline, of course, often known for a lot of run-outs as well, a lot of spawn peaks. So removing the cams is going to be removing a lot of the information the defenders can use against you to go for these aggressive plays outside of the building. Much like Consulate, for example, where you often see like a Nomad ban followed up by a Valkyrie ban, considering the fact that it's a map that's often like very run-out heavy, like for the defenders to actually make sure they can hold on to the sites properly. Goga on Glass.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, I guess
Interesting.
Defenders
if you
protect
can't
bombs
entry on Ash,
by attackers.
he's not going to be entering on, guys. He will be most probably, they're bringing up the frag grenades, obviously, and then they're going to potentially put them in ruins on the far left, expecting this site, as you can see, brilliantly shown by our wonderful observer, Medics. For those who don't know, Medics is our eye in the sky. And it's produced by Blonde Bond as well. So we've got a really good off-broadcast team and all the guys at Face It and Ubisoft to bring us together. These great maps that we're seeing before us. I kind of want him to entry with Glass. I want old school Glass entry.
I mean, yeah, that would be cool, but look at that. We have a Warden as well, so Zeka has the opportunity to counter snipe the sniper, which was a long time the only sniper we had, but kind of has a superior rifle to go up against now on the of Kali, the CS RX, I believe 300. That is, if I recall that correctly.
Sorry, I was just responding to all the love that Medics was sending me. No, I guess it's one of the things as well, like, because obviously Kali is going to be. She's not in the current. She's not played a huge amount in the current meta. In the words that I was trying to put together in my brain.
Too slow.
Too slow. That's entirely. It's a big gun to swing. Sure, it can do a lot, but when you have such a kind of quick to the burn meta, where it's quite quick to get in on a map like Coastline, the chances of seeing a Kali is, well, it's even lower than what it usually is.
Maybe like a couple of sites, when Thatcher is banned, but like it's a very situational operator, or you must have like a Kenny S on your team for bringing the comparisons in. But then again, often just on an assault rifle is preferred by most of the players due to the one-shot headshot kill mechanic. The more bullets you can pump out in a short amount of time, the better, as you have higher chances of actually killing your opponent in that case. But 1 minute 30 past, Vitality, not really too much control yet. They only just got into the penthouse right there. Looking to go on further right there, as that's a prone angle to be created right now. Just fires off a little bit of a few shots, but Stinky was on his drone, so he won't be able to find out. Bride gets the kill. Hungry then picks up one as well. It's Vitality to start out strong here. At least the down actually came down from Goga, who... does he have an assist? No, he does not. He just shot his rifle but didn't get a kill with it.
Just for the noise. To throw people off. To be fair, it does make a lot of noise. They're trying to close down on Rush. They know he's towards 90. They had a drone there. They had the ideas. The calls are going out. And there is a great pick from Stiggy. All the information in the hands of that Lion and the hands of that DKB are burning bright. But so is Zeka as they get 2. But unfortunately, Bride is there on the back foot. And able to lock down the first round in favor of Vitality. Yet again, it looks like they are still putting pressure down.
And they definitely are. Vitality showing that they are one of the strongest teams of the European region. A region that is often seen as, of course, well, the highest competitive region, due to the fact that we have such a strong Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. Of course, to thank due to the national programs that we've had for such a long while, which are now completely being integrated into the full European circuit. So, I think it's going to be an even more competitive region right now, Europe.
Oh yeah. Do you like how I said we're not going to see Kali on a map like this?
Yeah, now we get Kali.
And then we get Kali. do you like how that happens when
It's casting curse, dude.
Cast the curse. Yeah, okay. Bibu is going to bring Kali.
Imagine if you could still be on the purple tarps now.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you could, then she would be way more on the board. Imagine that in the hands of those kind of historic purple tarps players. Like,
yeah, and then you just.
I mean, it's not historically a
Laxing
Laxing operator. Yeah, it's not. But you put Lax on there with a big gun, and it's just that whole side. That's yours. That's your real estate. No, you don't peek. You don't peek Lax on tops. And okay, I'm curious. Obviously, it's a fun day. Goga now on Blackbeard as well. The combination here of hold angles from Bibu and Goga, burn the information from the Lion and the Dakabi, and charge in with Hungry. If I was to read these operators, that is what strategy I have put together here.
Yeah, definitely sound like Bride also, of course, with a DMR as well, so you cannot really expect him to go first in. But then we have two like little LMGs to go through, and Stiggy already gets the kill into Rush. Goga is saved, as his arch nemesis will be able to take him down. I'd be giving him a bit too much for it, but the count's not happening. It's still like 4-0, 5-0 for Russia in that gunfight battle right there, so... Oh man.
Kali taking care of the camera with all the noise that Kali can bring. If I really want them to aggressively swing in against Sunrise here and see if they can get some aggressive control. Obviously, they still have a lot of utility. They have everything on the board for them. They have all the charges, all the calls, and all the flashes that they need. They're going to set Goga up onto Kitchen Window. He's going to kind of act as the anvil for the rest of the team to hammer against and see if they can just shepherd people into the way of the waiting Blackbeard. Here comes the start of that as they push against Sunrise. Might not know that someone is so close on the other side of the door. Vigil playing this again with this aggression we talked about Unique having before, but is actually going to back off. Heard the utility being burnt, try and take it from above instead. Great moment and great response from Vitality to pepper bullets. And they're just going to pull out of there. Flarezo does not need to take the fight. Has done enough to say, we're up here. Come and find us. You're not as comfortable as you think you are.
Definitely so. That's kind of the thing, right? As a roamer, you want to be hunted. It's so weird, but you want to waste as much time as possible. And the best way to do that is to let them actively hunt you, try to get them kills on you, but then Flares dies to Stiggy. It's going to be the E1D to instantly follow that up, and the Walkendelis to be tossed in as well. Smoke canisters are being used to counter off, but I'm sure that should be a small opportunity to actually go, and especially when Stiggy comes from the back, gets his triple kill. It's two more defined, one from above. Cuppy gets the kill into Stiggy, so the ace is not going to be happening, but it's all up to him now. Cuppy on that smoke. He's been so huge on the previous map. Nice little triple kill here, beautifully played, as they tried to go for the right play right there, but just going for some quick succession double peaks, but it's going to be the Kali to finish it off right there. Quick shot to the chest, center mass, enough to neutralize the target, of course, with the one-shot kill mechanic on this weapon.
Cuppy yet again, being that name that is able to put in so much work in the dying moments of a round. Their read on what is going on and what is being thrown against them is consistently top tier. And it just kind of shows the moments where they're able to potentially shepherd and ship stuff into more of a working moment for them. So we'll have a quick look at the replays. Got to give credit for these replays as well. These are really excellent ways. Just have a little bit of a look back on how things work. There's a great double take. The worry is you've got a Kali looking at you, and for all that we've kind of said about that gun, if it is aimed in a position where you show up...
It's like a tank cannon, dude.
Oh, that is nothing that you
will be obliterated.
Hard to recover from. I want to see that in the next, if there is obviously one of those big, paintball-esque events done by Team Rainbow, done by Six. Imagine trying to recover from taking a Kali. How are you gonna, like in the head, like Caveira did, like that, but with a Kali's rifle? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll survive that one.
No, no amount of paint can stop the velocity there.
It's a fun operator to play, that's for sure. Like, I mean, you often see like Thatcher bands coming in nowadays, right? Like,
Before insertion.
you still need to do something, and I mean the Kali does kind of fulfill that role. It's just a little bit more of a passive kind of operator. You can't really go that aggressive with it as you would be able to go with the Thatcher, because the Thatcher is just you throw your balls, your EMPs, and well, after that you just start fragging, right?
Yeah,
with
that's
Kali, you kind of rely on holding the angles and hoping the mistake being made on the enemy side by moving into your line of sight. So it's kind of that thing. Like, it doesn't really suit the gameplay of Rainbow Six currently. That's why you don't see it a lot, but it still manages to find play. So every now and then, Stiggy is able to sneak itself in and start to plan. It's the LMGs right now to just continue to fire. No one is going to be able to get out of this one. Is Rishta coming from the back door? Are they going to be aware? Yes, they are. It's the last one to come in. 5 LMGs going strong right there. No one dares to peek that. Vitality wins it. That's a very quick round right here.
Are the guns of Vitality firing? Yes. Yes, they are, all of them, and apparently they just sellotape the triggers down and put as many bullets in a direction as they could. The 5 LMG run, the nightmare that can bring, is apparently something that may stick with Unique a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a question like how many bullets were fired. Yes, that's kind of the the answer that would go up to it. As Vitality just completely, kind of shutting them down right there, just denying every single angle. They could just keep holding down the trigger for the full 7 seconds as that plan came down, and little to nothing they could do. But look at the current setup again. I do see 5 LMGs yet again. This is repeat worthy.
I mean, the lead-in to the push was very well played as well. Obviously, they burnt utility as a rush. Their first step was a well put together kind of idea of the rush. They knew exactly what they wanted to burn. They wanted to put as much as they could against it. Credit to Smoke for attempting to try and wide swing against that, put down the canister and just stop it. Waited a little bit with it as well. Tried to burn a little bit of their utility before stopping it. But then when the match beyond that was just the ringing of hundreds of bullets just pinging off every single surface and charging towards you, yeah, that's kind of hard to stop. That's just like a ball of bullets going against you. And well, they're setting themselves up for a bit of slow and steady here against the push towards Sunrise. They have, as you said, the 5 LMGs. The gridlock goes in against Flarezo, who's able to quickly take care of that and make sure they don't get caught by all of the track stingers. And they're kind of just waiting for someone to get a bit wide and a bit aggressive here.
Definitely so. Hoping to get that pick. That's basically all they need. Just the entry. They're going to be able to move through. E1D now coming through. That will give them the opportunity to at least move somewhat relatively safe. As no one is going to be peeking in those 2-3 seconds to come in. Rush gets Goga. The rivalry continues. I think he managed to get Cupidal, one of the biggest impact players on the side of Unique, especially against the attacks that Vitality pushes up time and time again. He gets down, but managed to get back up, and we're in a 4-on-4 situation now, and soon we will see these fire arrows come in, and with that, it will be flares that will be pushed out of position, but right there is going to be the magnet to come in. He will be forced out anyway, as he a bit too late with that disc. Right now, he's kind of all stuck here. Surely this should be watched by his teammates, so he cannot go back in that same spot.
Rush is kind of wanting to be able to jump out, is struggling a little bit from some of these track stingers because, well, unfortunately it's fallen the wall, so it's still pumping out a few extra tracks. Great pickup there from FMX, but BB was able to find Zeka as the trade. Flarezo still alive and still dancing a very dangerous dance on the doors of Sunrise. The charge pops off, and, well, that is the big counter to a lot of the utility being flung their way. Wamai, who we saw obviously banned on the first map, is able to make a bit of a showing on the second, but so is FMX, able to offer the cover over the shoulder as Ella and stem the roll of Vitality. Hungry and Breed, all that's left with 2 big guns and all the bullets in the world as they pop down against the window. Here is Rush doing some pretty big and bold plays. Can't go back in because they know they'll just get caught. And, well, that was only a matter of time, unfortunately. Hungry goes in close for the assassination. Pops to burn the disc. And looking to try and ping the second one around the corner to offer some support to the man going for the rotate. There's the spray, there's the cover, there's no catch. And with 30 seconds, well, less than 30, only 20 seconds on the board, whatever Brede does now is going to have to be pretty big.
FMX had the call due to the actual Grisman to go off. Brede gets the kill into Flares, and FMX gets caught off guard right there by the LMG of Brede. And it's going to be the double kill to come in right there. It's Vitality to get, well, yet again, a successful round with the 5 LMG strategy. They're definitely going to be thinking right now, this might be useful in the European League as well, considering the current success rate against Unique.
100% success rate just to bring 5 LMGs.
Yeah.
If any coaches are out there watching, take notes.
5 LMGs. It's the new meta. Everybody.
Imagine.
No more 20-second meta. 5 LMG meta. Just
the 5
run in, plant,
LMG
and hold left mouse button. All I need to do.
For all the credit, Flarezo kind of took from being able to hold as Wamai and keep that entire side locked down. Unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to translate that to kills now and has been pushed back to mute. Wamai is going to be in the hands of FMX, who's been able to convert at least some of the bodies down and amongst that. But I think Flarezo played that very well. I think that was a fantastically won job. You've got to, when you're looking at Wamai, when you're looking at Jaeger, and when you're looking at how they comport to the meta, the difference is obviously one is a kind of active setup, it'll burn X amount and you know you've done it. Wamai is a constant. If they can stay alive, they are a problem. As we saw, it forced the rotate, forced different positioning. Yes, Vitality were able to capitalize upon it, but how much that they burnt and wasted against that Wamai was a fantastic credit to what you can do with his utility.
Do you see what's going on here? First we have 5 LMGs twice in a row, now we have the 5 DMRs meta.
Oh yeah!
Vitality is showing that they're a very broad lineup with a lot of skills available to themselves.
This game is just kind of like the direct response to when I think it was Chowderhead on Twitter the other day, the NA prolific tweeter that he was, said, you know, most of these guns, no one ever uses these guns. And Vitality are like, oh yeah?
Let us show.
We're going to use every gun.
We swap out every single run, we rotate them around like we rotate our bomb sites, and we make sure that we win every single one of them, showing the effectiveness of these guns. I mean, Buck kind of cheats though, because there's the in-the-barrel shotgun next to his DMR, so...
He should be breaking that wall with the DMR. Let's be honest. Hungry, trying to apply the cross pressure, make so they can make sure that no one is dug in on Sunrise. They're still burning flashes. They're not entirely convinced, but here is FMX playing around the offside, playing around the rotation. That is what this map can offer, but the information was there, brilliantly played, as it has been the entirety of the day from the hands of Vitality. The drones, the, more handheld abilities, and unfortunately, so Rush is as well. Rush takes care of Stiggy, a player who hasn't quite been able to have the same impact they had on their defenses on Villa, but when you're under such an intense scrutiny that you are on Coastline, where it very much goes 0 to 100 within a breath, Villa, you have a little bit more space to play. Unfortunately, Rush hasn't quite been able to find the proper breath to take in and amongst this Coastline.
Definitely not. And well, I just want to point out the 417 available on both Lion and Twitch, of course, is actually a DMR that's super good, actually. Like low recoil, it's like a truck with 69 damage per hit, actually. It's like a 2-shot kill in most of the circumstances, but it's not going to be able to get Goga 1 right now. Flarezo managed to get that kill, and that leaves us in a 3 and 4 situation as, Hungry here will be able to pick up 1 kill to start fighting back, but someone is still on the top of the white stairs right there. Also one coming around right here from this area, catches one off guard. As that will be bringing it to Bibu. All alone now, no more E1Ds to use. Definitely mark a potential round win for Unique to come in right here.
So 5 LMGs, currently 100% success rate. It's down to Bibu to also prove that 5 DMRs is 100% success rate as well. Finds obviously the opener there on the staircase. Knows where the second is. Swings onto a doorway. I thought it was a headshot too, but Flarezo just connected that split second earlier. And well, unfortunately, DMRs, maybe not the play.
Maybe not the play indeed, or maybe they were just
DMRs.
a bit unlucky here. Maybe we get another 5 DMRs here.
Well, 4-1, and they're able to at least put something back on their favor. Here's a nice little bit of a replay as we see how the round... It was also a lot of SMG kills, to be fair, in the hands of the defenders. So I guess we got a little bit of a school of SMG kills in that moment in time. SMGs versus DMRs. Apparently, SMGs, they're coming out on top right now.
Especially in a close range environment, indeed, as this one.
Yeah, exactly. It's the danger donut. It's how tight it is. It was one of the things I was going to say about Flarezo when we saw the rotation coming around via offices. Is that is what this map can do if you start to get a bit of drift of the pockets of space you have cleared. It's generally a good top to bottom rotate because you have that kind of central courtyard, but it's also very, very dangerous to go for those rotates. It's not like Consulate where you have a lot of these great synergized hatches with cover along the route. This is a very cut and dry, quick, I've gone from A to B, but I'm in an entirely different environment in a very short space of time with a huge swathe of different locations. So you've got to trust not only the information that you've got from your team, but the bubble that you believe your team has control of. Flarezo there got a little bit aggressive and swung in against what was a great bit of bubble protection from the hands of the Buck. Knew that something was coming from the backside and was ready and waiting for it. If teams are lesser prepared against that, that is what Coastline can offer as a map. Those moments, those strikes, where you can kind of use the rotation, the circular nation of this map to be able to be extremely aggressive.
Getting 2 shields right here. The Blitz and the Fuse to come in, and then we have the face shield on Bibu, the Blackbeard as well. Followed up by Buck and Sludge. So a bunch of self-destruction with some shields. Is this going to be the winning strategy, the ones to put them onto 5 rounds, or has Unique found the right ways to counter these ways that Vitality show time and time again?
I mean, with Monty off the board, unfortunately, we won't see the 5 shield shuffle, which is always the kind of the centrifugal force that creates and generates across a map. But we're seeing a good portion of shields as Goga and Breeday crouch their way forward and crouch their way across anything that might be in front of them. The sprays come out and Bibu accidentally kills Goga. Oh no! Hungry does pick up Uppy with the shotgun underneath, popped through the wall and pops off. Unfortunately, so is Stiggy on the fair side. There is the rotation from Flarezo. As you can see, the instant fear of, oh no, where else are they? Because that is what that rotation offers, but there was nobody to pick it up. Good control of the space. And a good rush around the back. Rush getting himself set up. Unique. Find the pickup on the last.
Shields, unfortunately, also not the way, apparently. Not really.
Yeah, I like to imagine, you know when people have, like, in a movie, they have a list, and they write things and they cross them off when they don't work, and they're, like, thinking and working things out? That's what I imagine Vitality's like right now.
Okay, LMG worked, alright. Next one?
Yeah,
okay.
They tick next to that, and then they cross off 5 DMRs, and then they put a couple DMRs shields, question mark, and they cross that off. And they're just working their way through that list right now.
Yeah. Liloon just saying, alright guys, we still need to check this out, Theograph for EUPL.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta run these strategies because, you know, you gotta make sure they're locked off. Penthouse Theater is where we're gonna start. Doc and Rook are both on the board, which gives a hint. You kind of commented about seeing some spawn peaks. We saw a bit of aggression from a Jaeger previously, but I have an idea how this might start to go.
Yeah. I mean, Jaeger and Vamaya are open, and we see neither of them. We only see 2 grenades on the side of Unique, right? So, if they would have been aware of this, they sure would have picked in yet another operator with grenades, I'm sure. I'm certain of it.
It's the fact that you've got 6 flashes as well.
Yeah, they get everything to just clear it out.
Yeah, clear out ADS that just do not exist.
Yeah. Smart plays
10 seconds remaining.
from Vitality.
Yeah, 3 shields from Vitality as well. And also, it's also worth commenting, for all that's going on, obviously this is for a good cause, these guys are playing. If you want to know a little bit more about the good cause, !MSF will give you information about Médecins Sans Frontières or Doctors Without Borders. As we are raising money, this is all a charity tournament, and if you have any money to spare, it is massively appreciated by those Doctors Without Borders who are working against COVID-19 pandemic. !Donate if you have anything to spare. We've already raised over 1,200 euros, which is unbelievable. Thank you, everybody who has been able to find the kindness and the change to put towards the work that is going on. But that is also why we're seeing some fun Siege today.
Yeah, some fun Siege. As the DMR not really coming out on the likes of Unique. We do, however, see the G3H tree, or A3 on Thatcher. Often you see people use the actual L85, but right here decided to not do that. First grenade coming in, not being able to secure a kill. Stiggy just rotated himself out now. Flarezo does, however, manage to get the first kill. Rish will follow that one up onto actual Stiggy, but that's a double kill from Bieber to come in. Uses the MP5 right here to get some kills down. Misses the third one as FMX cuts out on the upper hand on that one. Right now is the three of Unique on site control, fighting against Goga and Bride. Actually, no, we're in Penthouse Theater.
Yeah, I was going to say that before I went into the charity thing. We're on Penthouse Theater with a mirror playable, and then they opted to instead just bring I think it was 3 shields? It was either 3 shields or 4 shields.
Those are also like mini mirror windows, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. So they went, we don't need mirror, we'll just build our own mirrors.
Look at Bride, dude. He's just holding. Gets spotted, runs away, wasted times. You know, he knew there was a Claymore there, so he wasn't going to get up anyway. I'm going to be rotating all the way around, getting back to Goga, who himself managed to get one. Did one just sneak in there? No, it's Goga actually that snuck in there. I was like, did someone just sneak in there? But Goga himself snuck back into the side. They open up behind the bed now, and that means they will be facilitated to go for a plant. A little bit of a pre-fire coming down. Surely he will be stepping onto one of his yokais now. No, he's actually not. Cuppy managed to get that plant down. That means Bride and Goga now need to get this clutch on going. But Bride in a very good position right here to make something happen, but he won't. It's going to be FMX to get the upper hand on that one. Here comes the yokai now. A little bit too late as he could have cancelled the plant. Needs to calm down. He's going to get stunned himself right now. Double stun to come in. Gets the first kill though. Meaning it's a one-on-one situation now. FMX has the angle. Also knows that Goga has to defuse. He has that time advantage, but the ACOG of Goga might be able to help him right here. Pre-fire is coming in, won't be able to hit him as of yet, and decides to just go for the defuse right here. FMX should be aware of that as well, and he will get the kill into Goga eventually. And Unique is going to be picking up their second round of this matchup. Or third round, actually.
Third round. Third in a row. Ever since they pulled off the LMGs, things have just kind of gone downhill for Vitality, I think. I think they need to kind of get themselves back on this. But yeah, 4-3. The split is slightly less put together. And you can see Vitality just in the screen. Oh, wow, no, we're on replays actually. Well, replays are probably better than just looking at me dissecting an operator select screen. But they spend a lot of time discussing what they're going to do. I believe we may be having a rehost.
Yep.
So we'll be jumping back to cameras for just a second as we make sure that everything gets put back in for everything. But they're discussing it. They're having a good time with it. They're kind of waiting a while and spending a good 10 seconds going, I guess we could take this and try this, and we could take this and try this, and let's change all of this round. And that's the spirit, I think, of these weekends in this tournament.
I just wanted to say that I like the overlay we have for the team. You don't see it now, but like the ways that we indicate the maps, we used to have like little blocks. Right now, it's like the European Open Clash logo that is being used. There you go.
There it is.
Do you see it?
It's
like the Open Clash logo being used into it for MapScan. I really like it. It's well thought through.
Yeah, it's very well put together, obviously. All of this stuff is run. I know I mentioned it not too long ago, but, well, we may as well mention it now. It's probably the best possible time, too. This is all a huge charity tournament. Obviously, there was 2 days' worth of open qualifiers that these teams played through. It's a 16-team tournament played across this weekend and next weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. In terms of what they're playing for, it's obviously a good time, but it's a €50,000 prize pool that is going to charity in its entirety. That has been completely put up by Ubisoft. Faceit are taking control of the running, and obviously all the teams. It's great to see so many teams putting their time to this. So many teams. I think there was 350 teams that signed up for one of the qualifiers, and I believe over 400 for the other. So there was a huge turnout for this.
There was a huge load of people that wanted to participate and have the opportunity to play against these Pro League teams. As we quickly go back to the highlights, where, of course, I think the actual highlight was, first of all, this triple kill from Guppy. That was absolutely huge. But besides that, the 5 LMG strat rush, that was so effective onto the kitchen. Able to,
make a lot happen right there, winning 2 rounds. The DMRs a little bit less effective compared to the LMGs, but it's the thought that counts.
Yeah, I mean, if they go back to their drawing board, and as I said, they were crossing things off when they didn't quite work, that's one of the ones that I think is going to stay crossed off, unfortunately. Don't expect to see that in the European League when it kicks back into gear in a few weeks. Until then, I guess we get to see the joy of having these teams play. Now, obviously, this is the first best of 3 today. There are 4 best of 3s running today and 4 best of 3s running tomorrow. And then obviously next weekend, as I said before, the 6th and the 7th is where we start to see who is fighting their way through the quarters, semis, and then the grand final itself. So make sure you don't make plans because, well, if this first game is anything to go by, it's going to be a very fun 2 weekends of Siege.
Definitely is, of course, just to get ourselves all warmed up for the eventual European League to come through, and in the meantime, fight for charity, which in this case is Médecins Sans Frontières. €50,000 prize pool, completely sponsored by Ubisoft, but you also have the opportunity to donate. If you want to learn more about Doctors Without Borders or the French name Médecins Sans Frontières, type !MSF in chat. And if you want to donate, if you can donate and you can spare some money, type !donate and give whatever you want. You will be popping up shortly in the last donation mark, so you can get a little bit of internet fame in that one as well. And let's try and see whether or not we can raise that goal and reach new levels with the current donation.
And obviously, that is only a thing if you have the ability. Otherwise, it's great just being here, showing some love for the scene, sharing about the fundraising that we're doing, the fun games of Siege, and the tournament that we've got running on. And, you know, maybe I've heard there's a certain drop that you might be able to get just for watching. You don't have to type anything in chat. Don't worry about typing things. Just make sure it says drops enabled underneath the stream. And there may be something in your stocking.
Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, I was going to say as well. Just make sure that you link your Ubisoft account right before you actually tune into it for the longer amount of times, because otherwise you're not going to be eligible to actually get the drop. So make sure to link it. Quickly check it in your Twitch dashboard. If it's not linked, you can always ask Ubisoft support. So let's get back into it. Coastline. It's round number 8 that is now going to be upon us, and let's see whether or not it's going to be Vitality to, well, yet again storm towards a 7-3 scoreline, or if Unique is going to be bettering themselves here.
Hookah Billiards, we go to a more familiar site and a more familiar hold, I say, with a huge asterisk on it, because we've seen them pick operators where on this screen you're like, yeah, I can see how this can work. And then they get in and it's like, oh, they're just running revolvers. Like that. It's one of those things. The 6th pick there is still up in the air for Sticky. They look like they might look on Kaveri. Again, we're just seeing operators that you kind of play a lot right now.
I feel like, I don't know if I have to be offended by this, but I do play a lot of Cavi, Capcom, Frost. You know, I do everything to throw everybody off guard, because I'm going to be honest here, I'm not the best player in the game, by no means. I'm just, I just know how people play, and you can count it off by using Frost mats, Captain Traps, or just sitting in a corner with Cavi, and then hoping you get a better hand out of him. So, you know, the smart brain wins the game, as on Vitality, trying to show their smart brains here by the different amount of operators and different kind of strategies they've used.
Yeah, it's it's the way you can kind of, I guess, rationalize playing these operators where you don't see them a huge amount continually. They're like flash in the pan operators. If they can do big bits, they become historic in a way. Think of all the huge interrogations that we've seen historically in especially LAN environments. They're the kind of ones that live in infamy for as long as they can. And I guess it's one of the things that, you know, they're just big bolster moments for the game. Brede is looking for some immediate firefight here on the office door.
He's hoping to be challenged. Grenades are being tossed in. He'll be going a bit more aggressive on this door, knowing that, well, he could be pushed anytime soon now. Question is, where will the second grenade be tossed in from? Will it actually be tossed in from there, or just going to be forgetting about him? This rush right here. Well, he's going to be aware of the fact that Brede is still here, because he opens up the window, gets a little bit of a pre-fire in. Now the second grenade is being tossed in, and Brit gets that kill, actually. It was not a grenade, but it was just the line of sight being helped by the L85 of Rush. as the entry to go towards Vitality. Huge first pick right there. Just outgunning him, knowing what was about to come down. As he goes aggressive here, he will be falling to flares though. But he did what he needed to do and took out the grenades of the board.
Well, holding angles and holding a bit of time now. Obviously, rush off the board is a pretty big take because, well, they've been a bit of a force throughout the play day. They didn't have the best start to their time on Coastline, but definitely started to pick it together. So the unfortunate break in momentum from the rehost, well, it's probably not going to play massively in his favor, especially when he's the first off the board yet again. Fantastic long arm throw there of the smoke canister, pushed the man back off the door. They had the reveal from the Pepper against Bibu's alibi, and, well, it's just forced a little bit more time. They've had to come up with a second strategy, a second plan, and a second setup here as Caveira looks to do some very sneaky potential plays.
Let's go for a run out. Of course, it's opened up at the bottom as he jumps down. We'll be able to pick up one. Tries to go for a second one. Is running back, but the air jet will be able to get her. Goes back onto it. Almost manages to flick it, but it is going to be Cuppy to take that kill down. Hungry, however, already took down FMX, and, well, it's a 2-on-3 situation now. Still your Blackbeard available to you, but he's at Sunrise holding off the long angle as all the pre-fires coming down right here, but Hungry just prone the actual Prisma right there. You saw the confusion coming down as the Prisma appeared and disappeared and appeared again. Eventually, Bibu gets the last one onto Zeka. And that is going to be Vitality to have a pretty clean round, I must say, on the board.
Yeah, that was a stronghold from Vitality there as they're able to lock down Hookah with a little bit more familiarity than what we saw from their hold on Penthouse. We will be jumping it down to Kitchen as our next, but first, hey, let's have a little bit of a back look at that run out. Obviously, catching the first, knew where they wanted to spray, but the pre-placed Nomad from the already dead Flarezo, well, it allowed them to actually catch the other body. The rip there, as they missaid the word shout out, but unfortunately it was on the replayers anyway. I'm sorry, Bibu. They gave somebody a shout out.
I think you said shootout.
Shootout. Well, they gave somebody a shootout. I think they meant shout out. So whoever it was, they say French people in English, know that he tried, but unfortunately, yeah, anyone that Bibu's promised to shout out to, you all just got it. Let's just say it that way. 5-3. Vitality take on Unique. And, well, this is a kind of similar scoreline to what we had before. They pushed themselves onto 5-3, and then they took it all the way to 7-3. As history about to repeat on Coastline.
Well, it tends to repeat itself, history, so there could be an opportunity that indeed it will be. Saw a pretty similar kind of scoreline going down as well, where Vitality first was 0-3 up. Remember that. Then it became 4-2. Now, I believe, was that the case here as well? Yes, it was actually. Then 5-3, 7-3. So far we're following the same line, the same trend, the way the match is developed. Question, however, is will that continue? Will we get a 7-3 yet again? And with that, a very quick closure of the first fixture. Or will it be Unique that fights back and potentially forces us to a third map?
Well, they look like they want to try and start their pressure against Hookah yet again. They're being slow and steady with their information game, and to be fair, we saw them take that pretty well on the round that they won here and the rounds that they played on Villa. They were able to get control of the space, but what Vitality have is creativity to the space. They're able to lock it down from these angles, and it seems like Unique are frequently, unfortunately, being taken a little bit by surprise by the many holes and crevices that they have dug themselves into on their defense, Vitality. Still, slow and steady, and they know someone's there. They're going to make sure that they take at least the first entry and then can push on from there, but it's all just pokes, prods, and farming for information at this moment in time, as yet again they pepper bullets alongside just to catch and potentially control anyone that may be running along the corridor.
Definitely so. But I think I see what's missing in the strategy that Unique's currently bringing. We're missing 5 LMGs right here.
Yeah, where is it? Surely they
Where are the LMGs? Come
learn
on,
a
this
lesson Unique from this.
Should have been just a run in and gun in, but Goga is going to go for a run out actually. Knows that someone is in the pool. As Rush is spotted. But, well, Goga got the worst out of that one. Almost got taken down and managed to secure the side, but the question is, how effective will he be with the amount of HP that he has?
Bomb located
Yeah,
by
I mean, Goga's had a bit of a day today, I think it's fair to say. He had a bit of an unfortunate run before, and now he's playing with a flicker of health. Generally has been way more controlling on his defenses. How did no one die? These are the questions that we ask ourselves as they battle over the billiards table. But now it's just a matter of swinging the window and trying to pep bullets. Zika is the first off the board, Stiggy with a big take, and Breed finds Rush as the second, 5-3. The man count is kind of matched by the round count as the Nomad goes off. Bibu catches Flurzo out as they try to swing in after the air jab, though can't quite get the aggressive control that they wanted. Looks like instead they're just going to try and force and funnel their way closer towards where the defenders are. They are refusing to be put on the back foot here, and Vitality seem like they don't just want control of the inside of the map, they are taking control of the outside too.
With the 44 as well, just tick, tick. There we go. Oh, beautiful.
I believe we're going to have a slow-mo.
Yeah, let's
replay.
look at that.
We're gonna have a little bit of a
Let's look at
slow-mo on
that
the
slow-mo.
look at this cool stuff that we get here on this cast. Just all of it a little bit late to the fray there, a little bit too wide, a little bit too missed.
Unfortunate. That gunfight should have really started out with a kill for Flurzo, though. Let's put that in, put down markings, because he was rappelling on. He caught the actual player off guard, missed half his magazine. Well, same went for the actual mute or smoke that was playing in that position, considering that the complete SMG-11 was just sprayed into the roof.
I like how we had the equivalent of VAR there. Like we could throw that to the screen and be like, I want another look at that.
Let's take a look at that.
Take a little closer look.
Wrong right here.
What did the linesman see? Is that, what do we give this? Blue Bar and Sunrise is where we're going to hop to next. Bringing the mirror. Now, this is one of the things that we said before, was mirror on Coastline is a rare treat, in a way. Obviously, it was the map that she came with. It was, in a way, it was one of the biggest changes to the face of Siege full stop. Usually, you see her played on Penthouse if they have the option to, and she wasn't. Usually, you don't see her on the board, so I'm curious to see where they play her here.
I think they want to play it in this wall right here on Sunrise. And there we go.
It's very aggressive, that. And I guess that kind of fits what Vitality's been doing.
Definitely, but are you going to be peeking out with the window being on the other side there as well? Because are you just putting up two? Okay.
Fully dedicated. Okay, committing to this 100%. Like this is, you keep control of this. That is
You're
very
bulletproof
cool.
here, then.
Yeah. So it's
shot from this.
okay. I'm really curious to see how Unique come against this problem, because that is a really nice play. Obviously, as you can see,
window.
rightfully so. Yes, very, very concerned about that back window, because that is just an instant. If they get the drone information, you know, if they don't get there within 5 seconds and get the kill, that is a huge missed opportunity. But at the same time, how long can a man lie on a bar behind a window and survive?
Well, Hungry is going to be testing that theory. See how long he can survive laying upon that bar. No one on that window yet for some reason. As, well, Hungry is still around in that position, so someone should have been on that for, well, definitely now. As a Rush going into hookah. Deciding to go for some vertical holes, possibly. Hope he gets the first kill into Stiggy. That's going to be the Kaid of the board. Starting things off. Hatches being opened up, some vertical holes as well. As Hungry just had a wild C4, won't be able to hit anybody as of yet. As Flurzo, however, goes down by Goga. It's a trade from FMX to Bibu, so we still in advantageous position for Unique right here, and well, they only increase on that one with the 2-4 currently coming in.
Said Goga's generally been a little bit more impactful on his defense and finds a double kill, but Hungry is taken care of, so Goga has every bit of work ahead of him if he wants to be able to bring this round. The ace or clutch situation, or the ace is the clutch situation, and unfortunately, well, the option is off the board as Unique find themselves a 4th round and potentially a little bit more hope in terms of how they're playing this.
Gives them an opportunity to fight back to go to overtime, because of course we do have overtime here, and I just quickly want to mention we're currently on 1,299 euros on the donation goal right here. One more and we can reach that rounded off number of 1,300. So if you want to give, and if you can give, if you're in the opportunity to, to donate to Médecins Sans Frontières, which is, of course, our chosen charity for and this tournament and the classics that we've had in the past. Make sure to type out !donate. If you want to learn more about them first before you know what you're giving to, !MSF will give you all the information that will be required for you to actually learn about them enough to make up your mind.
Yeah, and we kind of find ourselves obviously pushing higher and higher on that, and we've got a lot of love for everybody again that is able to watch the stream and get involved. There's hashtags as well. If you're involved on Twitter, you can follow along with hashtag R6EUClash to kind of thoughts on the games, the event, who you think's kind of performed a little bit better. Obviously, this is Pro League teams against open core teams. Teams like Unique played through brackets to be in this position, and being able to put up a fight and have a good time just shows the skill and the caliber. And if anything, it makes me so excited for what the future of our scene, especially in EU, is, where all of these teams that are otherwise kind of flown under the radars because they may compete in their national leagues, but otherwise those are very kind of kept together leagues. It's very much they're in their own little siege bubble. All of that is just this whole big, beautiful scene now. All of this is going to kind of lead into each other. So teams like Unique, teams like a lot of the other teams that we have, and we'll get into later on, they're going to be names where this is the first taste of what is going to be a full meal of what is EUC.
Definitely so. Flair is aware of the fact that someone might be wanting to run out here. Stiggy just holding on tight. Stiggy himself is also aware of the fact that someone might be on the roof. In the meantime, Hungary having a little bit of a gunfight right here. It's in the Iron Sight MP7. I think one of the best iron sights that we currently have in games. Absolutely not necessary to use any scope on that. Unless you're, of course, a 4-3 holo player with 60 FOV. Want to turn it into an old-ass ACOG. That's possible.
Yeah, it's a very nice iron sight to be, like, it locks in everything you need. It doesn't clutter. It's clean as a whistle. It looked like Flezo was not going to fall for the tricks that they've fallen for before, but Stiggy just seems intent on finding doors and windows and running out of them. Flezo's going to rotate off. They'll be well aware that an air jab is there. They've already learned that lesson with their face, and unfortunately, they've learned that lesson a little bit further on. But they haven't learned it fully. Bibu gets taken by Flezo, and we saw Hungary get taken out too. Goga stems a bit of the flow of blood, and a great spray there against Rush. Doesn't quite land, but Flezo gets dropped by Stiggy as well. The cooked grenade is the response from the hand of Rush, and now it is just a 2 versus 3. They're starting to bleed their way into sight. The deep canister comes out. Oh, unbelievable swing from Stiggy round the corner and through a man's head. They've got a little bit closer now as Cuppy is able to find a bit of revenge. Goga in another situation where he's got to clutch it to win it all for the team, but unfortunately it seems like this is a terrible time to have issues. 40 seconds on the board. The pings are through the roof. Oh no! What a moment for it to happen. Unique find a round. Graced by a little bit of a hand that leant down and helped. That was a full server spike, and that is one of those oh no moments.
Goga said they don't die, and I mean, like, probably he was on his screen already shot both of them in the head like multiple times, and they didn't die due to the fact that they were everywhere, like somewhere else on the server. But it seems like issues have managed to tone down a little bit. We're going into the last round right now before hitting possibly overtime. So Vitality, if they want to be ending this one in a quick fashion, they really need to do so now, because otherwise they might be forced to map number 3.
That's so unfortunate. You cannot help that. It's, you know, if it had happened 5 seconds earlier and they hadn't been able to get the diffuser down, it would have been game set for Vitality. They wouldn't have been able to get the plant down. They wouldn't have been able to get themselves into that position. The fact that it happened post-plant, and you could see the moment when he was passing through from Billiards towards Hookah, that it kicked out and kicked in and, well, kicked off, unfortunately. It's one of those cruel fates. And luckily, obviously, this is a fun day of Siege, so there's, you know, what's on the line is potentially a map 3 and just a bit of fun, but it's an unfortunate moment. That could have been Goga's redemption for how things didn't quite work on his entry duties as Ash earlier.
It could have definitely been. He could have possibly clutched it out there,
Attacker's
but
objective is to
well,
defuse a
the
bomb.
server was in favor of Unique.
Yeah.
The gun had spoken. No one was going to be able to get that one at that point anymore. But 6-5 currently. And we are seeing right now whether or not Unique is going to be able to push it up to map number 3, or at least overtime for now. Or if Vitality is going to be closing this one out swiftly and go up to the scrims straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it gets them set up and gets them in a position where they've kind of done all their playing for this weekend. The next game they'll be playing in this tournament will be next weekend. Stiggy caught completely, kind of partially unaware, I'm going to say, but he was just being Stiggy. He was getting aggressive against the door, and he was caught by Rush, who just lived up to his own name. Charged through the barricade, charged through the man, and charged into the building. Here comes on the opposite corner the second player of Unique to enter, and they're looking like they're going to try and frag through and up towards that position, but no catches, no bites today, unfortunately.
I really like that grenade right there, just trying to get it through the drone hole. But
Yeah.
it's also a really dangerous one, because if it bounces back, you're guaranteed to kill yourself in that case. So really got to be on your toes with that one. Make sure that it doesn't actually bounce back, or if it bounces back, you still have enough time to run away. Kind of count as the point of cooking. Flashbangs being tossed in. Trying to get the ADSs out of the way, which, well, not sure where Stiggy placed them, but they are definitely there. Same as the My Frisbees, they are available. Of course, most likely we'll wait until a later stage in the round before... No. Oh, okay. Here goes the server yet again.
No.
Server is having issues. You might get it back in a second or two. We're
Well,
waiting.
I said before, it depends when it happens, is who it benefits.
It's
And
back.
well, that spike was a good 5-10 seconds bought for the players of Vitality.
And
Unfortunately,
it's gone.
this does not work for Unique, and oh, that's painful.
It definitely is. Well, SKP trying to go for the plant in the meantime. He is actually going to be able to go for it. No one is going to be able to counter that, and that means that the full 45 seconds are going to be coming down. But we are going to be having a admin decision rehost mid-round to come through. That is probably the better of it. As, well, the plant's going to be pushed in again. Smoke canister is stopping that one. Not sure if the players even want to rehost, as the both seeming to be continuing as of now. We do already see the leaves coming down from the side of Unique. They are rehosting now as the downs come in. It's just up to FMX now. This round will be replayed. As, well, this was just a pure, well, 30 seconds actually wasted by server issues.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, unfortunately, in those moments, I guess you have to kind of call a rehost. Usually, historically, it would happen, obviously, when the players called it. They are the ones that dictate the flow of the game. But in that situation, when you're kind of on this match point round, when it's earlier on in the round, nobody had died at that point either.
No, Stiggy died.
Stiggy had died. Stiggy had gone on the opener, but then obviously, you know, there was still a lot of the execute left to do. It was a very tough decision. Yeah,
it's like
sometimes
a double
these have
wave
to be
thing,
made.
right? Because normally you don't rehost if someone died, but then even though it was a defensive player, they kind of have the advantage if the server completely freezes in that case.
Oh, entirely.
If the diffuser hasn't been planted yet, so it's like a double-edged sword. But we're going to be replaying that round and see how it will play out this time. Maybe Stiggy won't be dying from the start now, and give Vitality a little bit of a upper hand, even though they won the round technically, but you can ask how fair it is considering, well, the 30-second delay they had, not really due to their doing. So,
yeah, it's sometimes these decisions are made, and credit to the players to kind of going, okay, well, we'll just play that round again. I guess it will be entirely the same as we go into that 6-5 on this split. I believe we'll be playing the exact same site with the exact same operators as well, so everyone knows what's kind of on board. I'm assuming Stiggy might not go down as quickly as he did previously, which I guess plays in the favor of Vitality, but at the end of the day, it was a free round handed to them that's since been rescinded. The argument there being that it was a free round. Either way, 6-5 is where we sit, and as we let good old Eyes of Medics get all of this set back up, we may as well just use this moment to, again, talk about good old MSF up there in the top corner, which has been continually updating as we go in.
Yeah, definitely. We reached that 1,300 mark. So let's see how far up we can actually skyrocket it today. Of course, NASA launched, so we are launching our own campaign right here. But it is Médecins Sans Frontières is the charity that we are currently supporting. Ubisoft already donated a grand total of 50,000 euros to the Doctors Without Borders. That's the English name. If you want to participate, read up on them first with !MSF. And if you then decide that you want to give some of your money, if you can, of course, go for !donate. Follow up the link right there and give what you can give.
Yeah, and obviously if you want to keep up with all of this on social media, because it's not just today, it's not just tomorrow, it's also next weekend as well. 4 days of fun Siege. R6EU Clash is the full hashtag. Get involved, get tweeting, talk about your favorite plays, your favorite players, who you expect from the bracket to be fighting out on that final day as well, because as we said, there's a lot of big teams in this tournament. Some of them kind of bring in some fun ideas and some fresh moves, including 5 DMRs and 5 LMGs to the game, which I'm very happy we saw. I guess it's who you think out there is going to be finding themselves in that final on next Sunday, the 7th.
Definitely so. But at that, we are now getting the rehost ready. We're soon getting in for the final round of potentially Coastline. I already saw the player saying it's okay, we rehost in this case. So they're okay with it, meaning that as soon as everything is set up, as soon as all 10 players are ready, we're getting back in it again. And then the question is, who can keep calm the most? Is it going to be Vitality that basically really doesn't have anything to lose? Are they going to be able to just get their round? Because for them, it doesn't really matter whether or not they win the match that much, considering they're already proven as a team, and Unique has a lot more to show up for, right? Because they didn't reach a top 4 in Russian major leagues, but they still want to show that they're here and can compete with the Pro League teams, the European League teams, and show their caliber of play.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things as well where you get a scope on what we're about to have in terms of the face of EU Siege. I know I've mentioned it a couple times today, and if you've somehow been sleeping under several rocks, you'll probably be happy to hear that it's now a much better fed into system. So the new system, which is put together in a fantastic video that I'm sure is out there in many different places if you want to get a better scope of this, is you have your European League at the top, which is played into by the Tier 2, which is the Challenger League below it. But the Challenger League is fed from several different national leagues that play on that level. And depending on where you finish in the National League is whether you can find yourself into the Challenger League. So you can find yourself into the Pro League. So it's all now one big amorphous beautiful blob of Siege content from top to bottom. Everything is streamlined and everything means something. It's a year play space, but you can do huge amounts for your team for where you can find yourself in across that just from playing in your local league.
And people are afraid that, for example, that some national leagues have like lower competition compared to others. So people would be swapping over to that league to make advantage for it, but that even increases the overall level of play as well. So like the entire system is set up to increase the competitiveness of the region as a whole. So I really like the thing that they did right there. So I think it's just good changes overall. Of course, some people wanted best of 3s, and we're kind of sticking with the best of 1s. So I mean, like North America has like the up there, but we have the better Tier 3 structure, I must say.
I guess we're always going to be biased, but
yeah, always.
I mean, everyone here awake at this time, yeah, he's the best. Let's not sugarcoat it. The other regions are great, but EU, I think, is going to be our year to retake it, and this new structure is definitely going to help us kind of get a much tighter grip on the talent that we have that we've already said is so varied and so vast across the scene. And obviously, a lot of people were kind of looking at the teams that we've had come through for these qualifiers with a little bit of, oh, who's that? Especially when you have teams like Penta or Diffuse Kids that played in the open qualifiers and couldn't quite make their way through. You go, okay, well, who are these guys? Who are these teams that have obviously they've done work in the Russian scene and they've kind of done these bits? And you go, well, now is our time to introduce them to everyone else. And that is going to be a much more commonplace thing And I think everybody's scope, as I said before, on Siege, especially in our region, is about to get much wider. We're just waiting on one more player to get into the lobby, to get everything up and running, so we can jump in for potentially the final, if not a couple more rounds ahead of us. So we'll hopefully be in soon.
If what I'm seeing is correct, that also means we're replaying round number 11. So that is 6-4.
Ah, okay.
So that Goga clutch that didn't happen due to the lobby freezing, that might happen this time if it manages to play out in the exact same way. So Vitality has 2 more chances to clear it out right here, even though they basically almost managed to do it under the rough circumstances the server we're in. But I believe the entire server is complete now, and that does mean that we are getting into the map soon, Fluke.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see it. Obviously, it's one of those decisions where if the server starts to die, you have to kind of look at the scope of when things get fixed. It's the problem that any online game faces, and unfortunately with the current situation, it's all online right now. And, well, let's jump back in and see if Unique can double up on what they did, or if Goga can pull off some moves that we had a bit of hope for.
And definitely hope that that indeed is the case. Let's get back into Coastline and see how this will develop. As 6-4 is the current scoreline. You guys don't see it yet, but we do. Now you do as well. As you see the pick face coming in first. Sticky going for that mute. Last second pick.
Yeah, so they're getting themselves back in now. 6-4, the spread is there. The operator bans to kitchen service. So that is actually a slight change. I'm guessing when you pull back 2 rounds, I don't make the rules. I don't even force the rules. I just talk. That's what we do.
That's our stuff.
That's our stuff.
We inform everybody, and we try to be entertaining and funny sometimes.
Rarely. AB as the 2 sites, and we're going to find themselves now, instead of being locked in Hooker, we're actually going to bring the AB into the kitchen instead, setting themselves up in a situation where they did win their last swing around kitchen. I believe it was the round that put them closer towards clutching out this entire thing, and they get themselves set up for the potential here to lock it down.
Yeah, indeed. Did it completely? I thought it was in Hookah that they were playing.
It was, yeah, that's what I've said. Yeah.
Oh well. Well, it is fine. We are 6-4 currently. And we will be seeing how Vitality is going to be able to defend this site, whether or not this time it will be victorious, or if it's going to be Unique that yet again manages to well, take them down in some swift and stylish fashion.
Well, they're setting themselves up to try and hold it from the angles here. You can see the information is starting to come across. BB is dug in on Sunrise as Cuppy starts to drone across the top floor. They're trying to find any of the bodies that might be above, and so far they haven't found any yet. We've already talked about the drone game from Unique. Their ability to try and pick apart everything that the defenders are doing and where they can go from that moment in time. And, well, I guess they're trying to continue. The Flarezo has dug straight into the building at this point. Usually and historically has been a little bit more further away from the action, but they haven't quite found any joy from that strategy and that more kind of defensive flank watch. So throw him into the building, throw those air jabs in a little more claustrophobic spaces, and get a smaller bubble instead of the big space. Stiggy gets Flarezo, however. It hasn't quite worked, but at least FMX is there to pick up the trade.
Definitely so, and that is going to be potentially some air jabs out of play. Not sure how many have been deployed by Flarezo before he fell, but it is going to be the one-on-one trade to come through. Could almost say it's quite in favor of the defenders, especially if not all the air jabs have been deployed, because that gives them some more flexibility on playing the way they want to. As Rush is using his entire sledgehammer, it looks like, to just open up all the way a bathroom and Printry, making sure that they get all that control right now behind the desk as well. Bride will have to be careful. Of course, the position where he's located at, it's completely indestructible. Literally almost has nothing left of that hammer.
Hey, gotta use it, you know, get its use down. In the meantime, talking about using it, you don't have much health left to use there, Zika, who is dancing with death, hurried and bloodied, and they've got a little bit left in the tank, and it's the hard destruction. It's a bit of a part of this map, sure. It's not as decisive as, say, Clubhouse where you kind of need to keep your hard destruction in, otherwise everything falls apart. But at the same time, you generally don't want to have them dancing that dance of death on the front row, especially when you still have others on the board. Bibu from underneath takes care of Rush and cooks him from below. That's a quick swing and a quick response from FMX, who gets his second for the round and instantly looks towards his third. Pepper's bullets deep towards Sunrise. It's the echo of Gogo, who's just going to take a little bit of a moment, a little bit of breath, and make sure no one's trying to get a sneaky plant in.
Thing is, 25 seconds are left on the clock, and the entirety of Unique is centralized around the eastern side of the building. The Yokais are still in position, and that means as soon as Cuppy wants to go down for that plant, he's definitely either going to get shot, or he's going to be getting... Oh, there he goes. He gets shot, and that means the diffuser is now down. FMX managed to get around, but he instantly gets taken down as well. It's Vitality this time around. Actually takes the win. As the re-host right here on 6-4 on them that could keep their heads cool. It was them that managed to get the win out eventually. The GGs are in the chat. Is the Jaeger Elite animation of Bibu to show that he was the best player after rehost. It's going to be, well, Vitality to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, very, very well played from Vitality. Obviously, they were having a very good time with the play today. They were kind of throwing themselves into these situations, bringing 5 LMGs or 5 DMRs, dependent on the weather. And it was a pretty comfortable 2-0 for them across the board here. Got to give credit to Team Unique, who are able to bring a bit of their own pepper and fire to this game. It seemed a little bit more potent on Villa, where they were able to kind of keep getting this control, keep getting these moments. And I guess having a bit more space actually helped them in the long run. I was curious about how their playstyle may translate to Coastline. Unfortunately, not well enough.
Definitely so. And well, Vitality, as soon as on Villa they started to go over to the defense, they were actually flawless almost. 2 in a row. Managed to completely close it out afterwards. And well, Coastline was a little bit more of a fun game for them, bringing out these weird strategies, these weird picks of full LMGs, etc. But in the end, it was Vitality that managed to win this one as well. Bit of an unlucky rehost with the fact of these servers having a big ping spike. Might have been in favor eventually of Vitality as they managed to stop the tides of Unique, who started their comeback. So for them, might have been a bit of an advantage, just quickly resetting the game, being able to just talk to each other and say, okay, let's actually play serious now. Whilst Unique, of course, is like the less experienced team, and they know they're so close to go to a third map, so they might be like a little bit more jumpy, nervous, like, and that only gets worse in the downtime because you're not playing and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where obviously I talked about it a little bit. It's breaks of momentum. It's these moments where this is a hefty game built around a hefty amount of momentum. And as soon as that kind of stumbles and as soon as that kind of finds problems, well, you're in a bit of a tight spot and a tight situation. They were able to keep the momentum up. Vitality, we talked about it very early on, as they're a team of great experience, great histories. These stop-starts, they're professional. They know when they need to bring it. Even if they're having a good time, they're here to get the win, as we saw. And I'm very excited to see them butt heads with whoever they find next week.
Yeah, definitely so. But that was it for us for now. We've had our first match done. Next week, they will be in the quarterfinals against the yet-to-be-decided opponent. That will be known later today. Ace and Daz will be taking over for us for now. We will be back later tonight as well. But we are going to a quick break before going into that next matchup. So stay tuned. Get yourself some snacks and some drinks, because we will be back shortly.
Hey ladies and gents, welcome back to the European Open Clash. We're now going into game number 2. This one set to be probably one of the most interesting of the day, no doubt. It's Empire coming up against the Challenger League winners in Easy Dream. Ace, we've followed that second team, Easy Dream, through a lot of their journey. Empire, as we all know, going through a bit of a tough time at the moment. We saw the roster change coming through earlier. This is going to be such an interesting game to observe how the state of EU Siege currently sits.
Obviously, you know, what a preview we've got here. This is going to be one of the big matchups come the start of that EU League. So seeing how they throw down here, obviously we maybe not see them at complete full strength. I'm sure they're going to want to keep one or two things to themselves ahead of those big EU League matches. But nonetheless, we're going to have fireworks today, I'm sure, because there's a lot of skill on both sides.
I'm sure we all want to get into this game nice and quick. So let's take a look at Empire first things first. Look at the roster that's playing today, because of course, if you've got keen eyes and you've been watching Twitter recently, you'll have seen that there have been a couple of changes coming through in the EU scene. One of them being that Karzeka has been benched for this team and Always has now stepped in his place. So Tim, I think it's fair to say that given their rough year so far, that for Empire, this is a change that needed to happen sooner rather than later. Maybe not strictly the right player or whatever else you want to argue, but change had to happen.
Yeah, I think it did. You know, ultimately they have tried to stick with the formula that they had. They've tried to work with that, and we've seen these sort of small resurgences where we have a couple of good performances and we think maybe Empire are climbing back up to that top spot, or at least in that direction, and then it just seems to ease off again, and I don't know, it's not that they take the foot off the gas. I'm sure that they're pouring everything into it. It's just, I think exactly the same thing that G2 saw a good while ago and commented on, and that is that, you know, they were one of the big fish and everybody around them is getting better and better. And so Team Empire have got to improve along with it. And that's obviously, hopefully, what they are going to see with that switch between Karzeka and Always. It's going to be an interesting month or so to see just how much that gels.
It's going to be a real interesting one, because look at what happened last week as well. They lost 3-0 to Virtus Pro, formerly known as Force, of course. This to me just screams that, like you say, teams around them are starting to level up and that they are no longer invincible as many would have once believed them to be. And this is where teams will be kind of looking and going, those guys are the ones that made it to the SI finals and contested G2. If we can beat them, SI is ours when it comes around to it next year. So I'm very, very curious to see how that one plays out. Let's not forget, of course, they do have competition in this game. Siege is not a one-team game. Let's take a look at Easy Dream. If you haven't come across these guys before, you have been missing out. They were some of the best players in all of the European Challenger League. I always kind of hark back to thinking about the way P4 was playing on Consulate in one of the games, playing on the Mutant side of Meeting, just holding down every single angle coming, got a triple kill, a quadra kill in another round. The guy could not be stopped, but the same can be said for every single member on this lineup, Tim.
It certainly could. You look across them through the Challenger League stats, that's the most recent competitive information we've really got for Easy Dream. You know, I point you towards Durza, particularly as one of the sort of maybe underrated players on that side, but I could mention Voy, Shinka, I could mention Chaotix. Anybody on that team can step up. They are absolute trouble. There is no question about it. They're already one of those teams where there's maps that teams don't want to play them on. Teams don't want to play against Easy Dream on Border, on Consulate. We see that getting banned out against them an awful lot. It'll be interesting to see if if either of those make it through the map bans today. But yeah, Easy Dream are a force to be reckoned with. Finished top, 110, I think drew 2, was it overall? 110, drew 2, lost 2. They had an unbelievable season in Challenger League.
And not a single player going negative when it came to KD either. I think the highest they had was P4 and about plus 40. The lowest was plus 4. So either way you look at it, they're all gunners. You cannot look at them and say, oh, there's a weak link that maybe we can exploit, because these weak links don't really exist. But with the way they described things previously, I had a chat to Voy a bit earlier on today. He was like, to be honest with you, no one's seen us play inside a month. We've taken that time because of no scheduled games to have a bit of a rest. And then on Monday, we're back on the grind. We're getting ready for the EU League coming up. And they say this for us, this is our opportunity to, one, show everyone that we mean business when the EU League rolls around. And also a good chance to get a lot of air quotes scrims in. There's a really good chance here to play against a lot of top tier teams very quickly and prove that everyone needs to be afraid coming into the next season. Have details on your screen in just a second so we can see where these 3 maps are going to take us to today. That is, of course, assuming that we get to get through all of those 3 maps. But you were alluding just a second ago, Tim, and saying that there are a couple of maps you don't want to take these boys to. What's your expectation for today?
Well, as I say, Border and Consulate have been very popular bans against Easy Dream. They didn't have to ban Border once, and if we look at their stats on Border, played 3, won 3. They were absolutely dominant there, but we know that that is a map that Empire like as well, and do shine there. So personally, I'd love to see a Border throwdown between these two. A popular ban for Easy Dream through Challenger League was Theme Park. We know that Empire, more times than not, will take Villa out of the mix, so I'd expect to see maybe those two going by the wayside. But as you said, Des, obviously this one is for charity. It is a slightly different environment. They still come in here to win, but we might well just see one or two of those maps that they might not normally play creeping in. It helps cover up the strats that they might have for the EU League.
It absolutely does. We'll see which one it comes down to. Let's take a look at that veto now so we can see exactly where we're going to be headed to today. As mentioned, all these games that are going on this weekend as well as next weekend, it's a nice big bracket. Best of threes the whole way through, so a lot of Siege action to be looking forward to.
Certainly is. So there we go. First coming along, Theme Park and Cafe get taken out. We will be playing Consulate and Border. How about them two? It's going to be fireworks. That much I can tell you. Coastline Clubhouse, and then Villa is the last one on the list there. So we are going to have a lot of fun this afternoon, I would have suggested, between these two.
Villa being the only one you kind of look at and think, well, it's not quite the most ideal map for Easy Dream, but still definitely not a bad one. Looking at the other two, though, this is playing into some of their top 3 most played maps. And I guess the danger coming up against a team like Empire, if the boys have been doing some prep this week, is that you know what they're going to play. That their whole association in the history of Siege is that they do the same thing every single time, but they do it so well that teams are often unable to adapt. The problem, like we mentioned earlier on, is a lot of teams are now starting to grow in capability, and that won't be able to ride the whole way through forever.
Absolutely. Looking at these two maps, Consulate Border for Easy Dream in Challenger League, played 6 times across both of them, won 5. Empire have got a task on their hands, and this is going to be an absolute trial by fire for always. That much is for certain.
It is. Well, game number 1 is ready. Let's get into it. Consulate going to kick things off between Empire and Easy Dream. What a clash. Just saying those two teams alongside each other and seeing them on the screen makes it feel so much more real, and what a set of fireworks we're in for, as you said earlier on, Ace. Into the ban phase then, let's see what operators will be taken away. Normally expecting to see something like a Nomad either banned out immediately or left all the way through. Lots of jump out and run out opportunities on this map, but I think everyone's most popular ban nowadays coming through first is going to be that Thatcher.
Thatcher does go on his way. As you say, I might expect to see a hard breach alongside him, but no, it's going to be the Nomad, which again is not too uncommon for Consulate. So taking the Nomad off the board just allows that slightly more aggressive style of play. We know that there's some really deadly, dangerous runouts available. You can really take maximum advantage of that if that is allowed to happen. So in line with the Nomad ban, I think that forces the hand there for one of the teams. As it is, it's Empire that take the Valkyrie, but it certainly forces the hand of one of the teams to take the Valkyrie out as well, because if you're not going to have the Nomad on the board to prevent the jump outs, having the Valkyrie to give the information for those jump outs can be an absolutely deadly and game ending combination, really. So no surprises to see that. And Maestro being the last one taken out there. So we will have the Mirror available, which is slightly unusual. We quite often see that banned out on Consulate, but I have said it a few times. I'll no doubt say it a few times more. I personally think the Consulate is probably one of the maps where Mirror has less impact than she does on some of the others. Don't get me wrong, there are still very, very good uses for her, but I just think she's less impactful than she is on some others.
I'd be inclined to agree. The one major use case you see for her on this map is when defending downstairs, you put a mirror window inside a small office, one inside of the cafeteria, and you can get away without actually playing anyone inside of the garage itself. So even if the breach is opened up, it's very, very difficult for the attackers to find any kills, often having to play around smokes, in which case you're then running into C4s and the like. So very strong when down there. We'll see if that becomes the case as this game now gets underway. Round number 1 between these two teams is going to start in lobby, and well, unusual to start here, needless to say, but I think one of the sites that a lot of teams will defend the same way you'd often see the top floor defended, because vertical play is so powerful on this map. It is a very long and thin map. There is a lot of soft destruction throughout, except for the main hallway and a couple of other areas. So how they choose to hold this one out, I would expect again to be on the upstairs, but who knows? Like we say, this is the off season technically. Teams have got a lot to both hide and maybe show to try and bait other teams who might be trying to do some prep in future weeks ahead of the EU League getting underway.
That's it. There's a bit of hide in there, but there's also the opportunity to try a few new things as well without it being the end of the world. Obviously, the real winner over this and the next weekend throughout this tournament is, of course, Médecins Sans Frontières, the charity that Ubisoft are supporting through this competition and streams, donating €50,000. So, of course, if you want to help that cause, helping them fight the pandemic around the world, you can hit !donate in the chat, and if you can, that would be fantastic to bolster those efforts. But, you know, realistically, it's not necessarily about winning. It's just an opportunity here to be able to try a few new things out, see what works, see what doesn't, see what reaction you get, see what impact a strategy has.
I love how you started that whole transition to the Médecins Sans Frontières as Durza came on screen on the dock. Was going for a spawn peek as we saw, nothing to be found immediately. We did see people on the mute getting set up in that spot that I mentioned when we first mentioned Easy Dream. Inside a meeting here, sat behind a shield with a mute jammer next to him. It becomes very, very difficult to unseat him from this location once he gets comfortable.
So 1 minute into the round, we see the first kill going down. That's P4 going to take Joystick off the board there with a headshot. So that could be a big kill. Joystick, we know, one of those real impact fraggers, will come in and get plenty of work done for his team given the opportunity. And he is on his favourite Ash there, but not have any joy. P4 coming in with another onto Always as well. So as we said, trial by fire for him today, and P4 not making it easy at all. Durza getting one onto Dan, and suddenly we find ourselves in a 5 versus 2 for Easy Dream, but Shepard will start to just claw that one back in a little bit with a kill onto P4, but P4's work here is done for the day. He's managed to get himself a good couple of kills for his team, so he's not going to mind losing himself out there, because it does at least give the information. It gives that feedback to say that we've got one in admin, so they now know out of 2 Empire players where one at least is pushing from. As it happens, Cider has joined forces with Shepard and will be making the same push as well. So as you said, Des, this attack onto Lobby is all about getting that top floor control. It's about opening up the floors beneath you, getting those vertical angles and trying to force the defenders to move around in sight and create yourself an opportunity to get a diffuser down. Now, it becomes more difficult when you've lost a couple of men because you don't have anybody there to take advantage of any movement you create. But how about this? Cider and Shepard going huge as a duo and just flipping that man advantage right on its head. And within 5 seconds, we find ourselves 2 versus 1. And Empire very keen to remind us that they still have teeth and they still know how to use them.
They sure do. Picking up those straight at 2 versus 4, pulling everything over their side and even closing out the round. You mentioned that you knew one would be an admin. Chances are they'd be playing together, but no, they split off. One up Spiral, one playing the long angle downstairs, and they win their ones, then go on to win additional ones, and before you know it, close the round out. Very impressive from Empire. Easy Dream, I thought, did take the right approach there. They themselves are sat back, trying to play the long angles and letting Empire come to them. Problem is Empire clicking a little bit too fast for them. I was going to comment on P4 as well, choosing to roam outside a meeting. Not something we're used to seeing from him, especially when defending on the top floor. Quite naturally, you always want to have a man on site. But 2 of the kills that he got at the very, very start, in fact, the only 2 kills that he got, were both from him roaming into hallway towards Copy. So spreading his wings a little bit there and going outside of where I'd usually play, showing some aggression, definitely caught Empire off guard. But you can see why these teams are considered one of the greats.
Certainly was. So heading into round number 2, I am certain there that Easy Dream are going to be smarting on the back of that one. They really must have thought that they had an advantage coming in, and they did have all the advantages. P4 going in and getting himself a couple of fantastic opening kills, but it just wasn't enough in the round, and that is something. It's sort of like, I've used this phrase before, I know it's one of your favourites, Des. It is a bit of welcome to big school. Easy Dream, you've made it through Challenger League and you are now in with the big boys. There is absolutely no question of that. And Empire just showing there exactly how and why that is the case, exactly how you can be hurt even when you've got yourself a 5v2 situation. It just doesn't always matter against these top teams, and that is going to give Empire a lot of confidence. But once again, Durza just looking to take advantage of that ACOG on the dock there. He will take very limited damage, but that will be very limited damage dished out as well. Just a little early skirmish there between Dan and Durza.
Whenever I think of teams getting in weird places and climbing on top of vending machines and sides that you shouldn't be able to. It's always Magnet from Fnatic, as we saw on Wednesday, or a team like Diffused Kids, for example. But what you just saw from Shinka there was a great way of blocking out drones and getting through the majority of the lobby area by placing a very, very high mute jammer near the door coming out of cafeteria, as Medics rightly pointed out earlier on. You saw Dan get one of his drones inside, but had to leave it in the corner there. In fact, we'll be able to get round it, so just on the edge of that one. Could have slowed them down at least for a short while. Straight back off that one, now back into the action. Clearly Shinka's got a few tricks up his own sleeve as well.
Interesting to note as well that during Challenger League, Easy Dream actually had a 75% win rate down there in Preston Lobby. So Empire coming in and taking that site away from them, you know, it's one of those you look at and think it's a little bit of an off pick. But when you look at the stats for Easy Dream, it's not really. It was their highest win percentage site on this map, and a map that they've played very well. So no surprises to see them going down there, and a big achievement for Empire coming in and taking that off them. Now, slightly slower round that we are seeing this time down in the garage. We haven't seen the garage wall opened up just yet. 1 minute 30 off the clock and no kills to anybody's name at this stage. We're going to see some opening up start. We're going to try and get that hatch opened, and that will be successful. So angles can now be used from the bathroom hatch, from Piano. It's a great thermite placement is that one, if you have a look. It just opens up so many angles. It opens up the piano wall, it opens up the bathroom wall, it opens up the hatch, and it just helps you get those angles down into sight and getting the first kill there onto Durza with 2 minutes gone before that one comes in, but the advantage will nonetheless go in the favour of Empire. My concern for them here is this is not always an easy site to push onto if you're leaving things into the late round. It sounds like we might have that garage door open now. Yes, we do. So that is a big positive for Empire. They have their plant spot. They have it available. They've got the diffuser in the right place. In moves Shepard. He knows that there's somebody over at Pipes. Can he be challenged by P4? Or will the diffuser go down? No, P4 gets shut down on the stairs. Either with a huge double there. Diffuser plant is successful. And now 35 seconds on the clock for Easy Dream to do something about this. 2 versus 5. Can they repeat what Empire did in the last round? Shepard starts the ball rolling, and it will be finished with a flawless round. Dan getting in on the action, and what a round. That was absolutely clinical from Empire. They look terrifying on that site.
Russian revenge in full effect. My word, someone stop these boys. Flawless round in round number 2 coming through, as you saw. And although it looked slow for a while, like it was what are they opening up here? Because we had all these members still playing on site from the side of Easy Dream, looking very, very comfortable. Ball's doing the work that he should have been, for example. But once we got to about that 60-second mark, we saw the Capitao take the position on yellow stairs. They had the cover coming through as well from Cypher on the sledge, as you mentioned. And before you know it, there was just no way of being able to stop these boys getting the plant down. They had piano control, they had yellow stairs control, they had the hatch open. Easy Dream just gave away a little bit too much space, a little too comfortably to the attackers, and before you know it, they were in a spot to close the round out in the fashion that they did. So I'd actually like to see Easy Dream going for more of what we saw back in round 1, back at the very start when we saw P4 find 2 kills by playing aggressive away from his anchored position. Don't go sitting still here, boys. You've got to take the fight to Empire, because as we alluded to earlier on, they are one of the teams that like to do the same thing time and time again, not just on attack. Sorry, not just on defense, but also on attack, and you need to start disrupting that before they get their setups in place.
Heading up to the top floor now, we're going to see the full rotation. Easy Dream just wanting to get themselves moved around this map. As we've said, you know, for these teams, as much as it is about the competition, it's also about having that opportunity to sharpen up and get themselves ready, in many cases, for the EU League that is upcoming very, very shortly. So here, Easy Dream, I'm sure, are keen to just get some time on each site, win or lose, and just really give themselves an opportunity to sharpen those strategies up. So heading up to the console office up on the top floor. This is a site in Challenger League that we saw them actually succumb to plants quite often on here. They played it much more as a retake strategy, which is sort of challenge the attackers as much as you can, get any kills that you can, but it's not the end of the world. I know for any sort of newer viewers, it might sound bizarre for me to say that it's not the end of the world for the attackers to get the diffuser down. Sometimes the defenders will play for what we call a retake strategy, which is once that diffuser goes down, how do you manage the situation from there? How do you get the frags that you need? How do you get access to that diffuser and retake the site? And sometimes that can be part of the plan. So it wouldn't be too unusual for Easy Dream if Empire were to get a diffuser down here, but it's all about what happens after that point. If anything, they're going to need men on the board in order to do a retake, though. And Dan is going to take Chaoxis off, and that is another first kill going in favour of Empire.
Got himself immediately inside toilets here. You saw that utility war taking place at the very start. That was a little bit crazy, dare I say. All these ADSs in place, everything is kind of going against them. All the metal pancakes from the Wamidi being deployed, but every piece of utility was just thrown in there. Shepard, Scyther, even Joystick weighing in with their grenades to make sure that anti-throwable was cleared out and out the way. And now they can take control of this area should they choose. But 2 kills coming in response from Easy Dream. This is the kind of aggression I was speaking about. Find ways to bring them offline before they can get near the site and start executing their plans. So far, they've done that pretty well in this round.
1 minute, or just over 1 minute left on the clock, and Empire need to start getting something ticking now. As you've said, Des, Easy Dream have got themselves the man advantage here. 4 versus 3, and maybe this is going to be one of the rarer rounds where they prevent the diffuser being activated at all on the top floor. I'm sure that would always be their number one option rather than having to go through that process. But we can see here P4 just waiting patiently, and he gets Joystick once again. That's becoming somewhat of a battle back and forth. Always will trade that one out for Joystick, but I'm sure he is not going to be happy with getting shut down by P4 round after round, and that is one to certainly keep an eye on as this match progresses, how those two interact and challenge each other. And how about that Void just waiting for the perfect opportunity there. Shepard using every bit of information to get that kill onto Shinka, just seeing that flash movement past the soft wall, and he will manage to hit his shots onto Void as well. Shepard once again fighting things back here. We know that he's got such an extremely high fragging ability, but with only 8 seconds left, can he get the last kill onto Durza? Durza doing everything that he can to keep himself alive. Both operators super low health, and it's going to be too little too late. Shepard can't find the last man of Easy Dream, and that is all that they needed of the Jaeger, was just to keep himself alive and let that clock tick down and win the round for them. Easy Dream get themselves 1 on the board, and we've got a match on here.
Doing exactly what we alluded to at the end of the last round too, having 4 of them playing off-site, 4 kills coming off-site, I should say. Not all 4 members, of course, playing away for Easy Dream, but they were willing to go and contest. P4 and Void especially causing trouble there towards the back end of that round, and that's the kind of stuff you love to see. You saw the members of Empire getting themselves set up on the yellow stairs. They were looking to push up from there and get themselves control of the toilet area before pushing across towards the site, but didn't matter. We had kills coming in from down towards Spiral Staircase. Every single angle that you thought they would have checked. Clearly not quite the case, getting themselves picked off quite comfortably. There'll be a rehost coming through, as you may have just seen in chat here. A bit of a sound bug coming through for Joysticks. They will leave, and we will make sure this game can get back online nice and quick. But I think in those first 3 rounds, you're already seeing this kind of battle of the styles almost here as well, because for Empire, first couple of rounds, they looked absolutely dominant. They were left to play their game. Round 3, Easy Dream, welcome to the party, came in big.
Yeah, we see it so often in Siege, whereby one team or the other will have a little bit of a slow start and come in and it's 2-0, 3-0 very quickly, and then all of a sudden they just seem to wake up and we see the half go in 3-3, and then it's really game on from that point. It's going to be interesting to see whether that is the case for Easy Dream here. I'd argue that they came out with a strong start. P4 has certainly been firing, as has Durza, so they're certainly not slouching their way into this game. P4 coming out with some big early frags, and that's going to be what his team need him to continue doing. But how about Scyther and Shepard so far, Des? Those two are terrifying as a duo. 10-1 at this stage they've gone. They are unbelievable for them.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know when you look at Empire historically and that people have seen their results slowly trending downwards, people are always very quick to point fingers. And I've seen a few saying, oh, Scyther should be going. But this is the issue, right? You look at Empire as a unit, it requires them all playing together. It requires everyone with this fragging capability, as we're seeing, as we have done with Easy Dream and Challenger League, for example, to be able to step in. And on some days, you're not going to get the same players fragging out. You're not going to get the same players stepping up week in, week out and being the ones that hit their shots. That's not a problem, because today it's players like Scyther that are stepping them up and making themselves known above all else. But let's look at how things have gone too. 3 sites played, none being the same as we've seen come through so far. The style of play coming out of Easy Dream, given they've had a break for a good 2 or 3 weeks right now, and then only really got back on things on Monday, I'm somewhat impressed. The biggest thing I clocked as mentioned back in round 1 was P4 being willing to move off of site. Isn't something that we've seen historically from him. He has been more static playing with that mute inside of that meeting room, but this enables him to get up in Empire's face and start causing some disruption. Sadly, it didn't echo across the rest of the team. You saw them playing more defensive with a longer angle. Round number 3 gave a good sign of what's to come, I think. More aggression from Easy Dream, more disruption against Team Empire.
Yeah, I think largely Easy Dream need to not panic. They just need to keep doing what they're doing, and that is basically letting P4 off the leash and just letting him go and do what he does, and that is get kills. You know, we know that he's a very respected fragger in the Siege community, and if he has his head up and he's allowed to run at the team, he'll run right over them. He's going to have a fantastic game if he can get that space to do it. On the flip side of that, you then look at this, it's always counterplay in Siege, and you look at that from Empire's point of view, and it's about shutting P4 down. They need to recognise where he is, and they need to close him down quickly en masse and get him out of the round as quickly as they can. That's where they'll have the most benefit. But right now we can head back into the action. We're going to be heading into round number 4, 2-1 in favour of Empire at this point. Who's going to continue that momentum?
Back onto that cycle of lobby and press to start things off in round number 4. Earlier on, we saw that upstairs hold coming through, and we maybe put it down to P4 playing aggressive on the fact that it wasn't the site that he was actually holding. He was able to move out of meeting room, roam around the top floor, find 1 kill in the hallway and a second one inside a copy. He did then push into admin to try and find a third, but we saw Empire being a bit more patient there, and that was where they managed to turn that 2 versus 4 into a 2 versus nothing, taking away the round. So let's see how Easy Dream respond in this round. Again, like I mentioned, I want to see them being more aggressive. I want to see them being willing to get up in the faces of Empire and shutting down their attacks before they have time to take any kind of shape.
So round number 4 then, we are heading quickly towards the action phase. We can see the setup on top floor again. We've already touched on it, Des, but just for a little bit more detail for anybody who's maybe a bit newer. This top floor hold for a press and lobby site, you might wonder why they're doing it, why they're putting all that utility upstairs when the bomb site is on the mid floor. And the major reason for this is the volume of soft floors that we look at here on Consulate between the top and middle floor. By getting control of the top floor, you can then start pushing around the defenders who are in sight, using those vertical angles to your advantage, tossing utility in there, making it very difficult for them to play the angles they need to in sight. You can section off parts of that site quite easily and allow your attacker in there to get that diffuser down. So it's all about keeping control of that top floor for the defenders, preventing the attackers having that sort of superiority in the vertical game and just holding on to it for as long as possible. So what we'll generally see is teams pushing into the admin offices, which is what's going to happen here, and they will work themselves from east to west right across that top floor, and they'll try and clear out every defender that's up there along the way, and then they'll get somebody like a Sledge in there, somebody like a Buck. We can see it's Sledge who's been brought along by Always this time, and he's going to start opening up that floor as much as they can, and then ultimately we're going to try and bring that diffuser in somewhere around the round desk, maybe sometimes just inside of the main door, although that can be a little easy to challenge from the bathroom area. So we'll bring it into that main lobby area and try and get a plant down.
Bit of minor adaptation coming through from Easy Dream as well. We've got Durder on the Jaeger over the dock, and we're seeing people on the smoke rather than on the mute, and relying instead, I think, on the Mozzie alone to be able to block out much of this intel coming from them. You can already see P4 starting to go through those smoke canisters as well. That's 2 down, and we're only a minute and 20 into the round, so they won't be available for the later stages of the round when you tend to find they are at their greatest effect as people start panicking and rushing. No one really wants to go walking through a toxic gas cloud, but this may well be the case. He's even going to drop away here as that pressure with all the windows shot out. The table is short in front of his face, just not worth contesting anymore. And instead, we'll now try and defend it from below. But this is where you're going to see that vertical war starting to take place here, because 4 members of Easy Dream, by the looks of it, are now on the downstairs. And Empire are starting to take control of at least 2/3 of this top floor.
Many have been pushed back, but the one positive for Easy Dream here, or 2 positives rather, is how much time has been wasted for starters. 2 minutes burnt just gaining control of this top floor, and still full control is not in the possession of Empire. Let's remember that. We still have Durza up there. He can still cause a nuisance of himself. He can still hurt them if they don't pay attention to his presence. That and the fact that with 40 seconds left on the clock, Easy Dream still have all 5 members left at almost full HP. Caster's Curse, I do apologise, P4, as Scyther comes in and open things up for for Empire, and that is exactly what they need to be doing pushing forward. They need to get themselves another couple of quick kills here. We can see the Capitao utility coming out being used. We are starting to think about a plant for Shepherd. They're able to do this because they've got control of meeting above. However, they do still have a Yokai drone in play for Shinka, who will be able to cause problems here. Sider will get a kill on Chaoxys, but importantly, Shepherd gets down with the diffuser in hand. We can see kills trading in. Huge triple from Void there. That's exactly what Easy Dream needed, exactly when they needed it, and he stepped up and delivered. Fantastic plays from Void, and that is going to be somewhat unexpectedly round 4 going in the favour of Easy Dream, despite Shepherd getting into location and trying to get that diffuser down.
Didn't quite see where all of those kills came from, but this is the sort of thing we were speaking about in the previous rounds, is making things happen. Being disruptive, getting up in the face of Empire, maybe not strictly early in the round, but in this case, in the dying seconds. You're out of smoke canisters, what can you do? You can rely on Void to step up and find you a massive triple kill in the dying seconds, when for sure, it looked like Empire were going to be able to take away round number 4, but Easy Dream have now got themselves back into this after those first 2 rounds, not quite going the way they would have hoped. We're now going to go back downstairs once again towards Cafeteria and Garage to see how round number 5 plays out, and there's quite a bit of electric being brought downstairs here to try and slow Empire down. Let's recall what happened last time. They got the breach open, they took control of Piano at the same time, they took over Yellow Stairs and then forced a plant with the Capitao providing smoke and fire cover from those Yellow Stairs in the same position. This time around, like mentioned earlier, we've got to see Easy Dream start trying to push more aggressively, finding kills earlier, or at the very least, slowing Empire down, so we can see a similar end to what we saw in that last round, which is where a member of Easy Dream can go huge, find themselves 3 kills, and shut Empire's attack down.
Before we head into the action phase, then I'll just take the opportunity to remind everybody, of course, why we're here. It's not just to have an amazing day watching Siege, which is exactly what we get treated to, but the European Open Clash Tournament has been put on primarily to assist MSF, which is Médecins Sans Frontières, a charity helping health authorities around the world to deal with medical emergencies and similar situations. At the minute, a lot of their focus is, of course, on helping the efforts to combat the current pandemic. So if you can donate, just type !donate in the chat. Anything that you can contribute will, of course, be going to a fantastic cause. I think the last I saw it at was about €1,300 across the couple of days of events that we've had so far. So thank you to everybody who has been able to donate. That's a really great effort from the Siege community, and I know that we can do more as well over the next few days to support a fantastic cause.
Fantastic cause indeed. Quite a lot been going on lately, actually. We had the Classics, of course, which was the big reveal for EU. Then APAC followed this week, and now we've got EOT this weekend. Both days, literally 12 hours of Siege. The same again tomorrow, next weekend. And then before you know it, we're basically landing smack bang in the middle of a bunch of National League finals, and then the EU League gets underway. And I think it's pretty fair to say everyone's dead excited for that to get started.
I cannot wait. I, for one, cannot wait. I'm excited. The thing is, Des, you know me. I'm excited whenever there's Siege on, no matter what it is. I've got 12 hours of Siege today to be excited about, 12 hours tomorrow, all next weekend, and then we will only be a matter of weeks away from that EU League starting as well. So right now, as a Siege fan, the future is certainly bright, and there is plenty on the horizon to go at.
90 seconds in, we are finally going to see that breach opened up. So there is some slowdown coming out of Easy Dream here. Is it enough? Still remains to be seen. 2 out of 3 of the checklist moments competed here for the side of Empire. I nearly said Force then, because I saw always his Force tagger, so I was looking at his operator like, what is that? But Empire, sorry. They're in a spot now where all they've got to do is assume control of Yellow Stairs, keep on opening up some of these vertical holes to stop the rotations from defenders downstairs, and they should be able to get away with going for a plant. They've also managed to bait out one of the C4, so there's only one left here for Shinka, and it's nearly Chaoxys going down here. Of course, no C4 on his side. It's more about the barbed wire for him, but he's found himself down and injured actually on towards Always. It was Chaoxys who nearly went down, but not quite. They will, however, be able to save the sledge so he can get back to swinging that sledgehammer around and getting some more vertical angles opened up.
45 seconds left to go, and I said it last time and they proved me wrong. Empire just needing to think about the time. They are lining up the execute here. Dan with a great opener onto P4 there. That's exactly what Empire needed. What they need now is to keep pressure on Void. They can't let him hold that angle with that ACOG. They need to pin him down. Dan gets a kill onto Chaoxys. Diffuser is going down for Shepherd now. Nitro will land short, and that is going to be a successful plant for Empire, and it looks like this round is going in their favour with Void down, only 2 left on the board. There we go, flawless round once again. I was just about to say that Easy Dream were facing one of the most difficult retakes in all of Siege. I was talking... That's unfortunate, isn't it? That really is unfortunate when you line up just like that. But I was talking earlier about retake strategies, and Garage certainly isn't one that you play like that because it is a toughie. So round number 5 going in favour of Empire.
That round, if nothing else, I think was the greatest demonstration, thanks to Medics on the Observer side of things as well for helping highlight this. The angles that Empire are holding when they're going for these kind of plays, just so oppressive. The one from the Yellow Stair contesting, as we mentioned in the round, I think it was the Kaid actually holding in towards the corridor. He couldn't contest whoever was going for the plant. You then had Ash holding at the top of the stairs off towards Visa, so no one could try and rotate out of that room safely. They basically boxed everyone into playing inside a cafeteria in the small office, and no one could really move from there otherwise, because you had 4 members holding these key locations while Shepherd was going for the plant, and everything was very, very clean. The only safe rotations they probably could have tried to do would have been a wide peek coming out of the doorway of cafeteria, for example, but that was smoked off by the Capitao. This is why in the previous round we mentioned that we need to see Easy Dream contesting them earlier on and slowing them down so they can't get set up like this, because when that time rolls around, it's basically checkmate. That's twice now we've seen Empire get away with that. Probably won't see it come through. Sorry, we will see it come through again because they haven't changed over to the top floor. Instead, opted to try and repeat the downstairs. They did slow things down a little bit more. This time round, though, we're trying a whole different strategy, as you can see. That mute is back in effect. There's no Kaid on side, but there is going to be a castle, and there's quite a bit of work going into holding that upstairs bathroom.
Heading into round number 6 then, and as you say, bathroom going to be an important area. It's going to be down to Empire to try and root Void out of there. Durza just offering some support as well. So first things first, they need to get those cleared out. They can't allow, there's a lot of ways up and down in this map. You've got to clear out your roamers. We're going to see a potential bandit trick there. Fantastic footage of that going down. Chaoxys just successfully managing to take away an exothermic charge there from Shepherd. In comes the utility to try and prevent that happening again, and it looks like he probably will not manage it this time. Shepherd opening up the wall. We can see P4 Void just still playing around that top floor area, and as I said, you've got to be really careful to ignore the roamers up on the top floor here because it's so quick to get back down to site for them. It's so quick for them to move and hit those flanks, and at a moment's notice you can find yourself getting hurt. But is that going to be the case, or are Empire successfully just going to ignore them and leave them out on the cold? Are they just going to put flank watch in place and not allow them back to site to challenge? As we can see, they are rushing through site now, Empire, and we will see a quick trade going down there. Chaoxys will lose his life to Dan, but once again these kills just go backwards and forwards. Shepherd is in a position to start getting the diffuser down. There is a challenge from Hatch and Yellow. The diffuser will be successfully planted, but I would say no, there isn't an advantage for Easy Dream as Shepherd gets himself another double. He comes up huge for his team once again. P4 was already down. That was a real help to Shepherd there, but great kills to finish things off. And another one going to Empire, showing just how steady and calm they can be under pressure.
Ye old faithful, these Thermite mains. I swear, man, you put them in these situations in the dying seconds of a round and they just work wonders in some cases. They are, mate. They are. Take it after yourself, a bit of inspiration there, I think. It was an interesting start to the round because I thought for a second that Chaoxys was going to let them get away with getting that breach opened up in no time at all. 25 seconds in, the exothermic was going off, but did manage to get the trick in. Smart from P4 to at least contest Yellow Stairs. They knew the play was, right, we're going to try and go for getting this exothermic on. Someone will burst in from Yellow Stairs to make sure that Chaoxys can't get down that bandit battery on the wall, to make sure that wall most definitely is opened up. P4 rotated up towards Yellow and at the very least managed to kill the Ash who was charging in to try and contest that. So that's the kind of bite back I like to see from Easy Dream. The problem is it wasn't there for the remainder of the round because all you saw was Empire charging their way through the entire of Garage in towards Cafeteria, and only then did they start meeting pushing resistance. Empire are just on a tear today, and this reminds me of the Empire that we have seen so many times over the last couple of years. The team that is almost perfect, that is almost robotic in the way they play, because it is just so perfectly timed and clinical and clean. Someone dies, and immediately you see the player on screen turn around to look at a different angle because they know and have had the call, that a given angle or a given location is clear, and they can start pushing somewhere else. It's just so beautiful to watch.
The last time that we saw Easy Dream play on this map on console, I believe, was against Penta in the Challenger League. And just looking back to the stats for that day, they really didn't have the best of days. Nobody getting into double-figure kills, and that was over 12 rounds other than Chaottis. He netted himself 14 for 6, so he had a good day at the office. But if we look at his stats at the minute, not really meeting up to those sorts of standards. So, you know, maybe they are just going to have another one of those off days. Right now, they're just not getting the frags under the belt, and Empire, regardless of whether they are put on the back foot or not, are showing fantastic resolve. Right now, Empire are an absolute joy to watch. This is the Empire that we've all sort of come to know and love over the last 12-18 months, and we haven't seen too much of recently. We get some early aggression from P4, and he will shut Dan down in real fashion there. Durza gets in and gets one for himself onto Always as well, so that's now 5 versus 3. Diffuser going down. Shinka will be successful in getting that one down, and here's a message from Easy Dream: anything you can do, we can do better. There's another 2 kills. Shepard, last one fighting once again, will get the first but will not get any more, and that will be the first attacking round for Easy Dream. Successful and on the board. Empire will lose top floor, and how about that for a message from Easy Dream?
Imagine a line just rappelling straight into connector there and just pushing and finding kills. Unbelievable. And outside of that one final shotgun kill from Shepard onto P4, that was a flawless round for all intents and purposes coming out of Easy Dream. Really impressive first round for them, and just goes to show Siege is the game of the 2 halves. I feel like I say it every single broadcast that it's not as clear cut as, oh, this team's done really well in the first half on attack. They've gone 4-2, they've gone 5-1, whatever. They've played really well. Everything changes as soon as the sides switch sometimes, and that's what you have to be super mindful of. Easy Dream aren't shy of playing Lion. We saw him pick it up quite a lot during the Challenger League when they were playing on Consulate. Exactly the same sort of setup coming through here for them. Once again, just using that to play aggressively, get inside the building whilst making sure the other side can't react to what you're doing, finding yourself free kills off the drones and everything else you have in terms of intel. Before you know it, suddenly you're in a 5 versus 3 or 5 versus 2. The round is swinging your way. And it's good to see that despite having a 2 or 3 week vacation, they're still able to frag out with the best.
There we are, and this is turning into the match that we knew that it would be before we got started. They are absolutely going at each other here, and the real winners are us at home, obviously, with the entertainment that we're getting out of this. What an exciting game of Siege this is. I'm on the edge of my seat. 4-3 now on the scoreboard heading into round number 8, and it is still all to play for. For anybody who's joined us since the beginning of this one, we are in a best of 3. This is part of the European Open Clash tournament, and we are on the first day of the closed bracket stage, so we're going to have 4 best of 3 games for you today. We've already seen Vitality take a win against Team Unique in their first fixture. We are here in the second with Empire versus Easy Dream, and then we also have another couple of big ones. We're going to be seeing G2 and Rogue in action, not against each other, but in separate matches. They will be match 3 and 4 for you today. And then, because you're so lucky, we'll do the whole thing again tomorrow.
A whole weekend of it, of course. Let's not forget what it is for. If you go !MSF in chat, it is all about the charity. Ubisoft are giving 50,000 euros. We'd love to get any more involvement from you guys that we can. Already getting close to 1,500 euros, as you can see in the top left corner of your screens. So anything you can donate or contribute would be much appreciated, of course. We are seeing the same site return once again, though, on the top floor. Still seeing that line on side as well. None of the drones called in just yet. Things have been a bit peaceful for now in the first 60 seconds or so. And many of the members of again, I nearly said Force again, the members of Empire, standing pretty stationary right now. No need to move, just willing to contest as soon as we see Easy Dream try and push in aggressively. But as soon as that drone starts getting called in, you know that Easy Dream are on the move.
Yellow stairs extremely important here, and Joystick is there to try and hold it down. Durza will get that first kill on to, I think it was Always that went down on the Wamai. Yes, Wamai losing out to a grenade. It's always got to be a question to be asked. Joystick, however, with a big double onto Voy and Durza there. As I said, just holding down, locking down that yellow stairs area is so important. And if you need to keep hold of something, you put a man like Joystick on there, and he is going to do a job for you. We can see P4 moving himself into console office while Tyler gets a successful nitro kill onto Shinka. That is diffuser now in sight. It is there available to be planted, but P4 is not in a position that he can do that yet. Chaoxis manages to shut Joystick down, and that now leaves us 3 versus 2, but I'm sure Empire will be quite happy to just play a little bit of a time game here. They're not going to challenge this too hard as things stand. They will take what engagements they can from range, and they're going to try and force a plant with only 45 seconds left to go.
The C4 stuck on the door nearest the defenders here, so not really too much use for them. And I think anyone's really planning to go for a run through right now. They can go for a plant, as they are now finding themselves in a spot where they have no C4s. They have nothing on side to be throwing at the attackers to try and shut them down, but I think they want to try and turn this into a 2 versus 2. Otherwise, while planting, this makes it a 1 versus 3, and no one wants that. They go for the bait here as well, but he needs to win this fight. Will not do so. Planter goes down at the same time, and Empire will take round number 8 away from Easy Dream.
Empire played that beautifully there. I think they were fairly confident that they would hear any attempt at getting that diffuser down. They just kept their distance, kept themselves back in meeting, and just took those long range engagements. There wasn't too much more that Easy Dream could have done with that. They weren't really in too much of a wealth in terms of the clock and time they had remaining. Potentially rotate in an ideal world to start just applying a bit of pressure from the admin side, but you always risk separating yourself when there's only 2 of you left there and you are able to be challenged as a 1 on your own. So totally understand why that window repel was held, just trying to back up and cover that potential plant chance, but it just allowed that hard reinforcement in the middle of the console wall, between console wall and connector. It just allowed that to provide all the cover that Empire needed to just peek around and get those couple of kills and finish the round out. So round number 8 going in favour of Team Empire. They've got themselves a little bit of a lead now. I won't call it commanding just yet, but I like what I see from Empire. If I had to pick either of these 2 teams to go on and win this one at this point in time, it would be Team Empire, just based on what we've seen from them so far, the great gunfights that they're winning, and just the aggression and confidence that they're showing us today.
It always brings me back to that word that I used earlier when I said robotic, and not in a bad way either, where it's predictable, it's samey, for example. More the fact that it is just so clinical and clean that you could swear down it's not a human making the kind of actions that they are. They are that incredible at points, with the way that they're moving, the way that they're communicating, the shots they're hitting, as you mentioned. Just great examples of a team that, you know, again, have been going through a bit of struggles lately. And we mentioned Always stepping in here in place of Karzeka. He's currently been benched. Things could be going good for these boys. It's still a bit too soon to say. Plenty of opportunity to see how that develops once we step through the... Oh, he saw the hole get open up as well. But Always hits those shots first. Durza not going to be able to find that one. That is the Sledge deads. They have now lost a lot of their vertical destruction. They're trying to go for a really aggressive play right here. And now Boy is left all by himself inside of Visa. Like, guys? Hello? What happened? We're all dead. And now he's in a spot where he's got to do this all by himself. Very weird to see them play so quickly and so aggressively when what we've seen out of Empire so far on this site has been very, very slow, very controlled, very checklist based almost, dare I say. Maybe getting a bit too comfortable there playing with the line on the side of Easy Dream.
Yeah, I think ultimately Easy Dream there learning a lesson that you're not going to get away with the quick rush players against a team like Empire. They're going to have that in the forefront of the mind as an option every single round that they go into, just along with, you know, you don't really see too many successful spawn peaks runouts and that sort of thing at this level because the teams and the players are just so switched onto it, and that's exactly what Easy Dream have just found out. They're losing 4 men in very quick succession and only netting 1 for themselves in the shape of Scyther, and that's the Vigil that's gone down. So really not even the end of the world for Team Empire. They've still got all the utility that they need on site, and Voy no choice but to push that backside there. Nice. And tell you what, that was only a split second of a peak, wasn't it? And he lost his head.
He didn't get to see the other side of that corner, I don't think. Oh, it's so naughty. The most impressive thing as well is it's the SMG. Like, I think you'd have to pay me a lot of money to get good enough to be able to learn to hit a shot with the SMG, but these boys have made it look easy all map long, even from that kind of distance.
Voy calling it in chat there. Oh, shit. certainly did get taken out summarily as he came around that corner. So heading into round number 10, we're going to have match point in favour of Team Empire here, and they have looked, if it was possible, even more dominant since they have moved on to the defence. They really are having the run of Easy Dream at the minute. Dan is playing fantastic since the reho, 6-2 there. He is really helping to shape the outcome of this game for Team Empire. So we're going to see them heading to Lobbit and Press Room. I imagine we will see very similar to what we did when we had Easy Dream down there, and that will be that we're going to see largely a top floor hold. Now we do see sometimes the top level teams paying a little bit of attention to the lower level as well, playing 1 or 2 in or around Garage. I'm not sure that's something Empire are going to pull out here. I'm sure they're probably going to be happy enough, at least on a first attempt, to get upstairs and try and lock it down from there. We can see them up there just shooting at those drones, applying that utility wherever they think they need it, and opening up those rotations to allow them back to site nice and easily later in the round.
And that downstairs play, I mean, there's a reason why Calxis is down here now, because what some teams do, as you alluded to, is you'll play someone downstairs inside a garage, and the call comes through that someone pushed inside of Yellow, or someone has pushed in at the top of Visa, for example. You can call on that player to pretty much for free run the length of the map, come up behind them, and give them a bit of a nasty shot, because you're expecting everyone to be playing on site, for example. It's just another way of causing trouble. That's twice now that a member of Easy Dream has seen a member of Empire, but still lost out on the gunfight there. Great shot from Scyther. And that is going to once again remove more stop destruction from this team. That's going to be Void going down. I imagine he would have had the breach charges, as we've seen a lot of Zofia doing. Dan has managed to find himself getting taken down there at that peek around the corner from P4, but P4 almost lost his own life as well. Most important thing being there are 2 of them playing inside a meeting right now, so clearing them out is not going to be as easy as they would like.
Empire just using that deployable shield there, just, you know, again with great speed of thought to provide that cover they needed to get Dan back on his feet and back in the fight with 20 HP. He's just going to look to hold down meeting 4 as long as he can. It also keeps those Toxic Babe canisters alive, so it just allows him to use that utility that otherwise would have been lost. It's a really important thing to pick up your teammates wherever you can. You never know what they're going to go on to do through the rest of the round. Scyther gets his second here, always will get one for himself, and that leaves us now 5 versus 2. Shinka and Chaos have got a huge job ahead of them. They are absolutely nowhere near even having any sort of control of top floor, let alone being able to push to site. And right now, whilst there are 3 operators from Empire up on the top floor, there is absolutely 0 point in the 2 left for Easy Dream trying to push onto site, because they will just be hit from vertical angles in seconds. There is absolutely nothing they can do. We can see them trying to use that utility just to burn those WAMI gadgets, burn any ADSs that might be in place, and just allow them to push on. 1 minute 15, and they do have plenty of time. There goes the first challenge, but Dan, even on low health, will take Chaoxis down. That's the lion off the board, and Shinka really does have a task here.
Just a little bit as well. This is match point, let's not forget as well. So it's a 1 versus 5. It's a flawless round potentially about to come through for Empire to close out this first map in the best of 3. Empire have been nothing short of incredible so far. As soon as any member of Easy Dream walks around a corner, there is a gun pointed their way, and there is nothing they can say in response, and that trend will continue. This is the Empire that we all knew and loved, and maybe today was the day they were reborn.
We certainly look at this point, as we've pointed out, important to remember that we're not going to be seeing necessarily full force competition from every team. They're going to excuse me, they're going to be wanting to keep something in the bag for the EU League, I'm sure, but taking all that stuff aside, taking all the strategy stuff aside, the worrying thing there for other teams watching that is just how sharp Empire looked. As you said, Des, towards the end, we saw them get spotted out twice and still win the gunfight without any major problem. We saw them just hitting shots left, right, and centre. We saw 3 flawless rounds from them. They really have had a good day on Consulate there.
It's honestly terrifying seeing them play that well. I agree with you as well. Like, yes, the strategy is one thing. That's what teams like to try and hide. But one thing you really can't hide is gun skill. And the number of times, I'm pretty sure you'd run out of fingers trying to count. The number of times a member of Easy Dream walked around a corner and Empire, or a player in Empire, sorry, had killed them before they'd even got a chance to see their opponent was absolutely ridiculous. Just really good gun skill. Like I say, a change comes through and people will probably be saying, well, no, is this really the most optimal lineup for the side of Empire right now? With how things are stacked up, it doesn't matter because they are just absolutely on point.
They really are. Easy Dream are going to have to change something up drastically on Border. We know that Easy Dream are very, very good on Border, but that said, as I commented at the beginning, we know that Empire are very good on Border as well. So are we going to see that domination, particularly on attack from Empire that we've seen on Border previously? Or will Easy Dream be able to fight back? Will they be able to shut them down? Will they be able to keep themselves in the fight here in the attempt to progress here in the EU Open Clash?
It is going to be quite terrifying to see Border being one of those maps that, I think much like Consulate, to be honest with you, with the way that we look at it, it plays out very, very similarly between the two maps. The strategies are, I don't want to say the same every single time, but that you can play a very certain way and it's going to net you results no matter what happens, I think. As long as, of course, not every single person gets shot in the head. So I think on the side of Empire here, it's going to be very similar to Consulate. It's going to be them running through the map. It's going to be clicking on heads as soon as Easy Dream are walking around corners. As we said, they just look a little bit sharper today. We won't take it entirely away from Easy Dream, mind you. Again, 3 weeks vacation. Maybe not quite in the full flow that other teams are currently in preparation for the EU League getting started. But at least today, it is Empire the ones that are fragging out big time. I mean,
that'd be my big concern for Easy Dream coming into Border. When we look at what we've seen and coming back towards the next map, I look at that and I think, if anything, Border is an even more distilled version of Consulate. Like you say,
Yes.
You know exactly what to expect. We've seen the strategies. We know what's going to come on Border. It's going to be down to winning gunfights.
It's going to come down to winning gunfights, and so far, Empire are the one winning all of them, or pretty much all of them. Either way, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's see if Easy Dream can shrug out the shoulders, get rid of the kinks, and get ready for another map, because we're ready, but we'll see you guys in just 5 minutes for Border.
Signing up to Faceit is quick and easy. Head over to faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your Faceit nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on Faceit. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your Faceit page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of sign-ups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub that you're starting a queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other FACEIT players to join. Get started and sign up now at faceit.com.
Welcome back to the European Open Clash. We are ready for map number 2 in the second best of 3 series of the day between Empire and Easy Dream. And if you are looking for an Empire respawn, so far that's exactly what we have experienced. Consulate going their way very decisively, ending 7-3. Commented a number of times, Easy Dream didn't even know what bullets were coming at them because they were dead the second they stepped their way around a corner. We're now going into Border, a map that we alluded to just before the break. Tends to play out very, very similarly. It comes down to gun skill. It comes down to a lot of fights. A lot of the strategies are very, very similar. So I think the way that we're leaning right now, Ace, is more towards Empire and thinking this could end at 2-0. But as we've also said, Easy Dream came from Challenger League, had a very fantastic run through that, ending 10 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses. Definitely can't afford to write them off.
Certainly can't, especially when 3 of those 10 wins came on Border. So, you know, they are certainly capable on this map, which we're going to be heading into any second now. And really, I'm always cautious about saying that, you know, Empire have done great so far, so they're going to win the gunfights, because every time I say it, it's a real caster's curse and it seems to go in the other direction. But logic would follow that right now, Empire do just look the sharper of the two. And that's no surprise. You know, to Easy Dream's credit, as we've commented a couple of times, they've had a couple of weeks off. They've taken themselves, you know, had a little, probably not a vacation with everything that's going on. That's a little bit difficult at the minute. But they've certainly had a bit of a vacation away from Siege and just had themselves some sort of rest and relaxation, shall we say. And now they are back and looking good, just maybe not looking as sharp as Empire at the minute.
Nomad Bang going to be the first one coming away on the attacking side. We saw this come through on Consulate as well. So clearly, both teams are a little bit worried about the flanking opportunities being shown by the other and want to try and deny that one away. Did indeed come from Team Empire. So I think they know the kind of aggression that we can see coming out of the attackers, potentially with Easy Dream starting on there. That screams to me that Empire want to be the ones trying to get in behind Easy Dream and cause a few problems for them as they try and get themselves set up for these attacks. Habana going to be the next one going away. Habana versus Thermite, leaning towards the Habana here more because of the longer angles that you can open up. Give yourself some excellent line of sight, with those ACOGs. Mira, this map at the very least is going to be banned away after we saw her make it through on Consulate.
So we will have the last defender for you any moment now once Team Empire have selected. I would personally suggest we're probably going to see an Echo taken off the board. If not, it will be a Maestro. But then again, who knows? Here goes the Valkyrie. It's one of those tournaments whereby, as we've said a few times, we're not always going to see the run-of-the-mill. We're not always going to see exactly what might happen in the EU League when it gets underway. You know, at the end of the day, these teams are going to be keeping a little bit under the hats, I'm sure, at least, so that they they can make sure that they're still competitive come EU League. They don't want to be giving too much away. But heading into Border, this one is going to be a fantastic throwdown, I'm sure. Now, interestingly, Des, Easy Dream starting on the attack here. In Challenger League, they played 15 rounds on the attack, and I can tell you that they only lost 4 of them. So Empire have certainly got a job up against them here.
It's fair to say Easy Dream were arguably the, if not one of the best fraggers, though, when it came to playing in Challenger League. There were many teams that just couldn't deal with their ferocity, especially using things like the Lion, as we're seeing come through once again here on Border, the same as we did on Consulate. Isn't so easy to shut down when these guys are running around corners at the speed of light and gunning you down before you can react. May well turn out to be the same here, but as it showed so far, Empire are the ones to contest that. So let's see if that record, that you've just given a very solid record, mind you, can be put to question, shall we say, by the side of Team Empire.
Questions will be answered very soon, in about 30 seconds. So for anybody who's joining us who's maybe not seen too much Siege before, Des and I always like to give away a few of the basics as well. You know, we like to include everybody, help everybody enjoy Siege as much as we can. So we're looking at Armory and Archives here, which is generally the primary bomb site. It's considered the most defensible on Border. Thank you, Medics, for a very nice little flyby of the top of the site. So generally, this site comes down to 2 important locations: top right of your screen, top and bottom left of your screen. Office, as we're looking at now, and CCTV, as we're about to look at, because I know how Medics works and I know that he's just going to hit it for me, which he does. So we can see now that Empire, this is very characteristic of Empire. What they're doing is applying a lot of utility into CCTV. It means that they don't have to worry about the west wall as much. So the wall that's at the top left of your screen that goes directly into site, that's where teams usually want to breach and get themselves entered in. You can see they've actually left it soft. They do that because they have this extended hold in CCTV. They're going to hold down 90 corridor as well, and they're going to make it very difficult for any team to attack comfortably on that balcony. So they don't need to worry about that west breach anymore. What they need to worry about is holding on to CCTV. As we can see, they've applied some men and some utility to Office as well, because generally attacking teams want to take control of one of those 2 areas and push into site from there. So as it looks at the minute, Easy Dream are piling up and are heading towards Office, which isn't unusual because nobody really wants to play into that CCTV defense of Empires.
There is a spot just below where the Sledge is playing right now, which is where we saw the Wamai down a second ago playing. Trying to catch things out with those metal pancakes, but one gets taken away, and they're trying to bait out as much utility as they can right now. But as of yet, are unable to remove down from this spot. That should be the final metal pancake and taken out as soon as I like to call it. Doesn't seem like they can catch it. They don't manage to draw that one out here. Dan will be able to sit here very comfortably. There you go. The frag grenade gets caught. And now that they're out of frag grenades, Dan is going to sit here and waste even more time. They've managed to shoehorn them into attacking the Office side because they have such a solid hold going on inside of CCTV. So it's all down to how much time they can waste here inside of the Office area as this becomes the staging ground, as Professor Ace of Pyro alluded to you, which is where everyone wants to start off their attacks in towards this site. Walking around the corner, and Shepard immediately there with those crosshairs aimed the right way, and P4 will be no more for this world. This is such a brilliant hold coming out of them here that Easy Dream is struggling to even find a way inside the building, let alone towards the sites.
That's it. As attackers, it's all about disrupting what the defenders want to do. They have that 45-second pace to set themselves up ready for you to play into it, and it's about stopping them doing what they want. And right now, Easy Dream cannot stop Empire doing a single thing that they want to do. They have now just lost 3 men in quick succession, and it all comes down to Shinka. We can see that Dan has finally been downed, but his job is well done, let me tell you that, from that position in Office. And I mean, that is a dangerous position to play. The call out of the room in general is Office, but the competitive call out for that location, the players usually use something along the lines of suicide, because it is so dangerous playing there. You are usually giving up your own life, but no, Dan comes back from the afterlife almost, picked up, resurrected, and will get himself round for that final kill there. What a play from Empire. That is a great example of how to defend Armory and Archives.
Basically, if you like adrenaline sports, you play where Dan just played that entire round, and you could see how much utility was being thrown in by the members of Easy Dream as well. We had everything being unloaded by the Zofia, which P4 was playing. We had grenades raining in from on high. We had flashes trying to take away all of those metal pancakes, as I like to call them, coming out of the Wamai, and still they couldn't kill him. Just too deeply rooted in there, and he posed a massive problem for them, because if you're trying to jump inside the window, for example, that was to his north, there is just no comfortable way of you being able to swing around that corner and kill him without being killed by the cross angle from Fountain. That's exactly what P4 died in the first place, if you then want to try to push your way down the main corridor, you're going to get spotted by some kind of camera. It was an Echo drone in the last instance that we saw, feeding that information back and forth. So there are just no comfortable angles that you can push into where a defender isn't already watching your entryway into the map. As you say, very excellently defended by the side of Empire there. Now we're going to head things downstairs into Vents and Workshop, and we'll see how they opt to defend this one, because if you want to, you can defend it from above the same way that we saw coming out of Consulate. I told you earlier on, there are a lot of similarities between this map and the last one. For reasons like that, it's a really good case. With the castle being on side, being deployed mostly downstairs though, I'm going to wager this is more of a horizontal defense coming out of them.
Yeah, the defense is, as you said, is largely the same. You're going to want people upstairs in Armory and Archives. You're going to want to keep them there for as long as possible. You can apply a lot of vertical pressure. Basically, the entire upstairs of Border has a destructible floor apart from pretty much the room that Joystick and Dan are stood in right now, known as Fountain. That floor is solid. Other than that, the majority of the rest of it can be opened up. There are some small areas like the top of Archives there where it's maybe above a balcony or has a balcony above it where the floor isn't breachable, but generally speaking, about 90% is. So upstairs is very, very important to this hold, but you can't hold it in the same way that you hold Armory Archives. So the way that Empire extended into CCTV and into Office, you can't do that the same because you don't have enough utility then to look after site as well. You've got to remember you still have that downstairs sighting. You've got to hope for the best but prepare for the worst. You've got to be prepared to defend that downstairs site late in the round, and the last thing you want is all your utility on the upstairs and you're defending downstairs. So that's why it then gets limited to just 2 or 3 men usually up on the top floor in and around Archives, Armory and Fountain to just hold on for as long as they can and then generally drop the hatches back downstairs later in the round.
They've only brought that one castle upstairs, but what you are seeing coming out of them here is the attempt, if nothing else. Chaos is finally wanting to Joystick nice and early. I was going to say it's the attempt of nothing else, just to try and waste some time before they drop down and say, okay, we've wasted enough time here. We know we're going to see the attackers start making mistakes here as they only have a few crucial seconds to go. Normally what you can sometimes see teams do is actually just try and stick to holding the upstairs as best they can and not concede it at all. But I think you've already seen one member drop away from the top stairs. The only one you're seeing up there right now is Durza by the looks of it. The rest playing these angles, sorry, not even Durza, what am I about? Everyone's already dropped down from the side of Empire. Durza is the one trying to get control of the upstairs. Still not going to stop Dan from being able to find himself a kill. On to P4. He's having a rough time so far. He's died first in both of these rounds as it stands for Easy Dream.
P4, as we said, one of the big fraggers for Easy Dream in the Challenger League season. Really did impress everybody who watched. As you say, a little bit of a slow day so far today, but that's nothing really too indicative of him as a player. We know how talented he is. We know what he's capable of. And whether it's today or whether it is one day soon in the EU League, I am sure he is going to show that on the biggest stage in the world. We are going to see the name P4 in the future, I'm certain. So we are now 4 versus 4 here with only 45 seconds left to go, and once again, just like round 1, it's easy to see that Easy Dream have not really made too much direct progress into the map. They don't have control of almost anything that they really need to. We can see finally now with 30 seconds left to go, Empire have been forced back downstairs. They're starting to open up those vertical angles, but it's only now that they're starting to do so, and they're going to lose men through them. You have to remember those angles work in both directions, and Dan proves that with a great kill, but Chaoxis will trade it back out. Shepard, however, one onto Boy, and you just get the feeling that surely now this is too little too late for Easy Dream. 10 seconds on the clock. They have no choice but to start rushing into dangerous areas, and they will lose lives doing so. Always finishing things off, and that is round number 2 going in the favour of Empire here. And just as we suggested it might before coming into this, Border is looking very, very favourable for the Russian Giants here.
Outside of that last kill, the final 3 kills, so the 3rd and 4th in that round that came through for Empire, as both bodies fell to the floor, the number one thing that you saw was 2 bullet lines heading towards the player from 2 different directions. The cross angles being set up by Empire. This is how you play Siege. You're always playing for these trades. If one of you is killed in that instant peak moment from the member of Easy Dream, another player is there to capitalize and net things back out in your favor. Just again, coming down to brilliant play from them on the gun skill, in terms of the communication they're having, their setups coming through. It's really tough to break them apart right now. I'd be very fearful, even looking at this as the open clash rather than something like the EU League getting started right now. I'd be very fearful if I was coming up against Empire in the first few weeks of the EU League.
think anybody would watching this. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
And the
there,
rest of the
you know.
teams, of course, in this tournament who still have to play them potentially next weekend.
That's it. There's a lot of people going to be afraid of Empire after seeing them in these first two maps. And let's be honest, they've not come up against any slouch here. They've come up against the top placed team from the EU Challenger League, who really dominated through that season into the Pro League. You know, they really are not playing against any slouches here. So Empire doing fantastically well, and this is what you love to see. You know, those teams that we know can play big, the teams that we know that can really deliver great siege, who've been struggling a little bit to the Empire, who've been finding those competitors, just catching up to them in terms of skill and performance, and it's nice to see them sort of climbing the way back towards the top of the mountain. I know that this is only one performance in a charity game here, but Empire look sharp, and it is nice to see.
Very sharp and clean, but let's see if it can carry on the trend of winning rounds, or if we will yet see Easy Dream start to swing some back. It's very interesting to note as well, Easy Dream opted to start on attack. They opted to start overtime if it goes down to it on attack as well. So it's not like they've kind of drew the short end of the stick here, that they've actually got themselves in a position where they wanted to be in here. They want to be the ones on the attack. As of yet, are unable to peel apart this Empire defense. Seeing a lot of members roaming on the upstairs as previously here, trying to push quite far across, actually more so than I would expect for a defense of this site. And knowing there are 2 or 3 on the upstairs, they've got to be able to deal with them and worry about them. The problem is you're having everything blocked out as you push along. P4 already, once again, nearly the first member out of the round. Thankfully down, but not quite out yet. He's on that Zofia, has the withstand ability, but he's only on 5 HP. Any kind of bullet hitting him is going to knock him over here and ensure that he is the first one out of this round.
So with 1 minute 45 left on the clock, we're almost at the halfway point and yet to lose a body. Easy Dream obviously keen to just slow things down a little bit here. They don't want to let this match snowball and run away from them. They don't want to be losing too much too soon, which is exactly what could potentially happen. We can see the Sledge there just in taking advantage of every inch of available floor space. The majority of Fountain, as I said, is not reachable, but there's just that small area towards the edge which can be. We can see kills coming in now. Chaoxis onto Scyther, and Joystick gets 1 for himself, so that now leaves us 4 versus 3. We can see Dan just raining bullets there to make it difficult to enter. Always getting himself a nice double. Shinka will start to fight back, but he's 1 versus 3. He will have to hit a 4K. Once again, as you say, Des, he is being left in these situations, and that is something that Easy Dream cannot allow to continue. They cannot allow Shinka to keep finding himself in 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3 situations, because let me tell you, those are 1 in 10, 1 in 20, 1 in 50 that you are going to win those, and it really is too much pressure for Shinka to be able to effectively operate under, because right now all the Empire are going to do is just start falling back to site, to that ground floor, and you can see they are all static now. All they need to do is hold those angles and just wait for Shinka to appear.
Naughty, naughty, naughty from Always. 3rd kill in the round as well for the newbie to the roster. Nice kill to come through at the very end there. You've got to look at how aggressive that defense coming out of Empire was, though. On the top floor, saying, look, if you want to try and get control of CCTV, you're going to have to find a way to get down the hallway in the first place. So aggressive coming out of them. 2 kills out of Always on that top floor of the store. People almost going down inside the first 60 seconds as well. They were stuck and confined to playing at the very end of the hallway, to playing inside at the fountain area, and that was about as far as they could get. And as soon as Empire found themselves with 4 kills on the board, they were like, that's it, we'll drop him back down. We don't need to be upstairs anymore. As you say, it kind of adds more risk. Why not play where you're going to force the last standing member to come to you by himself? Really good stuff out of Empire once more, and I'm struggling to see where Easy Dream are going to be able to find a single round on this attack unless they introduce something new into the mix.
I always try to find the positives. I always try to find why teams are winning rounds rather than why teams are losing them, but I have to say here we've got 3 members of Easy Dream all on 0 and 3. Void, P4, Durza, all yet to find a kill, and whilst we do say kills are not everything, it is not always about the KD in Siege. It is a team game, and it is about supporting, it is about enabling your team members to do what needs to happen in order to win the round as a team. Still, there comes a point whereby those kills do have to be going on the board, at least to a degree, and with 3 members, 3 rounds in, I can't remember the last time that I saw a Siege match whereby, especially at this level, we had 3 players without a kill 3 rounds into the game.
Defender exposed.
This is round number 4. let's see if anything will change. Once again, it's as you would expect, this setup all spread out across the top floor with CCTV being reinforced and that west wall in towards the site being left soft. This is the same as what quite a few teams have done. I know Team Secret used to do this as well as a good example. You will try your very best to try and force teams to play it off toward the office side of things. If they are then forced to come into office, that's when you force to start burning utility, to find yourself in a very difficult position, shall we say. I'm not quite sure if Dan's playing downstairs in suicide again. I expect that he is. Take a quick look at that in the second medics if you can. There he is, playing down there in suicide. So, more utility is going to have to start getting expended to remove him. The place we can start is with Shinka getting this wall open on that Maverick, looking towards the south side of office, so we can start contesting some of those angles that Empire are holding. That's exactly what he's doing now. What you do need to worry about, as mentioned, is how on earth you're going to remove Dan from this spot. You can see those metal pancakes being deployed once again. There is work to do.
Dan, very clever there. Just
what
how about that from Shepard? What a nitro toss onto Shinka, and that shows why you always have to be careful as a hard breacher. Ultimately, you are opening up a line of sight between you and the enemy, and Shepard takes full advantage of that. That is just disgusting from Shepard. Well played.
Thread the goddamn needle. What a hero to find that kill. But yes, it's a start once again where the hard breacher is now gone. Shinka, the man who's been left as the last man alive in quite a few cases now, is the first one dead. You're now leaving it down to the rest of your team without a Maverick to find a way to unseat Dan from playing inside a suicide. And I'm just not convinced it's going to be so easy. We've still got all the lifeline gadgets left alive here for people to be able to use. But as of yet, they're not really in a position to be able to do so. They're just struggling as it stands right now, and they also have no frag grenades left on Durza. Their utility is dry.
Dan is, he's using the mechanics of Wamai to maximum advantage for himself there. The way that those discs, they tick up and they're available over time. He's getting a few deployed. He's waiting for that Thatcher EMP grenade to come in. Chaoxis will eventually move in and shut Dan down, but a lot of time has been wasted now. He will swing into Fountain and get himself a second as well. So that now leaves us very quickly 3 versus 2, but Chaoxis and Durza both on limited health, shall we say, some more than others. Cider is going to hold himself in sight. He might just get a kill onto Voy here if he does peek through the metal detectors, but for the time being, he's just going to hold himself in place, and we can see their joystick just over peaking, and Voy will take advantage of that with a headshot. Surely this is a round now going in favour of Easy Dream. I would be surprised, even with the limited time available, if Cider could be successful here. Durza is getting the plant down. It will be disrupted by the Yokai drone. That lets them know that they're going to have to do something about this Echo. This could be the greatest from Cider here. No. Unfortunately not. He just gets spotted out by Chaoxis there. Caster's Curse coming in. I wondered if he was just going to wriggle himself out of those lines of sight and use that Yokai drone to its maximum potential and close the round out. But no, Easy Dream shut it down, and that will be round on the board for them. 3-1 now to Empire.
Interesting how for a second there I thought you would see Chaoxis trying to crouch walk his way in from getting inside the hallway in towards office, but normally Empire have had someone playing inside of Archives hold that east wall and contesting that angle. In that instance, it wasn't quite the case. Dan was killed for free, the swing round came into Fountain, a second kill came through, and like that, Empire's defense had been broken apart. We spoke about this Empire back on Consulate for Easy Dream, saying if they can bring this aggression and disrupt Empire, things will go well for them. Chaoxis there really taking the game by the scruff of the neck and saying, this round is mine, I'm going to make sure this is broken apart and these cross angles are broken into shatters, and all you saw then was members of Empire getting down left, right and centre, and the round eventually falls into a 3 versus 1. So good for Chaoxis to take that initiative, no doubt fed by intel coming from the rest of his team, but at least gets them on the board here in their attacking half of border.
We've just been treated to a replay of that nitro toss from Shepard once again. Great footage, of course, captured by the wonderful medics, but also a deserving shout out to the production staff today as well that are making all this possible for us behind the scenes, doing a great job and capturing moments like that for us to see over and over again. But what about the throw from Shepard? It really is, the precision of it is just something else, and that is one I will definitely be going back and watching again and again.
I can only imagine how many of those there are that we've all tried to do in ranked or something, and it just hits the wall, hangs onto the wall, and you're like, oh man, didn't quite go through, doesn't quite get the kill. The precision to be able to thread the needle like that, I'm honestly ridiculously impressed. Like, you'd think it would get caught with some kind of collision, but nope. Okay, I guess we can stop fawning about his C4 tossing abilities now, because no doubt we'll see more as this tournament wears on. Small changes coming through for the side of Empire here. You're seeing the Pulse being brought along for them alongside the Castle, as we've already seen a couple of times previously. A different approach being taken potentially by Easy Dream as well, as trying to bust in downstairs rather than spending 2 minutes upstairs in this war of attrition. that we saw the last time round that we were on the Vents Workshop site.
So 40 seconds into the round, we will have no deaths on the board just yet, but I am sure that there will be some coming. This definitely hotting up between these two teams now that Easy Dream have got themselves around on the board. They really need to follow that up here. They need to break the momentum of Team Empire full stop. They need to generate some for themselves, and that could be an important shift. If they can get themselves back to 2-4, 3-3 on the half here, I am sure that they will be very happy with that after the breakneck speed that this one started at in favour of Team Empire. We can see Joystick just holding on upstairs, as we've seen previously. 2 men generally defending for Empire in and around the Armoury Archives area, and there is Dan the second. We're going to have Joystick just dipping back to site now, so that leaves Dan all up there on his own. He's going to continue fighting for as long as he can, I'm sure. He might even just give away his life up there potentially if he thinks that the time wasting and that the challenges he can make are worth it.
Speaking of challenges, I was going to say one was just lining up for P4, but he will say killless or assistless in this entire game so far. Hasn't been the most pleasant experience for him, or does, I imagine, still trying to find a target with those grenades that, as of yet, have yet to hit home. Know that one is laid down here. Great little reaction there to lie down at the last second after that spray came through, so not going to find himself getting his head taken clean up just yet. They've still got a couple of members playing on the upstairs here, as well as 3 on site. So for Easy Dream, they've not managed to apply pressure in any location. Empire still seems to be sitting pretty comfortably right now. They're trying to do what they can, but there is still so much more to come from them. You've got to try and deal with who might be upstairs. I believe everyone has already dropped from the side of Empire, mind you. So it is now a game of how can we take control of the site? Yep, 2 to the south, 3 to the north, as you can see. And that Shinka going down once more as the first, and same as the last round. P4 following shortly after. That means the Diffuser is down with 30 seconds left on the clock.
That is going to be the priority here. Easy Dream need to be getting in and getting control over that cold diffuser. They need it in hand. We can see Voy getting a kill, Joystick one on his own. This is going to come down to a bloodbath here. We've got 7 members still alive across the 2 teams, and the kills start to rain in. Voy, Durza with 3 between the 2 of them now, bring it to 2 versus 1. 13 seconds left to go. Can Dan hold them off? He can get 1. That brings it back to 1 versus 1. Voy versus Dan. Voy collects the diffuser. He has to think about getting this plant down with only 2 seconds left to go. This is the time to push Dan. Voy comes away. He knows that he can't stick the plant because Dan is already rushing towards him. He has to take the challenge there, but Dan just manages to keep himself behind cover, and that is going to be expertly played from Team Empire once again, and they could well be on the way to a 5-1 half and serious domination on border here.
Close at the very least. Easy Dreaming with a good chance there to bring the round back, but just not quite. Voy with the triple kill. We saw this on Consulate earlier on as well. Really swinging rounds back in his team's favour, but I understand the decision-making being made there was one of great difficulty. You're trying to go for the plant, dropping it down with 3 seconds to go. You know that you're dead if someone with a shotgun or any other kind of gun is running at you. So trying to bait it out by going for the plant, maybe trying to bait the defenders, Empire, into thinking that actually he was going to stick it the whole way through, and does come off with just a couple of seconds left to try and find a kill into the doorway coming from the west of the building. Not to be the case, he instead was to the north coming through a rotation hole and doesn't manage to collect much more than that. Really close round, but still Empire the one stat dominant on the scoreboard, as you say. Likely heading in here to a 5-1 half. It's a dream going into the attacking side of border.
It is, and we're seeing a slightly different approach for Easy Dream here, and it's not necessarily their fault. I think it's down to what Empire are doing to shut down their game. You know, looking back at those border stats from Challenger League once again, I can tell you that Easy Dream in 15 rounds attacking on border planted the diffuser 6 times, so that's getting up towards 50%, and that's quite a lot in competitive Siege for getting that diffuser down, generally speaking. So, and when they got the diffuser down, they had a 100% win rate. They didn't lose around where they got that diffuser down, but we haven't seen them able to capitalise on that here, and quite simply it's because Team Empire are disrupting their game. They are not allowing them to gain enough control over objectives, over the site, in order to get the diffuser down. That is the problem for Easy Dream here. They are just not gaining enough map control to do what they want and what they usually do when playing on border.
I just love how they're able to stop them at item 1 on the checklist as well. Normally it's towards the latter stages of things that you're starting to force, you know, the clock to have an effect on the round, and while you've got all this utility at the start of the round, you're a bit drier on that later on. You don't have as much to play around with to try and disrupt the setup out of someone. most impressive thing is, as you say, for Empire, they're managing to disrupt Easy Dream very early on before they can even get things moving. Now, Empire, knowing that last time round they got themselves killed here from off towards the east, this could be such an aggressive play right now. They can shut down everything. Doesn't manage to land the shots, but walks out and doesn't find a single kill. Fortunately, Void still held the angle from those east stairs. That could have been everything if Joystick had found themselves a couple of kills. Just not quite to be the case.
Joystick really going for risk or reward there, but unfortunately only received the risk. As you say, Void paying good attention there to the danger of east stairs. It's from ranked upwards, somewhere that we know is a very, very dangerous location. We can see the IQ underneath there, just interestingly dealing with some of that utility, which is just going to mean that the Wamite of Dan just needs to apply himself another gadget to the ceiling there to keep himself safe. So as and when this nade throw comes in from Derza, he's going to bounce it in there. Dan will have to move away from that. We can see that his deployable shield has been taken out, but once again he's able to escape from that situation with his life, and that is a nice adaptation from Empire there. Quite often we see that location successfully naded out by attacking teams. Once again, they're able to hold the location to waste the time, but get Dan out of there with his life intact.
A lot of it being done just entirely on the IQ getting and below and dealing with those gadgets from below. I think every single ADS was killed off, so didn't have to go anywhere near as much utility. But Boy once again crawls up these main stairs. He's done it a couple of times now and finds kills off the back. But Easy Dream, what a turnaround. Flawless round coming through on this attack. That's not the way Empire envisioned this playing out, given how it has gone recently. And at the very least, Easy Dream will claw back 2 rounds from their attacking half.
Big round for Easy Dream there, and exactly what they needed. Going flawless is just that step up from just winning the round. It really is winning it with a dash of domination thrown in there as well. And that's what Easy Dream need at this stage for their confidence. They need it bolstering. They need any advantage that they can get. And the mental game is so important in Siege here. We can see now Void and Cox is really firing on all cylinders here. 15 kills between the two of them inside 6 rounds. That really is something else. Derza, Shinka, P4 all still struggling to get into the game a little bit, but I'm sure as this goes on, if that confidence can build for Easy Dream, I'm sure we'll see those players maybe having their moments, and they could be the difference makers here. But the next couple of rounds are particularly important. We know how good Empire are on the attack of Border, particularly of getting a diffuser plant down successfully in Armory and Archives. We've seen them do it countless times, and that is something now that Easy Dream are faced with stopping.
Tall order. Empire are on their guns today. That much is for sure. But as we said back on Constant when we saw the switch happen, Siege of the game with 2 halves. Whenever you come to a map, things can change drastically once you flip over. Derza being on the dock here reminds me to tell you, don't forget, of course, this is all for charity. Let's say hashtag, small exclamation mark, sorry, MSF, or donate in the chat for all the details. This is all for Médecins Sans Frontières. 50,000 being given away by Ubisoft to a charity that's helping countries all around the world fight against COVID-19, where maybe they don't have the right amount of funding or the local support to be able to do so themselves. A very, very just cause, and if you can donate, it would be much appreciated too. See those commands once again in the chat. Exclamation mark MSF or exclamation mark donate to get yourself involved. Thank you very much.
Round number 7 well underway then, 30 seconds in, and we can see quick progress being made by Empire here. They are setting themselves up already, getting the angles that they want to watch, but they're going to have to be careful. Chaoxis just inside the TV there, holding that single door and just waiting for anybody to appear on that rappel, and Joystick's going to have to be very careful just how far back he moves on the rappel. Chaoxis has had his head turned now, but will move back to that angle. Joystick just dropping off the rappel there, so that's going to be him moving to safety. Quite often we'd see Joystick potentially playing on the sandwich window that looks in between the 2 rows of lockers. I'm not sure if that's where he's heading or not. He's just going to be drawn in. Medics is showing us the window in question now, so Joystick plays on that window just to prevent any of the defenders moving towards the half wall area in sight. You can't move past the bomb effectively anymore if you're a defender then, so Joystick locks that down, and then that allows freedom for his other players to get in through that west wall breach, get into sight and get a diffuser down. But there are a number of other things to do before you can get to that stage. First of all, you need to make sure that the underneath is clear. You can't allow anybody downstairs, and that is what Shepard's doing at the minute, because obviously that could lead to Nitro stopping the diffuser going down. It could lead to many things, so Shepard's going to clear that out, and then they'll start thinking about getting the diffuser down.
they're almost refusing to play into the game that they forced Easy Dream to play into on their attack as well. The way Easy Dream is set up is saying, please, push us from office. We've got the Jaeger, we've got the Wamai ready. We're holding down the CCT side of things very, very aggressively. There is just no way you can push here. But you know what Empire is saying? They're saying, we say nay. We are definitely coming for the CCT side of things. We want this west wall as our point of push. Now, 2 minutes into the round, we're finally going to see the first kill arrive. It's Scyther getting P4 there on site. So, now we're going to see these members start getting pressured out. Now the ones is, of course, that are holding inside of CCTV, one of them still being Durza. Has all three of those stim charges ready for himself if he wants them. The run out comes through, but the grenade's in place. It would have caught him anyway. In fact, it does catch him. It's not even the shots as he gets himself stim back up. We'll be able to rise back to his feet. Durza finding a kill on the rise back up onto Always. So it's not the end of the world, but still kills coming through for both sides right here. Joystick trades back. Durza goes down after having found 2 for himself, and now we are into a 2 versus 2.
Huge plays from Durza there, stimming himself back to life, getting on his feet and getting 2 before being finished off. Voy managing to close things down now to a 1 versus 1. Will take the attempt at the wall bang. He must have some information just feeding in that the Empire player was going to push in through the door. Now then, he has abandoned sight. We can see that he's going to run out of time. There was the potential there for at least a consideration of the diffuser, but ultimately the clock is the master here in Siege, and it's always working in the favour of the defenders. Keep themselves alive. But I just want to shout out that play from Durza there. That was something else from him. Used the stim pistol, got 1 as he was on his way back to his feet, then got a 2nd kill in CCTV, and ultimately, Chaoxis and Durza, with the hold of CCTV there and the volume of time that they wasted, they won the round there for Easy Dream, and that is a great, great example of why that extension into CCTV is so popular and can be so successful.
That 2nd kill he found was inside a break room as well, so at range, of course, at ACOG giving a hell of a lot of assistance, but it's the end of that round that will always stick in my mind, I think. Oh, squeaky bum time, anyone there. Drop down the hatch and trying to get in behind on the stairs. Running out of time with that last second. Very, very smart to take that decision not to try and chase him by running through metal and actually trying to look down the stairs. Opted for that drop. It was very, very smart and almost worked out for him as well. Another second on the clock, and that round would have been going over to Empire and would have been sat at 5-2. As things sit though, 4-3. Easy Dream are clawing their way back into this map with that first round. Got to try and repeat the same once again now with the Vents and Workshop defense, and as we saw Empire do earlier on, going to be kicking things off with an upstairs defense to try and waste a little bit of time before dropping through those hatches to return down to the sites.
5 seconds to insertion.
4 seconds left on the prep phase then, and the majority of utility is now expended. We can see a number of Easy Dream players are going to be holding the upstairs, as would be expected. We can see Empire rushing here now. There is an interesting possibility sometimes, and that is to just, as you say, push this one horizontally, which would be opening up the detention wall, going through the passport door potentially, and just moving across the bottom layer of site, and just essentially ignoring those top floor defenders. The difficulty comes obviously in trying to get that diffuser down when they've got that vertical pressure, but if you plant it in the right spots in ventilation, it is potentially possible. But generally speaking, the top floor clear is the preference. We can see a number of Empire players now just moving in towards Armory. They're going to put the pressure on here. It looks like Scyther is going to get in there and just open that wall up. So Durza has been forced back. You can see Joystick just using his breaching charge underneath there to ensure that the Bandit can't move forward and can't trick that exothermic charge away. So that's great teamwork to get that wall open nice and quickly, and that is going to allow Always Scyther to start thinking about pushing forward and clearing this top floor roam. Unsurprisingly, Scyther's going to dip away from that one. He's going to open up detention, so here comes this lateral pressure that we were talking about as well. 1 minute 45 on the clock and plenty of work done so far by Empire.
Starting to get themselves inside a supply and customs area of the map down towards the southwest, and then pushing from there, as you say, with that lateral push, and also the one from above at the same time. All about these multiple angles being set up, and I think it's always worth exploring the little instances like that potential bandit trick coming through, but instead finding themselves unable to plant it because there was pressure from below. Things like that take so many different layers to get set up, because you first got to clear and at least push away any of the defenders that are trying to contest the doorway. You're then going to get inside safely, blow it out from below, time it with the fact that someone has put an explosive on the wall. It's one of the reasons why Siege is such a wonderful game, is the many layers that you get to it and how things all come together. When things come off like that, it's beautiful.
1 minute left on the clock then, and we can see a big rotation coming in from Durza there. He will be spotted out, but I'm not sure if No, he wasn't. Always was not aware that Durza had jumped and gone for the rotation behind him. He did take some damage through the soft wall and continues to do so. Dan will finish Durza off, and that now leaves us 4 versus 3. Empire still in charge in terms of men on the board, but not necessarily in terms of controlling the areas that they need to. P4 and Shinka are still embedded inside. They still have angles to deny this lateral push from Empire. We still have a man upstairs, so there is no vertical control yet. So Empire still have a lot of work to do with 23 seconds left to go. We can see Joystick just trying to push that floor. The other members of Empire now trying to force a plant situation down in Workshop. Either is their diffuser in hand. He's going to move into one of the default spots and try to get the diffuser down. Shinka is a very important player now. He will get an even more important kill onto Dan. Can he stop the diffuse? No, cannot stop the plant. Shepard gets his teammate with Voy going down. P4 onto Scyther. 2 versus 1 now. Shepard has it all to do, but the diffuser is down. He can play this a little bit more passively. There is super low health on the side of Easy Dream. 1 bullet apiece will take them. Shepard gets the one. He can't flick onto P4. P4 with a big brain play there, going upstairs, using that verticality, and then he will be able to defuse that active diffuser, and that will be the round for Easy Dream.
Good lord, these rounds are getting ridiculously close now. It's crazy what it's turning into, and somehow Easy Dream are the ones who keep coming out on top now. We could be looking at a 6-2, but instead it's 4-4 on the scoreline. Good decision making once again, playing with the verticality of the map, rotating upstairs in that 2 versus 1 to make sure they have one on the downstairs, one playing on the upstairs for the trade. Not so easy to flick a 180 and also look from your ground level up towards the top level and still be hitting those crucial shots. Very, very smart play coming out of Easy Dream, bringing things up all even. Bathroom, tell us now where we're going to head. I would expect another vertical defense coming out here inside of Office. That castle coming along just screams that is exactly what we're going to see being brought. And Durza on that bandit, most likely going to be using those to electrify the walls that do lead into the office area. So it's not so easy for the members on the attacking team to get in that office, flush them out, and then start assaulting those downstairs sites.
Hands up who thought we would be here when we were 3-0 Empire. No, I didn't think so, but Easy Dream managed to fight their way back into this brilliantly. Level pegging now for each, and I would say that they've got a bit of an advantage here. They've certainly got the momentum, and Empire are starting to see themselves get shut down here. We might even get to see that third map of what could be a very unusual sighting of Empire on Villa.
Rare sighting indeed. See where those bandits go down there. That's where the key focus for me comes in here, because this time around we're not seeing any Maverick coming through. It's more Shinka who is seen on this map to date using the Maverick more than anything else. Scyther prefers the more old school approach, and why wouldn't you? We've already seen what he did back on map 1 playing on the Capitale primarily. Give him a big gun and say let's go kill some people on a thermite where you can get nice and close. What's that one does for them? Trying to hold on the top floor, you can see those pests being dropped down on those key locations leading in towards that main hallway as well. 90 hallways we sometimes call it. Just so for Empire, things have to slow down once again, because the last 2 rounds have been very revealing. Empire in both rounds have ran the clock down into the final 15 seconds. Easy Dream doing a great job of wasting their time, and that's when we've seen mistakes and these awkward 1v1s or 1v2s coming out that Easy Dream have then capitalized on. So I think if they can keep on doing that and forcing Empire to play a game that's a little bit too slow, hasn't quite got the pace to win a round, they might be able to keep taking more of these away until we get forced through to that eventual third map.
We're seeing a bit of an alternative angle for the grenade that gets thrown into the spot that Dan was playing earlier. We can see the drone is just going to be activated there, so we can see if anybody's playing in there, which they are not at the moment. Durza is on the other side of the wall. He's just keeping himself away from that danger area. Out goes a nitro there, but it will be unsuccessful. We can see the triple wall has been electrified, and we have no Thatcher on the side of Empire, so that's going to slow them down a little bit, because really Office is very, very important. Dan getting a kill onto Durza, but P4 gets 1 back for Easy Dream, so that leaves us still level pegging in terms of man count, 4 versus 4 in this round. But as I was saying, Office is very important in a bathroom and tellers hold. You really do need to hold down the vertical angles for yourself. You can't allow them too much access, so no surprise to see all that utility used over there. And really the big question here is how can Empire play around that, not having the Thatcher available? How can they play around that and get that Office control that they're going to need to think about getting the diffuser down now? Shepard gets a kill onto Chaoxis, so that is Bandit and Jaeger off the board, and from memory I think that's both of the players that were playing up in that Office area, so that could potentially allow Empire the freedom now to get themselves in there and start getting that vertical control that they need with a minute to go.
A minute to go is what worries me the most, because I know for Empire it's been, again, the slow rounds that have really come back to bite them, and they're still in a spot where Void is holding around this office area and denying that vertical control. They might find themselves starting to look for an attack that comes at more of a horizontal angle, but with 2 playing upstairs, I don't think it's really going to be the case. 1 creeping in here, and Void needs to be so careful. They must know that he's in the corner. They don't know, but he knows it now. Shepard finding a double kill in the round. That's all of the upstairs play covered up. P4 on the downstairs with the C4. He's back to the gunner. Will find himself put down here as well. Shinka now left alive, and Empire in full control of 4 versus 1. He will find 1, but the crossfires are too good. Empire take round number 9.
Easy Dream just unable to hold on to Office and Archives for long enough there, really. It just gave Empire all the time in the world. Once they'd cleared those 3 from upstairs, the 2 downstairs were always going to have a difficult time of it because they had so long to survive. Really, if you're going to lose that upstairs at any point on a bathroom teller's hold, you have to give yourself long enough. You have to be able to survive downstairs, so it has to be down to sort of 15, 20 seconds at the most, really, because the pressure absolutely ramps at that point. You just have a massive spike of pressure onto those 2 players.
A couple of players hitting the double digits now as well, as we saw a second ago on that leaderboard, so there is fragging activity happening, boys. It's not quite one man taking charge and running the way through. It's one thing worth noting from Empire back on Conflict, to be fair, was that the kills were quite evenly distributed. I think the lowest was always on 3, and the highest was pretty much 2 or 3 members of the team on 6. So a bit of sharing of the load today. Today's a bit different, as you can see. On this map, sorry. Dan and Shepard sitting at the top for them. Chaos and Void on the other side, really being the ones hitting those big shots for the team. Round number 10, though. How things may change. Onto the, no doubt, most infamous site on the map. This Armory and Archives site we spoke about quite a lot. Last time when Easy Dream were defending here, they held themselves inside CCTV pretty firmly. But Empire, equally, their resolve was tested. They were saying, we don't care. We still want CCTV. We're not going to force our way over to Office like you want us to. We want this room. So I would kind of expect to see Easy Dream maybe go for an even bigger hold inside of here and just try and say, no, Empire, this room's ours, not yours. Stay away.
I think Empire found out exactly why that hold was important last time around. As we said, they just didn't have time to then win the round out by the time that they cleared CCTV. So I would expect Empire to just apply a little bit more pressure sort of earlier in the round this time around, rather than letting it get down to the last minute before they were challenging the Jaeger and the Doc inside of CCTV. Really, they need to get them cleared out quickly if this is the side they're going to push, or they need to choose to just forego the push on the west side, move over to the east side and push through officers instead. But it looks like they will be resolute in exactly what they want to do, which is push towards here now. This is an angle that I've seen Dan play quite a lot, or Empire play quite a lot rather, and that is getting on the 2 windows above the waiting area, using the Zephyr just to open up the soft wall. A lot of people forget that that wall is soft through into CCTV, and you can get a great view through the break room there, and quite often they will catch players out inside of CCTV from that long angle.
Even just on the rotate through that 90 hallway as well, it's a great angle to pin down there if you do want to try and catch people. But you can see right now, everyone from Empire is stacked off on towards the west side. Joystick up to the north on the ground floor by himself, but everyone else is aiming for this west balcony. As it stands so far, a minute and a half in, I was going to say no one has died and no real movement has been made, but P4 is going to make the first move and bring down Joystick. That's the Ash removed from the field.
Not the end of the world in terms of utility. All you're really looking for from your Ash is a couple of frags, and then they can do as they please. So unfortunate that Joystick hasn't managed to achieve that, but they still have all the tools at their disposal that they will need to think about getting this diffuser into sight and on the ground. But first and foremost, they have to start getting some kills here, Empire. I said that the clock was a problem for them last time, and the clock is a problem for them once again as Void gets a kill onto Dan here. 1 minute to go. They find themselves in a 5 versus 3, and they just haven't been able to aggress quickly enough into CCTV to get that control. They're coming up against a real roadblock there, and whilst they will get a kill back onto Chaoxis, it still leaves them only 45 seconds to go. Scyther gets a kill onto Durza, so now they have the control of CCTV, but they also have a problem in terms of time and getting themselves onto site and getting that diffuser down. Don't get me wrong, there is plenty of time for them to do that with 30 seconds on the clock, but they have to get moving.
It's Fragmite every single time. This time it's going to be always getting dropped down from across to the east stairs, I believe. But Shepard finds his 3rd kill of the round. Shinka He's now done and out of the way. Sorry, on live. Scyther was on the triple kill. Too many S's on this team, apparently, for me. Plant is now going down from Scyther, speak of the devil, but P4 in a spot does bring down Always. So now it's 2 versus 2. Plant is down. There is work to do for the other side as Shepard finds another one. This time, he's on a double kill too. It's double kills for both of the S's. Walks around and fires another, but the cross angles once again. Empire is so good at these setups. It may have taken a lot of time, but they take this round and put themselves at match point. It's almost like Easy Dream just didn't know what hit them in that round.
Fantastic play as a duo once again from Scyther and Shepard there. I had concerns about the time that they had remaining, but what I liked that they did was just sort of compartmentalise the objective in their minds and say, right, forget about everything else that's going on. As a duo, we're going in there, we're going to get the diffuser down and we're going to cover each other's backs, and that's exactly what they did. They set up a fantastic crossfire at the end. I think we'll just get to see on the replay there, and that was a great kill coming in to round that one out. Not easy to pick those up against Easy Dream at the minute, who are playing very well on defense, but Empire now move themselves onto match point and will be looking to take this one in 2 maps.
It's one of the things I think that we see at a higher level, generally in things like Pro League, obviously now EU League, or at majors and things like that. It's teams that make it through to the latter stage of these competitions and are some of the top teams. Trades are everything, and at national levels, these are often missing. This is why you see more 1vx clutches coming out in lower levels of plays, because those angles aren't necessarily always being watched. You haven't got each other's back covered. You make it a bit too easy for an aggressor to come in, pick off one, take a few more seconds, reload, then pick a fight with the next one, so on and so forth. Empire repeatedly across both maps so far, and I know this map has been a bit tough for them against Easy Dream. The cross angles that they set up are just phenomenal. Every single time. I very rarely have seen a member of Easy Dream manage to charge their way through and find themselves 2 or 3 kills by themselves. It's happened twice, and that was Void. But it's definitely not a common occurrence, and that is entirely on the way that Empire is set up when either going for a post-plant situation or on the defensive side.
Round number 11 then, before we get started. Of course, important to remind everybody why we're here today is enjoying the European Open Clash, and that is to support Médecins Sans Frontières, which is a charity, Doctors Without Borders, that are just helping health authorities around the world to cope with difficult medical situations where they need maybe some extra manpower or some extra assistance, extra equipment, whatever it might be. They're helping out as best as they can, and obviously all your donations will go towards that. The priority at the minute for them being the response to COVID-19. So if you can, please do donate. It's !donate in the chat. We'll get you all the information you need to do that. We've had a fantastic response so far, so thank you to everybody who has been able to donate. I think we were up over €1,500, and of course Ubisoft are putting €50,000 in as well. So all for a fantastic cause, and they're real winners.
Frontiers is such a much cooler word than Borders as well. Doctors Without Borders or Médecins Sans Frontières. I'll always take Frontier. Let's go for it, boys. Get yourself involved. Now, we're trying to see a little attack onto this western wall coming in from Team Empire. You did see 2 frag grenades raining through, but both were dealt with by an ADS. The second one did go off. Not quite the result that they were looking for, mind you, and it is still electrified. So, Easy Dream making a much better job so far of holding down on this site, not enabling Empire to get full control. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see where a joystick died for a second now. I would have expected that's on the downstairs when he was trying to get it opened up from below. It's not going to enable that one to happen.
1 minute 20 left on the clock. 5 versus 4 joystick. The only casualty so far for Empire, but you just have a feeling that there is more coming. Easy Dream have been so resolute in their defences on the whole so far. It just wouldn't surprise me at all to reverse that higher first half that they had and bring it all the way back to overtime here. But I'm sure Empire is going to try and have something to say before that point. They only need to get one more round on the board, and we've seen them do it in unexpected circumstances so far. We can see shots just coming out from Shepard there, but he won't have a line of sight onto anybody at that moment in time. 40 seconds left to go. Empire need to start pushing towards the site here and trying to get some sort of control. At the minute, they're sort of at a stalemate, locked into the south side of that map. How about that from P4? Great movement to keep himself safe. He won't be able to follow up with a second, as always. Shuts him down with a trade there. So that now leaves us 4 versus 3. Empire thinking about getting into sight and getting the diffuser down. They don't have too much of an alternative choice here with only 15 seconds left. It's unlikely that they're going to win the round on frags, but as soon as they try to move in with the diffuser, Chaoxys, very important from above. That shows why you've got to clear out the upstairs, because he just shuts that down before it even gets started. And now, with 1 second left to go, Always has no choice but to throw the diffuser down anywhere in sight. But he knew that his seconds were numbered and that he would be taken out anyway, so he comes away, and that's going to be an Easy Dream round.
I do worry about if this goes to overtime, how it's going to play out. Let's not forget that Easy Dream with the side that chose to start on attack, and also in overtime wanted to go to attack. But as things are shaping up so far, if this round ends in 6-6, it's 4 defensive rounds, 1 to the attacking, 4 defensive rounds to the 2 of the attacking side. Both sides have genuinely looked more comfortable on the defense than they have on the attack, which is weird given how Consular played out. I think both sides look far more confident on the attack on that map, and it was down to the defenders to innovate a little bit and get a lot of interruption on the go to really shut down the other side. One thing I will give to Easy Dream is their pace on the attack has been a lot quicker than what we've seen coming out of Empire so far. We've seen things slow down a lot for Empire as it comes towards the final minute and 30 seconds, and that's where Easy Dream have really had the chance to shine. The biggest question for me is, as Easy Dream though, are you content with the thought that your victories are coming from the fact that Empire are going quite slow? You might say that actually the slowness is caused entirely by the way that Easy Dream are playing, and I think you have a very fair case to make there. But Empire has been overfragged all day long. They're in a spot where they can run around these corners and go for these gunfights and net these kills. Just feels like the pace isn't quite there that was on Consulate. That's the one thing that's missing now that I worry. If it does find things going on into overtime here, if that carries on and Easy Dream can capitalise, or if Empire just say, you know what, we're on defence, we're very, very comfortable there, we know how to waste time, as we've seen multiple times over, and they can close things out from there.
You're absolutely right. The pace has just been completely leached out of Empire, and that was one of their big positives on Consort, was just how aggressive they were able to be and just get straight in there, peek those corners quickly, get kills and move on. And they've not really been able to sort of replicate that on attack here on Border. We've seen a number of times, I've commented on it, where they just seem to be stalling out. They just seem to find themselves at a stalemate with only 40 seconds, 30 seconds left to go. They're then just having to push and rush into sight rather than having the control that they need. Blast is an absolutely perfect example. Pushing into sight where you've still got Chaoxys upstairs with a vertical angle into Ventilation Workshop. You're just asking for exactly what they got, and that was that Easy Dream took the round very easily.
Once more, it looks like an attack in towards this western side in general. It's probably a bit of pressure is being applied by the side of Empire. Maybe not as members as they have done previously, but there are at least 3 or 4 lurking around this west side now looking to cause some trouble. Meanwhile, you've got Joystick trying to drone down, it looks like, off towards the south side of things. So maybe a bit of a change coming in here, a change in tack coming out of Empire, because as you see now a couple of times, they have really struggled in trying to unseat the defenders from playing inside of CCTV. That's maybe why the Buck is going to help them out here, mind you. Lots of soft destruction from below. Of course, lost his frags recently, but still very, very good at blowing up forward from below. What they're trying to do here is restrict the movements out of Easy Dream. If they can't move as far, a couple of drones coming in is going to enable those up on the top floor to try and find kills. But once again, P4 is going to pick up Joystick for free. And they're going to rotate themselves away here, content with the fact they've managed to find themselves a kill onto the Ash.
I picked up on P4 early in the game and commented that he wasn't really finding his feet, wasn't getting himself into things in terms of those frags. I look across now and he's hit 8, and a lot of those have come in the last few rounds, and it is no surprise to see that happening and Easy Dream coming out and having more success on the scoreboard at the same time. P4 can be a real driving force for this team, and as he starts to get more frags, Easy Dream will definitely start to get more rounds. We can see Chaoxys and Void continuing the great map that they've had, 23 between the two of them so far. Does the Buck? No, I think he does now. There we go. Always gets the kill onto Durza. That's exactly what they've been looking for. But once again, 54 seconds and CCTV is still not clear. It has taken a lot of time for Empire to do this. It has really stalled them out. P4 with his second kill on the round get inside there. He's just allowing Empire to try and challenge onto CCTV, and he's just picking them off in and around that challenge as and when he can.
I'm really surprised he hasn't run into Always yet. He's been downstairs twice now and found himself a couple of kills. And here's Shepard getting straight inside, finding one of the Chaos. He was looking the wrong way for a brief second, and even then wasn't quick to react once he was facing in the correct direction. Now into a 3 versus 3, but only 20 seconds remaining. This is a lot of work to do for Team Empire here. It's going to come down to gunfights in the dying seconds with potentially a rush coming in, and you still got to deal with the fact there's a Yokai drone or two leaning around.
This is not going to happen for Empire today, I don't think. P4 on the quad kill now. He could well get the ace and will do. Huge plays from P4. He has responded in style there to me commenting that we needed to see more from him. And what more could we ask for? Easy Dream tying things up 6 apiece, and we will head into overtime now.
Wow. That's the kind of big round you need, as you're saying. He was all over the map as well, up and down those stairs. Like no tomorrow. It didn't matter about the angle being held off towards the south of the southeast side of the map. Just said, don't care. I'll still run up and down these stairs, and you cannot stop me. 6 and 6 we find ourselves sat at, and I'm now really curious to see how things are going to play out, given we've gone into an Empire defense. It's Easy Dream were the ones to pick attack when it came round to it. We're going to start things off in ventilation and workshop. We've seen this defended countless times in the first half of the map and, of course, into the second. Very interested to see how things play out when it comes to to Armory and Archive, because that one was where we saw Easy Dream really struggling to unsettle Dan from playing inside of the suicide spot. It took Chaoxis literally crouch walking his way into office to find a couple of kills and get things moving. So no doubt some changes have got to be made by Easy Dream here on their 2 attacking rounds they have available to them if they're going to be able to convert Border and turn this into a 3-map bonanza.
Which is exactly what we were planning to do, but Team Empire, having come through that defensive phase 5-1, I'm sure we'll be reasonably confident coming into overtime now, and I feel like they'll be getting a bit of a mental boost out of this. The fact that they've struggled so much on attack and then they don't have to go for the attack to begin with is going to be a big play for them. I think that's probably the exact switch up that they needed. But that being said, Easy Dream may well just carry a little bit of momentum, a little bit more confidence into this. And we say so often the aggressor is often the victor in Siege. And if somebody like P4 starts moving in aggressively and trying to get those early frags, it could well swing the round and the match even in Easy Dream's favour. And then when we head to Villa, all bets are off at that point, and it could be anybody's.
We've seen, I believe it was Meepy who played Carly for Team Secret before the roster was changed around. When they attack on Border, they come from the office side and make use of this to just completely smash their way through the east side of things and make use of those long angles that get set up once you get that eastern wall open. Maybe Voi's trying to go for the same sort of play here. Now that's been opened up, you may well see him being the one taking that station and trying to peek around the corner. Time will tell. As it stands, they've got themselves inside of office very, very early on, so no contest trying to hold that one on the upstairs. Maybe being a bit cheeky if you're trying to hold not only above the sites themselves, but also inside of the office area. But the number of long angles they can now open up through Archives and in towards the upstairs here could be quite terrifying. And if I were the members of Empire right now, I'd be very, very careful about those shots come raining through.
You would be right to be careful. Joystick just dropping away from sight there. We can see the pulse downstairs. Scyther just feeding all that information back into his team. Here goes the Nitro toss. It looks like the sledge moved away just in time, almost like a sixth sense kicked in there. He was just very aware that his feet were on that small area of destructible floor in the fountain, so he moved himself back to the safety of the hard floor underneath him now. But Joystick will open things up with a kill onto P4, and after that ace in the last round, that could be an important one for Team Empire, because P4 has been playing with a lot more confidence the last couple of rounds, going in there, getting aggressive, getting the frags, and he needed to be shut down if Empire were going to have any joy on this defense. So right now, 1 minute 10 on the clock, a man advantage for Empire. I like the way things look for them, but there is a lot of Siege to be played here yet.
There absolutely is. Everything, as we know, has been going off in the last 60 seconds, primarily when Empire are on attack. This time around, it's when they're on the defense. Shepard going to go down. Chaoxis there. That's the castle done and out the way. It's not really a critical operator at this point in time, but it's still one less gun on the side for the defenders to be able to deal with the aggressors. This vertical position being taken up by Durza right now. Can't find himself a kill. All they're trying to do here from above is trying to remove all the little hidey holes that Empire might have, try and force them off the site, and then try and go for your exit. 30 seconds left on the clock. You've got to start moving soon.
An interesting use of Callie's sniper rifle there, just to open up holes in that wall and just get those lines of sight down into the objective. But no further joy yet for Easy Dream, and we are down to 20 seconds. The Toxic Babes coming out from always there, perfectly timed in that last 20-30 seconds. That's where Smoke really sees his most powerful phase of play. Chaoxis getting a kill onto Joystick. Dan trading one back out, kills raining either way. Shinka will be downed and killed, trying to get that diffuser down. This one looked like it's going to Empire. 2 versus 1, and always will finish things off with the shotgun. And what a great defense from Team Empire. It was a little bit seat of the pants at times, but they did everything that they needed there.
I really feel for Easy Dream there as well, because their attacking was collected, it was calm. They didn't panic or go too crazy with things, just making sure they had all these vertical holes being opened up so they could protect that plant as it went in. They just forgot one small consideration, and that was that shotgun, as you saw a second ago, lurking on the other side of the workbench. Must have been in a dark spot there where they just couldn't see him out. And it was all too easy for Always there to close the round out for Empire, especially into that final 2 versus 1, as you mentioned. The number of rounds that have gone down to the wire is honestly crazy. And looking at the kill stat, 13, 13, and 12 for Void, Chaosix, and P4. Even 3 in 10 kills on the other side as well. This has been one of those games, It's one of the ones that I'll be able to watch back many times over and just find so many interesting things happening in each and every round.
We said it coming in, Des. We said this one is going to be frag heavy. It's going to be about those gunfights, and that has certainly lived up to the promise. There is no question. Looking at the number of kills across those boards, it's interesting. I tell you what, we've seen a lot of the Elite Zofia as well on both sides of the field. It's obviously proving to be a very popular one, that one. It's certainly one that I like. It's only been available for a couple of days, but they've certainly been jumping on it. But heading into round number 14 now, this is overtime. So if Team Empire win here, they will win. This is another match point opportunity for them. They've already had a couple of match points here, I think, on border to them, but weren't able to close things out. Easy Dream fought themselves back to a position where they could get the draw at least and head into overtime. So we're going to be in Armory and Archives here for Easy Dream. That is going to be their defense. If they win this defense, they will head back onto the attack, because unlike regular time, in overtime you flip each round, it goes backwards and forwards. So
here's a big change.
Here is a big change.
Office side rather than pushing off towards the west. Every single time we've seen Empire go on the attack, they've looked towards CCTV first. This time around, they've moved things around entirely and are going in from the east side of the map. So this is going to force a very different defense out of Easy Dream, and it depends if they've had enough time to get themselves set up or not as to whether they'll be able to stop this. As no one playing inside Suicide, this could be really quick and easy for Empire to take this side of the map.
If Empire get control over Office too quickly, you're
Durza's in.
It could be very, very dangerous. Durza with a good reaction there. That's what they needed. They needed somebody to push into that location to prevent too much pressure being applied too soon. As we can see, one nade will be taken out. The second comes in and will damage him, but only a small amount, and that will be all the utility for Always gone. So he's going to be able to play in there as the Wamai now. He's going to need rooting out. P4 opening things up once again with a kill onto Scyther. Shepard trades that one straight back out, so we now find ourselves 4 versus 4. Empire right now want to get themselves full control over Office if possible and open up that Archives wall. As it is, it just feels like they've lost a little bit of direction as Voy gets a kill onto Always. They opened up the Office wall so quickly, but then never really pushed inside, never really attempted to clear out the Wamai, and now they just once again seem to have stalled out and lost their direction. They're having half a look towards CCTV, half a look towards Office, and never really applying themselves full force anywhere on the map.
And that application, I think, is what's missing in some way because of the constant changes coming through. Shinka, what a great spray onto Joystick, who has had an awful day so far coming up against these members of Easy Dream. They're making a 1 versus 4. This final round is looking like it's going to come down to it, Tim. This round is pretty much a write-off unless Shepard can go absolutely massive for Team Empire. But like you said earlier on, it's a 1 in 100 chance of you going 1 versus 4 at this kind of level of play and being able to close things out. Still yet to find himself inside the building with 40 seconds left. That's a lot of kills to try and net by himself. Another smoke canister comes through to make the job even harder for himself. 1 bullet is all that's required to shut him out of this one. He knows someone's playing behind, but there's no kill to be found. Only 30 seconds left. Sees one running down the corridor, but nothing to be found. I think we know exactly where this round is now going.
Easy Dream just need to play this patiently. Just let Shepard move into their lines of sight. We don't need to be over-peaking this. They don't need to be overly aggressive here. That's all they needed, was just to wait for the clock to push him inside the map. Durza shuts him down, and that is going to be 7-all now. Sorry, 8-all. 7-all. 7-all. That was round 14. So that is going to take us through to round number 15.
It is indeed, and just in time as well. An interesting time to note, €500 donation from Fabian. Thank you very much, good sir. I know that Siege misses you, still enjoys those streams when they're online. Last round of the map coming through then. Round 15 to celebrate such a fantastic donation. This could be huge. You see the attacking side going over to Easy Dream. We've mentioned it several times. Attackers have not fared very well on this map. It has always been a defender lean between these two teams. site where Empire are going to stake that flag for victory is going to be in customs and supply. We've already seen them do quite aggressive holds here. If you recall earlier on, they actually held inside of the 90 corridor. They had a couple of members actually playing inside of CCTV itself, but they tried to push as far across the top floor as they can to try and waste as much time as they could from the side of Easy Dream. So let's see if Easy Dream equally try and mix things up here, and rather than going for an office push as they have done every single time so far, let's see if they start things up on the west instead and try and get a break straight into CCTV from that location.
The real question here is who else apart from me is right on the edge of their seats. I knew that Border was going to be a good map between Empire and Easy Dream, but this one has been more exciting, more enjoyable than even I had thought it might be. We are into the very last round. This map deserved it. They have really gone at each other, these two, and they've given us a great game of Siege on Border here so far, and I can't wait to see how round number 15 plays out here. We have got Empire on the defence. They've not taken a primary site. They are in customs. This could be a big ask for them, but I'm sure if anybody can do it, it is Team Empire. We've seen them defend so well on Border so far. They've got themselves locked in to that CCTV room. They're going to be using all the utility, all the guns, all the advantages that they can to take this last round. It's up to Easy Dream now to progress in there and to clear them out. The first couple of kills here are going to be so vital.
I know exactly where one's sat as well. This drone's revealed it twice, but they can't just get the angle, and the drone's now destroyed as well. Joystick shifting ever so slightly to the left, now will not be able to be seen from this angle. You're going to see Candela start to come through, but you've got to worry about the fact that there's quite a lot of utility in here. We've seen ADSs, we've seen the metal pancakes coming through, everything to deny it. They do, of course, still go off once they are exploded and detonated by those metal pancakes. Let's hope it's by an ADS, and the angle comes through. It's going to be a kill coming in for P4, and they've even got the diffuser down in no time at all. They've crept in downstairs undetected, and now Empire are in full panic mode.
Big mistake potentially from Empire there, allowing them in through the single window into what is such a common plant spot. Two men ready to shut Scyther down, and that is exactly what they will do. 20 seconds for Empire to do something about this, or they are heading to Villa. Voy gets one, Voy gets two. It is now 1 versus 3. Dan has it all to do. The castle of his own team is preventing his progress, and with only 5 seconds left to do something, he has no option but to run onto the gun of Chaoxis, and that will be the map. Border heading to Easy Dream. We're going to Villa, everybody.
5th attacking round win in 15 rounds comes at the perfect time for Easy Dream. Unbelievable they managed to get away with that, but when teams are so tunneled on trying to defend the upstairs, this kind of stuff is going to happen. It does force us through to that third and final map, as you say, Villa, to decide how this one plays out, and that's going to be a very different style to what we've seen on Consulate and Border so far. It is going to be so interesting.
What a final play from Easy Dream there. Just taking the opportunity, just getting a little bit cheeky, which is what it takes sometimes, diving in through that window and just getting the diffuser down while the battle raged above them. That was a pleasure to watch. Easy Dream have brought that all the way back from a huge deficit, and they deserve their day on Villa. They deserve that deciding map, and so does everybody at home, because this one is turning into a classic series.
Quite literally, it's a proper clash between the new Pro League team, well, new EU League team, and the old, in this case, Empire, coming up against Easy Dream, who, as we mentioned earlier on, if you haven't seen them before, one, how the hell not? Of course, Rogue from Challenger League coming out there in at first place, and they are giving Empire a run for their money. Concert looking very, very dominant towards the side of Empire, but this map, much closer and much more narrow between the two sides. Do we see Empire, do we see Villa swing the way of Easy Dream now to complete this best of 3? What do you think, Tim?
I think that Easy Dream have an advantage coming in here, just simply in terms of mental game and momentum. I think that really that Border loss there is going to hit hard for Empire. It is one of their maps. We have seen them be very successful on there, very good team on Border. So to have that taken away by Easy Dream, and in such a fashion in the last round with that sort of sneak diffuse, the ninja diffuse, is not going to make things easy for them to take. So I think it sort of puts Easy Dream on the front foot going into Villa, but Villa really is a big map, it's a strategic map, and there is an awful lot to happen between then and now.
After that marathon game on Border, I think I need to get myself a top up from a glass of water. It's pretty much empty. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we get to see the epic conclusion to this best of 3. The thing is, this is only the playoffs. It's not even the quarters, the semis, or the finals yet. It's just the playoffs. There is so much more to come. We'll see you guys in just 5 minutes. Welcome back to the European Open Clash, map number 3. Now that's far too tame an intro. She's tried this again. Welcome back to the European Open Clash, map number 3 in what has been an incredibly stellar series so far. One I don't think any of us really expected to see coming into this. Team Empire, a team that haven't really had the best year so far. Easy Dream, a team coming back from vacation who are just getting themselves ready for the European League. Having recently qualified from the Challenger League, I don't think anyone expected this series to be as close as it has, going the full distance on Border. Empire showing a stroke of class on Consulate. Who knows what the hell we're walking into on Villa here, Ace?
Easy Dream certainly looked ready to me, Des. After that throwdown on Border, they really did accelerate towards the second half of it. That was the thing for me. They struggled a little bit during Empire's initial defence, and I thought it might be a bit of a run over, but oh no.
It's going to be an interesting one because with how Border and Consulate both played out, we were talking earlier on and we were saying, look, very gun heavy. And Empire were the ones hitting shots for the most part. And then we see them slow down a little bit. And Easy Dream slowly wastes more and more time. And Empire look, they're kind of second guessing themselves in some instances, still hitting shots, just maybe not to the same level that they were previously. Villa being a more strategic map might mean that slowdown comes back to bite them massively. And Easy Dream could walk their way through this map, especially given that they start on the defense. But there is only one way to find out, and that is to get the map underway. Easy Dream on the defense, and we are into the operator bans.
Operator bans will come through very, very quickly. Easy Dream will be taking the first attacker off the board. And what will we see today? We will see Maverick on his way, which is not too much of a surprise for Villa. And then Empire will start the process themselves.
And Maverick being the first one taken away, no surprises there. I think alongside Thatcher, he's risen into that kind of popular spot of being one of the most banned operators in the game because it doesn't matter what gadgets you stick on a wall, he will find a way to get it open, as we so often see observed classically on something like a Clubhouse. Second one going to be Hibana, so 2 hard breaches removed away. Expect to see an awful lot of thermite coming through in this match in that instance. Hibana here because of the ranged ability to open up walls or vision lines through sites, for example. Just very, very powerful when you have teams that are playing with a lot of ACOGs on the attacking side. Mirror, the same as we saw in the last map, was interestingly skipped over on Consulate. We touched on that very briefly, saying that you sometimes see a Mirror playing downstairs, but elsewhere not really all that often. The final one, historically, has been Valkyrie in both of the games. I don't expect we'll see a Valkyrie on this match, so something like a Maestro or an Echo might come to light.
Yeah, I'd have said more than that. I'd agree with you there. There's Echo. Yep, comes in as the choice. Not too much of a surprise. And as we've said, you know, many times before in these types of matches where there's not necessarily sort of anything other than competitive pride on the line, you get, as it goes on, it gets more and more serious. As it gets to the sharp end, when you load into a third map like we are here on Villa, all of a sudden everything starts knuckling down and you get your normal run-of-the-mill bans, you get teams coming in taking it very seriously, and who knows, this might just be a little bit of a peek behind the curtain as to what we can expect to see from these two come the EU League starting, because of course with that on the horizon, they've probably not been using all the maybe normal strategies, normal attacks and defences that they might do otherwise.
The Nomad not being banned for once, we are going to be able to see both teams now swerve away from playing double Claymore. We've seen across most of the rounds, I think, in the last 2 maps on Consulate and Border, quite a number of Claymores had to be brought to stop these run-outs, stop the aggressive players coming out of the other side. Of course, with Nomad now available, there are lots of places you can make use of those, most namely on the stairways. Of course, Villa is a very big, sprawling map with a lot of tight rooms. And most famously probably is those 3 staircases. You need to find a way to deal with those when you're on the attack to stop yourself getting flanked from behind. So I'm not too surprised to see Always starting out on that here in this first round for Empire on their attack. Trophy and Statue where things are going to kick off. Kind of surprised to see that as the starting site. Very commonly, Aviator Games is where most teams will opt to start things out, and then we see a little bit of a flip based on what region you're in, between playing downstairs inside of Dining, or if you're starting on the upstairs in Trophy and Statuary instead. But now there is going to be that northern site, so I would expect the attack to begin for Empire down to the south or inside a master bedroom.
Easy Dream historically have shown us that they are very good on the defence. He's going to back out of that one before he can do any real damage there, although he might have had a little bit of joy if he'd have hung around just for an extra second or two. But historically, Easy Dream very, very good on the defence here on Villa. I can see that from the matches I've got covered, they don't tend to win less than 2/3 of rounds on the defence. Dining Kitchen being their best with a 75% win rate. So very good on the defence, which is what we would sort of expect. It is in line with what we generally see on Villa. But that being said, we have seen a bit of a shift lately to a more sort of higher success rate for the attackers here on Villa.
Look at the swarm of drones just coming out of Empire here as well, trying to find out who's playing where, what threat there is to them. And they find that there is a P4 playing inside of Astro, as well as Durza playing on the stairs just to the north. But Master Bedroom is clear, so that's an option for them to play with. Potentially a flank coming out of Calyxis quite late onto this round. This is a little bit early now, so you won't see him make an impact just yet. But if there is someone downstairs, like Joystick in this instance, you might find them clashing sooner rather than later. He's in a really interesting spot to be able to cause some damage with this flank, by the way, if they've still got Durza lurking at the top of those stairs.
1 minute 40 gone off the clock, and we will see our first loss of the round. Voy will get the kill onto Shepard with a nice headshot from the UMP there, so that is going to be 5 versus 4 now. The headshots being the great leveler, of course, one-shot headshot, so it doesn't matter whether you've got the UMP or any other gun on the field, you will still get the kill. So 1 minute 20, Empire need to find their feet here on Villa. It is obviously only the first round, so plenty of time for them to do that, and Dan is going to help them take that first step to finding the feet with a kill onto Durza. He's looking to challenge onto Astronomy, and Joystick gets a great kill onto Chaoxis there, just taking that longer range challenge onto the Jaeger and finishing it with a headshot. He's going to look to push up from the south side of the map now, and if he's quick enough, he could well catch Voy out at the top of the stairs there. P4 getting a kill onto Always, just pushing with a bit of aggression towards Master Bedroom. Shinka gets one at the same time, so that now leaves us 2 versus 2 as predicted. Joystick moving round, getting the kill onto Voy, who was unaware that Joystick was pushing the south side. We can see Dan just looking to push towards site. Will take a huge chunk of damage from that Toxic Babe canister there. So that now leaves us 2 versus 1 as P4 gets the kill onto Dan, finishing off what low health he had. It's all down to Joystick. He has the gun, he has the operator to do this, he has the skill, he'll get the first onto Shinka. Can he get the second and his fourth on the round onto P4? The diffuser is down, and that is what P4 is playing. He will take the challenge onto Joystick, but lose as Joystick comes in with a great 1v2 clutch to get the first round on the board for Empire.
4 kills for himself, I believe, in that round. All started from a roam in the base, well, a roam, more playing in the basement on the attack, and then slowly weaving his way through the entirety of the map, picking up kills left, right, and center as he moved his way back towards the site. I think in the last couple of maps, it's been very fair to say Joystick has been quiet. I believe he was at 6 or 7 kills on Border across 15 rounds. Not being able to achieve very much, is constantly being shut down by the roam play coming out of the side of Easy Dream. But he has arrived at Villa, and my God, is he ready to play. If he can keep on repeating plays like that, Easy Dream are in for a rough one. Bringing along the clash in this round at the very least is going to try and slow things down. Aviator game is going to be where we head to for the second round on Villa in this best of 3.
Joystick's certainly not quiet there. I don't think that's something he could be accused of at the end of round 1. Picking up 2 kills in a 1v2 clutch to make it 4 on the round, and a successful round for Team Empire on the attack. Remember, as I said, Easy Dream have shown their best statistics historically on Villa on the defensive side of things. So every time Team Empire can take an attacking round and put it in the bag, that is a big, big hit for Easy Dream, because it means they're going to have to come out and they're going to have to defy that history. They're going to have to defy those statistics, and they're going to have to perform better than they ever have on the attack. But there is a long way to go before we get there yet. We're going to be heading to Aviator Game Room this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of attention paid around the bottom end, that 90 corridor that we see at the bottom of your screen, southwest of the map. They're going to try to defend in and around that area, because teams like to breach that wall and move in behind the bar to get the diffuser down. So holding the top of stairs, holding the single door is usually a priority for teams on this side.
Empire things are going to start up to the north, as you'd expect, off on the way, as you mentioned. Wherever the site is, you tend to start at the opposite end of the map and clear your way across, making sure there are no roamers, there's no trouble waiting for you. And of course, any gadgets along the way, you can clear them out. But this is where it becomes kind of a time-wasting game for the defenders with things like extended holes. They're a lot more common on these smaller maps like Clubhouse, for example, on the top floor, where it's quite easy to get your way back across once you've done an extended hold inside of, say, CCTV, whilst the team are holding on to Gym and Bedroom. Joystick with another wonderful angle is going to get another opening kill. This time onto Durza, but he gets C4'd from below by Voy, so will not be on a tear like he was previously. Still finding an opening kill onto the dock. It's definitely not a bad fight to win.
Good night, Durza. That was a fantastic angle being held by Joystick, and what a reaction, physical reaction speed there to hit that kill as Durza just appeared a few pixels at a time into it. That was a great start for Team Empire, but as you say, Easy Dream managed to level that off, so we found ourselves 4 versus 4 here, and Scyther will take some big damage there as he just steps out round the corner. It looked like to take some utility out, but he will take some big shots. And we can see now Void just making his way as he can, wriggling down to the basement there. He's going to pop up somewhere else, and that is one of the difficulties here on Villa. Such a big map with so much space to roam, so many staircases to cover. It is very, very difficult to shut them off completely and prevent yourself getting hit on the flank late in the round. So they need to be very aware of Void and exactly where he can hurt them from.
A roaming mute. I think I've now seen it all. That's fair to say. C4's below, Tonington trying to find the SMG kills from below. Let's see if you can find any more once the round continues on. You did hear that vault wall getting opened up a second ago. Clash being forced to back away now to hold on towards the study side of things. Otherwise, kills are raining through. As Shepard finds one onto Chaos is here. So a 4 versus 3 now in favour of Empire. Only 50 seconds left on the clock, and we've spoken so many times about their time efficiency and how it can hurt them as the round progresses. You've still got to deal with Void here, who's trying to cause some trouble towards the north side.
We can see the challenge coming in now. Zafir able to use that lifeline to move Clash's shield. Shepard gets a kill onto Shinka, and that is going to be serious advantage now to Empire as Dan steps in and gets one for himself. 4 versus 1. Void a million miles away from sight in terms of siege here. He has got a long way to go to even get back. Shepard does the smart thing and gets the diffuser down whilst the availability is there. Void pushing back up those red stairs, will move towards sight, but they're aware that he has to come from there. The air jab hits him hard and always hits him harder as he finishes the round for Team Empire. 2-0 now.
It's somewhat the issue, and you spend a bit too much time roaming there. I think Void was holding on with the hope that someone was still stuck up north on drones, for example, while the rest of his team could hold down the site, and for very good reason. You have a Clash on side. Her whole remit is to essentially waste time. She slows down and damages operators with that electronic shield. No one can get close. It's very, very tough to unseat her. And more skilled Clash players can turn their model to the left as they get shield blown out of their face, and that way you can still block shots, even though your character model is recoiling from being hit by a stun or an impact or whatever else manages to strike you. So that wasn't what led to a kill there. The Clash was backing away back into site to try and be safe. Just so happened that the members of Empire went on a bit of a tear there and ripped their way through the members of Easy Dream. Not really how I envisioned this map going so far. I did think we would see Easy Dream potentially wasting more of Team Empire's time on the attack. As it's gone so far, it's been more of a minor annoyance to Empire, should we say. They've still had the run in the middle of things and been able to do what they want in each of the rounds.
Certainly much more of the Empire that we saw on Consulate is visible here on Villa than it maybe was in the second half of Border. And I was just a bit concerned for Empire that momentum Easy Dream had built up would count a bit too much against them coming here on Villa, but not at all. If anything, Easy Dream should have had an advantage coming in on the defence to begin with, again with that level of momentum, but Team Empire certainly don't seem too concerned about it, and they are fighting hard here, tooth and nail for this result. They want to be heading through to the playoffs next weekend.
A couple of changes coming through for Easy Dream here. We saw it on Consulate actually, where they've been pretty good at adaptating between sites, to be fair to them. A couple of times they're bringing along things like the Kaid and the Bandit, often drop that Bandit away to play, the Kaid away to play onto something else instead. Here they've dropped the Muse altogether. They're bringing along a Goyo. There's a Clash on side, for example, and there's a Bandit here for Chaotix instead. So it is about denial here and just trying to slow down the onslaught from Team Empire. A lot of electronics facing in towards the south, but unfortunately this attack is going to come from 90 once again. At the very least, that vault wall is electrified, so there will be some more work for the side of Team Empire to do if they want to start finding a way inside of the vault area at the very least to split those two sides.
I've just been reminded off the spawn there of some of the great Easter eggs that there are on this map. It's one of the little things that maybe people don't always know about Siege, but here on the Villa map at least, and on some of the other maps, there's some great little Easter eggs. The fountain near whereby they spawn, there's a little Assassin's Creed symbol up on the wall there, and there's a Tachanka. Thank you very much, medics. There we go. You can see it right in front of you. There's a Tachanka hidden inside of a statue somewhere in the map as well. I won't spoil that one for you, but go and have a look at the statues and see if you can find the little Tachanka. The Lord himself is hidden inside of one of them, and it's just an interesting little aside when you're on the roam sometimes maybe and you're a little bored waiting for that late flank.
Oh, or Siege Law with Dr. Tim. Professor or Doctor, I can't quite decide what title to give you yet. Maybe we'll see when you graduate with your PhD in Siege Law. We'll upgrade you to being that Doctor. But now, at the very least, there's a bit of doctoring going on the map by the looks of it. Lots of work being done to remove walls out of the way, and floors, of course, being destroyed from below by Scyther. They figure they can't get the wall open. At the very least, they can make sure no one's able to play in there for now. And from below, they'll be able to cover out Vault and make sure no one can safely move through. Bit of a difference in terms of how they're going to have to approach it, like we mentioned earlier on, though, because last time it was easy enough to get their way down 90 and get that Vault wall open. Isn't quite a free option to them this time around, so things are taking a little bit longer. We're at 60 seconds left, but there is no clash to greet them inside of 90. They can move forward a bit faster than last time, but their progress overall compared to last round, I'd argue, has been a little bit slower.
It certainly has. As you say, the rounds were largely wrapped up towards this point. Shepard now will be downed and finished off. Dan will get one for Empire, though, to keep that man count level, so that leaves us 4 versus 4. It was P4 who got the kill for Easy Dream, so that leaves us now with only 30 seconds to go and still 8 out of 10 operators on the board, so this one is shaping up to be a bloodbath in the last 15 or 20 seconds. Dan moves in and gets his second on, and that could be important. That's Chaoxys off the board, and that gives man advantage to Empire, but Easy Dream are just going to try and hold their angles here. But how about that from Scyther? He should never win that fight. He should lose that every time. He gets another one onto Void. That will be a direct trade between the two. Dan is right now getting the diffuser down. 3 versus 1 in a quick swing for Empire here. There's a great kill onto Joystick. That's 1 of 3 that he needs. The diffuser is active on the ground. He now needs to get in and retake the site. He's going to dive straight in behind the vault door. He's going to go for the disable. He's going to come off. Maybe if he'd stuck that, he could have got it, but moving around the corner, there's a fear will lose a life. This is all down to Durza now. He has got plenty of time in hand. Always is super low health. So is Durza. Always looking for the angle underneath. He gets the pings. He sees the man. He will not get the shots. He's just trying to keep him off the diffuser. That's all he's trying to do, is prevent him from disabling it. He's going to move around underneath again. He has to be careful. He is such low health himself. He's going to look to take the shot. He's trying to stick the disable here. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is! Unbelievable clutch from Durza. 1v3 and the disable. Always just cannot get the angle from below. That is agonizing for Empire.
Oh my word, it's almost like the bait where he thought he'd relocated his positioning a little bit so he could avoid the shots that would have come up, but it just wasn't quite far enough into the corner. Feel like a bit of robbery there potentially, I think, for the side of Empire with how well that played out, how things ended in a 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, and still managed to lose the round away. Well played there, and this is where you see the conviction coming out of players like that in the kind of situations where do you stick the plan? Do you come up and go for a fight? Where's he coming from? What angles are being held now? What information have they got? There is so much to process and think about in cases like that it does take, wits of steel to be able to pull that sort of thing off. So well played by Durza, as you say. Going into round 4, at least we've finally seen Easy Dream get themselves on the board.
Played that perfectly. Heading into round number 4, then, obviously important to remember why we're here today, which the primary reason is, of course, to raise funds for Médecins Sans Frontières, which is the charity that is Ubisoft is supporting rather through these events. So if you can, please do donate. It's !donate in the chat. We'll give you all the information you need in order to do that. We've had so much generosity from the Siege community so far. We've had, I think it was, last count I saw was over 1,500 euros, and then I know Fabian, thank you Fabian, came in with a very generous donation of 500 euros himself, so that's put us well over the 2,000 euro mark now. We really are doing a lot of work for a great cause. Doctors Without Borders are helping medical professionals, governments, health authorities all around the world in the response to COVID-19 and other critical medical needs as well. So fantastic cause, and what a great response we've had from the Siege community.
Round number 4 is mentioned. Let's see if it plays out with the same success rate Empire have had so far even. So 4, I guess, apt given the round number. The plan came in, as we saw, relatively comfortably, I'd say, in that last round. It's just the end of it crumbled away a little bit. And the time problems that I thought that we would see on this map compared to, say, Border, aren't as prevalent as I thought that they would be for Empire. They have been making things down to the final 60 seconds, but it definitely hasn't been as panicked as it has been in the dying seconds on most rounds on Border, for example. So things have been looking good. In part, I think some of that comes down to the security they now feel that they have, thanks to having a Nomad on side in most of these rounds. They can afford to cover their flanks. They haven't got to worry about leaving men behind to cover certain angles. That's unfortunate. Those land next to him, that's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure he's aiming for the doorway.
1 minute on the clock so far gone then, and we don't have any kills to open things up just yet, despite the best efforts of both of these teams. Empire, I'm sure, going to be wanting to keep themselves rolling here. They're not going to want to let Easy Dream back into this, squaring things away at 2-all, but Voy is going to take a great big step in that direction, getting the first kill onto Scyther, who we saw have a fantastic round last time out, got some absolute beautiful kills for himself. But 5 versus 4 as it stands halfway through the round. We've got a little bit of a stalemate here. Joystick is in waiting, and Chaoxis will be completely unaware. Joystick taking full advantage of that, obviously aware that the Jaeger was in or around that area, and managed to get the kill onto him to square things away at 4 versus 4 now. Coming into the last minute, Empire are looking good.
They are indeed. It's coming out to a clash so many times between Chaoxis and Joystick, but 2 quick kills come back from the side of Easy Dream. Shepard will balance things out into a 2 versus 2. These teams just get closer and closer every round. 60 seconds left, and there's 2 left apiece. It could come down to a similar play as last round, where it comes down to a post plant, and things get ridiculously close and irritating to deal with. The drone work coming in now just to try and lead Joystick in, and why wouldn't you with how it's been fragging out so far today? 6 kills in 3 rounds gives us 2 in a round on average. And there are 2 left on the other side. This could be that round to find those final 2 kills once more and keep the train going.
30 seconds to go, then the tension starts to rise here as P4 and Shinka will hold themselves tight in sight. They're just holding on to angles. They're waiting for Empire to have to push, as we say over and over. The clock works in the favour of the defenders. It is Empire that have to be the aggressors. They have to do something, and as they aggress, P4 will get the first and the second. What a great play from him. 2 kills will finish the round off for Easy Dream, and all of a sudden the game is flipped on its head, where Empire came in strong. Now Easy Dream level things up and are looking very, very good themselves.
That's the P4 I remember from Challenger League. The guy who you can stick as a one-man army at the other end of the map and say you have no support outside of a shield and a mute jammer, for example. You're all by yourself, see what you can do. And the man goes and works absolute wonders like that. Very, very comfortable mute player, I think it's fair to say. And a round like that coming up big in that 2 versus 2, no complaints at all. That now brings things back with those last 2 rounds, both going the side of Easy Dream. We're all even now at 2 apiece. And generally on Villa, you'd say defenders tend to have an easier time about, given the fact that there are so many rooms to work your way through as the attackers. There's lots of drones to worry about that you have to always be on top of and making sure you're keeping things in check. There's no weird flanks coming through. The Nomad is helping with that for Team Empire, but for Easy Dream now, things have looked a bit better as they force these rounds down to the wire in 1v1s, 2v2s, so on and so forth. Easy Dream could go on to take another couple of rounds here, and suddenly things are as you would have expected coming into this map at the very start.
That's it, and that's going to hit Empire hard at that point, coming in and taking the first 2 attacking rounds. As much as there is a little element of thinking, you know, right, we've done what we need to on attack now, you know, you don't want to come out any worse than 4-2. Anything better than that is generally considered a bonus here on Villa. So they're going to think, right, you know, that's attacking job done. Anything else from here on in is a bonus. But still, in the back of their minds, is going to be thinking that they've got a good potential advantage there. And if Easy Dream manage to fight that back and get the 4-2 that they will have been looking for coming into this defensively, this could be interesting. P4 going for the nitro toss. It will sail over the wall, but will be unsuccessful as Team Empire just hadn't rushed out of spawn quite as quickly as they needed them to. But it's always a cheeky attempt, that one. It's always one that I like to see.
I do like the attempts like that. We've seen a couple of double kills come through and throwing that into the spawn sometimes, and teams are just like, well, that round's over already. So I don't blame him for taking his chances, but it is one of those things that teams will generally be aware of the possibility of, and will make sure they're being a bit safer about it when it comes to spawning into the map from that spawn location. Similar stories to us before. I'd expect you're going to see P4 holding up towards a similar sort of angle. Of course, we are defending the downstairs, but on this site, you tend to hold the upstairs because vertical construction is the name of the game. You're bringing along something like a sledge to start opening it up. In this case, it's Scyther on the book being brought along with a lot more flash grenades on side. Of course, it was recently changed to no longer have frag grenades, but instead has a claymore. More of a change, I'd argue, aimed at coming through for something like ranked or casual play. But here, at the very least, it does mean that he has to keep his kind of eye up in terms of what's going on. 5 drones already dead for the side of Empire, mind you, and also a couple of members being traded back and forth. This time round, Joystick will lose out at the start of this round. Shinka finding that opening kill. There's a trade back the other way, so all things square at 1:40 left in the round.
We can see that Empire is starting to build a little bit of pressure now. They're starting to push in towards site, but this is a site that we know Easy Dream are very good at defending down on Kitchen and Dining. It was their most successful site for defence during the Challenger League season, so it's certainly not considered a tertiary site for them by any means. I'm sure they'll be more than comfortable, more than happy to be down there, and with 1 minute 15 left on the clock, I'm just starting to get a little bit concerned for Empire that this attack is all turning out a little bit too similar to what we saw on Border eventually, which is we're down to a minute before walls are being opened up. We were very late in the round, we kept getting stalled out, the pace wasn't really there, the aggression wasn't really there, and if you remember the first 2 rounds that they've won here, that's what we've seen. We've seen them be able to bring that pace again, and now it just seems to be getting tempered by Easy Dream. Voy doing that work first hand with a great kill there onto Dan, so that's now going to leave us in a 4 versus 3 in favour of Easy Dream. 40 seconds to go, and the smoke of Durza will just start using those toxic babes to really slow things down once again, and slowing things down really is the name of the game for Easy Dream here.
It is. We've already seen Empire struggle on that last map, Border, when it came down to execution the dying seconds of a round. It might yet be the same case, but Shepard's going to disagree with that statement entirely and find a kill. P4 evens things out by bringing down Always. We're now in a 3 versus 2 in favour of Easy Dream, and Scyther's creeping in from the west side here. Might be able to find something, but got to move fast here. Down to 10 seconds and 3 kills to get. That's not going to be so easy. Almost manages to bring down P4, but will not be done on this one. Scyther himself taking some damage. It's a double kill coming in. Now going to go for the plant, but he's down all by himself. He's forced to try and find these kills. Never going to be the case, and Easy Dream will take round number 5 pretty comfortably.
Easy Dream getting themselves into the lead, not just here on Villa, but on the match overall for the first time here. So it'll be interesting to see how they react to that situation. Of course, worth repeating that these 2 teams will be meeting very soon in the EU League. So we're getting a little preview here of what might happen as and when they come together over the next month or 2 in that all-important first stage of the EU League that we'll be seeing in its new format. And I'm sure everybody is very, very excited for. I know I can't wait for it to get started. I'm sure you can't either. So heading into round number 6, it's going to be the final attacking round for Team Empire here. And after that big 2-0 start and coming out with such ferocity and such strength and winning those rounds so well, I'm sure that they're going to want to take this round and at least have an even split on the half before heading onto the defence. But that said, if the defence that they showed on Border can translate across here to Villa, then even 4-2 won't be the end of the world for them, because Team Empire did look very solid on the defence on Border.
They did. I mean, 4-2 on this map probably comes across feeling pretty comfortable. I don't think you're too upset with walking away with that one, especially how the first couple of rounds went. It shows promising signs. They dealt with this setup pretty well last time. This is when they brought along the Clash, if you remember, playing in towards the south side on Aviator Games. So I imagine if Empire have got the drone work in here, they know who's where. This should be pretty clear cut that they can play it similarly to how they did earlier. One thing they've got to worry about the changeover, though, is the Bandit being brought through again. That wasn't here in the first round when we played on this site. It was there in the second one. And it was when it started electrifying up things like the Vault Wall, and they couldn't find a way to get rid of those Bandit batteries from below. It probably struggled a little bit. We saw that kind of crazy post-plant situation at the very end come through where Always couldn't quite make it work for them. So, I don't know. It's the small things like that that change between rounds which can really just lead to the unexpected side of Siege, I think, where things can be so different round to round. And again, it's one of those things that I think we all love about the game, is how it can change down to just 1 or 2 different picks in terms of where's the gadget gone, where's the wall gone up, what operator are you bringing. It makes it always quite refreshing each round.
Empire starting to work on gaining control of the north side of the map. Then we are in Aviator Games, and I've said this before, there's 2 ways really to push into this site. You can either come from the study site, which would be the south side as we are on now, or you work from the opposite objective, if you will, the trophy statuary side, which is the north side, and then work your way all through the map from there. I personally prefer the north side approach wherever possible, because you're clearing out any roamers as you go, and it just gives you more space to operate. When you push into study, you've got 3 or 4 bodies all within one room, all trying to push through the same location, and you're just asking for trouble. There's only so many angles you can watch from one room, and 3-4 guns can sometimes be wasted. This way you can spread out a little bit more, and you can just push at multiple angles, get those pinchers, and just apply pressure to different locations.
Did he not know that the Clash was there? I know he saw the foot, but then didn't do anything about it, didn't use any impacts, didn't drop any pings down for the teammates, didn't really do very much, and is now just backed away and left that essentially for the Clash to sit there very merrily on 90. That angle was a good opportunity, I think, to at least remove him from there, but Nope, still going to be the Clash holding strong, so a problem that Empire still need to remove before they can afford to keep on pushing down. You hear the Repel coming in once again, and maybe they were relying on trying to do something. They're just going to march their way forwards right here. They know where the Clash is, and this is where things get a bit tough. They try and go for the play to get the spray through, but it's only about 25 HP taken away. Nothing that's going to end their lives right now. Out comes a grenade, not quite going to find a kill either. Being juiced up by Durza at the last second there as well to mitigate that damage.
P4 showing us some great Clash play there, just utilising that shield to maximum effect, dipping back into sight as he knew he was going to be challenged with the lifeline. Void with a beautiful headshot onto Scyther through a very tight angle there, and P4 is going to make things even more difficult for Empire there as he just aggresses forward and uses that electricity from the shield just to make himself disruptive. More damage taken, but not enough. Chaos is huge, double kill there. Just managing to get one back, but 3 versus 1 now as Shinka trades that one back out, and it is all down to the Zafira of Dan, and with the Clash still on the board, with so much health on the chart as well, it's going to be very, very difficult here. He aggresses forward, will down the Jaeger, but too little too late as Shinka gets the kill, and that is going to be another round going to Easy Dream, and after that 2-0 start, they've managed to turn it round and come back to 4-2 on the defence.
Really impressive to take those 4 rounds back to back. Just took a bit of time, I think, to warm into Villa here and to kind of decide what it was they were going to do. And mainly the big adaptation they made was the bringing along of that bandit for several rounds. It really put a thorn in the side of Empire's plans because we saw how easily they took that Aviator game side the first time round when it came down to opening up the vault wall, splitting the site in half, and then playing their way around the Aviator door. So some good changes coming through from Easy Dream. The adaptation is definitely strong for them. Going to have to continue adapting those as we switch sides. They are the ones that go onto the attack here on Villa. And I believe with this being the decider as well, both teams should feel in a similar position coming into something like Villa, I think. I doubt either side is too worried about coming into it, but it's definitely not the power picks they would have had starting on their map choices earlier on.
Absolutely not. So the next 6 rounds will be where all the questions are answered about these two teams and how this one is going to work out. I think it's, if I'm honest, a little bit closer than maybe I expected coming into it. I know how good a team Easy Dream are, but obviously they are yet to get that first professional season under their belt in EU League, and Empire have just got that wealth of experience behind them all the way from Challenger League through to the biggest events in Siege. And I just thought with that break that Easy Dream have had as well, coming in against the strong Empire side that we've seen, it could just be a little bit too much for them. But they are showing that they are absolutely not overwhelmed by Empire here whatsoever. They're making a real match out of this, and another couple of rounds go in their favour, and all of a sudden you're starting to wonder whether Empire can really do this.
Be crazy given how that first match, but this is kind of the full cycle that I think we've seen in this best of 3 that I love, is that it started out being so dominant to Empire. We're like, man, they're back, they're reborn, they're looking fantastic. Easy Dream looking a bit slow and sluggish, and we thought, well, they've been on vacation, maybe now's not quite the time, maybe the EU League is the best place to really evaluate them. And then it comes into the second map and the start of this one, and suddenly it's like, whoa, different team. And it just goes to show how teams transform over the course of a series and how things can change so dynamically that I think makes it so exciting at the best of times. This time around, though, Easy Dream on the attack. Look at what they're bringing on. The Nomad returning as we saw for the side of Empire. The key change on Empire's side compared to the sort of thing that we've seen coming out of Easy Dream, though, is that Valkyrie. Didn't see that brought along once by the side of Easy Dream on their defense. Here, though, a very different story, relying a lot more on that intel coming through from those black eye cameras.
Attackers have located a bomb.
1 minute on the clock that is gone then, and we have not lost a player yet. We are still 10 versus 10. IQ up on the rooftop there. Void just feeding information into his teammates about locations of potentially any utility that might be knocking about, and then they can get that cleared out. We can see the air jabs just being placed out there to prevent too much aggression into the corridor. We will have the WAMI disc taken down as well, but along with that, Dan will take P4 down on the Ash, so that now gives advantage Empire on their first defensive round here. A small advantage it might be, but still these teams will take every inch that they can get against each other, because right now they are both fighting tooth and nail to remain in this European Open Clash tournament.
The one thing I always remember criticising Easy Dream for a little bit during Challenger League was their drone work. They often sacrifice an awful lot inside the first 30 seconds of an attacking phase, for example, down to the tune of about only half being remaining for the latter half of a round. Here, at least, not looking so bad. They've still got quite a few online, but another player goes offline as Scyther finds a kill with the C4 onto Durza. A 5 versus 3, and Easy Dream yet to find an opening kill in this round. Just a little bit of chip damage onto Scyther to their name. Shinka's going to find a Claymore kill, though, mind you, so doubling down on that, not just with Air Jabs, but also Claymores on side as well. 2 of them, in fact. It's definitely going to make life quite hard for the members of Team Empire that do want to try and get behind them to cause some trouble.
Joystick just looking to get aggressive there, potentially take a jump out, but he will lose his life for the trouble. Not the end of the world when you've got 25 seconds to go. Shinka, however, will get in and start to get the diffuser down. Trades go in either direction there, and we are now looking at a 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1 as Chaoxys fights back, but the diffuser is cold on the ground. Shinka not managing to successfully activate it. It's largely going to come down to kills for Chaoxys now. He gets the first. Can he get the second? The man is out, I think, just behind the bar. Yes, always. He's just waiting for his moment. He pops up, and what a reflect. What a reaction from Always. What a headshot. That was unbelievable.
So ridiculously close that it came down to it at the very bitter end as well. I mean, getting up on the bar is a good way to make sure that no matter who's behind that bar, they can't hide on one side of it while you play Ring Around the Roses or anything like that. So, fair enough, but it does put a massive target on your head as you are then the most visible object in the room. Always is more than happy to bring that one crashing down in the bitter end. 4 and 3 then. It's starting to feel like Border already. It's feeling like you can feel that swing coming back the other way where things are going to balance out at 4-4, we'll go 5-5, someone will take a sick, then maybe overtime creeps in. It's how we love to see a series ended rather than it being an absolute sweep in one direction. The whole series has been neck and neck, it feels like, and it's definitely starting to come to a head, Zombilla.
I've said it time and time again, Des. For anybody who's maybe not seen me cast before, I have some sort of unusual habit of casting games that go the whole way. They always seem to be a 15-round overtime thrown in there, and it wouldn't surprise me to see a second map here go into overtime as well. It always seems to be a nail-biter. It's very rare that I get a 7-1 or a 7-2 coming out. That is very, very rare. But we are here in round number 8, 4-3. Easy Dream still have the advantage. If Team Empire can take the round here, then we will be completely level on the series. 1 map apiece, 4 rounds apiece, and only a short distance left to that finish line, and for the first one to reach it and get themselves through to next week's playoffs here in the European Open Clash.
It's obviously worth acknowledging that today and tomorrow there are a bunch of fixtures that are going to be played, 8 to be precise. This is the playoffs, or the round of 16 as we call it, where there are 16 teams left. After this weekend, that will be fizzled all the way down to 8, and then next weekend we'll have quarters, semi-finals, all the other good stuff that we can look forward to, as well as the grand finals, of course, coming through on the Sunday. So still lots to sink your teeth into, some great games to come through, great kills to find, as well as P4. One of the big boys stepping up for Easy Dream so far is silenced by a joystick nice and early into this round, playing on the Jaeger.
The second round that P4 has not managed to have any impact on the Ash whatsoever. He was shut down first last time around as well. So that's, again, I've said, one of these players that they really need to be the driving force of Easy Dream's side. They're getting in there and gets a kill onto Chaoxys. So that now leaves us 5 versus 3, and Team Empire really coming out and showing some domination here now that they are on defense. We can see the Claymore just being deployed to prevent any aggression into Master Bedroom. But much as I said with Aviator and Games Room, just missing shots there, unfortunately, due to the timing of everything. But as I said on Aviator Games Room, there are 2 options when attacking Trophy and Statuary. It's either in through Master Bedroom, or it's in through the Study Aviator Games area and through from the south side of the map. As it is, Easy Dream focusing on that Master Bedroom push. So they're going to look to get control over Master Bedroom and Bathroom, and then breach the wall that's right in the middle of your screen now. They're going to try and get in through that hard surface into sight to get the diffuser down. At the minute, they haven't made any direct progress towards it, considering they haven't actually brought the hard breacher. They haven't got the thermite on the board this time. They're going to have to work in through that single door, which makes a Master Bedroom push even a little bit more surprising, to be honest.
A little more suicidal even as well, because the number of angles that can be set up here, and we've always complimented Empire on their angle holding so far today, does make it a very tall order to push when you're at a numbers disadvantage. Now into a 4 versus 2. It was Empire earlier on who turned a 2 versus 4 into a 2 versus nothing and won the round out. So here is Shinka and Durza can repeat the same. You have one pushing up from the south side, as you can see. Durza playing on this sledge. still a couple of those middle pancakes flying around right now. They've got the cross angle set up inside of the sanctuary area. It's not entirely free just yet, but they will find themselves one. That's Dan done and out the way. Still 3 more to go, and the plant's going to start going down. The angle being held right now, but the might yet come the C4 sailing through, does not connect and get the kill. The plant almost went down, but not quite. Cut away at the final second. Shepard will get the closing kill in this round. Empire even things out.
Never really felt like Empire were out of control there. You just heard that C4 come in. It was as if they were waiting for that attempt to try and deny that diffuser plant. When it didn't connect, they were ready to strike. They had a plan B there, and they moved in and got the kill onto Shinka to shut down that plant and to push them now into level pegging, 4 apiece coming into round number 9. We're going to see dining room and kitchen from Empire now because they are yet to lose their defense. So they're going to be heading downstairs, but these downstairs sites are much more defensible than maybe initially thought when Villa came into the competitive world we've seen over the last few months. A real improvement of the way that these sites are viewed and the way that they are defended and the strategies that we see on them, and we've seen that attacker win rate really take a bit of a nosedive on these lower ground sites where it used to be quite high.
Ball's being brought along by Dan this time, so definitely some vertical play to be utilised. On this site, we commented earlier on that most teams will opt to play on the upstairs, have a couple up there at the very least to slow down the attackers and make it so they can't immediately get into the top 4 and start ripping up those floorboards to get themselves a couple of vision lines downstairs. Looks like a bit of a freeze up here as well, so we'll find out exactly what's going on and look to address that in a few seconds when it does resume. It happens.
Yeah, it does happen. Looks like potentially one of those server spikes that we saw previously. So you're going to come back to us for a moment whilst we get that lobby reopened and get everybody loaded in again. But what a fixture that we're having here today, Des. This is an absolute pleasure to watch.
It is sat 4 on 4 apiece as well, knowing that it's only 3 more rounds for a team to potentially close this out and shut up shop. Or I could go the full distance for all we know and go all the way to 8. Like, I could go literally that full distance. And we're still sat here saying, man, imagine when we see these guys play each other in Pro League. It's going to happen, guys. When it's each within the European League, that is going to be one hell of a clash. And this is the thing. We're only seeing 2 of the EU League teams clashing here. Imagine when the rest get involved as well and what that might result in. It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Like you say, we're seeing a fraction of it at the moment. We're only seeing 2 out of the 10 teams that are going to be playing in there. And right now, what a showcase they are putting on for us. This is absolutely mouth-watering in terms of what we are going to see going forward. We've got a few replays coming for you of what we've seen on Villa, and we really have been some of the best plays and kills that we've had from the entire series here on Villa. That clutch from Durza for me, that's the play of the game so far.
It was pretty mega. I mean, he came down to very, very close, shooting in the wrong location in a way, but you are right. It doesn't matter whether shots are hit, whether they're missed. Ultimately, it's whether or not the diffuser gets stuck or whether you come off it. It was more than enough for them to be able to close things out. But moving forwards, I mean, looking at how this half has played so far, we've only seen a couple of rounds, so it's not quite a world ender just yet. What do you see need to change for one of these teams to really pull themselves ahead into the lead?
I mean, right now, Empire, they've taken a few steps in the right direction. They just need to keep on walking, basically. They need to keep doing what they're doing, and that's winning those early round fights. Both rounds, they've come out, I think, with the entry frag whilst they've been on defence. So doing that, getting themselves the man advantage, and then they've just been very good at controlling site. They've not worried too much about the fact that Easy have got control of master bedroom or got control of that room or this room. They're just focused on site largely, and that is where they're happy to play. They're holding down those angles. They've usually got somebody below ready to hit a C4 potentially, and that has worked very, very well for them so far. Obviously, they're not going to have that same option for the downstairs operator this time around because they're going to be down in dining and kitchen, but I think the converse of that, the flip side, is that there will be with a man or 2 upstairs on the roam, but again, there will be a large focus on site from Empire, and that's doing well so far. Easy Dream, by contrast, need to get those opening kills. They need to get the guns firing again. They need to start hitting those shots, and they need to just get themselves that man advantage in the early round.
A lot of it comes down to joystick on the side of Empire, I think, as well. We've mentioned it earlier on that last couple of maps, especially on Border, wasn't really his day. A lot of those opening duels really went the side of Easy Dream, and it opened up a lot of control to the other side, knowing that he wasn't charging his way around the map, causing absolute chaos. Here on Villa, things are looking a little bit scrappier. He is winning a number of these opening kills, especially against Chaotix, who we've seen playing on that Jaeger a couple of times. And it is giving a lot of map control over to the side of Empire. They're not having to worry too much about what the other side is going to be doing, where they're trying to push aggressively, because they're being shut down by joystick when those times do roll around. So I think if he keeps on finding these opening kills and slowing them down, this could carry on escalating into a pretty comfortable victory coming out for the side of Empire. If Easy Dream start to find more and more answers to him, though, I do worry about how it plays out.
That is exactly it, Des. That's one of Empire's biggest strengths, is the fact that they have these number of players that can play like Joystick is in this. If it's not Joystick, it could be Shepard, it could be Cider. There's absolutely no problem for a number of them, and that is just getting those important kills and dragging the team through the game when maybe it's a little bit of a struggle, or giving them that momentum, that pace that they need. And right now, yes, Easy Dream need to pay attention to Joystick. They need to try and figure out where he's pushing from, or in this case, where he's defending from, and they need to just close him out and shut him down. Don't let him get his head up on the roam. As it is, we're going to be heading back into game now. We are on Villa. We are on map number 3 between Team Empire and Easy Dream here in the European Open Clash. We are 4-all. It is absolutely level standing after a couple of hours of some of the most entertaining siege I've seen in a long time, and we are going to bring you the final rounds right now.
We are indeed. So let's get into it. 4-4, going back to that same site once again that we saw just before the rehost came through. So dining and kitchen. We mentioned about the vertical play. We're seeing that pulse still coming through once again, because why the hell not? Of course, with that cardiac sensor from below and a couple of C4s on side. Imagine you'll see those on the Goyo and the Mute, for example. There's some easy kills there waiting for the side of Empire that doesn't require you having to contest against the members of Easy Dream. I'll be keeping a close eye, though, on what Joystick's doing. He's on that Jaeger once again. Is he going to be playing as a roam down towards the south, or is he going to be playing somewhere else instead? He could be the big impact player in this game once again, as we've seen in quite a few of these rounds today.
Looks like we are up and running again and underway in round number 9. But before we start with the action, of course, important to remember why we're here today, and that is to try and raise funds as much as we can for MSF, which is Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, and they are offering important and essential healthcare facilities all around the world to help health authorities manage crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic that we're seeing, which is obviously a large priority for them at the minute. 95% of their running costs come from donations. Ubisoft have put in €50,000 as effectively the prize pool for the tournament, but that will all be going to Médecins Sans Frontières. If you can donate anything at all, it would be much appreciated. It's !donate in the chat, and it will all be going towards a fantastic cause to help people all over the world.
Indeed it shall, and there's still some more to do on this map for both sides. We keep on saying 4-on-4 is where we currently sit things at. Let's see where Chaos is choose to try and stake his claim right now. I imagine he knows, and right now he probably is actually Joystick's worst enemy playing on this Nomad. His whole goal is to suppress him, and stop him getting these horrific flanks off onto the members of the other side. Instead, it's Scyther finding the opening kill at the start of this round, and the Mute nonetheless as well. Durs are going down. That's the Sledge removed, who they rely so much on for the vertical construction, is simply not going to be available anymore.
And that could be a big loss on a downstairs site. As you say, they rely on getting that verticality in play. We can see there's no breaching charges across the attacking side, so there's no option to breach the floor with that method. So they are basically now limited to the destructive power of the grenades on the Zephyr and the breaching charges on the Ash. That is the only thing they can use to open angles up from the top floor downstairs into site. Apart from that, they need to get control of the top floor if that's what they want to do. But right now, it seems like they're focusing on a lateral attack, and that is working well as Shinka gets in and P4 joins with Peace. Shinka now getting the diffuser down, and have Empire just let the site get out of their grasp a little bit too much. Once again, we saw it in the final round of overtime on Border. This is exactly what happened. They focused on too many other places in the map and not on the site itself. Chaoxis getting a kill there and bringing it down to 1 versus 3, always with a mountain to climb. Diffuser down and 3 men watching every single angle that he could approach from. This is going to be difficult. He's going straight into a crossfire. He challenges the IQ, and it will ultimately be Voy that gets the kill onto him, but there was a man right behind him ready to do the same if Voy wasn't able to finish him off.
Naughty pull down on that final shot as well to land the headshot immediately and bring that round over to Easy Dream's side. I mentioned earlier on, it feels like it can swing this way all day long. So far, we followed the exact same pattern as well, by the way. Defenders win 2 rounds, attackers want to win a round. This could carry on for all we know. Before you know it, it's a total full swing That's a lie, actually. It was 2 rounds to Empire at the very start, wasn't it? So 2 rounds we can say to Empire, a round to Easy Dream. Will it follow the same pattern of Easy Dream tearing the way through now and just winning rounds back to back, or can Empire have something to say about it? We saw that it wasn't really down to Joystick in that round to do very much. In fact, it was relatively quiet. It was all about that air quotes rush plan coming through from the attackers. Empire simply didn't have a response to it. They didn't expect, I think, the crouch walk coming in the length of the kitchen to then catch someone out from the side angle. So unprepared, probably the word that springs to mind there. Unaware of what was going on in another one. This is why you might see the Valkyrie being brought back to the fore here, as well as that was missing in the last round in place of, say, the Pulse that we saw Dan bringing along.
Yeah, Easy showing that alternative method of getting things done is certainly something that they've got in their locker. We would always expect, or 90% of the time expect on a bottom floor site for Villa, that a team will try to get in there and get that top floor control. Easy Dream were happy enough to forgo that and just push directly into site. Shinka was crouch walking his way in and just decimating those on site along with P4, and that enabled them to get the diffuser down. And once that had happened, it was just too little too late from Empire. They just failed to react quickly enough to what was going on around them. They just left themselves in a position where it wasn't possible for them to get back and challenge quickly enough before that had happened. As we can see, we've got some quick progress into the top floor here. We're going to see some pressure from the north side this time around. Chaoxis, there's a P4 all working together to clear through that trophy statuary side, make sure that there are no roamers present. Voy is just going to hold that astronomy window for the time being to prevent any flank coming from underneath, and then as this round progresses, drones will come in, they'll gather the information, and then they will look to push towards site from the north side.
Shinka just covering his tracks as you would expect. Same vibes being through here. 2 Claymores as well as the Nomad. Just trying to make sure all of those back angles are covered. It was Shinka, I believe, who got the Claymore kill earlier on. And so I think it was Scyther trying to play on the roam, actually, as he tried to come his way up red stairs and got himself tagged by one of those. So looking for the same once again. Just very, very conscious of Joystick and how much damage he can cause. No, we keep on harking back to him, but it's because that's just how much attention and how much utility Easy Dream are investing into trying to keep him quiet so that he can't upset their plans too soon.
1 minute 30 left on the clock, give or take a few seconds. Halfway through the round and we still have 10 operators on the board. Both teams starting to show increased levels of caution here, not wanting to rush too aggressively, being very careful. Easy Dream very careful last round to ensure that that was sort of available, that there were only 1 or 2 in sight before they did that. They certainly don't want to rush headlong into a problem. We can see the Goyo shield there has been detonated. That fire will burn for around 15 seconds, just preventing any movement through that area for P4. But now that it's been cleared off, P4 does have the option to start pushing towards it. Clear the barbed wire out next. His utility all being used to clear the defender's utility and start to create a path into sight, potentially behind that vault door, to get this diffuser down for Shinka.
It's the go-to location with that drone in place as well. They've got these angles covered up. Study is clear for them. The grenade's going to try and rifle through to try and bounce him. I don't think it's going to bounce quite how they want to bring down the Goyo. No damage also dealt on the other side, but the cross angles have been set up. 3 ready to push from Aviator right here, and they can make this work. But those smoke canisters need to be dealt with first and foremost before they can try and make the push in for this. They've only got 1 left alive right here. They're going to push and just try and go for the kills. P4 finds 1. The second one comes flying through a second later down, and Shepard finding a couple more. Scyther trading back. 3 versus 3 down to 3 versus 2. 1 more behind the bar, but he loses that gunfight as Void creeps into the sides as well. It's Trade City going on right now, and it's all down to Boy. A triple kill comes through for himself. He has the diffuser. Joystick is downstairs below. Please, let's not see a repeat of what happened earlier on. He should be able to see him through the floor. He can't see him, gets the spray down, and Joystick strikes late into the round. But my God, could he not find a more important kill?
I was not convinced then. I had my breath held. I just didn't know that he was going to find the angle. I thought once again we were going to see the same problem that always had downstairs, just not being able to find that planter. And I thought almost for a second it was a great play by Voy, not going right in behind the vault door. It was as if he kept himself, he had the time to, but it's as if he just kept himself 6 feet away from it with the intention of not being visible through the floor there. He didn't want to plant where those floorboards had been shot out. But ultimately, Joystick perseveres. He goes back. He was thinking about running upstairs. You could see it in his movement, but then he just tracked back, had a look around. He knew that was where the player was going to be, and he got the kill for his team. Empire take round number 10, and that leaves us 5-all here. So only one of these teams is going to get an opportunity at match point, and it is going to be a single opportunity at that before we head into overtime.
It feels even more real now that we're at 5-5. Overtime is no longer just a distant dream. It's a very, very close one. A couple more rounds to go. We may yet find ourselves there. But equally, one of these teams could snatch it away from the other just by getting 2 rounds back to back. Both have showed today many times over how capable they are of winning rounds that you would think they should be unable to do so. You've seen the adaptation constantly from Easy Dream in terms of operator selection. And in that last round, just Empire Joystick playing a very patient playstyle. Not trying to be the guy running around trying to get involved in what's going on. Just saved himself until the closing moments, and that is when he struck. So how this next round plays out is anyone's guess.
Defensive trophy statuary then, and we can see Joystick and Always out on the south side of the map for the time being, just waiting there for any potential push through that side of the map rather than hitting straight into Master Bedroom, which is what we saw Easy Dream do last time around. Joystick just getting spotted out downstairs in the library there, a drone just hiding itself away and just feeding that information back in. That's what Siege is all about, is that information game and just knowing exactly what your opponent is doing and where. And we can see Joystick just waiting by the window there. He really fancies a run out here, but I'm not sure he's going to get the opportunity as it stands. I'm sure that drone is wildly looking for him at the moment, and we can see, I think it's the Nomad of Chaoxis is potentially just working his way in, and that is going to be the location of Joystick known. However, what a headshot from Joystick, just shutting down the Nomad, who is trying to get in there and challenge him, and he knows that there is another outside of the door here, but does he know that it is P4 just holding a tight angle inside the wall there, just really pinning Joystick in. Joystick needs to think about either making the challenge or getting himself out of dodge and leaving out of the opposite side of library here. But meanwhile, another kill comes in for Empire, and a second there for Always, and that is now 4 versus 2, and Empire taking a commanding lead in round number 11.
Joystick knows with the fact they've committed 2 drones to try and to keep an eye on him there that they want to push in here and try and get a kill on him, and he would be absolutely correct because there is P4 lurking just the other side of this door, as you can see. Like Gargoyles frozen in time, neither side moving just yet as he goes to step out. Might find himself walking around the corner, but didn't check. What on earth just happened? P4 throwing away the gunfight, and Joystick winning that one out, turns it into a 1 versus 4. My God, is P4 going to be kicking himself for that one?
Unbelievable from Joystick there. We can see it cost him around 75 of his hit points, but he won't care. That was a great jink, a great weave to get himself out of that door without being down by a P4, and to live to fight through that gunfight and get himself the victory as he came out of the other side. Fantastic plays from him there. He was closed down by 2 men in library, and only Joystick has walked away. Team Empire take round 11, and that is thanks to Joystick. He's wasted an awful lot of time downstairs, and Easy Dream had a complete inability to shut him down and pinch him. They had him in a single room. Chaoxis approached, lost his life. He then chose to remain in library and chose to take his moment to challenge P4, and what a moment it was. Great plays from Joystick.
Comes down to this match point, series points. The loser goes home. Not quite a 7-7 scoreline that may bring you a bit more gravity, but still the opportunity here for Empire to knock Easy Dream out and send them packing, maybe for a more extended vacation. I joke they'll probably spend the next week prepping ready for the EU League, which of course kicks off in about 3 weeks' time. This is the kind of game that feels like it should belong closer towards the final, like a semi-final or something like that. And I keep on saying it, this is still only the round of 16. It's still only the playoffs. Today and tomorrow is full of games like this. Next weekend is where we get the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the grand finals. So make sure you stick tomorrow as well as all of next weekend in your diaries. There is a lot of fascinating Siege to watch with some of the best talent, if not all of the best talent in Europe, on show and on offer. This is where we're going to see the final claim being stated by Empire to close out this match. Then it's going to be down inside Kitchen and Dining. Spoke earlier on about the vertical play that teams will be looking for. Easy Dream's approach was to ignore that vertical play altogether and essentially charge their way into the downstairs from the east and go for a plant after finding a couple of opening frags. Empire needs to be a lot more attentive this time round as to where these pushes are coming from if they're going to respond. But for now, they have brought along exactly the same setup as previously. That pulse, especially I'm looking at there, in place of something like a Valkyrie.
Thinking further ahead in the tournament, as you mentioned it there, Des, whoever wins this match will go through to play the winner of G2 versus Tozer Drop, who will be playing next on this stream, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty more Great Siege for you to come tonight. G2 will be up next, and the winner of this game will play the winner of that game. So we could have tomorrow, Des, a rematch of Empire versus G2.
Probably wouldn't hold the same gravitas that it did back at the SI Finals in 2019, but it's something.
It's a great rivalry to watch play out. I just love it
Yeah.
anytime they face off against each other. You know it means so much to the players on both sides.
And both sides are now also made changes. Their lineup always, of course, being the guy that's stepping in for Karzekra, who's currently benched for the side of Empire. With how they've played today, I have zero doubt it would turn into an scorcher. But of course, let's see if Empire can even get through this fixture first. There is still work to be done. I was going to say Void there on that window up to the north. Unfortunately, I suppose managing to find pretty much a free kill onto Always, who was too busy staring down through the slats in the floor.
We can see now P4 just looking to push into the basement, just shooting out the soft wall that is the back end of that wine barrel and looking to aggress through there with the Ash. He's going to be drawn in by Chaoxis by the looks of it. They're just droning up the stairs and into sight to see exactly what is going on. Shinka and Voy now both out on that side of the pantry, just waiting to again be able to push in. We know that Shinka will have the diffuser in hand as he always does. Durza gets the kill onto Joystick. Dan will trade that one straight back out though, so 3 versus 4 now. Empire looking to fight their way through this. They don't want to take this to overtime. They don't want another 15 rounds out of Easy Dream. They don't want to be beaten up by them like that, but they might not have a choice. Voy and Shinka getting kills at a big time there, and that now leaves us 1 versus 4, and it will be all over as Dan gets taken down, and this one is going the distance right into overtime.
No one wants to roll over and die in this fixture. That much is very, very apparent. Round 13, overtime, as you say. Empire start out on the defense. We had this conversation back on Border that with how things have been going, we thought Easy Dream picking overtime attack as well as standard time attack, that they would be comfortable going into it. Absolutely not the case for the most part with how both teams have defended so well on Border, but they still managed to make it work. Will the same happen here? Or Empire just a bit too far ahead of them at this point to let them all the way through? I say too far ahead. It's really difficult to separate the two teams, given it's coming down to overtime for a second time in this series.
They've both had huge moments. There's absolutely no question of it. There's been mistakes on both sides, for sure. There always will be in a game as complex as Siege, but there's also been some phenomenal single-player efforts as well to snatch rounds back at the point where they look lost. This, again, has been a great advert for the game of Siege. It's just been such an entertaining game to watch, and it continues to be. And as I've said before, I'm on the edge of my seat for this overtime to see who comes out victorious here and who we will see progressing to that next round to play against the winner of the next match that we will see here on stream. I just always love to see how it plays out and what matchups we're going to have. And as this tournament goes on, there are going to be some huge matchups, let me tell you.
10 seconds to go.
Aviator Game's going to be where we're basing ourselves for this first overtime defense for Team Empire. Once again, that Valkyrie making a return. We spoke earlier on, I said that Easy Dream, not really ones leaning towards playing the Valkyrie all that much. They were opting to play on other operators instead. Meanwhile, looking over on their side, we're still seeing that double Claymore setup coming in alongside the Nomad just to try and put some restraint on Joystick. Didn't stop him earlier on, though, in round number 11, I believe it was, where it was from below that he found a kill late into the round without even having to worry about trying to get himself up stairways and deal with those air jabs. He still managed to have an impact. So, lots to worry about for the side of Easy Dream on the attack, but should be amply equipped to deal with the threat coming out of Joystick and other members of this team.
push coming in through north side already. Then we can see P4 has got himself established in there in Statuary, and he's just going to get on the drones now and start feeding that information. As always, Chaoxys is right up there on the front line with him, just deploying those air jabs, preventing any rotations from any player downstairs. You know how effective Joystick can be downstairs on the road. We've already seen that happen once. Will it come to be an important factor here again? We will see exactly how that plays out as the round goes on. Right now, Durza is pushing into the 90 corridor. He's just looking to get a line of sight down there towards Shepard, who is playing in behind that Goyo shield. Out comes some utility there, just looking to burn any of those potential Wamai discs that might be there and prevent them impacting on the air jab coming through. Another one will be deployed, but the air jab is now safely in place. So that does create a little safe haven there for the attackers to operate in, where they're unlikely to be pushed too aggressively.
For now, at the very least, but once again, we're seeing this setup coming into the north side here. I imagine we'll see a multi-stack get up here outside of Aviator, have one on the rappel where you can see Voice setting up now. This at the very least gives you an angle to watch anyone trying to rotate through Study later into the round, so they can't shoot you as you're going for a plant behind the Aviator table. All Voice got to do is stay alive and just hold this angle, and there's nothing else to have to worry about for now. Depends, of course, if Easy Dream can get away with getting in behind this door. We've already seen how last round played out. I was going to say Joystick was the one who played spoiler at the end. He is now dead, but there are grenades coming in from below. Will they find a kill here, potentially? On towards Dan. Yes, they shall. Great time grenade there from Durza. Brings him down. That's 2 kills to the side of Easy Dream right now. 5 versus 3.
What a grenade and what a capture of it from Medics there. Always aware of exactly how these players are going to come together, and that one was beautiful footage indeed to see Dan taken out in the gunbolt there. So we are now in round number 13. This is overtime, and we find ourselves 5-3 in the favour of Easy Dream. But the clock is ticking away, and the question is now, can they get in and get that diffuser down? Voy will get a kill, but Shepard and Always go huge with a late round double kill. Voy, however, gets himself another, but finds himself now 2 versus 1. Always, can he clutch this out? 5 seconds left to go. Voy starts to put the diffuser down. Shots rain in onto Always, and Chaoxys will finish it off. Easy Dream really pushing that one to the wire. We're far more in charge for the rest of the round, but those last 10 seconds just looked a little hairy there. But ultimately, they will take the advantage here. They get themselves onto match point, and they could be pushing themselves through into the next round of the European Open Clash.
Putting it at so close, 7-6 for Easy Dream and for Empire. We're going to be sweating a little bit now, knowing that it's come down to this. We've been playing now for what, 2.5, 3 hours? We've got to this stage of the competition. You know, you're 1 round out of being knocked out of it and being done with, and it all comes down to a defense of Aviator and gains for the side of Easy Dream. Now, we saw how it played out last time. We keep on mentioning it's all about that vertical play below the default plant spot behind the massive vault door that has caused such a headache. It's caused victory, it's caused failure. I wonder what impact it will have in this round.
We're about to find out over the next 3.5 minutes as the preparation phase ticks away, gets us back towards that action phase, the action that everybody wants to see, the action that everybody is on the edge of their seats for. 1 more round for Easy Dream, and we will have the arguably first upset of the European Open Clash. We've got many David and Goliath fixtures across the bracket. I wouldn't say that this is one of them before anybody dives on me and says that Easy Dream are hardly a David team in that equation. Of course they're not. They are, of course, a professional team in the European League now, just waiting to get started with their first season. But nonetheless, I think given the experience of Empire and the way that we saw this one start on Consulate, still you would have given the advantage to them, and at that point would have expected them to come through victorious. But Easy Dream have shown unbelievable resolve to fight their way through tough scorelines, keep themselves in the game, and they have earned this opportunity at a match point, this opportunity to close things out here with a real Grand Slam win against Team Empire.
I'm looking again at the same issue that we had in the first half for Team Empire and their attack, was it came down to this bandit and how much it slowed them down. When they could get control of Vault, things were very different. They had a lot more comfort in assaulting sites. They could afford to push in and try and pinch people out, knowing that they quite safely couldn't rotate using the Vault, lest they get themselves picked off. With it being electrified, we have yet to see Team Empire find out a way to deal with that, and it has cost them the attacks on this site quite a few times beyond that first time we saw them play it. The adaptation definitely needed. Pushing to Aviator definitely a sensible choice on the cards, I think. But they'll have to worry about any potentially late flanks coming up 90 and causing an absolute headache for them. No team's really played that way yet, mind you, but you can see the aggression coming out of the Easy Dream members here, pushing all the way up 90 to try and contest these drones. They try and push their way down 90 as the members of Empire push their way towards Aviator, for example. There could be some late round drama here coming out of the members of Easy Dream, of that much I'm convinced.
Absolutely, certainly. It is definitely on the cards. We can see Empire doing everything they can to drawn out as thoroughly and get as much information as they can, starting to deal with utility in the site as well. But the roamers are going to be an important factor. They need to be careful that they don't get caught out and lose a couple of men. Easy Dream are just looking, I think, for that sort of that flashpoint. They just want to get that opportunity to get in and get 2 quick kills and just really damage Empire and hurt them in a short space of time and leave them reeling and on the back foot. But Dan puts Empire right onto the front foot with a kill of his own onto P4. So that now leaves us 5 versus 4. 54 seconds though, and is the clock going to play a big factor like it has done so often for Empire today? Are they going to leave this one too late? Are they going to roll the dice in the last 10 seconds and hope that they come out on the top of things?
Happened a few too many times for my liking here. A bit of a spray through the stop wall and not going to net a kill. But Voy is down to a slither of HP here. One more bullet should be enough to remove him from this round. 30 seconds left, and like you said, time is always Empire's enemy. It's starting to feel like it might be the same. 3 crawling off towards the west right here. 1's gone down already. Chaos into a 1 versus 1. He loses out on that one. Joystick going big in this round with 2 kills already. Now a 4 versus 2 for the side of Empire. Now a 4 versus 1. They should be able to get away with this one. The final contest comes through, but Joystick is going to lose that one out to Shinka. Can they stop this plank going down? My answer to believe is now is going to be no. Empire take round 14, and we are literally going all the way to round 15 of the 3rd map to determine who walks away the victor in this best of 3.
This has been an absolute slugfest so far. 30 rounds over 2 maps, Border and Villa. Absolutely unbelievable. And Consulate itself was a close one as well. Didn't quite get to overtime, but boy did they fight it out. And it just goes to show how much both of these teams want it, all the way to 15 rounds, once again, maximum overtime, and this one is going to finish with a bang. That much is for sure. We're going to be heading to Trophy Statuary. Empire are going to be on the defense. From what we've seen so far, the defenders have generally had the better of things. It went 4-2 for each of them on defense, so I would give a slight advantage to Empire on that basis. That said, Easy Dream come in having won the last round. That gives them a little bit of momentum. It keeps them fighting. This one's going to be very, very close.
It's so difficult to call which way it goes as well, especially with how the last couple of rounds have played out in the attacker's favour. It's everything's thrown to the wind. Nobody really knows what to expect, but as you say, it's a North defence coming through. No massive changes coming through in terms of ops for either side as well. There's no one looking to play downstairs. I don't think. You have got the Valkyrie, could play down there with the C4, given they've got a couple on side. But without the Pulse, I guess there's really no need to in this instance. What chaos can Joystick cause here on the roam? How well can Chaosis and Co control him? Because the big difference I mentioned a couple of times now, we are seeing is the Easy Dream constantly bringing along this double Claymore setup in their lineups. Empire in the last round did not bother. They stuck to playing just with the air jabs, and that was all they needed to think in their mind they could deal with the roams potentially coming out of Easy Dream. We'll see now if it's enough, or if Joystick can once again be that late round spoiler that saved the round for Empire just 4 or 5 rounds ago.
So, Easy Dream opting not to bring the hard breach of Thermite this time around. The question is, where will they go? At the minute, it looks like they're going to be pushing into Master Bedroom. I've already been over the options for attacking onto this site in Trophy Statuary, and you will either try and get control of this area, Master Bedroom and Bathroom, or the south side of the map and push from there. Of course, there is always the third option of splitting those two and sending a couple of men in either direction. The problem that you get then is that you are leaving somebody like Joystick in a 1 versus 2, and we've seen exactly what he can do with that. Chaoxys and P4 being completely shut down by Joystick when they tried to challenge him as a 2 versus 1. Sometimes, unfortunately, it just takes more than 2 to take down a player like Joystick and guarantee that you don't lose numbers doing it. So we will see how this pans out, because right now we've got 2 towards Master and we've got 2 towards the south. I'm not sure yet where the Rogue 5th is, but we will see as the round develops.
It's a lot of drone work now. They've actually got their staging inside the building. They have managed to find out that there is Joystick playing down to the south, and I think he's expecting a push to come through, but nothing as of yet. He is down here to waste time, and 90 seconds in, all we've really seen Easy Dream do so far is achieve that initial staging ground where they can get themselves inside the building, but have not yet managed to deal with Joystick. And this is a lot of time to be spending right now on the drones, trying to find out where to go from, where we're going to find members of the other side holding and starting to make an execute. This is either going to come down to an absolute bloodbath in the dying seconds, or Easy Dream are just going to run out of steam on their attacking half.
This really is coming down to the absolute wire. Everything is level at this point into the final minute, and then always steps in and takes a slight advantage for Empire. That's now 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3 as Shepard gets it. The Gunners are starting to step up for Team Empire. This is exactly when they needed the most. Durza and Chaos is off the board. P4 joins them as Shepard peeks and takes his head off, and that now leaves us 5 versus 2, and surely this one is going in favour of Team Empire, but don't write off Easy Dream just yet. There is time for them to do something here, and there have been bigger surprises so far in this match than a successful 2 versus 5. Empire now just need to stay sensible, stay patient, hold themselves in sight. Either completely ignores me, peeks, gets 1, but Shinka will get 2 back in return. 1 versus 3 now. This would be an ace clutch if he was able to do it, but the time is ticking way against him. We can see Empire dropping away from sight. He's going to start getting the diffuser down. He will be challenged. He will be finished. And Team Empire will take what has been an unbelievably epic fixture.
All come down to the clock at the end. We've been saying all day that it was Empire's worst enemy, but in that last game, played into their favour, and the Roam game then was unbelievable. Joystick wasted so much time to the south, always roaming upstairs. Well, always, quite literally, the player, not as in Joystick, was always doing it, but always roaming up red stairs on the mute as well, finding a kill for himself there. Easy Dream could not get themselves set up inside the building. Everything just went against them there. Really unfortunate for them, but what a hell of a fixture we have just experienced.
Absolutely unbelievable. Great advert for Siege. Fantastic advert for the European Open Clash. These teams are here to play, taking it very seriously, and they are looking to win.
It's one of those ones where you kind of look back and think, at the end of this competition, we'll be saying, man, what if that result on day 1 had gone a bit differently? What if the last round of Border had gone the other way instead? So many things could have changed between these two teams, but ultimately, as we see it play out, Empire just about step over the line and get themselves into that quarterfinal spot next weekend. There's going to be some teams looking at this game and just thinking, we're terrified of both of these teams.
I'm already looking forward to that quarterfinal. I'm not assuming that G2 are going to get there, and there is, believe me, more upsets to come over the next couple of days. For the rest of the day here, we've got another 2 games for you, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty more good Siege to watch, and then we've got another 4 for you tomorrow, and I can guarantee there's going to be some upsets. But if G2 can find themselves through to the next round after the next game tonight, then they will be in a replay versus Empire.
It's mad to think that that's been that intense and longer series as well. There's still 2 more best of 3s to come up today too. So lots more Siege to stick around for and enjoy. Obviously worth mentioning at a time like this is all for the charity as well. Medecins on Frontier. It's who Ubisoft are helping out here as well in their fight around. They're helping out around in terms of donations for help fight COVID-19 around the world in over 70 countries. Ubisoft are doing 50,000 euros, and you guys can contribute as well. Thank you very much for anything, of course, you can help out with on that front. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for the rest of the day. Of course, we are now halfway through, so a very, very good opportunity to gauge where things currently sit, and of course, the other games that we still have yet to come. G2 come up next. I'm sure that's what you're all waiting for right here against Toes, and then Rogue will face off against Invicta in that last game of the day. Rogue, of course, as we all know, have gone through a couple of changes recently, so I'm excited to see who's playing for their roster. That will come on a bit later on after this next series. And given this map right now between Empire and Easy Dream has been a massive 3-map blowout, who knows how long we could still be sitting here watching Siege. It could be another 7 or 8 hours yet if these games keep on going the distance.
We'll just play right into tomorrow. We'll just keep going. No stopping us. We'll just lead right into the first game of tomorrow. Yep, 2 huge matches yet to come. G2 Toes Drop next. That one's going to be an absolute cracker, I'm sure. And as you say, Rogue and Invicta as well. So we're going to throw out to a short break. Don't go anywhere. As we say, we've got that big G2 match coming up for you. Thank you for sticking around for that Empire versus Easy Dream. I'm sure it wasn't really a chore. We've all had a lot of fun watching that one. They've put on a great show. Some fantastically entertaining siege, and me and Des will be back with you real soon for Rogue versus Invicta, but Hap and Fluke are going to take you away for G2 versus Toes Drop right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me and Fluke again right here for the, third match actually today. It is going to be G2 Esports versus Tozadrop, and there's going to be some, well-known names on Tozadrop as well. Maybe not as well-known as the squad up of G2, but we are here with the R6 EU Open Clash, and if you want to participate on socials, make sure to tweet with hashtag R6 EU Clash, and, that means everybody can follow it easily. So, intro to the game, Fluke. What do we think? What do we expect here?
Well, I mean, obviously, as we've kind of seen throughout this entire tournament, that it's pro teams versus teams that have played through open qualifiers. So you would expect the first to be able to take care of the second. We've seen a kind of mix of results as the day has gone on. Obviously, the previous map with Izzy Dream was one where, we've got high expectations for Izzy Dream. Tozadrop, it's a little bit less, but let's have a look at G2 first of all. A roster where if you're not familiar with them, then you just ever watched any comp siege ever. Pango, Kantarakeri, Uno, Citizen, and Virtue, a dream team of gunners made from all around the world with one job, one idea, and one plan only, and that is to kill. And they do it pretty well.
Yeah, they do not have supports, they say themselves, only fraggers. The joke they kind of ran themselves, and of course it's no longer the squad up that reigned the competitive siege scene for like the long time. We still of course have Pengu there, Kanto there for example, and Uno as well of course, but Virtue and Citizen, the newly added ones to the lineup, to try and get back to the greatness they once had, to re-establish their dynasty and see what they can do. So that's their objective in the coming year, in the 2020 esports year, and we'll see if that will be working out for them. The first tournament they're actually going to be going into is this R6 EU Open Clash. So it's a good start. It doesn't qualify you for the major, it doesn't give you any points, but it's bragging rights, and that's important too for these kind of players.
Yeah, arguably they're the most important thing for any athlete, any esports player in the world. Your bragging rights are where it's at. And I guess playing up against pros is probably where you can start to earn some of your own. For their rivals today, Tozadrop, who played through the open quals and actually got all the way to the final of Qualifier 2, which is how they earned their place in this, but were beaten by the eventual winners of that play. A couple of names you may recognize, the most important probably being Falco, but alongside Prime, Dareal, W Shark, and Aurelian. There's a few ex-Yunkdis players on this board. Aurel, I believe, used to play for Movistar as well, so they have a little bit of a history on the kind of National League tiers and the kind of National League scene as well. And outside of obviously Falco, who's ex-Penta, it's a couple of bigger names which we didn't quite have in the first game you and I casted today.
Yeah, definitely not. And that also spells that, of course, there is some experience in this lineup. Most likely not as much as the likes of G2 can bring, but it might give us a little bit of a closer matchup, one where they can maybe surprise the G2 players for the better. As we see right here, I believe this is Manche 4. I'm trying to find out whether this is like a French national. Oh, this is the qualifier was actually.
It was the qualifiers, yeah. It was. This is some footage that we have from the qualifiers, are well put together. VOD, obviously, our knowledge of Tozadrop is a little bit more limited than G2, surprising nobody. But at the same time, that's what this tournament is. It's a fantastic chance for charity, for these teams to be able to kind of match against some Pro League teams, give themselves a little bit more cut of the tooth experience, all on a couple of weekends, very warm, and for a lot of fun. So we'll jump into the map video and we'll see what 3 maps are our potential for this showdown. And any predictions, any guesses?
Like G2 is really fan of like the actual best of 3 system. Pengu also tweeted about it, so they should be happy with this one. I think a coastline will be picked up. You might see a Consulate. They historically are okay at that map as well, aside from the throw against Na'Vi for back then. We all remember that one. And as a third map, maybe Cafe.
I think it would be interesting to see. Obviously, we'll have a look at the sequence as it goes in, because I'm not going to make any predictions because I'll just get them wrong. Consulate and Border are the 2 guaranteed, with a little bit of Villa as a possibility on the 3rd. And it's fairly similar cuts to, I think, what we're seeing generally throughout all of this.
Yeah, definitely so. I have 1 out of 3 correct. It's not my proudest moment, But we are definitely going to be seeing some good maps. And Tozer Drop picking Consulate, that also means that G2 will choose where to start. Now we could see them start off on the defense side to try and dictate the pace from there. So, what do you think is going to be happening in Consulate?
Aggression. Consulate is a map that plays very, very well to it, especially in EU. As we've said many, many times, it is in a way what Bank was to Latin America and the LATAM region. Consulate can be for EU. It is so fierce and so ferocious. And if you put those two words together, you can kind of sum up a lot of what G2's roster is in that. So expect a lot of movement, a lot of aggression, a lot of keeping a lot of the map hot, the synergy between the hatches, getting from the top to the bottom and back up on those staircases is a very quick job. So I feel like we're going to see, it's going to be pretty frantic.
It is definitely going to be, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of flashy plays as well from both G2 as potentially Toes Drop as well. As of course, we all know they always like to save strats, so they might be able to do that now again. They did it for 2 full years, and the Pro League or European League season is now starting again. There is no more saving strats in that one, because otherwise you just simply do not qualify for the major, and you just simply do not qualify for the Distinct Invitational in that case. There's no more pity invite. So G2 has no reason to save strats anymore in Pro League, and well, that means they might do it now, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not that's actually the case.
Thermite Thatcher ban, and that's kind of par for the course on this map. I'm expecting to see Valkyrie removed as well, because the power she can bring, if she's still on the board, well, you gotta bring an IQ, because otherwise that becomes a nightmare as the game progresses. But the way that we see, there she goes, the way that we see this game kind of progress and this map kind of progress is removing Thatcher. It allows you a lot more kind of structure in your defense. The garage wall becomes a little bit more tepid. It becomes, a little bit more intense, I would say.
Definitely so. And well, we're not seeing an actual Nomad ban, which makes it easier to run out. But the Valkyrie has been banned, and with that, the information will be denied, effectively making sure that, well, you'll be running out quite blindly. Thatcher and Thermite ban, I think that might be really difficult to play for Toes Drop against like a well-established team like G2. They have a lot more synergy on the side of the not German, but German national lineup now, actually, because they play that based on the residency rules. But they have a lot more synergy in them, right? So it's easier to deal with a Thermite Thatcher ban in that case than when you're not as confident with each other, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where when this roster came together in the hands of G2, there was a lot of questions and a lot of, okay, this is a bold move. Let's see if this can kind of put off. But it was one of those super rosters. Obviously, Virtue brought over from the other side of the world, try and play to this. The Citizen move from Na'Vi, whilst Na'Vi at the time was still champs. There was a couple of questions, okay, how can this go? And then obviously what G2 lost in Fabian and the kind of Lord Overseer that he is. And I think seeing tournaments like this, seeing maps and places like this where we can kind of see how they've developed is where we pique the curiosity of what G2 can bring. It's, in a way, it's similar conversations to what we had about Vitality earlier, where you look at how they played throughout the recent season and you go, I mean,
you see that? Yeah.
The mirror facing away from Gary. There we go. No, that's facing the... Okay.
I was going to say, are they going to keep these walls soft? Because that would have been really interesting if it was just the middle one that was reinforced. But it's a very interesting strategy for sure that's coming down right here. I think as well that Toes Drop is going to be a bit confused on how to deal with this, because it's a pretty interesting setup. Not sure if G2 has been scrimming with Mira. This is why the setup comes through. People are going to be analyzing this like hell if it works.
I've had it pointed out to us by a wonderful producer. It's not pronounced Toes Drop. It is apparently a Frenchization, and I don't think that's a real word, of to the drop. So it is to the drop. Is apparently the full name. To the drop. Apologies.
If you say to the drop, that sounds German.
Okay, well, I think that's just my accent. We've already discussed how much I am at French. Kanto opens up the kill and takes care of Falco, and starts what is probably going to be a bit of a bloodbath on this map, and well, he's always a player that has never shied away from that. It was from deep, by the looks of it, able to get the diffuser carrier off on the side, potentially from a run out or a peek. And I guess when you're playing Vigil on this map, well, you gotta be shut down because you have so much free reign.
Yeah, indeed. As right now they're 1 man down. It's also the Maverick, which would normally be needed to open up his garage wall, of course, considering the fact that there is no Thatcher, there is no Termite available to you. Kento now picks up their reel as well. It's also going to be the Nomad gone. It's going to be the trade kill. As Shark and Kento trade out each other. The Hibana goes aggressive on the yellow stairs, but completely chokes onto Yuno. That means it's only up to Aro the Ash now to, well, survive and get 4 kills to make sure that they take round number 1 home. But G2 and their mirror strategy, well, worked. Not really due to the mirror, but more so due to Kento picking up 2-3 kills right there. Trade coming in from Aro. First one, Pangu aboard. Is aware of the fact that someone is on the top of CEO. Has to find 3 more in 30 seconds if he wants to get this round in. It's a very hard job to complete. He's going to try nonetheless. Spots at the first player, misses the shots. Just a small tag into Yuno. Decides to move all the way up to Spiral, but it will be taken down by Virtue from the piano. He, was quick in the trigger right there. Didn't give him too much chance on actually rotating out.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about the space. As I said, from the moment Kento got the first kill, you cannot really leave... Well, you cannot leave a Vigil in general to free reign on this map. As we said, it's a very quick map. The map itself, I believe it's the only one still in the pool where if you take the observer cam all the way out, you get the entire map within frame. It says a lot about the play space compared to every single other place, is that you have such an intense vertical here, and it's one where, as I said before, it synergizes very, very well. You combine that with an operator that's good on movement, like Vigil, well, they become beyond what Vigil can be on other maps. You put that in the hands of someone like Kento, that is a problem that becomes just a consistent, and you have to be active in it. You can't really just forget about that. Sending themselves up to the top floor and seeing if they can get a hold here instead. Citizen bringing the mirror. I mean, we saw some pretty, I'm going to say, curious mirror placements before, only in that you don't really see those mirror placements historically. And again, up here, yes, there's a couple of places you can put them. You'll occasionally see one in, say, printer. You'll see one in connector looking towards CEO, but it's just that one there behind long desk to watch the window instead of having a man inside the room to watch the window. This is some creativity.
I really like that one. Back when I was actually comp player for Benelux, we used that one. This exact window. We used
exact window?
The exact window.
It's definitely rarer to be seen nowadays.
Because we do not see Mira.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, her impact on this map compared to a lot of other maps, I would say, is historically, it's less prominent. It doesn't do what it can otherwise do, and, well, Uno does what he can do, takes care of White Shark before he even gets a chance to enter, and Kento jumps out and gets another 2! Instantly!
This is a slaughter. Just putting themselves to the meat grinders here of G2, and there's a drop, not really reply as of yet. I'm so confused on what's happening. We're not even 30 seconds in and already 3 people dead on the side of Toast Drop by the 2 members of G2.
It's a heck of a way to say welcome to Consulate. And the thing is, this is what I was saying when it's such an aggressive map, that this is what a lot of teams in EU feel so comfortable doing, and have always felt it. Like, even some historically less aggressive teams have found a little bit of in Consulate that it just kind of brings out a bit of EU play. And I guess it's an EU play that G2 thrive in. This gen of G2, this current build is so aggressive happy.
Jumping out as well. Oh no, this is just cyberbullying going on right here. It's the real that managed to get it down into Pangu's aware of the fact that someone might be coming up from the yellow stairs, but it's Virtue to yet again get the kill, save Pangu's KD. But I was gonna say, the G2/Penta roster we know, they've always been good on Coastline and Consulate, right? It's been 2 of the best maps, and well, you can only ban one as to the drop. They went for Coastline. You still have this one coming up, and that's why they like. I think that's why they like Best of Threes that much, because they're at least going to be playing one of the maps they actually like.
Clash bought for the lobby press room hold, and I guess in amongst the aggression that's being displayed by the rest of the G2 teammates, I think he's going to try and hold some solidity, or potentially just run out as well and offer a bit of cover and support to the bodies of G2 that frequent the outside of the building itself. Otherwise, unfortunately, TizzleDrop haven't quite been able to find themselves in, and I guess, well, when you're grabbed and slapped around and woken up in this fashion, it can take a little bit to warm up to this kind of pace, this kind of play, and it's a kind of there's no slow burn to this G2. It is everything. Here it is. Try and stop us, and you know it's sink or swim. And unfortunately,
even Nomad available to him, and these jump outs keep on happening. That's the thing that just comes to my mind. I almost forgot it already.
In a way, that is.
Wait, Ben, come on.
Look,
It's just
okay.
ranked they're playing.
Ben is, you know, part of the UK Massive. I've always got to support every decision that he makes. So I support that, Ben. Keep doing what you need to do. And see if you can get a couple of kills off it as well, because that just kind of sweeten the deal for us. Uno, looking to peak with Iron Sights, we've complimented earlier on in this day. Unfortunately, it seems like TizzleDrop are waking up a little bit. They're not quite being caught outside just yet, but, well, as we said before, this is a big map. 4 huge flat sides. That level of concern never drops off.
Was he sitting there with a mirror window? Come on, dude! This is just cyberbullying like this if you're just gonna sit out there.
Oh my
god. Well, let's just talk a bit of business then, because this tournament, of course, is in a cooperation with Medicine Sans Frontières. Ubisoft has sponsored a total of 50,000 euros already as the prize pool of this tournament, and you can contribute as well if you want to. Fabian earlier this day was like, if you have 5 minutes to watch Twitch, you have 500 euros to donate, because that's exactly what he did. We do not ask you to do so, though, as Auror gets the entry for once, so I'm just going to continue this. If you want to go and donate, if you can donate, type !donate, and if you want to learn more about Medicine Sans Frontières, the Docs Without Borders for the English-speaking people, make sure to type !MSF, and now back to the action, Fluke.
Yeah, and it's all kind of kicking off. Falco able to find the second there and able to start to find his way into this game. Auror has generally had a good start, able to find a few kills throughout, but it's definitely a good lead. As we said, Yurash, you need them to kind of be doing the business, and it's good that they've been able to show up in the face of this. The Clash has pulled back, holding on to very important vertical retail and real estate, but at the same time you can see the creeping coming along the side of Long Desk. Virtue is the cover to make sure no one can swing in easily behind the Clash, but the flashes are coming out. They're going to try and burn all the utility they can to get this Clash out of there. It is down to Virtue to keep the Dancing Penguin alive, who is doing quite a step on this doorway.
It's just trying to make as much noise as he possibly can just to bait out these players, and if you do that successfully, it might be Virtue who is up top there to potentially get a kill in or two. If they go too aggressive on the peak right there. See Citizens in the meantime got a spot out, knows one is going to be coming from the bottom of Spiral, gets that kill, and with that drops a diffuser. That might actually force the likes of TizzleDrop to actually move down more and quicker. They need to get the diffuser in hand, and that gives potential to Pengu and well, Virtue as well to go for flanks, go for flank kills as well. But it's going to be the real that shuts Pengu down, and if that is a 2-for-4 situation in favor of TizzleDrop.
15 seconds to go.
Well, with 15 seconds to go, Citizen has at least decided to put... Oh no. That's unfortunate. And it's a constant plague, unfortunately, that we've had all day. The pros themselves have been struggling it. We are doing a rehost rule throughout this on the day, so if this does keep popping up, we will be making sure that we can try and, I guess, keep the integrity of the competition going, because in those situations, you hand the round. Like, that's depending on when that happens, which no one can predict. The round is a teams or another teams, and unfortunately, we're just going to have to stutter and stumble through this as best as we can.
Definitely so, and well, for now, that's a good sign for G2, considering the fact that they were kind of on the losing hand of this round. Round's going to get replayed in that case, and with that, they have another opportunity at winning it. So for G2, they'll probably be okay with it. Not sure if there's a drop is going to be as enjoying it, because they did get the plan down, of course. But yeah, we'll see about that.
When we also kind of obviously talk about where the round was going to swing and whose favorite was going to go into, that was pure filth. Kanto, pure filth. It's also worth kind of documenting the momentum. It was a brief discussion before when we said, well, G2 have come in at that full pace, which is something that comes with experience. It comes with a history and how much you've kind of been playing together and yada yada. To the drop as well, I think they came in expecting a little bit of a slower paced game, which was a little bit obvious in how they just didn't expect the runouts that frequently, that fervently. They had the Nomad, they had the air jabs, they had the ability to stem the flow of attackers, defenders even, but on the defenders' attack, they just weren't prepped, they weren't in a situation. So this is a good moment in a way for them to go, okay, we got to find a new pace, because our previous gear was not up to standard.
No, definitely not. Just G2 very much dictating the pace right there, not really giving an opportunity to the drop to actually decide what they wanted to do, because they kind of get shut down before they even had the opportunity to already. Well, you saw in the third round where they finally got those entry kills in themselves, they took control back. They approached that a lot slower than they normally would in the previous 2 rounds, and you instantly see that they can get some control in that case, and well, that's a good sign at least, but you have to be careful now that G2 realizes that happens once. They might adapt to it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about G2 as well, is I mean, the first 2 rounds, they built in the aggression and built in, oh, what are they doing with those mirror windows? And then the third, we see Citizen in the cupboard holding the mirror window, trying to hope that they entered on lobby and didn't notice him, and then he could strike and probably put that as a highlight reel on everyone's feeds, and then had to pull out of it because things started to slip through their fingers. So it's in a way, it's a wake-up call for both teams, but you know, G2 have a little bit more in their canisters to go. And I guess that's the worry. Is you can't just step up to what G2 are doing now. You've got to realize that if you do, they're going to keep stepping up, and so do you.
Yeah, definitely so. Just quickly looking at the markup above right here. I see we already reached 2.2k after today in the EU Classics. We kind of increased a lot. So the support you guys have been giving to Merci Sans Frontières is absolutely amazing. Keep that up. Spread the stream if you cannot donate or do not want to donate. Just make sure people get aware and we're just watching and make sure that the channel gets out there. You do not have to donate, just to be clear about it. Just watching is already support as well, because it gets it out there more. So let's get back into it, Fluke.
Back on the board, 2-0. Obviously, we're playing the same site, the same kind of setup and strategies in terms of operator selection, but, well, I'm guessing G2 are hoping for a little bit more from this round, because as you said, things were generally swinging in the favor of Tusa Drop, which is, I guess, not in the G2 book of what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, probably not, but then again, I do not really think that it's their main concern right now. They have been preparing for the European League. They want to go in there and reach top 4, so to say, as that will qualify you to go up to the next major. That will be in August. I believe that one is the North American one, and, well, that directly gets you the point to the 6th Invitational, and that's kind of what they need right now. Especially after the pity invite they've gotten for the last one, so they have different things on mind. Whilst There's a Drop is actually, well, trying their best right here to put a dent into these giants of G2. To actually get, like, well, that little bit of infamy out there. Something like that.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's the word for it. You know, it's fame, infamy, who cares as long as we've got personalities. And talking of who cares, Kanto does not care about what Duriel is attempting, because they're continuing that aggressive role against anyone that even approaches the side of the building. Is that a pre-placed on that door waiting for a bit of attention? I think that might be a little bit of a bait there from Uno, waiting for a call, waiting for the feed, and waiting to try and join what is going on a slightly different stream today in launching a man into space.
And definitely so, a little bit of a different stream indeed. I believe that one is the -1 right now, and well, they have a -1 as well right now on the side of Tuesday Drop, because gets the C4 kill onto Arl. That's going to be the Ash gone off the board as well. Pre-fires coming in from Falco, who repels into the administration office. Has to deal with the clash though of Pangu, who's slowly moving himself around. White Shark gets the kill into but hey, here we go. There's Pangu suddenly. It's going to be Kanto with a double kill as he takes down both Falco and White Shark, and well, then it's going to be Prime, who has a shark skin on his F2, so it might have been a bit more fitting for him to use that name. But well, he will be on an exit frag job again, trying to get as many, potentially clutch it out as well, but he's going to be able to find none so far. Gets down into Kenta, but he gets hunted so hard that he just falls over, and Citizen will get that kill.
I guess it's one of those things where I said, I guess this is a bit of a break to Zadrop to talk and discuss and see what they can bring momentum-wise. But at the same time, it was the same for G2, and they said, whoa, we got a little bit lucky there in that, they got the diffuser down. We need to kind of, I guess, be a bit less silly, but also Kanto still run out in the opening 30 seconds, find a body or two. And, I guess that's the kind of power, the fuel that they have in their canisters to be able to kind of turn that on and off, where in a way, the 3 rounds that we've seen come to their completion on this game so far, excluding the one where it was obviously unfortunately rehosted, it could have been any site that G2 were playing.
It has definitely been. But I think that we worded it wrong a bit. I think they refueled themselves on these swamp peaks, because the more they seem to get, the more aggressive they seem to start playing. So
yeah,
that's a thing to take into account. Oh well.
The singular Claymore. Have we had a single air jab go off this game?
Yeah, but like after the guy got killed already, so
yeah,
not really effective.
Yeah, it's the problem, I guess, with how necessary that control is right now versus how, unfortunately, Tizadrop just haven't been able to utilize it in the correct way. I guess it's fair. It's a big map. There's a lot of windows. Sure, there's ones that are historically easier to jump out of, but G2, they're playing such an aggressive random game here.
Just throwing out 2 goo mines just for the fun, just to get some extra information, and Uno is going to be upstairs, is going to be able to use that sound cue to potentially go for like a C4, I think it is, because they're going to be pushing. I think that's the actual thing. I think he's going to be throwing out a C4 to the actual fact where the goo mine is going to be going in, because, well, no one is. Look, there we go. Being pulled out now. Oh no, they're actually
destroying books.
Yeah, just destroying books.
The upside down repel on Garage. You can see both of them are itching for this. The fire comes through, the C4 goes, but no one is caught. They spread and scattered as soon as that window popped out. They knew exactly what the step 2 of that plan was, and well, fortunately for Tizadrop, they've woken up and they're not quite falling for it just yet.
No, definitely not yet. I was really certain about the fact they would be using a C4 to make sure that they get the guy who steps into the goo mine, but unfortunately not. I'm kind of disappointed by that, but hey, we might see them live to fight another day, and with that, put some extra pressure onto G2, maybe make them crumble a bit more.
Well, some decoration drops the wall from the map. Looked like initially they wanted to aggressively peek back against that. Prime finds Kanto and looks for a second on the bottom of yellow stairs. Can't quite catch the rotation there as they've got a lot of ground. Uno still top floor. Has that control, has the possibility to rotate back down and cause some destruction, which it looks like he is trying to do now. The Mozzie is so unbelievably versatile on this map with the kit that they have, and to be fair, most maps. And again, it plays into what I was talking about the Vigil before, where if you leave them loose, they can do a lot of work.
This game a little bit less versatile with the removal of the Super Shorty.
Yep.
Has to rely on pre-made rotations right now. Of course, there's a C4 available, but you don't really want to use that to make a rotation. Kind of a waste of your utility in that case. But as the Maverick tries to open up a bit further, there's a mute gemmer there. It's probably going to be just for peek holes right here. Make sure that they can find the right angles. Close out the right players. They're kind of afraid of someone being on the left side of the white fan. Now, in some degree, that's actually true. Citizen is right behind it. So he will potentially push in closer whenever the need is there. But G2's just holding off right now. Hedge being opened up, nothing too big. This angle is going to be watched. Potentially a kill comes out from it as well if Una holds the right one. Ooh, there we go. Pengu gets his head taken out. Should have been aware of that. Una now gets a kill. Gets killed as well. Citizen is G. Oh, goddamn! Virtue respond. As the pistol comes in right there, it's certainly a 2-on-1 situation. White Shark, the last one standing, swaps over to his pistol as well, but gets taken out by Citizen. Also with the pistol. And I was just, I don't know what happened there. It just went all too fast for my brain to process, and then suddenly the pistol kills and pistol whips come out. G2 still managed to win that round, even though they were at a pretty big disadvantage from the start.
It's John Wick, and Pengu is not wrong. That was unbelievable work from Citizen there, and from obviously Virtue picking up the other side as well, to be able to pull that back, to drop round the side and the back of the van and drop the bodies that would congregate and get the man trying to get the diffuser down. He went for that over the potential kill. It was panic from the side of Tazadrop, and it worked entirely in the favor of the pistol swinging of Citizen.
It definitely did. 4-0 right now. And that is kind of worrying if you're a Tazadrop fan. This is really not what you want to be looking up to now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the start of that for Tazadrop was very well put together.
Yes.
They were aware of the prevalent danger that G2 have been outside of the map. They didn't run straight into the Elysians. They were kind of a bit conscious of what they needed to do to defend against the top floor and how conscientious they had to be in terms of making sure that they didn't fall victim to what G2 have been doing multiple times. And then they were able to get the first two as well, obviously taking Kanto on the yellow stairs window and then picking apart Pengu just from opening some pretty clever angles on the wall. There's these little moments where everything's kind of going right for Tazadrop, and then things like that happen. When the G2 button gets pressed and they go, oh yeah, we do this, and we do it very well.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were fraggers. That's what we do. We do not do strategy, we just click heads. That's exactly what happened there. Just a pistol swap. Maybe a little bit of a lucky first shot to go right into the head right there, but you know, they'll always say it's just skill. As of course, in some degree, it's also the case. But we see a, well, very east-oriented take right here coming down from Tazadrop. They want to take control of admin first. Of course, it's upstairs. It's a very normal way to go at things, to just go for the administration office first. Get some good control, some good initial control of the map, and put you in a good position to continue for the rest of the round.
Aggressive take of Printer there as they make sure they take and get inside as quickly as possible. Still concerned about the possibility of someone busting a wall outside, and the pings are going to mean that they're even more concerned. There's the impact, there's the spray, too little too late, as Daryl had already got himself situated in a position to expect and annihilate Kanto before he could start to frag back. Twice in a row, they've taken a big figure off the board, and, well, that's kind of the response for him being the first to getting the opener twice earlier on in the map. However, as proven in the previous round, it's not just Kanto you got to get through.
I also got to get to the likes of Citizen and Virtue, and while Citizen start things off, Pengu gets wall banged. Not really having the game of his life right here as he keeps on getting entry kill almost on the likes of G2. Of course, it was Kanto this time, and I believe the last one as well. The banner breach is silent. XD coming through. C4 being tossed out. That could be a potential kill. No, Falco just moved back in time. Like his spider senses tingling as soon as that C4 got tossed out. Hopes to find a bit more and proper control as Arl is actually on the chase. Try and go to the spiral stairs. Doesn't know is up here, most likely. We'll also secure his claimer. No, he's just making sure that the actual laser goes through to deny a potential rotate from the basement. But then Citizen picks up yet another kill. Yuno then follows up with Falco as well. And yet again, G2 find themselves in the advantageous position again. The Real's going to be able to recover the diffuser. And RL will be moving up right here. Will be taken down by Yuno as well. It's all up to the Ash now. Tries to move through. Tries to get some pre-fires down. Gets the first one to start off with. It's Yuno that falls. Has to find two more if he wants to get around under his belt. 25 seconds on the clock. Moves into the projector room right now, but then decides to swap back to the long desk. Hoping to find one more. Gets the first one. That Citizen off the board. It's just Virtue now. Is the Aussie that will have to do it. And will he expect the prone? Oh yes, he does. Virtue chokes the shot, and it's going to be the Real that manages to actually get the response on it just in time. And with that, they do take that first round.
Oh, Virtue, that was yours to lose and you lost it. Well played to an Ash that, well, almost pulled the ace entire clutch there. 4K is still mighty impressive, especially when you're up against a team like G2, and it finds you getting your first blood on the board too. 4-1. It's a little bit late, but it is in no way little because that was a heck of a feat, and hopefully it's going to be the start of something a little bit more progressive as we look to potentially finding themselves with 2 under their belt before the turn of the half, and they can head onto their defense. Frost is on the board for the first time this map, but far from the first time today, as we've seen it kind of played and flirted with quite a lot. Archives tell us as a split site, however, is always an interesting one to see in EU.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, it definitely is. Seen it sewn like a couple of times. Sometimes it really works out well, sometimes not that much.
I think they're destroying the whole floor.
I think so too, but I think they forgot that the ACS... Oh, that's not changed in this server, of course. That's the technical test. I mean, this is the perfect shotgun to do it with for now.
Yeah, so this is... We've seen this done once or twice. It's a big NA thing. Well, to be fair, this site is a good NA site. You can see them play it really, really well. But usually it's just, we don't want floor. Let's play it like the recently timed game mode where you can just remove the floor, find the vaults, and we'll play it from underneath. We'll hold it, we'll lock it down. It's all floor is lava. Find yourself a table and try and be safe, because otherwise we are there, waiting with guns and C4s and a pulse.
Definitely so. No shotgun on this build, something you often see for this bomb site, but they do have the Frost with the shotgun, so might be guided through by the cardiac sensor, of course. I swear to God, if someone dies to that hole, that's too stupid.
As opposed to some of the other things we've seen today.
If you die through that, I would just quit. I would just all at 4, because that's just you should have died through that. But it is going to be a very aggressive peak right here. White Shark trying to get the first gunfight going on. Goes for a little bit of a pre-fire, then gets shot from the top of the actual Visa stairs. We'll stay on about half HP as he realizes, okay, we cannot really move further for now, because this is being contested right here. Drones are being taken out before they're even able to be deployed. That is definitely showing that G2 doesn't want any information to come in right here for the likes of this drop. Gonna be Dereel, however, with the entry on Kanto, yet again, to fall first.
That's 3 times in a row. Kanto has been the entry death. He hasn't quite been able to map what he did before, but it's also a very big operator off the board and Pulse. Yes, they've destroyed most of the floor, but having that Pulse to get the beat and the bead as soon as they kind of enter, as soon as they try and apply some pressure from underneath, you lose the C4 as well, so you've got to slightly potentially change up what your strategy here was, in that you don't use the Pulse and you C4, you just try and shoot them. You throw a couple of impacts and see if that can do the job instead. In the meantime, obviously, TozaDrop are trying to keep their control on the other half of this basement. They've locked themselves against the side of Locker Hallway. They're looking to try and find just a little bit more before they go for the swing. And there was an attempt at a 360, but Virtue isn't falling for it this time, although he kind of does, because they headshot each other.
No, not like that. That's not the way you want to die. He had the upper hand, but then, well, was a trade actually to come in. It's the shotgun. The pistols now to go for it. Bangu falls right after he secures Arl. It's going to be all up to Yuno now with his revolver. 6 rounds in the, magazine and... or cylinder, I should say. But it's not enough. It's going to be Prime that takes him down with the bearing 9. And there's a drop that will manage to get their second round on the board. It's not going to be a complete stump so far. But let's see how much further they're allowed to go.
Yeah, it's a good pair of rounds they've got. Obviously, it's, some fun play from the sides of G2, but at the same time, if you can find ways to exploit that, if you can find ways to put pressure on that, you have a bit of an upswing in momentum. If you keep that going, who knows where you can end up. Just ride the wins, ride the sweet wins, and see where you go. Cafe is going to be the turn of the half and the first point on the book. Dereel, who's had a pretty exceptional couple of rounds, entering on that Ash, obviously picking up the 4K in one of them, and then dropping Kanto twice in a row, is going to try and continue that, bringing the Pulse onto the defense. And, well, it's historically, famously, people have some opinions about the Pulse gun.
Yes, many opinions about the UMP-45.
Yeah, not quite on the level as some other guns, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think most of the people will agree with you that EMP is statistically not the best gun in the game. You still have some very skilled players with it, though, that really stand out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it work, it's like when we talked about
By attackers.
Pavera earlier. We talked about Capcana. We talked about these moments where you have an operator, and if you pull off something insane with that operator, it gets remembered. Everyone knows the words that Canadian shouted after his clutch, and a lot of people have it on t-shirts as well. And that's if you want a story of this gun, watch that clip of Champion of the World Canadian and his thoughts and opinions on what you can do with Pulse.
I just remember the meme that Salty made when SSG won the Invitational with Minecraft.
Oh, that was it was amazing. Anything Salty makes, basically. It's hard to pin that man's memes down. Maverick starting to do his work. There was a quick run out as well. We seem a kind of idea of aggression, and there it goes. Dareal takes care of Citizen, still continuing what he was able to do on his attacks. And this is what I said before, it's such a good map for EU aggression. Every team seems to find a bit of comfort. And if, you compare it with the very early rounds of how we saw quite a slow and quite an easily exploited attack from the hands of Tuzadrop, it grew. It manipulated itself. It got a bit more aggressive, a bit more alive, and well, see that thrown over onto their defenses.
They're going to be taking out the entire wall, considering the fact of how the Maverick is currently doing it. And it seems like they're going for just one, but he messed up. All right.
You're like an art critic.
He has to repair right now because they do kind of want to have this wall open, because otherwise it's going to be quite hard for them. Trying to get that small pixel angle open. Able to get it as a Fiat grenade will be utilized to at least create a little bit of an opening they can go through. The rest you can do with your gun. As the FAMAS with a suppressor, that's an interesting one. I doubt that will help you with the insane recoil it already has.
Well, the flashes are popping round now, but with a minute on the board, they've got to start kind of working on what they can open. There's a lot of possibility here, but you can see they're still concerned about Dareal. They're still concerned about this top floor, and they might not know that White Shark is still up there and alive and kicking too. With a big gun and still two C4s up on the top, G2 cannot just let that fall through their fingers. There's the swing onto the staircase, and there goes Dareal, though Virtue was waiting and baiting and able to take care of business. And, well, it looks like Pengu's going to go for a bit of a hot drop, and a very spicy one at that. Takes the shoulder of damage, and unbelievable scenes as he takes care of Oral, and Kanto gets Prime on the opposite side.
He pre-aimed that. He knew from the drone it must have been as he gets the last kill as well. White Shark rotating down from the spiral, but that's replay worthy. That's definitely replay worthy. Just dropping in like that.
No drop is hotter. We've seen people launched into space today, and apparently we've seen people dropped and sent back to hell. Wow. Love it. Love to see it. Love to see what G2 are bringing to this. Cafe Garage, they're going to opt for again. They are now, unfortunately, a foot behind, and it's going to take potentially a little bit more from players like Dareal, who we've seen light up time and time again.
Definitely so. He's currently carrying power behind. Well, Tuzadrop. Whilst G2, a little bit more evenly balanced out. Everybody has their kills. So if you take that one member down from Tuzadrop, you're a good. Technically, of course, you can still lose around. It's still Rainbow. But he's showing up massively right here, just picking up these huge kills every single round.
Hey, that's it. That's the player you need, and we've obviously talked about a few times. You know, the Pro League team, the European League teams, they're taking this at their pace and taking this at their kind of how they're bringing this fight to it, in that they're playing a little bit relaxed.
Citizen calls himself Senny B, of course a reference to Kenny S. The upper of G2, at least, long-time upper. As he picks the Kali himself now.
Yeah, there's a good rivalry between the many G2 teams across all the different games. Obviously, I
played with Kenny the other day on Rainbow. Just we were teaching him the game, and I actually picked Kali, and he told me that I should stick on the AWP. So I did.
Yeah, I mean, you don't throw that advice away.
No, no.
Or you
definitely
correct the man, and then you probably get put in loads of videos calling you a fool, but in slightly less stream-friendly words. Holding
not. And in French.
and in French, and waiting for somebody to run out onto that balcony, but unfortunately no one's taken a bite this time. We did see some initial aggression previously from Tizzadrop. They jumped out with the pulse, they looked for it, they then found another one afterwards, and it wasn't from the run, but Citizen, they're not falling for that. Senny not going to get caught by that.
No, definitely not. Kento, however, managed to take down the real as at the entry, and with that he will not make a single point of impact to the rest of this round. Of course, still has his ADSs placed. Those might be impactful, as Pengu will be opening up while the default angles right here, so to say. No Kaid to take care of that. No impact tricks, and no one above or no one on the side to, well, even attempt anything to make sure that the hatch would stay closed. With that, that means that, well, there's going to be a long angle right now that can be watched by the players of G2. Shield is just out of reach, not going to be able to get that one, and that's kind of a dangerous thing because they're probably going to be detonating that as soon as someone drops in. They definitely want to get... That's good information, knowing that two people are right behind that.
Well, here comes a bit of information, and there goes Falco. The hatch was free fishing for a man that has been doing a consistent amount of fishing this entire game. Uno finds White Shark 2, and there's another fishing joke to be made there, but I'm better than that.
Oh, I know, Tordesman would have made it that one, and that was a bit of bait as well from the drone, as, you know, gets that kill, a team kill as well. Senny B will be taken down, Arl gets Banger, but it's still G2 to win the round, as Kanto finishes it off, gets the last one with his M4, just a clean headshot as the repeat comes in. Prone, so to say, so you're a bit less mobile when you do so. Gives your opponent an actual advantage as well. You're feeding your arms stick out first, and then your head comes around. And have to taken advantage of by Kento.
6-2 map point we're looking at here, and well, it has very much kind of swung that way. It's been a consistent G2 show. They've been running some fun strategies and having a little bit of fun with the lineups as well. They've done some suppressor play. They've done a little bit. We haven't quite seen the 5 LMGs yet, or the 5 DMRs. Maybe G2 could make the 5 DMRs work, which Vitality couldn't quite pull off earlier. I guess that's a little thing put out there. Otherwise, there's a drop. They've been able to get little moments and little kind of picks and plays, but unfortunately, stopping the overwhelming might of 5 top-tier fraggers on a map like this, well, it's beyond.
Yeah, definitely so. They seem to be struggling with it a lot. Real manages to get some impacts every now and then, but he got shut down early. And you see, all they have to do is just corner and kill on the likes of G2, and that's exactly what happened there. They got them into the stuff positions, held the angles, made sure that they would be rotating right in. As soon as that happened, well, the round was already over. Possibly one more defensive round from Tizzadrop, unless they decide it's time to fight back for real now. Make sure that they get the 6-6 going on. Pistol spawn peak not working out. Kento is going to be aware of the fact that one was just attempted to succeed there. Got a grenade. Ooh, that's a smart play. Just opening, instantly nading in. Like that one.
That's utility, and well, there's it in use. And as you said before, Kanto does not want to get caught out. Spent a couple of rounds being the first body off the board pretty consistently, and then for the first time since round 3 on the rehost, was able to get the entry in the previous round. Pengu is going to make sure he gets that title this time. The Penguin finds it blood, and it's Aurel that is off the board. Yet again, another fishing joke for a Penguin. Now it's Uno that gets the second spread, and the quick pick is the trade as Virtue finds Prime. Went a little bit too confidently there, and unfortunately G2, they're set up to deal with that.
Yeah, definitely so. Someone was ready to take care of that, so bang, that could have potentially gotten a kill as well. Kent's already going in for the plant, already repelled in from the CEO. Is Falco going to be unaware of that? As a smoke canister is now coming down, but he will be able to jump out. No, goes aggressive. Will fail to actually win that one. It's going to be up to Penguin Virtue now. They need to get ready. Someone needs to get on that diffuser because it's already going down, and as the repel sound is now coming through, it's a jump out from Falco. We'll be able to pick up that one. And now it's going to be up to White Shark, who, is going to be starting that defuse. And certainly Falco is ready for it. Upside down repel now coming through. Should be enough time, or maybe just not, as the animation a bit too long. Tuza Drop manages to get that round. They weren't ready for the plant from Kenta to go down, and that does kind of show that G2 is not really playing the game they would normally do. So they're playing a bit more relaxed.
What? What? You're telling me that they're not running their European League strats?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
tournament.
hate to break it to you that
Well,
they're not running those strats.
Do you know what will pick me up right now? It's talking about the wonderful charity that we're all doing this tournament for. If you are unaware why all these teams are here, all the times we said it today, and you're unaware what we're doing, it is for MSF. You want to learn a little bit more? Exclamation mark MSF in chat will let you know about Doctors Without Borders. This is a big charity tournament. Obviously, Ubisoft, as we said, they've putting 50,000 euros towards the charity, which is obviously a fantastic thing, and putting all of this show on for us. But at the same time, you guys at home, if you can donate to this great cause. Doctors Without Borders, they are working all around the globe in fighting the current pandemic that is unfortunately plaguing us all.
Definitely so.
Bomb located by
If you can give, please do. Or spread awareness. Through other means, you do not necessarily need to donate. Just spread information around in your socials, stuff like that. Create awareness. As I'd hate to say it, but a lot of people start to break lockdowns or measures that the government take, even though it's not really the time to do so yet.
Well, that's
do that.
unfortunate. No, stay home. Watch Siege.
Stay home.
I mean,
Indeed.
we've got this weekend of Siege. We're back tomorrow as well at the same time for another set of games, best of threes, with more Pro League teams and more teams that have played through the Open qualifiers. And then, we're back next weekend as well, Saturday and Sunday, for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and obviously grand final. Tachanka is on the board in the hands of Prime this time round. They're sitting on 6-3, but they've also just got the opener against the Hibana of Pengu off the board. And, well, it's a bit of a good swing in their favor, and maybe Prime's slightly regretting bringing the Tachanka.
Potentially, but of course it's also for fun, and that's of course what counts more. But I believe that Tachanka is actually in a very good spot. It's holding out the entire kitchen hallway in their Harry Potter as well, so no one is going to be able to actually move through that properly. Citizen wants to move through, gets the first kill with that, also spots a Capcom trap. C4 is being tossed out, Virtue gets killed by that one. True Chaos starting it all off right here. Now, Tachanka not really plays in the position where I would expect it to be. In the meantime, the plant is already going down, but gets cancelled out. Citizen gets the kill onto Falco. Now they're trying through. The plant's going down. They should be able to distract them properly enough for Citizen to move in. It's going to be the Unicorn Tachanka that managed to get that kill, but the plant already went down in the meantime. It's a 2-2 situation now. As, G2 has that after plant situation. No one to be found anymore in this cardiac sensor as they all rotated out. And as Prime now runs up with his pistol, he surely will be taken out by the player on the spiral stairs. Yes, there we go. It is going to be Uno that gets that one. RO will follow. Starts to shoot with his pistol. Whiffs every single shot. He's completely being punched right there. And it's going to be Uno to go with the Boss G and actually get that kill.
Well, they danced the dance of death around that pillar, but unfortunately Kanto just ended the party and fired a good half there. 7-3 is a score. I guess a lot of people probably predicted it would swing this way, but it is a bet. So we have 2 more potential maps up ahead of us. I think it's fair to say that G2 put a lot of fun to this. There is no denying that. They've bought a lot of silly strategies. I mean, we saw Citizen hiding in a cupboard with a mirror in front of him, and we saw Pengu literally sink like a submarine to get a drop shot kill via 2 different floors. At the same time, they are very good at killing.
I think that's the summary of this game. G2 is very good at killing people.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what rhyme, what reason. If G2 are in a situation where they kill, my word, do they kill. To the drop, we're able to find some blood, some bodies, and a mix of moments in rounds. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to capitalize upon it as consistently as obviously G2 were, but then you have moments like that pistol clutch. We had, oh my god, it's J Citizen Born pulling off those maneuvers behind White Van, and, you know, it's such a joy to see players of this caliber doing these little fun moments and these little fun tricks. And I guess that's always the joy of a charity tournament.
And well, Citizen right there, Sunny B and John Wick all at the same time. Just a man of many names, of course. But yeah, no, like to like just talk about this game. I think what we can say is just a lot of flashy plays from the likes of G2, a lot of runouts, a lot of aggression. Don't really think there's too much more to say about that one because there's nothing much more to it than just aggression coming out from G2 the entire time.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of see how it's played and you go, okay, well, that's, it's consular. As we said, it leads itself into aggression quite well. But at the same time, it's them being at such a high level. And now there's a bit of a break for Tizzadrop to kind of get themselves back together and see if they can find a little bit more blood on the second map of this showdown. We're going to take a very quick break and we'll throw some ads on. If you want to learn more about the charity, that's the perfect time to read. !MSF to get some in chat. !Donate if you have any to spare. See you soon.
Signing up to Faceit is quick and easy. Head over to faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your Faceit nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on Faceit. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your Faceit page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of signups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard, and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub that you're starting a queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country, or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other Faceit players to join. Get started and sign up now at faceit.com.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to map 2 of this best of 3. We've just seen a G2 consulate in both, well, it was, I believe, their map, and they made it their map, whatever the result, with aggression and fun out of the ears. We are about to head into our second of this best of 3 showdown, and, well, if TuZaDrop want to have any chance of finding themselves battling again next weekend, they've got to be able to take G2 on Border.
Definitely so. They need to win this map now and then force it up to the third map if they want to be able to make it to the quarterfinals to face Empire, because that is going to be their opponent. I believe, right? Yeah, Empire won that last match, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, it would be cool to see the rematch, Empire versus G2. It's a match that we have seen for a couple of times now in important matches as well, like the major finals, etc. So that would be cool to have. With a little bit of different charge to it, of course, because it's not the same stakes at play. But I would be looking forward to have such a match.
It's the thing. It's obviously when you kind of look at the bracket, and, well, if you're unaware of the bracket, you can find it all on the socials. As we jump into this, the second of the map, you can kind of get a really good idea of where these games are potentially going to lead. There's some huge teams that are playing in this, obviously, and they have the possibility of butting heads before we go into the new season, where they're not going to be really revealing stuff, but also of just playing these kind of games. And I guess, in a way, we got a big taste in the previous matchup, or Des and Ace did, where IZZydream and Empire went all the way twice.
They didn't really want to lose. They didn't care about the upcoming European League. They just wanted to get that win. To just really go head-to-head, and I kind of respect that from IZZydream, who just recently qualified themselves to the European League, and just instantly going up against like an old Titan, right?
Yeah,
they are major winners. They
I think
are.
It was Meepy that tweeted. Sorry to interrupt you, but it was Meepy that tweeted that obviously it was a really interesting game from the idea of that Empire were playing with a recent change. And IZZydream had just come off of, I think it was a 3-week break from Siege. They'd taken a break. It was their holiday between getting back to work after the grind and the fantastic performance they put in the last season of CL to where they are playing it now. So it was two teams where they were like, okay, we're in a little bit off kilter here. And to see the quality of game they brought was fantastic.
It only gives out a small portion of what might be to come from both these teams in the future of the European League, which starts the 22nd of June, of course, on a Monday. But first we have the European Open Clash to play and to finish. We'll be done over the course of these coming 2 weekends, this one and the next, where, well, today and tomorrow, we will be taking care of the round of 16.
Yeah, the bracket itself is unbelievably stacked. If you are fresh to this, there is a hashtag that you can get involved. It's R6EU Clash. Type that in on Twitter. Get some ideas and see what people are saying. If you have a look at the brackets, if you can make predictions on who you guys think is going to be battling in the finals next Sunday, and obviously, hey, if you can pull off the entire thing, there's no prize in it. There's just bragging rights, but that is probably the most important thing in Siege. Border. For one of the many times, I said at the very beginning today, I said, we're going to see this map a lot.
Yeah, it's one of the last times it will be played competitively for now.
Yep.
Might see a little bit of a rework, at least that's how things have been going. In the past, map gets taken out, gets reworked a little bit, then put back into the map pool right after. So maybe Border is up to a similar kind of fate, just like Clubhouse has been. And I believe Clubhouse actually changed for the better, in my opinion. Border already a very good map, but
the maps have to grow.
Yeah,
the maps have to grow because the scope of what operators can do has grown. It was when we were doing the Classic Cup the other day, and you looked at just how small pockets of space the operators could create and dictate. And then obviously Mira came along and opened up what you could do in terms of, okay, well, we can hold this from back here and be safe, whilst also having sight on this room and this room and this room. And that was translated obviously into the more recent maps and the map design that's gone forward, the rework of Clubhouse as well, to allow a little bit more feasibility in the rotation and the aggression that you can play. You know, it's time that Border got a little bit of a look into and a little bit of love as well. But for those who are somehow unaware, it is being dropped out before the new season, and New Oregon is back on the board.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm really looking forward to how would they change border. Maybe add CCTV and Armory and connect that to each other. It'll be like a thing I would assume could be a potential thing, as Kanto is actually being chased right here by Daryl. Trying to go really aggressive for that first kill. Virtue gets one though, is going to be able to not get the second one as Daryl managed to get that one. Instantly traded out by Pengu. And with that, G2 wins the first set of gunfights as Prime right here comes in with the trade onto Yuno. Able to bring it back to equal numbers.
Big takes and big movements here as Citizen finds Falco. It is body for body and trade for trade right now, and nobody is backing down as Prime finds his second for the round and takes care of Citizen. Now a 2 versus 2 with Kanto on a little bit of health and now 1 C4 less with unfortunately no luck and no bite. Pengu also threw his. Didn't catch someone. They had good idea thinking where someone was, but unfortunately no one was home. And with a minute 25 on the board, it entirely plays in the favor of the attackers. They can completely recoup, find a new place, find a new potential breath of information, and use that to potentially swansong themselves into the first foot ahead in this border clash.
Is going to be giving away some information. I will give the call to Pengu that they are coming for the Armory side. Due to the fact that, of course, those barricades are being shut open. There is sound being made right here. Diffuser has been recovered in the meantime. It shows that they want to commit to this area, but it's going to be really hard when you're playing up against, well, actually, I was going to say smoke, but it's a mute, of course, and no C4 left. So they don't really have to worry about any of that. You see just the gunplay of these G2 players, and well, we know that they're 5 sets of gunners, so it could still be quite, well, risky to go for. Not if Kanto just overextends like that and kind of gives away his life. Now Pengu's in a very unfortunate spot and will instantly be taken by Arl as well. This does a drop that takes the lead for the first time.
Yeah, it's very well played there from Tizadrop. They're able to come in with guns blazing, and one of the many reasons we cited Border as a map that we're going to see a lot isn't just because it's being dropped. So the teams going into the European League, the top tier teams, they kind of risk nothing playing this map. They're not really going to be giving away any immediate strategies. They're not going to be giving away immediate plays because, well, it's gone from their books and their kind of positions. At the same time, into the favor of teams like Tizadrop, it is a well-known map for everybody. It's a map where you can kind of bring a firefight. It has been trodden on the boards for many, many times. And, you know, it's one of those maps where often you see it and you're like, okay, we're going to Border again. And to be fair, I was like that. But now it's going, it's like, oh, Border? Okay, well, it's nice to see you. But bye.
It's just this one last time that you're seeing Border right now, and well, not for the complete, of course, because we still have the tomorrow left as well. We still have the next week where Border can be played, so it's not completely out of the hearts yet. We'll have plenty of Border, I'm sure of, as all these old strats everybody had can now be finally exposed as for the European League. I don't think Border will be in there.
No. Now we're starting to see some responses and pressure from Tizadrop as well. Obviously, we said before they were a bit slow to wake in the previous map, and that kind of made them struggle. They had the chance and possibility of getting around a bit earlier on, but to an unfortunate server lag and need for a rehost, they didn't quite get that down, and we had to find ourselves looking at another G2 round win, and it was 4 rounds until they managed to get there first and make it 4-1, and to get an instant off the board is a much better mental swing for them. They can kind of thrive in that, they can move in that, and they can swing with that momentum.
They definitely can. See Arl and Prime, the ones that clutched out last round. Going to be the ones to potentially watch for this one. Of course, keep an eye on Daryl as well. The entry fragger played huge in the last match. Definitely will show up here again. I'll run out from It's a small bit of damage done, not too much.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit irritated that he wasn't able to capture the kill there. You can see it in his motions afterwards, but it has completely slowed an Ash down. He's going to have a little sit and a think, catch their breath, and realize that maybe they just escaped with their life there, because this is what G2 like to do in this showdown. It's throw themselves at you and try and take your blood from your body. Pengu makes a C4 connect after 2 whiffs in the previous round, is able to make it the opening, well, kill this time. White Sharks off the board yet again for the first time in a row. However, it's a lot later on and there's no instant trade for their favor.
And that's a big change compared to the last round where we just saw trades on happening every single time until it was in a 2-on-2 situation. Then it started to slow down a little bit. Not the case now. First kill came in. Instantly be patient. Make sure to not overextend as Daryl now tries to move in. Pengu is on the off angle though. Wasn't expected. Citizen with the one tap on the pistol. That must have hurt on the likes of Falco. They lose it yet again. Open up to Prime and Arl that have to go for the clutch here. A lot of damage done onto Citizen, who's going prone right now. Could be spotted out. Indeed will be, as he just tried to snake himself through. It's going to be the first of many kills they need to find before they can finally get themselves that second round in.
Caught whilst breakdancing. No one wants to go like that. The drones are coming in on Archives. They have the guns from AC as well, making sure that no one's able to wide swing. But with the diffuser cold in a very awkward position, it makes things a lot tougher. Prime catches Pengu, heard him coming, and Virtue gets the instant revenge. Drops one, and, well, what you can do, I can do better, Uno says, as he goes out the same window, but makes a result of it.
Yeah, indeed. I think it was an actual trade kill there, because we get to see Virtue. So, well, almost got that under control as well right there. They just kept on jumping out of that window. No worries until, well, eventually got to him. But we're on 1-1 right now. We're going to Ventilation Workshop, G2. Citizen with a nasty one tap on that pistol. Unfortunately not caught on cam. But it is most likely not going to be the last one that we see of John Wick.
Oh, no, I'm expecting more. I mean, if you know, if a lot of names get thrown around. Was it Senny B? You call yourself that. You've got to live up to that. You've put intense pressure on yourself. One pistol kill around? Come on. We expect better from our Senny B.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, we want at least 4. 4 headshots, 1 taps.
that's how you earn. What amount? What's the split got to be for Citizen to earn the Senny B title by the end of it? What's the KD got to be?
The KD?
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's say 1.6. We're going to be nice on him.
1.6. Okay. If you want to earn that title, you gotta work. You gotta earn it. And yeah, you've got a lot of competition from your teammates. But hey, it's a bold move. Taking Vent, taking the ground floor site, but it is, as everybody knows, held vertically. You make sure you lock off all the control upstairs. You make sure you restrict what they can do up here, because, well, here can dictate the entire site. You get all the sight lines. Doesn't look like they've done any destruction between the 2 sites below, actually. They've kind of left that entire wall soft, so it could have just been a mistake of the eyes, but they do still have impacts. They have the possibilities to open. No, there is a rotation. It was just me not being able to see very well.
It's warm outside. It's getting warm inside.
Everywhere.
You're getting like drowsy and stuff like that, but
yeah.
Daryl definitely isn't, as he is being droned in right here. Tries to get an early frag. They're just going straight for the site. They're not cutting around it. It's their goal, and they're not going for anything less. They've all been gathered around him. As some of them right now starting to go upstairs, kind of worrying about what to do. Goes for the impact right there, the breaching charge to at least give away the information that is coming from downstairs, but tries to go for a little bit of a bait right there. It's going to be Penguin to fall first, and that's a potential for Daryl to move in, but he first will rotate upstairs, picks up another kill. No, he falls, as Kanto manages to survive, just barely though.
Crouch walking an Ash immediately towards central stairs. That's a Prem move. I've seen that used in Prem so many times. You crouch walk an Ash through border, and you can do absolute bits. And Daryl almost proved that. Obviously got the strike against Pengu, and then was able to try and rotate up. It was a very good idea from him as well, because you saw him, he baited the play over there, then pushed left, and then went, right, well, I'm not going to take sites, they'll expect it, so I'm going to push upstairs, see if I can keep the roll going, and let the rest of my team with the diffuser try and do some work. But unfortunately for him, the first person he saw was Kanto, and Kanto wanted to kill him, so it was a little bit tough to get past that. IQ outside, looking for any potential Valkyrie cams again. It's a big problem on this map, not as common as it is obviously on Concert, which is why she was removed, but still, it's an issue. And so is that. Uno dropped from a fantastic read of information and a great wide swing there to wallbang the man. Stood on the servers.
Not even sure why he stayed on that long. Like, he knew he has been spotted, still decides to just stay on there. Because, like, he was already watching for someone to swing through the door, not realizing that the wall next to him was soft. It's going to be Prime that picks him up eventually. It's all up to Ben now. Senny B gets the first one to start things off, but has to reload now due to the fact that there's only 2 bullets left. He's unaware of the fact where the last 3 remaining players are. Spots out the shoulder. Doesn't manage to get the kill down. And that means he has to rotate out. Manages to cross without being spotted. Gets the kill, just not on the planter. And that means 45 seconds left on the clock for him to try and get these 3 kills and the defuse. Now, it seems like a mission impossible. Goes for the pistols. Should be 60 coming in with the Scorpion Evo. Managed to not get it in the end. It's one with the other pistol, of course, in the Sophia to get the upper hand of it. Was the superior Polish operator here in the pistol battle. With that, they take their second round.
Wow, sounds like you are jettisoning into space a little bit for me, but apparently you sound fine on the stream, so I'll just trust that whatever you said was the right things to say there. Venruin works. They're going to double down for the second time in a row as we see if they can, well, replicate what they did the second time they went to Armory, where they were able to actually take their defense. Prime is having a fantastic lead-in onto this game. A player that had some good rounds in the previous map, but was never really the immediate force of the immediate entry is this time. He's able to pick apart the defenders and able to find them in sites where they might not just be expecting it. I'm curious to see how aggressive the crouch walking Ash gets now.
Attackers need to locate.
Yeah, how much will he be doing now? How much more is he going to be doing? Like, is he going to be just running up the main stairs this time and then try to go from there? Or like, that's something I really like, by the way. Just some people, some teams, they knew like, okay, no one is in servers or workshop, I must say. They just run up the main stairs, go to beepers, instantly jump in a lobby right there, and it's just a very quick rush. You don't often see that anymore due to the fact that the game has been slowed down quite a lot with a lot of barbed wire, trap, stuff like that. But before that, you could often see like these rushes up the main stairs or the metal stairs, just completely catch your opponent off guard.
Getting themselves set up now, obviously doubling down a lot of it. Uno pairing up. The pairing of the Wamai and the Jaeger on a team like G2, it was one of those things where when I was first introduced, everyone went, imagine these two together on a team in the hands of what was historically a good mix of fraggers and Jaeger mains.
Aren't Jaeger mains the same as a fragger though?
I mean, yeah, that's a very fair thing. It's just a nicer way of putting it, I guess, than just saying Jaeger main. It's almost a bit mean to just call someone an Ash Jaeger main nowadays.
Especially since Jaeger became a 2-speed.
I know, he's just slow. It's all this quarantine.
Good
Being stuck
quarantine.
inside. Yeah, he's not really been able to get outside, get his legs stretched, unfortunately. But luckily for us, all of this is this entire tournament is being done against the fight, or for the fight. We are fighting against COVID-19.
There we go.
With this stream. That's how the order of the words I wanted to say. And we are raising money. Obviously, this is a huge fundraising tournament. 50,000 euros is being donated by Ubisoft towards Doctors Without Borders, Medicine Sans Frontiers. And you guys can help donate as well. If you want a bit of information about the work they're doing around the world, !MSF. And if you have any money to spare, survive there, !donate. And you can help raise some funds in the big fight against the current pandemic plaguing the world.
So right here, beautiful shot coming through, able to pick up the sledge right there. It's gonna be able to pick up the first one. Now X-Gyros being deployed, trying to get an angle out, making sure Kento is not gonna be able to get on the same one again, but it's gonna be Daryl that just manages to sneak in, gets one before being taken down himself by Uno. And Citizen now picks up the kill onto RL as well. It's gonna be a 4-2 situation. G2 have the upper hand in this one. Trying to still collapse on the top floor, but of course they need to go to workshop. In the ventilation room. See Citizen being spotted out, of course the drone right there being spotted. Will force him to instantly rotate back towards Stellars. And we'll waste some extra time on these attackers.
Caught at the bottom of the stairs by Citizen, who finds one more. There's a man on a Jaeger and happy to do the business. He's dropped the pistol games and is instead going to do a game he knows very, very well. Quick triple kill is easy enough business for him as they find themselves yet again back on level pegging 2-2. And Armory Lockers is open. They're going to instantly swing their way back around and I guess see who is generally the superior team on this site today, because otherwise it is an even split across the board.
3-3 wouldn't be too bad either. Would be a bit better for Tusa drop than it would be for G2 due to the nature of the game. Like the fact that we're not really seeing these Goyo shield setups and everything going now. So it's a bit more fast-paced gameplay coming through. A lot of vanilla operators are being brought, or year 1, year 2 ones.
I like the spread of elites that we've seen from Blizzard Drop. The perfect lineup of 5 elite skins.
That gives them skill power.
It does. It's like you equip. It's like all the parts of Exodia.
Yeah. But and it's also like if you
So, as we see now, the parts of Exodia trying to see if they can, I guess, find a little bit more damage against the bodies of GT. You've got to give credit for how they've been able to open this game. 2 rounds of the 4 is probably better than anyone really expected after seeing the 7-3 split from the previous map. And, well, I guess it's seeing if they can keep capitalizing upon it and how they can keep pushing and pressuring against a team that, from all the frothing aggression they had on Consulate, has stemmed and slowed just a little bit.
Definitely so. There's just see the setup coming down still just a small bit. Action phase already started though. Let's see if it will be a quick one again, or if the Real will just sneak himself in somewhere, making sure that he will be unheard as he does. That seemed to be, well, the case every now and then. He seemed to be able to just sneak in wherever he wants to. Got 1 kill, maybe 2. And then just disappear again.
Well, there's the IQ heading to the top floor. The great information there, and it's that beautiful little bit of irony when you get to watch all the movements of an IQ from a Valkyrie cam that's far spread out wide, and that is just a huge swathe of flat information that G2 can use and capitalize upon. They're trying to lock down the eastern staircase here as the C4 unfortunately catches nobody. They're going to try and get rid of triple wall and make sure they can dig out Kanto, but it's not as easy as saying it, unfortunately. And with 1:50, they've at least got a huge amount of time in their favor.
Definitely do. To clear it quite a bit though. Spots now coming through. Stuns will follow. Making sure that they are aware of his position. A bit of a pre-fire coming in right there. Citizen almost losing his life, just taking a small bit of damage as the bullet still penetrated the double wall before hitting him in the chest. If it was a headshot, that would have been very unlucky for him, but not the case right now. Grenades being cooked in, being tossed in. Falcon not able to find anybody as of yet, but that does give away no one is currently at triple wall. One issue though is that there is still 3 Bennett wires on it. You need to deal with that before they can actually open that stuff up. There they go. Have been taken out by the IQ from above, from below. X-Car is now deployed, and that means that the triple wall will be opened up, well, partially allowing them to slowly start moving into office.
Well, with 50 seconds on the board, I think this is the longest we've had all 10 operators still on the board. I say as instantly 3 die. Citizen and Kanto making sure it favors generally G2, but almost took the hairs off the top of the man's head. Their prime on a little bit of health. Narelle and Daryl trying to double up and offer a bit more support either side. There is a fantastic take. No, again, aggressively pushing against the opening there that they've managed to carve out of triple wall and finding yet another. Looks like he wants to try and push out and see if he can lock down one more, but the call is there. They know they're on AC. The wide run out on the far left of your screen is the immediate problem, but unfortunately, it is the other guns inside that cause the end.
Not quite sure what he was watching when jumping in to the left for some reason, whilst everybody was on their right, but yeah, it was a mission impossible anyway. The moment he was on that ventilation, little to nowhere he could go. The disadvantage that they currently had definitely not really working out for them. But customs inspection supply room is going to be the next one we're going at to see whether or not G2 is going to be able to take the upper hand in this split, or if it's going to be just drop that we'll be drawing it up.
Citizen 7-3. I believe that puts him over the KD that we requested, but it hasn't all been with pistols, so
That is true.
does that still count, or do we just need a higher potential?
I mean, to be honest, Kenny S is an AWP, right? So it
That's
should
true.
be with the Kali rifle if you're gonna be really strict.
Okay, well, we've got a little bit of time before the split either way, and we're guaranteed at least a couple extra rounds in their attack. So maybe we'll see some AWP swinging from the hands of Citizen. Either way, they're going to play for the first time customs in this showdown. See if they can lock down a third point. Now, historically, throughout this play day, they haven't been able to win their first trip to a site, and then afterwards it is completely generally theirs. I'm wondering if it's going to be a similar story here. 3-3 split would be very, very good for Tizzadrop heading into their defense.
5 seconds left.
Definitely be a good split indeed, but well, you gotta be aware of the fact that G2 will be going over to the attack right after. It's kind of a scary thought. Citizen right here with a very cheeky spawn peek. Open to catch anybody off guard, but they're really not coming from there. They're all spawned south. Right now, moving into the balconies, getting into Passport as well. You know, going for a little bit of a run out. At least making himself known, hoping he will be hunted. So far, not the case. He will be droned out, but as long as there's no direct pressure, it's going to be fine.
Well, now they're starting to try and capitalize their way close. Another C4 is blown, but this was purely for rotation, so it doesn't quite count. There's the big swing of a Deagle, though. That's trying to open more sights and more angles. Citizen, he went down, but he's picked himself right back up again. That is the joy of the dock, and unfortunately it just means anything that was thrown against him was a utility burn at best, as they start to try and capitalize upon the eastern stairs and see if they can catch the body that is beneath them. I don't know how close the man on the right is, waiting for the drop, waiting for the pressure. The drone should feed everything they need. The fantastic use of Zofia there as they pepper bullets and pre-fire either side, but the dance keeps them alive for a second as Prime is actually able to double up and double down on making sure they get Kanto.
And it's the first one on the board right now, trying to go aggressive onto the Valley of Virtue here. But he rotated out though. Felt that he wasn't going to be able to win the gunfight on his current position, and thus decided to save his own life to, well, be impactful somewhere else. Spots out the player rotating out though. You know, it gets taken now by White Shark in the meantime, whilst Virtue still tries to contest CCTV. No one actually managed to get into break room yet though. While Prime is thinking about it, it's going to be probably Falco though that just goes in from the window. Trying to find out whether or not it's clear by now.
5-2. White Shark finds a second for the round, and this is definitely looking very good for Tizzadrop. Able to find themselves yet again careening to taking the first swing on every single one of these sites. And, well, all or nothing Pengu now is, well, all or nothing is said to Pengu as Citizen is now in the situation where he's got to clutch this out to find themselves with 4-2. All the work to live up to the namesake he claimed, and it's in no way going to be easy with the fantastic lockdown they have.
Right, we'll just get the trade kill out, but that's about it. No 4 or 5k coming in. Just the one before he dies himself from that same person. And with that, it is going to be the 3-3 even split for this half. Oh, could still be a potential 4 rounds before either one of them will end this map, but G2 still has a lot left to bring as soon as they go over to the attack, which is right now.
Yeah, and again, I'm curious to see what we get from Citizen, currently playing with the Capitan. No AWP swinging, unfortunately. No 5 LM. We haven't seen 5 LMGs yet, or 5. Ooh, actually swapped to the Nook.
I like that one. Just having fun with this, putting it in, putting it out, putting it in. Just clicking that confirm button time and time again.
3-3. I guess after the first map, would you have kind of called this?
I mean, you could already see that G2 started being more loose and loose throughout that map. It was not that they were bunkering down or trying even harder at that point. So, I mean, I can kind of get the fact that it's not like a complete walkover right here. But if 3-3 might have been, like, I would have expected a 4-2 still for G2.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a 3-3, but
I mean, you've got to give
not
credit,
really
obviously, when you talk about how they've both approached this game. G2, they're bringing a lot of fun to it. There's still no denying that. They're obviously, we saw how Citizen started the game. He was going for pistols only, and then kind of went, okay, maybe I should jump onto a Jaeger. Maybe I should jump onto a Doc instead. At the same time, to the drop, they've been responding very, very well. It seems like they're a bit more confident here, as we kind of predicted at the beginning of this, in getting all the information they need. They're droning it out well. They're shutting down their angles to at least pinch and pincer some GT players that otherwise haven't really been expecting.
Definitely not. Right here opening up, making sure he gets a little bit of control. Grenade there being tossed in. They're never going to be thinking about the fact that could potentially create a rotation that Citizen himself will be moving through. As right now they do know it's actually going to be clear on the actual site. Right there, moving through, is actually going to be taking the worst out of that one. There's some drop coming in, he's being hunted. Pengu gets the kill onto Daryl. As, Citizen still being hunted somewhat, gets that kill onto White Shark. It's a 5-on-3 situation quite fluently, quite quickly. As G2 just decides, this side, we want it now. However, top floor control still fully into the drops possession.
Yeah, it was a good opening move there, but, well, G2, they're looking for blood, and they have so far instantly found, obviously, the Bandit and the Jaeger. Prime, still on the board and still having a fantastic game, though, even with that gun that we've talked about earlier. There's a lot of faith in how he's been playing, and Falco, a player who obviously had a lot of expectations coming into this of being a very well-known name compared to the rest of the roster, unfortunately hasn't quite been able to live up to that so far. Now is your moment to try that, though, as Uno finds a double, locks out Prime, and Virtue locks down the diffuser.
Definitely so. Falco now, the last one standing, has about 10 HP left. Managed to get 2 already. Needs to find 3 more, but it's the Zofia lead to come in. The pistol as well. Every host is being requested. As, gets that pistol kill right here. Can be John Wick as well. There we go.
Yeah, so it's a game of pistols, and that's everything that we wanted to see. So we're going to jump into a very quick rehost and make sure, obviously, that all the sound gets sorted. 4-3 for the first time since the last round. They've been able to find themselves back in the lead, and, well, I think it's far from over for Tizzy Drop, though. I still think there's a lot left in that kind of canister for them to bring.
There's definitely still a lot left, but we got to keep in mind that G2 as well is like a very gun-heavy team, and they're now onto the actual assault rifles, which generally hit a bit harder than the SMGs do, which makes it a bit easier to kill your opponent every now and then. But let's quickly recap why we're actually here, because we're here for the Medicine Sans Frontières, and it's a charity that we chosen to partner up with from the likes of Ubisoft. They already sponsored 50,000 euros. Will be called the prize pool, but it's actually just going to them, and you at home can support as well. Now, if you want to learn more about Medicine Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders in English, make sure to type !MSF. That's the abbreviation of the charity. And if you want to donate after that, or you want to donate right now, go for !donate. Let's try and get 2,500 before this match ends to truly show what the Siege community can give.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, obviously, to see how much we have raised in this kind of first couple of streams. The fact that we have 3 more streams ahead of us as well. So we've got tomorrow, and then we've got next weekend too. And the fact that so many of you are here watching, you're sharing, you get involved on Twitter on the hashtag R6EUClash as well. It's a really, really nice sign of our scene and how loving and giving it is for us all to kind of be here for a charity tournament and us to be showing off what I guess our scene can kind of bring to the world's stage. So read up about it, get involved, tweet at the hashtag, say who you think is going to be able to take, I guess, this game, I guess the game that we have coming up next, and then who you think is going to make the entire thing, because there is a very big bracket with a lot of very big names on it.
And definitely so. We get all 10 European League teams in here, together with 6 of the teams that went through the open qualifiers, such as Movistar Riders, some Polish teams, Invicta, a name that has been out there for a long time as well. So, like, there is a lot of names of teams that have been out there but just never really managed to get into Challenger League, but they're now here competing with these 10 teams.
Yeah, and I think that's the good thing as well, is obviously, we said it a bit before, but it gives an idea of where the scene is kind of going. For those who are unaware, the EU and New European League is a fed system from all the national leagues at this point. So teams that we're seeing compete in this, they've had a presence in the National League. We've got a couple from the Russian League, obviously Youngtis from this very game itself had a bit of a presence from these players. But because of the way the National League system was set up, they're all kind of isolated. You wouldn't really know what was going on in Prem, you wouldn't really know what was going on in Benelux, you wouldn't really know what was going on in the Russian League. Now you do, because it all filters into Challenger League, and then that filters into the European League. So these names that we're seeing today, expect to see more of them as time goes on in the new format.
Yeah, definitely so. And it also gives us the opportunity to, because we've always been measuring EU versus NA, APAC versus EU and NA, it's stuff like that, right? But now it gives us the opportunity to actually measure the nationals against each other, just purely based on the results that Challenger League will have. So expect some rivalry to go up there between, fanatics of each league, fans of each league that will be cheering for their own teams in Challenger League. So that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and we're just obviously getting everything set up. So we'll have a quick look at the bracket. It's probably a good moment and a good idea to give you guys a taste of what else is to come. Obviously, this is the third game of today. There is one more best of three just after this, which is Rogue versus Invicta. And obviously, Empire versus Izzy Dream, a 2-1, an unbelievable game. If you want a taste of Izzy Dream and what they're going to bring to the table next time as a recently promoted team from last season's Challenger League, well, there is a great showing. And Vitality versus Unique, which was our first game of the day. On the far right of the table, you can see the games that are happening tomorrow. Obviously, there's quite a few big names there. Chaos, Na'Vi. The Virtus Pro versus Team Secret is going to be such a good game. And BDS versus Movistar as well. So you kind of get this idea of, okay, we're getting little bits of tastes of what these teams are going to be bringing next season. But those quarterfinals, the way that they could be stacking up, we could be seeing G2 versus Empire next Saturday, and Vitality versus Rogue or Invicta next Saturday, and I'm very excited about the way this bracket is put together.
Definitely so. This bracket gives us a lot of very, very high tense matches, and of course, like maybe you want to see matches like Secret versus Virtus Pro a little bit later in the stage. But if we have so many good teams, we're always going to be having one of the favorites go home early on. That will be one of those teams that will be no longer with us tomorrow, but we are going back to the game itself. We're going back to Border. We're going back to where G2 is currently leading the pack with a 4-3 split. And let's see if they can keep that, maybe expand on that, or if Tozer Drop will be able to retaliate.
The KB on the board in the hands of Uno, as we find ourselves, obviously, as I said before, G2, from being the foot down at the beginning of the game, were able to kind of cement themselves as being a little bit ahead of the pace now. And if they can at least keep up this pace throughout the rest of the game, they can guarantee themselves a map. I'm assuming they're going to want to try and stretch this gap a little bit further, though, and put more of their mark on Border the same way they did on Consulate. Obviously, if you missed it, the previous map was the 7-3 as well, though it opened much more in G2's favor.
Definitely did. As G2 there was basically in the lead every single round. Even once they lost, they had some good control out there. And they have to try and regain that. This rehost might be what they need here. Of course, they're the more experienced players. They know how to keep their head cool. Also, a drop might be letting the nerves get to them. There's of course some experience on them, but not the same amount of experience that there is on G2. Based on keeping the nerves under control.
Here comes a bit more pressure now from the hands of G2. I like the combination there. We have the Boss G in the hands of Uno and the Finker able to allow some positivity in terms of the hold of the angle. The Real getting very aggressive with the clash on the top of these stairs there. Swung wide to see if anybody was trying to make a quick entrance, but no catch, unfortunately.
Definitely not yet. Some pre-fires being tossed in right here. Grenade being cooked as well. That might be an effective one as Falco almost goes down on it. will have to drop through the hatch. Prime will get the kill into Kenta Raketti. That's going to be the start. Smokes are being deployed right here. We see a very heavy approach coming down right now from Tizadrop that just wants to keep this under control. White Shark loses most of his HP as well. And Spangu now decides to just rotate down. It's going to be Citizen right here to sneak in with the Nook, with the Hell. Trying to see whether or not he's going to be able to make some sort of impact right here. Spots out the player, knows he's not going to be able to peek that one because that angle is being watched. Grenade under the barricade. Falco gets taken down by Pengu as that barricade will now open up. That's going to be given a lot of doubt into the head and will also make him forced to watch that angle. Citizen managed to catch him a surprise due to that. It's going to be a very Trinidad IQ play right there.
Calls are coming out, and unfortunately they can't quite capitalize on it just yet, as the remaining players of Tizadrop have pulled back for a little bit of safety. A very bold attempt there from the Clash. He went full swing against Nook and is actually going to try and thirst for the kill. Virtue is the first to go down, as the Finker is just going to kind of lie there for a second, but Citizen is able to offer their own kill as cover. There's another pickup. G2 cover is apparently unstoppable as they save the life of Citizen, but within the board, including a Finker, it's not the best current situation.
Definitely not. They're deciding to go for one of the pickups. I believe that might be Virtue, and Virtue then has the opportunity to use his skill, his gadget, to get them up. No, it's actually going to be Citizen that's being helped up right here. He's kind of close right here with this Clash, but not able to make anything happen. There we go. Virtue now picked up as well. We see the Adrenaline Surge being used, the grenade being cooked, being tossed in, but no joy.
Well, with 30 seconds on the board, wherever they go, they've got to go with all the ferocity that we know G2 can bring. Two of them stacked up on the metal door, but the first falls to Dareal. A great swing onto where he expected the second to be. The Nook comes in close, though, brought back to life by the hands of Pengu, who's just going to stick the plant as the battle goes over the metal doorway, but unfortunately not quite landing. Now in a post-plant, all it takes is a couple of deeks, and they get blown away.
Citizen was so confused as where he went. He's like, where the hell? There you go. Clash not really having a clue on what to peek either. And saying nice fight. At least the friendliness coming out. But it's 5-3 right now. G2 looking to close this one out. Back a Citizen right there, just moving in and getting two insane entries right there, and also stalling the time necessary for Pengu to get that plan down. There's just a lot of panic right there in the likes of Tizadrop. They had no clue where to go, what to peek and what not to. Well, you see the result. They won that round. Uno now going onto that Kali. Cannot be 6 baked out as Virtue has that ticket in his hands, but decides to go for Capital.
Armory Lockers and Archives they're going to double down on as well, and seeing if they can get a little bit more control of the board. Clash is gone, however. No, Clash is not gone. That is the words that I was going to say. Clash is not gone, but White Shark is.
Sometimes the best way to save a life is to take one. His own words have been used against him.
Me messing up what I was going to say is like the ultimate caster's curse, because they actually just killed a man because I said they're gone. So I have too much power. I need to be put out. Uno has brought the AWP to swing. Kind of hoping to see that get some run.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh well. I wonder who that entry frag is going to be, like who's going to claim it on the likes of G2. Or if they maybe will be going for a little bit of a team kill as well to bring them back to even numbers. Doesn't seem like it, but...
Yeah. I'm curious how that kind of played out. I'm assuming it was an attempt on a drone that went awry. Because you don't really put bullets through walls too much nowadays on Trip. I guess it's always down to superstition and teams and whether they believe it gets them more audio or not. So I'm going to assume it was a drone.
No, we'll have to. Vigil quickly putting now some pressure down that window to get some extra sound in. Same reason for that shotgun. Getting the sound, maybe do some damage on if someone was on the other side by any chance. And no one's going to peek you now anymore, you know. If you're going to be sending some shots through there. That's a beautiful headshot from Kenta onto RL. Yeah, got punished for the team kill onto White Shark. The down now on the Real coming out as well. The Clash taken out. And that's the thing, like the shield of the Clash can be taken out by the actual... Kento, hello, sweeps in and gets that kill. It's only up to Prime now, but he will fall as well. It's just a swift round of G2. I was going to say that shield of Clash can be, well, flinched if you shoot it with the gun of Kali, with the big sniper rifle, right? And I believe you just have enough time to actually reload and get a second shot in. So that could have happened right there. Not really sure though, as we didn't see it happen. But that could have been a possibility.
I mean, I'm glad to see the AWP get some work, to be honest. It's always nice to see, for all the talk that we did about it being less intent and less kind of obvious and positive in what it can bring. G2, A, they're a team that's having a good time. B, they're a team that's so consistently kind of pushing what you can do with the operators and pushing where you can take the meta. And C, it's just fun to see Kali brought in the hands of people that are very good at clicking on bodies.
They definitely have been very good at clicking bodies right there. That's all you need to do. You don't even need to give it headshots. Just send to mass. It's also the, luckily for Kali, the biggest area you can hit. Biggest polygon.
Yeah, well I think that's actually in the design notes. I think that was in the patch notes when they said Kali good because polygon.
Really?
No. Now 6-3. We're looking together to potentially find ourselves onto another 7-3. Second potential in a row. Luckily, there hasn't been an accidental team kill from the hands of Tizadrop this time round. They actually get to play a round, which is good.
Don't say anything yet.
Tapwood, that they get to play an entire round at full strength. White Shark is on the board with a gun and still breathing.
Oh, look at that. They want to go for a little bit of a jump out here. Watching the default cams, hoping to get some information. The Real is ready for it. Hopes to get the info. There he goes. Jump out coming through. Doesn't spot him and it gets taken out, but Aurel managed to get the secure kill onto the Kali. Down, however, is still there. And the question is, are they going for it? Yes, they are. This could be really dangerous as someone of G2 is in position. Isn't to be the case, but it is. Citizen takes down the Real. And with that, well, they try to secure their teammate. That basically was the bait. He has been taken down. He has been punished for it. Of course, Uno fell as well, but it was a brave attempt.
Yeah, now it's just getting the drones in and seeing if they can pick apart anything else that might be in that upstairs hold. Obviously, Real has been a very big player and had a fantastic day today, so him being the first off the board is, well, definitely the worst outcome. That was unfortunate. The frag grenade not quite cooked to the level it should be, and in the meantime, on the opposite side of the map, Kanto and Falco are finding bodies each. Kanto on generally about half health left, but Falco, even though the castle screams the loudest, didn't actually take a huge amount of damage.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Definitely not. It's the Maestro right there, moving in Prime, getting the kill into Citizen, who missed his shots on, well, the teammate that crossed a little bit before, and right now for Kento, all they can do is hold some angles. They know someone is behind a half wall, but there's nothing really they can do as of yet, and that means Kento will be rotating around. He still has 2 impacts available to him, though, but right now the half wall position already has rotated out. It's only up to Kento now, but he falls as well. Gets 1 kill. There's a lot of trade kills going through. Oh. It's going to be Tizadrop right now. That will be on 6-4. Only 2 more necessary to get themselves up to a overtime situation.
Well, that's what happens when you don't accidentally team kill White Shark, I guess.
Yeah.
He's able to win the round for you. So I'm guessing that's a strategy that they've learned now, not to accidentally kill him, and to actually let him play the round, because you might be able to take it if that happens. Bathroom Tellers is where we're going to head to next. Again, expect to see a solid hold upstairs. Make sure they have everything in control inside office, especially because, well, if you give that up, well, the game is generally up. That's why they're bringing the castle. It's the standard kind of pick here. Capcan, as you enjoy, is on the board too. Swap from the Ela to the Jaeger is probably in response to the fuse.
Yeah. I'm thinking, yeah. Even though, of course, there's going to be 6 charges that come out of each cluster. Enough to clear out the entirety of Jaeger himself. Still might give you enough time to just get out of it. If the first 2 get taken out, it's that little half a second extra worth of time you have to get out of your position. So, doesn't actually seem like it though, because that position is not really fusible. the actual frag grenades that could be coming out, but they're not really on the side of G2, so I don't think those two ADSs are really going to get used.
Yeah, I mean, it's always one of those things as well, that to be fair, Daryl's been playing Jaeger all day. I think they wanted to opt for Ela to try and shake things up a little bit, but with how, I think, chaotic is a fair word to throw into what G2 have been bringing to the firefight, they want to make sure that they have just a little bit of control and don't instantly lose everything. And they also want to do that. They just want to swing and spawn peek and kill Kanto.
Well, that as well, and well, Citizen tried to go quick right there with the Amaru, somehow heard by Prime, and with that they now suffer a great, well, deficit. In the meantime, Plant's already going down. Doubt someone is actually going to be able to support. It's going to be not the LMG strategy to go through, but the AK-12 makes a lot of sound as well. Should be enough to actually cover. Indeed will be, as Virtue managed to get White Shark, who walks right into the actual crossfire right there. Right now it's a 3-on-4. That's a plant situation, but they need to go for the plant. Virtue's there with the AK-12. Some say the best gun in the game to make sure it won't last. Arrow right now together with, I believe that is Prime to jump out. There they go, jumping out. One kill coming through. Still do not have the crossfire. It's all up to Pengu now. Gets down as well. No, Prime actually gets down, and that means they need to go for the actual defuse now. Pengu's still prone down there. Needs to get this kill. 12 seconds. They have 3 seconds to get the kill and go for the defuse, but it won't happen. It's G2 to win it 7v4, and with that they will advance to the quarterfinals next weekend.
Wow, very well played to the boys at Tizzy Drop. They brought a lot of fight and a lot of fire, but I mean, unfortunately, you can't quite counter G2 just throwing themselves in the plant. I love the LMG to cover the audio. That's one of the things that you love to see, the idea of, oh, well, just I can sneak this, but help me sneak it by just firing all of your bullets. It was bold of the Bandit to try and swing into that and was caught out by Virtue. It was the only kind of thing that could be run.
There was nothing else they could have done at that point, because if you're not peeking, the plane goes down and you're in a similar kind of situation. If you do peek, you might have the opportunity to kill Pengu quick enough if you just catch Virtue on like the unlucky moment where he's reloading, for example. But like the plan right there worked out perfectly well. There was no C4s to try and counter. There was no smoke canisters. There was no Goyo shields in position. All that kind of stuff. And thus G2 managed to get that win in right there. And that round, even though they lost 2 people very early on due to Namaru repelling in and a early peek onto Kento as well. But it didn't really matter for G2 in the end.
Yeah, and you've got to obviously, again, everyone's here having a good time. This is all a big charity drive and a charity tournament. And I love the idea that G2 were bringing. They were bringing a lot of fun throughout all of their games, all of their maps, all of their rounds, and they kind of lived on that principle all the way until the very end. Well, that is only the end of this map, as we have a look at a couple of other nice little highlights and moments done by a fantastic production team, as we obviously still have one more game on our plates.
Yeah, we still have one more game in our plates that, well, is right here in the European Open Clash course in working together with Madison Sans Frontier, the charity that we are of course supporting. 50,000 already donated by Ubisoft. You can help as well. You see the commands on the left top of your screen every now and then, just rotating in and out together with the last donation. So if you want your name out there, then you know what to do.
Yeah, and obviously a big thank you to everybody who's been watching the stream, getting involved on the hashtag AsksEUClash, and obviously if you have the money, being able to donate, but just being here, getting involved, that's the bit that definitely matters, as we can try and fight against COVID-19. Now, as I said, there's one more game after a quick break. Rogue versus XPG Invicta, and I have a feeling you're not going to want to miss this.
Definitely not. No, there's going to be a big surprise coming up on that game, so see you soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to the European Open Clash. It's been one hell of a day so far. 3 best of 3s done, and that means there is 1 left to go. Rogue versus Invicta to close out the day. My name's Des, back once again with Ace of Pyrite to bring you this 4th game of the day before we go to sleep and then wake up and do the whole thing all over again. Tim, you ready for this last best of 3?
I am very ready. I cannot wait for this one. We had an absolute storm earlier in the Empire game, and I'm sure that this is going to be the same.
Absolutely. I'm 100% down to see how it plays out because for Rogue, as we know, there have been a couple of interesting changes coming through. So who we get to see as their lineup is going to tell us an awful lot about it. So let's get that up on your screen now and take a look at who's going to be playing in this game. And I'm sure there is a nice surprise in there for you all at home. Ooh. Look at that second one. Mr. Karzeka, who was benched earlier today for Empire, will be playing with Rogue. Now, you're more than welcome to draw your own conclusions from that one. But if you're from the UK, I'm sure you're also looking at that top name on there. It's Mr. Leon Giddens, or the Goddens, as we call him here in the UK, coming up with Rogue. Now, when we saw this lineup earlier on, you and I both said, my God, that is another EU super team in the making.
We really did, and it really looks like that might be the case. Obviously, we had it a couple of months ago with G2 when they got Virtue, they got Citizen in there, and it just looked absolutely stacked. You look at Rogue now, couple of big names coming onto that roster there. Leon Gids and Karzeka, along with Aces, Corey and Rips. That, to me, looks like a roster that is going to do some work.
Absolutely, and don't forget as well, this is a team that with a player like Aces on side, we've already seen what he can do. Top AD in not strictly having the best performances at times. We've seen them do very, very well in the online league, but cursed offline is probably the best way I can describe them. With these changes coming in, this could give them that oomph, that vigor, that experience and veterancy that comes from Leon and Karzeka, make them a world-beating team.
Well, I think the really important factor is it's always difficult when you've got the hopes of a team resting on 1 or 2 sets of shoulders. And whilst Aces had a phenomenal season, you can't expect somebody to constantly live with that kind of pressure of need to pull out sorts of performances to ensure that you're always competitive. It is a big ask of people. So getting people on board like Karzeka, like Leon Gids, is hopefully just going to release a little bit of that pressure away from Aces. It's going to open him up a little bit, just give him some freedom to get out there and maybe play a game that we've not necessarily seen from him before, just a little bit more breathing space. And a player like Aces with breathing space is a very dangerous thing.
It might not even be him that needs to breathe in space. Maybe someone else becomes the star of this team. There's just so much promise on there that we have yet to see how it really unfolds. This will be their first preview game against none other than Invicta. Let's take a look at their lineup as well. If you haven't heard of them before, these boys come from the Polish Masters, and a few of these of them have been around for quite a while as well. You've got Somi, Kimowin, Darius, Optic, and Deep. Now, Deep and Darius, I believe it was the two of them, played with Kendrew and Says on the old Pact roster in Challenger League Season 8. As we all know, Kendrew and Says then proceeded to go and play for M&M Gaming in the UK, who then rose up towards Pro League and then were picked up by Na'Vi, as we all know, and that is one of the Pro League teams that we now see. So quite a bit of history for these boys, I think, and although it's easy to look at them and say, players I've never really heard of before, there's no way they can beat a team like Rogue with all these star-studded names, let's not forget that quite a few teams have been quite surprised by some of the teams that we're starting to see appear in these national leagues.
This is it, and, ultimately, all the biggest players in Siege, all the biggest players in any game, in any sport, in anything else, everybody is unheard of at some point. And it's just about that time to burst onto the scene. Teams like this, we've got that whole National League format coming through EU that's going to give lots of opportunities. And at the end of the day, if you've got people who've been around since Challenger League Season 8 and they're still here playing this game, let me tell you, they know something about this game. And I was watching one of the games earlier, and some fantastic players coming out of these guys, and I'm really looking forward to watching them.
Yeah, Sobin Kimon have been on this team for about 1.5 years now, and Optic had a good chat to him earlier on, bless him. He said, I think I'm just destined to always finish in second place. They call themselves the Vice Champions. It's a nice way of still getting that word champion in there, but he's finished in second place 3 times over now, the poor guy. So hopefully this season for them, having already started well, they stomped their opposition, Aves, who you'll see play tomorrow, 7-1 just a few days ago in the Polish Masters. So lots to look forward to for these boys. They play against Pact in just a few days on the 4th of June as well. So even if this tournament, this game here is where it ends for them, there's still plenty more opportunity to see them climb and potentially make it into Challenger League next season. Let's take a look at the map vetoes for this game though. Best of 3 as it has been all day long, and I for one am pretty curious to see where things end up here. It could be a total mishmash, as these teams probably haven't encountered each other before, which always leads to an exciting setup.
That's it. We tend to find, I think we've already commented, Rogue are not going to be too keen to bring everything to the table here, so they're going to be keen to avoid maps that they might want to play in European League. I would have thought that we're going to see the more basic maps. We've already seen Border today. It wouldn't surprise me to see it again. Something like a Coastline, maybe, where we can just get on there, have some gunfights, and you're not really going to give too much away. Something like Villa, something like, you know, potentially a Clubhouse. You just want to keep them under wraps a little bit.
We always tend to go for the 3 Cs here in the UK. We always say Consulate, Club and Coastline. If you don't know what to play, that's where they're going to go. So let's get those vetoes up and see where things are going to be heading. Theme Park banned out first, followed by Club. That makes me sad. Consulate picked, Border picked as well. So very similar to what we saw earlier on. Main change being that Coastline is there as that third and final decider map if required. But looking across that lineup, all I am just seeing scream at me in the face, Ace, is gun, gun and gun.
Yeah, as suggested, Border and Coastline, absolutely no surprises to see them creeping the way in there. It really is just about, let's get on a map, let's shoot each other, let's see who comes out on top. That's what we're talking about here. You know, you're not going to give anything away by playing on Border. I could tell you right now, 90% of what Rogue are going to do on Border, whether it be today, whether it be in the EU League, it doesn't matter. Border is Border, and that's how you're going to play it. It comes down to the gunfights, and that's what both teams are looking for today.
Absolutely. Well, starting things off is going to be Consulate, Rogue's pick, as you can see. This is going to be interesting because I would probably expect to see Invicta starting out on the defense here, which gives Rogue all the opportunity for their gunners to really shine and show us what they're made of. Again, a lot of veterancy on this side, a lot of star players all stepping into the limelight here, so it's curious to see who comes out on top. We've seen G2 attack pretty well with 5 superstars on their team. They still managed to make it work. Can Rogue enjoy the same success? Let's find out as we're now into map 1. Consulate coming your way.
That's the big question here. We are going on to, especially after Consulate, I would make an argument for Consulate sitting somewhere in a nice middle ground between sort of gun and strategy. When we head on to those, for me, Invicta need to win Consulate. If they want any joy out of this entire series, you know, I've got a lot of respect for them as a team. As I say, I watched some of the games earlier, and they've certainly got some very capable players. They are up against a difficult opposition today in Rogue, and I would expect Rogue to come out on top, especially they've got a couple of new players, so they are gelling, but look at the players that they've got, Kozheka and Leon Gids. If either of them have a good day, then it's going to be difficult for Invicta. So I think they need to take something out of Consulate, because Border and Coastline, being the gunfight maps, will be more difficult for them. We can see the Nomad and Capitao going off the board. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I would expect to see a Valkyrie ban alongside this Echo. I mean, who knows? If Valkyrie stays on the table here, then things could get really interesting with Nomad taken out.
I think she has to go. The fact that you've seen a Nomad banned away, Valkyrie has to follow suit, or they do become far too easy. It's going to be a mirror. Okay. Now I'm starting to think that maybe on the side of Invicta, yes, could be looking for that sort of play, but I think it's just very evident that they also don't want to be dealing with it on their side. Rogue going for 2 very standard bans, I think, in the Capitao, the Echo. That mirror over the Valkyrie, I think, is going to cause some problems as this gets underway. Second half, especially when you see Rogue being the ones going onto the defensive side. I think this also presents the best opportunity for a team to bring down Rogue, because, you know, it was only announced earlier that Karzeka had been benched from Empire. If you're in a good spot here to be able to capitalize on a team, maybe not having the communication and synergy built up as strongly as you like, this is the best time to do it. But as we keep on harking back to, you've got a few excellent gunners on this side that are going to be so difficult to keep controls.
That's it. We might see Rogue play somewhat differently here to how they might do once they get to EU Pro League. There's still a month nearly to go, 3 weeks to go until that. So they're going to be putting in a lot of rich time as a team to get everybody settled into their own roles. And yes, today we might see the core 3 of Rogue that we've got in there. We've got Rips, we've got Corey, we've got Aces. We might just see those 3 playing the more sort of, best way to put it, the more sort of out there roles, the roaming, etc. And they might just be saying to players like Karzeka, Leon, right, you sit in here and watch that angle, you cover that area, and that might just be the best way to integrate everybody quickly for this tournament, just to you know, allow them to sort of anchor, just use that gun skill, and we're gonna, you know, we'll worry about everything else around you as far as this strategy goes. We'll see as it develops. It may well be that Kozheka and Leon, they're both extremely capable players. They might fit in extremely quickly. But talking about extremely quickly, Rips comes out with an unbelievably fast opening kill. I'm sorry, boys. I've said it before today, I'm going to say it again. Welcome to Big School. You do not try and peek a team like Rogue.
Or you can try, but at the very least, make sure you're going to land that crucial first shot in lightning time. We saw how fast it played out earlier on Consulate, when it kind of came down to trying to walk around a corner, and it just wasn't a thing. Empire were watching every single corner like absolute thunder. You didn't even get a chance to breathe on the side of Easy Dream. You were just instantly cleaned up. Same as Soviet was cleaned up just then by Leon. Heads are for the taking, and they will roll as Rogue storm their way through the building to get things started. We're only 45 seconds in, and they've already found themselves those 2 opening kills.
I mean, this suits Rogue down to the ground, personally, I think, coming in on the attack as the first half here. We all know that defense is where the real strategies are played out. Attack is much more sort of responsive to what's in front of you. You've just got to see what the defenders are doing and sort of go with it. It's always thinking on the fly. It's always just seeing what you get on each round to round, whereas defense, you want a strategy set up. Now, how about that? Any Rogue fans out there are going to be very happy to see a couple of new players on the lineup, and already number 1, first round, flawless. What more can you say? That's a statement, isn't it? That's a statement.
I mean, yeah. Leon charging his way through and finding a good few for himself is probably one of those things. That was just blindingly fast. Like, it's almost as if walls didn't exist. They were up the side of those buildings, straight inside, getting kills through windows like it was anyone's business. And as you say, I think it's a very rude welcome to the tournament, if nothing else, for the side of Invicta. Into round number 2, though, let's see if they can change anything around. Maybe not trying to go for spawn and being so aggressive, maybe 1. Playing together and playing for those trades, probably going to be a more sensible idea. We alluded earlier on to the fact that, especially in Tier 4, at these National League levels and below in some cases, you don't more Tier 3 against National Leagues before anyone tries to kill me on Twitter for saying that. More at these kind of T3, T4 levels, you don't find trades being the big focus of a game. It's more about taking those ones and trying to win them. It's more about trying to slow the enemy team down. Whereas what we saw earlier on in the fixture we already covered today of Empire coming up against Easy Dream, the big focus, especially for Team Empire, was on trades, and more trades.
We're going to be heading into round number 2 then. We're going to be up on the top floor once again. I'm sure Invicta have learnt 1 or 2 lessons from round number 1. And I'm pretty sure that lesson number 1 on that list will be do not peek Rogue, because you're going to lose your head. Which is exactly what happened, and it really didn't help them get off to the best of starts. They were a man down 10 seconds into the round as Rips just got in there and hit a 1-tap through piano window just to shut that down. Have lessons been learnt? I'm not too sure. Certainly some aggression coming out here from Kimuin. I think maybe just trying to catch Rogue out, just trying to get themselves every advantage that they can. But I think if they continue doing this over the entire game, they are going to struggle, because they're going to find themselves at a man disadvantage more often than not. Looking at that last round, Rogue coming in there flawless, never really being put under too much pressure at all, never much of a challenge really being made against what they wanted to do, and Invicta just being forced to move around inside the map and largely picked up from windows.
The thing is, I don't particularly blame them for trying to play aggressive, because the one thing that we saw from Easy Dream earlier on against Team Empire, actually, in the first 2 rounds on this map, was they sat back and played Turtle and let Empire set up the way they want, and there was just nothing Easy Dream could do to respond. It was checkmate before the first piece had already been moved on the board. So I like the fact that they are trying to cause a bit of disruption and saying, no, you can't play the game that you want to, we're going to try and contest you. The biggest problem is, if you can't win when trying to play as aggressively as this, that being their first kill coming through from Kimmerwin onto Leon, if you can't win in instances like this when you're trying to play so aggressively, how on earth are you going to win when they're on your front door trying to knock in to get into the site? It just makes the game so difficult to play for them, and I feel for them. This will be rough if it carries on this way, but let's not write them off yet. There is still plenty of time to warm up. We've seen rounds be absolutely dominant for 2 rounds in a row, and then suddenly the other team starts actually getting to play Siege, and before you know it, things are looking a bit more even.
As we're talking here in round number 2, Invicta making more of a game of this than they did last time around. We are 4 versus 3 with 1:20 left on the clock. They've made a couple of good challenges, taken some damage off off Rips. They've managed to take Leon Gids off the board. So far, not too bad for them. That's not ideal though. Rushing up onto the stairs there, right into the prone Corey, who will take him down. Kimuin gets 1 back out, but Aces gets 1 at the same time onto Sovi. So that now leaves us 1 versus 3. That would have been an ace for Kimuin to come back and take that round, but Karjeka, the man from Empire, will shut him down, and that will be his first kill along with this Rogue roster.
Very, very tough, as things are expected to go, I think, at least at the start of this fixture. Like I say, give him a bit of time to warm into it, and maybe we'll see Invicta start to show up and get a couple of kills. We saw that from Kemowin in that round. Just need 1 or 2 more to turn up now, and things should start looking nice and sweet. A nice replay there for you. Good night, quite appropriately deserved, I'd imagine, being spammed through the chat at this point. Every single shot that came through just flying in their favour, and looking probably as terrifying as they would have previously.
Right, heading into number 3 then. Come on, we need something. We need to see a little bit more out of Invicta here. I think they just need to steady the ship at this point. I think they need to slow Rogue down a little bit. They need to prevent the long angles, prevent them sitting on the windows. Take advantage of that situation. Bring the Valkyrie. You can run it, maybe get a bit of aggression on. If it doesn't work in round 3, round 4, then stop doing it. There's nothing majorly lost at this point, because if you sit inside, it could continue as it is like this. So take that opportunity. If they're going to sit and play on windows, then maybe have a jump out and just let them know that they can't get away with just sitting on windows.
Let's see if they can make anything happen nice and early on, or if it's another Rogue rollover is probably what I have to start calling it, because we're going to see many of those coming into the subsequent rounds. I like at least now that things have moved to the downstairs and giving them a bit more room to breathe here. Whether or not they choose to play more of a turtle setup here, holding inside of the small office and inside cafeteria, or if they try and go a bit more aggressive and try and contest on towards yellow stairs, for example, or as Kim was considering doing here, pushing in towards Visa before he got droned out by Karzeka. I say that, he's decided to double down on the aggression and has now gone straight up to the top floor. So if nothing else, at least trying to waste the time of Rogue, who later on in the round may need to consider where he is and what he's up to.
I get a feeling that Rogue won't worry too much about that top floor presence. I think they will just play their game towards bottom floor. They'll be comfortable in their roam.
That is too easy.
That is too easy. That is such a well-known challenge. If you're going to have your bandit down there tricking and you don't have yellow door covered, that is exactly what's going to happen. Karzeka shuts down Kemowin, and we find ourselves now 5 versus 2. And once again, another round going dramatically quickly in Rogue's favour. Leon Gids taking Darius out. That was a trade after he managed to get the kill onto Karzeka, but he is now 1 versus 4. The diffuser is not down. That is one thing in his favour, but he will decide to just rush the breach there, and Leon Gids shuts him down immediately, and that's going to be round number 3 going in favour of Rogue, and this one is moving at breakneck speed in one direction.
It's a great example of what we touched on earlier on with the whole pushing into yellow thing. It was actually Joystick, I think, earlier on who tried to do as much, and P4 was there pretty much ready to jump in straight away. And he managed to shut Joystick down before he could deal with it. They still managed to get it open, which is unfortunate, but in this case, no one was there to contest, as we mentioned. No one was watching yellow. It's painful. And these are the small mistakes that teams like Rogue are going to tear you apart for, especially with the many, many years of veterancy that so many of these players now carry.
That's it. You're up against some of the most dangerous names, not just in European Siege, but in World Siege. There is no question of that. We all remember the season, particularly that Leon Gids had in Pro League with Team Secret. He was I think he was one of the top 3 fraggers in the world at that point when he was putting stats up for Team Secrets. It was unbelievable. We know that these guys have got an immense amount of talent, and really, like I say, Invicta need to do everything that they can here to just try and slow them down a little bit, try and disrupt their game. Don't get me wrong, I know that it's not easy, and I'm not saying that it's just as simple as that. At the end of the day, if Rogue want to win, it could be against G2, it could be against Empire, it could be against Dog Zero, any of the big international teams, your Space Station Gamings, it doesn't matter. If one of these teams really is having their day, they're going to have their way, and that is it. But Invicta need to at least try just to apply the brakes here a little bit. I like seeing the Legion come in there. That's a good play. Get those traps out and try and slow things down a bit. Same again with the Ela. Just try and prevent that push, prevent that sort of speed of motion, and just give yourself some sort of clue as to where they're coming from.
Members of Rogue just tapping on different windows in case someone is stood behind them, and there's the right sort of idea. And even see his head there. It's all too easy for Leon to pick up Kemowin, who I think was trying to make a peek with the pistol as well. Not the most ideal when you've got Sovi playing on the dock here. That's the one you want to be sticking in that kind of position. But like I said back in round number 1, if you can't click those heads first, it's a wasted effort trying to go for those spawn peaks. Now we're seeing a similar sort of situation coming through where we've got 1 or 2 playing on their own for Invicta, 1 or 2 on site. and there is almost no one around to contest the attackers as they try and come in. They're not even bothering, obviously, this round to try and play around the bandit. So it's as simple as that to get this breach open. These rounds are moving at a breakneck pace. It's almost like Rogue believe the timer has been shortened to 2 minutes instead of 3.
It really is starting to look that way. They are absolutely not messing about. And the problem is that the confidence for them is just building and building and building. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. When you let players of this quality have their head up in front of them and start hitting those shots, that is just becomes a really, really dangerous snowball rolling down a hill towards you. And all it will do is gather pace. And they will just become more and more aggressive. As it is, Sovi will shut Rips down. So that now leaves us 4 versus 4. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and I like what I'm seeing from Invicta so far. They've managed to slow it down. They've kept themselves out of the line of sight, and how about that? They've hit them on the reverse angle. That's what's needed from Darius, but Aces will get one onto Sovi, so Rogue once again keeping that man count level, not allowing Invicta to pull out ahead of them. I'm pretty sure they're aware that they've got one on yellow stairs as well, so Rogue are going to be cautious of that. Yes, Leon Gidd's holding a very tight angle from Piano there, and he's just going to sit and watch that as a flank watch for the rest of this round, probably if needs be. Darius going to that top floor to see if he can get a look, but he will not, as Leon Gidds hits him from what I presume was probably underneath there, deep, moving back down from the yellow stairs as well. Is he going to get some joy here? There is a Claymore. I don't think he sees it. No, he doesn't. Dear. And he will lose his life to it there. Come on, guys. You've got to keep your eyes out for the basics like that.
I mean, I know there's a such thing. I mean, if you look at the ground,
I think he was trying to get around the back end. You can sort of, I think he was trying to squeeze around the wall and get around it, but too big a risk there.
I feel it, but when you can tap the Claymore and then tap the guy to the right of it as well, that's probably the more ideal situation to play for rather than going for what they did. But hey, it happens. The round's over. It's 4-0 to Rogue. Not exactly the most unexpected result. It is looking pretty brutal right now. But like you say, some signs of improvement from Invicta. They are taking these trap-based operators. They are starting to slow things down. And in this round, at least, a little bit of intel being brought along with the Maestro 2. So hopefully they put themselves at a little bit less risk when trying to go for these fights. This is a quick mention as well. Of course, we haven't mentioned it yet in this half because it has gone so blindingly fast. This is all for charity. Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, if it's in English, so you should prefer. That is the chosen charity that this stream and the classics and the EOC in general is here to support. Ubisoft are giving 50,000 euros, and you'll see in the top left of your screen, we are trying to do exactly the same here on this stream. So if you can get us over to 1,000 before this best of 3 is over, that would be a significant achievement for the Siege community, and every penny you can spare is massively appreciated. Just put !MSF in chat to get all the information around the work that they do, or !donate to get the donation link and get involved. Thank you for everything that you can share.
Such a worthwhile cause. So moving into round number 5 then, Rogue 4-0 at this point, and this is quickly starting to run away from Invicta. But once again, as I've said, I like what I'm seeing here. We've got the Legion, we've got the Mozzie, we've got the Maestro, so they are recognising that there is a problem with the pace and speed of these rounds, and they are bringing operators who can help to slow that down by denying information, because ultimately, if you can't get drones into an area, or if the defenders are getting fed information about where you are pushing from, you have to move more slowly, you have to move more cautiously, especially if you're having to face check those corners as you move in because you've lost your drone to a Mozzie, or because you can't get it into an area because it's blacked out because of those Mozzie pests. That said, Invicta need to make sure that that is the case. They need to make sure that the deployment is clever, that they are making the maximum use that they can out of those gadgets. The Wamar here is going to make things as difficult as he can for the yellow stairs push. That is a good start. Take that drone out. There we go. Deny that information. We can see the flashbangs raining in. There comes the nade from Kazeka, and unfortunately he can't hold off for more than a minute on the yellow stairs. We now have the sledge in there. Things could start getting dangerous. Leon Gidds will get absolutely ripped off the rappel by Camuin there. Camuin actually very impressive so far. He's hit some really nice long range shots, and they need to just facilitate him to do that.
Playing without the Alder ACOG either this time around, of course, because that changed quite a while ago now, just through those plain old standard sights, and Leon's the one who looted out in that fight. Almost another one potentially walking through some recently open bullet lines there, but nothing to be found immediately. Things are looking at least a little bit better, but that whole assault onto the yellow stairs where there were multiple nades throwing in situ reminds me a lot of what we used to see from Crazy in the UK, when they would always take over yellow no matter what you stood up against them, and it was bullet flurries like that, or like artillery coming through but often gave them the win and managed to weave in a normal frag grenade in there somewhere. 2 kills coming through for Invicta. Deep and Darius getting themselves on the board with a couple of headshots, and that will, for now at least, slow down the members of Rogue. Can't even get themselves inside as Deep finds his second. Don't forget, these boys very experienced from the old days of Pro League back in Season 8. There's no reason why they cannot be able to hit shots on these members of Rogue. Now Karzeka all by himself, no drone on side, a man against 3. Got a lot of work to do here if he wants to be able to pull this round into their favour.
He's got a lot of time to do it. That is the one thing in his favour. He will open up that line of sight through to Connector. But Invicta are doing exactly the right thing here. They've got themselves the man advantage, and now they're just holding those angles. They're forcing Karzeka to play, but you've got to be careful how much you force this man to play, because look at what he does when he is cornered. That was an unbelievable headshot flick from Karzeka there onto the long desk. That now leaves him 1 versus 2. Deep on seriously low health. He looks for the man in meeting, but Deep will pop up from Connector. Never really dealt with by Karzeka. A few shots into him, but he just sort of moved away and just, I think he assumed maybe he'd moved out of Connector, and there he loses his life to it. So that's going to be the first boot on the board for Invicta, and maybe that can just inspire them a little bit now and could just push them forward to get a few more rounds on the board.
Unfortunate for Rogue, but like I say, very promising for the side of Invicta. Good to show that we have a potential game in our hands rather than a straight up 7-0 wipe here on Consulate. At the very least, most of them are getting on the board outside of Optic so far, but to be expected, playing the anchor-based role and being often one of the ones left alive entirely by himself, it's suddenly not so easy. Really happy to see Leon up there at the top though as well, just showing that it doesn't matter about the recent team change, of course, only let go from Secret about a month ago. Still in a position where he's able to frag out massively with the team built around him.
Oh, he's a hugely talented player. There's absolutely no question. He has got unbelievable gun skill and aim on this game. And like you say, given the opportunity and given the freedom, he's going to hit shots all day long and he's going to get those kills for you. It looks like Deep's just taken quite a bit of damage there in a bit of a team fire situation. I'm not sure what's gone on there. We've all been there. You're aiming at a drone or you're trying to shoot something out. We've all been there, and you take a few shots from a teammate, but it is very frustrating, and it's at this level the sort of thing that can cost you a round. That's now a gunfight that's going to be lost a bullet or two sooner, so you really do need to be careful in that preparation phase not to let that happen. But Invicta doing very well in the last round. Hopefully they can come out here and make a play of this round as well, and like I said, did very well last time around. In round number 5 was they played quite deep. They recognised that the push was coming from console windows and from yellow stairs, and they just played themselves quite deep into meeting and Connector and didn't push forward. They weren't too aggressive. They didn't try to peek onto Rogue too much, because that's when they've been losing their lives, and they just allowed Rogue to play into them, and that was when they got the kills. So if they repeat that now, hopefully they'll see a bit more joy again.
This one opened up nice and easy, and for Invicta, still holding somewhat aggressively, admittedly behind shields and a nice solid white van. And I like how ever since that first round defending this site, they kind of failed to hold onto this wall. They just realised there's no point in losing a man for free. If we're not willing to contest yellow, why on earth are we bothering to bring him along? And that change has come through, and things have slowed down a little bit now, so it's not the worst situation for them, but let's not forget how we saw Empire play this earlier on. They got their sledge. Ironically, the one player from Empire actually here, or formerly of Empire, Karzeka, is the one I'm looking at. He's the one who's been doing the work here that Empire was setting up. He'll get himself inside a piano with that sledgehammer, start opening things up so that they can start pushing down. You have a couple of angles spread up between them, and there's be very, very little that Invicta are going to be able to do to stop this. As we saw from Empire earlier on, once you've got that vertical angle, the yellow stairs, and the breach itself cleared off and safe, it is very, very difficult to slow down the plant coming in and you being able to get any way of stopping that out. Ace is going to start things off with a kill onto Deep, but a pretty good round last round. This time around will not have the same effect.
Looks like Rips is going to be successful in opening that garage door, and the explosion we hear tells me that that is the case. We've got Leon upstairs on the IQ. I think he's aware that he's got somebody around him. He's currently in the circle desk area, and Sovi has just crept his way up from tellers. Now, Leon was more than aware. I was just about to say I'm not sure that Leon is actually aware that Sovi's going to peek this, but he was waiting in ADS and with Sovi off the board. 5 versus 3 in favour of Rogue now. 5 versus 2 as Corey finds one for himself, and Rogue are looking like a terrifying prospect at the minute, certainly hitting the ground running. And one of the things I always like, you mentioned there, Des, about how there's similarities between what we saw Empire doing earlier on today, and obviously Karzeka currently playing with this roster, at least for today, as influence that a little bit, and that's what I love about these roster switches. You know, you've got Leon coming in from a different team, you've got Kozeka playing with them after being benched by Empire, and it just, you get these amalgamations then, and you sort of get this big shift in the meta sometimes, or sort of like a half shift whereby teams all have to start doing things differently because, you know, this great thing that Empire did is now being done by Rogue because they've picked up one of their players, and then this team doing this because they've got one of their players, and I find it a really interesting sort of merry-go-round of the strats moving round.
5-1 at the half split. As things now move over, and we'll see how the boys fare on the defensive side from Rogue. And if Victor can, now that they are able to control a round a little bit better, the way I always shape it is that defenders choose how a round is played, the attackers determine the pace and the explosiveness of that attack, at which point in a round it will be executed. Hopefully with a bit more breathing room here, and Victor will be the ones in a commanding position to slow things down a bit, take the fights when they want to take it on their terms, rather than being forced into it inside 30 seconds of the round starting like Rogue did in the entirety of the first half. Equally, Rogue might be the ones trying to even stop them getting inside the building. You might find them looking to contest things like Yellow Stairs very early on, contest them inside of Visa, and essentially say, no, this is our building. You're not allowed inside, stay out.
I've got a feeling that Invicta are probably going to find things quite difficult on the attack here. I may well eat my words as the rounds go on. We will see how it pans out. But I just think, given the way that Rogue have dominated the first 6, I can't see things getting any easier once you've got Rogue able to make their setup and allow Invicta to play into them effectively. But that being said, I did mention at the beginning here that sometimes when you've got new players and you're integrating new elements into your team, sometimes it is easier to be on the attack because you are always, no matter how long you've been established at a team, you're always going in and reacting to what you find in front of you. So it is always a little bit more ad hoc on attack. Whereas on defence, we might see a couple of holes being exposed at the minute whilst players bed in and get used to playing with each other. So we'll see how that plays out, particularly here in round 7 and 8. We'll see if Invicta are still alive to continue fighting at that point, or whether Rogue have sort of proved me right and they've continued to dominate the defence here.
Time will tell. Stians, oh, the lean snap to his head. Down he goes. He finds a second on the window as well. Oh man, Kozeka has not slowed down. I mean, it's not like his brief holiday of more than about 4 hours was really going to see his skills drop off, but still landing nasty shots like that is something else. Shutting down 2 as Leon was taken down by a member of the other side, but it's still a numbers advantage to the side of Rogue right now as we go to 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Some members of to try and find a way inside the building. It looks like admin is mostly theirs, as well as most of Visa, but of course they still need to get forwards, take control of Coffee, for example, and then start pushing their way through the hallway in towards one of these 2 sites. More likely they're not going to be the one facing off towards admin, because hell, trying to push into the B site right now is going to require a full rotate, which I don't think they simply have time to do anymore with only 1 minute and 20 left on the clock.
I don't think they've got the time. I don't think they've realistically got the manpower here either. You've got Optic, you've got Kamui, both on super low health. I think really the cards are dealt for this round, and they're just going to have to do the best with what they've got in terms of positioning, which is pushing from the admin side. Kamui making a good move there, going to get himself onto the balcony windows to see if he can have any joy. Corey will take Optic out. Darius will trade that straight back, but Aces manages to shut down that balcony window. So that now leaves us 1 versus 3. Darius gets a second on the round, but will be shut down ultimately, with Rogue winning that round 6-1 now, and they are running away with this at the minute.
Yeah, it's one of those ones there where it's kind of a blind walk around the corners to try and find where someone was, rather than being fed by drone work, I think. And to be fair, he found himself in a position that maybe he really shouldn't have got into. He got to the top of Visa Stairs and you had Corey facing off against him, and it was a couple of whiff shots by Corey over the top of the head, enough that he could push forwards and get himself inside a meeting and go for the angle contest that we saw. I don't think anyone expected him to actually be inside the site at that time, but it's just simply a clean-up job after that first kill came through onto the one set at the back of Yellow Stairs for that round to be closed out by Rogue. We are now at match point then. Round number 8 coming in, 6-1 to Rogue. Final round, and we will find ourselves proceeding very swiftly into Border, which I don't want to sit here and say, be so assumptuous about how this is really going to play out, but this has been nothing short of absolute domination. It wasn't like Empire versus Easy Dream early on, where Empire just had a good few rounds. This has been a map-wide domination by Rogue so far, and I think going into Border, it'll be very, very difficult to see that change.
Yep, totally agree. I think it is important for us to remember that Invicta they've accomplished to get to this stage. Let's not forget that. They've come through a difficult qualification process. They've beaten a number of teams to get themselves even into this bracket today. So coming up against a team like Rogue, you are playing, make no mistake, one of the best teams in the world. There is no question of that. You know, we can obviously all comment on Rogue's performance in offline events, but that is a matter of time. Let me promise you that. That is not something that continues forever. And I am certain that we are going to see big performances from this team in the near and sort of mid-term, long-term future. Rogue are one of the best. So Invicta have got a great achievement in getting here. And, you know, they've come up against one of the best. There's an opportunity for them to learn, if nothing else. You always learn from a match like this.
Medic, can we just confirm that Karzeka definitely got that? Yes, he did in the end. He got the shield down. God bless him.
I tried to sort of let him off that one. I was chatting over the top of it.
Out for these things, mate. Come on. Play the game. Aces is definitely playing this game. Optic down straight away. They're off the bat with that jump out by the looks of it. Actually, that's the hard breach gone, or one of the hard breach gone, but it's already been done on these garage doors. As you can see, both of them blown wide open there, thanks to the double exothermic charge coming out of deep. Now the case is, how do they try and make this work in terms of an attack? They brought on the Blackbeard for a little more durability, should we say. They can maybe tank one or two more shots coming out of the other side, but not enough that's going to give them any huge advantage, I don't feel, coming into a number of these fights. You can see these low-down Maestro cameras, nothing too surprising that you haven't seen before. It's sucked up there by the Wamai as well, enough so they won't be able to deal with this one on the ground, and you can just see the occasional cheeky shot being batted back and forth. Karzeka on low health being brought down by Kimo in here on the Blackbeard. So it's a 4-4, a minute and a half left, there's plenty of time. But it feels like Invicta has stalled a little bit here and aren't quite sure where to go next.
A bomb has been located.
But where they next go is a kill onto Aces, and that is never going to be a bad start if you're trying to jumpstart your attack, which is exactly what Invicta need to do here. They are going to get hit hard by that Maestro cam, but quick thinking, hits the prone, returns fire, and will take it out. That could be a little bit of a misuse of the Evil Eye camera there. It can be useful to try and deny a plant, but Invicta, with 1 minute left to go, need to really start thinking about exactly how they're going to get in and get this diffuser down. The Blackbeard is looking to peek the angles there and use that shield to maximum effect, but we've got a man upstairs. And this is going to get dangerous when you try to push in there, and I think they're aware of that, so he is going to be pressured in Piano, but he's more than ready for it. But that said, Deep will get the kill. That is huge. That opens up the plant spot now, so there is an opportunity here for Invicta to get in and get a plant down. Rips absolutely destroyed Darius there. He will turn to attack the Pipes double door, but will be taken out on the rotation now. We just have Corey on the Maestro. Keeps himself deep in by the fridge. He will get 1, 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1. Unbelievable plays from Corey! 3k to finish the round. He was basically all alone. That is the quality that Rogue has available to them. Corey reasonably quiet so far, and then just absolutely destroys Invicta single-handedly.
My goodness, that's the kind of magic you live for. Just, the thing is, right, we came into this game speaking about Leon, about Karzeka, about Aces. I feel we almost did a disservice to the two boys that are still here, looking at Rips, for example, and Corey, both equally with great games, looking at their kills there. Aside from that final play coming out of Corey, he was on the same number of kills as Rips, but what a final triple kill to close things out and to say, guys, this is still a 5-man game to a team. This is a 5-man to a team game, sorry. Just unbelievable by Rogue. So many great moments, headshots, multi-kills coming through. You would almost feel they've been playing together a little bit longer now. Some credence given, again, they're against Invicta. They're not against a Pro League team here. It's no slight against Invicta. They are a National League team. There is a bit of difference here in terms of skill, veterancy, whatever else between these two teams. But the ferocity at which they came at this game, the confidence they showed in doing so, is the kind of showcase you love to see from Rogue, and it's really promising of the sort of things that are to come.
This set of replays that we're watching now, I'm sure there's going to be some absolutely all-time shots in there. We really did see Rogue hitting them for fun, and I'm sure that they are going to be flying high as a team. But as you say, Des, you know, we've got to remember, Invicta still, you know, they've got plenty to learn and plenty to develop yet. As I said, they've made a major achievement in getting into the closed bracket stage of this tournament. There is many who haven't, and they have come up against one of the best in the world. There is no question. And Rogue have just shown exactly why that is. Huge triple kill. What a replay for Corey there. He's going to be keeping that one for a rainy day and watching that back when he feels a little bit low. Just watch that one back, Corey, and I'm sure that'll pep you right back up and fire your confidence into gear.
That'll be the first link in his bookmarks bar from Future. I absolutely guarantee you that. If it don't make it the front page of Reddit, then nothing else should, because that was some... That comes from just game sense and game smarts and knowing what's going on as well. Maybe there's a bit of intel being fed back and forth. I know that he lost at least one of his evil eyes. Either way, it was nothing short of absolutely fantastic. That does mean, though, that the next map coming up is going to be Border. Quick opening thoughts on that one, because I'm pretty sure we're aligned on this thought.
I think it's going to go much the same, Des.
Yeah. Quite hard to see how it goes any other way. We spoke about Border quite a lot earlier on. It's one of these gun-laden maps where, teams will tend to play it the same way that they always have, and it does come down to winning your shots. It's a bit more, I'd say, short range more often than not than what you tend to see on something like Consulate, but it does still come down to who can click heads the fastest, and so far that has absolutely been Rogue. We're going to go to a very short 5-minute break. When we come back, that second game coming up, and it may well be the last game of the night. Let's see if Invicta can bounce back or if Rogue can steam their way through with a 2-0 victory. European Open clash. After that very short break, we are pretty much good and ready to go. Production did ask us to summarize how that last map went. So, Ace?
Run over.
Thank you very much. Into Border straight away. Then that's the next map we are looking at in this best of 3. It really was that quick, by the way. Border's going to be an interesting one. Very similar to Concept from what we saw earlier on, because between Easy Dream and Empire, we said, well, the two maps played out relatively similar. We did see Easy Dream start waking up towards the end to force it through into that best of 3. But other than that, it played pretty standardly. It came out to a lot of gunfights. Nothing really changed. Don't think we're expecting much difference to come through here in this series.
No, I don't think we will. And all joking aside, Invicta, as we've said, have come up against Rogue possibly on the wrong day today. They've come into that absolutely firing. I think a similar result would have been against anybody. Coming on to Border, Invicta maybe just might have a little bit more chance here. There's no major strat worries. There's no major where are they pushing from. You can pretty much just take the gunfights as they come. Hopefully, Invicta can get themselves firing a little bit more here and make more of a game of it. And I'm sure that they will do. We know that these boys have got more ability, more talent than maybe was shown in that first map there on console.
Well, let's see what changes on the second map here on Border. Nomad's still going to be the band that comes through for Rogue, so even they're looking to try and stop the chaos from really erupting. Admittedly, it is Invicta who start out on the attack here, so that just screams to me that Rogue want to be playing this aggressive game where they don't want to feel contained by the other side. See if that's what comes to light. The second band coming through, I imagine, will be something along the lines of a hard breach. I was going to say Hibana, but Thermite will do just fine as well, coming out of Invicta, just to try and slow things down. So not quite the double hard breach we saw a little earlier on today coming through on Villa, but at least it is something.
Moving on to the defenders then, we will have Invicta banning out first. Now, on Border, I'd expect very much sort of choice from the usual fare. Valkyrie, we've already seen banned out today on Border. The second I would expect to probably be Mirror or Echo. Maybe an outside Maestro, possibly. But generally speaking, it will be one of those two. So nothing completely out of the ordinary there. There goes the Mirror. So that will allow some Echo play potentially for the defenders. Rogue are on the defense first, so we'll see if they take advantage of his availability. Obviously, a very powerful operator. 2 Yokai drones that go invisible when they're on the ceiling, do provide a lot of intel, a lot of information. They are essentially just movable cameras that can be mounted up on the ceiling, and they've got a great range of view as well. And also, of course, then they've got those stunning blasts that will sort of send a supersonic blast towards a target and just stun them out. But the biggest element of that is that it does work as plant denial. So if somebody's putting that diffuser down, it will knock them off it. So in the late game, Echo gets more and more powerful, and we can see Corey just switching out the clash there to bring the Echo. So no major surprises there.
Absolutely not. The Echo, as you say, was the one we were looking towards, but with that Thatcher still available to the team, you're probably going to take that in favour here of the IQ. You do sometimes see both come through together, especially when you start realising there is an Echo on side. I think the biggest problem you have on this map is you do need quite a lot of throwables, because you'll be dealing with, as we saw quite a lot earlier on with Team Empire, players that are trying to hold inside of office. And often the best way to remove them is going to be through using frag grenades from the roof into that spot that we call suicide. The problem there, of course, is you'll often then see an ADS and a 1MI. That's a thank you very much, medics. This exact spot you're seeing now to the left is called suicide. Often what you'll see brought along to respond to those throwables is a Jaeger and a 1MI at the same time. And it just turns into a constant counter battle of, we want to bring along all of these different explosives, all these different throwables. We want to bring along this anti-throwable, and it becomes a massive game of stacking up utility until one of these teams runs out.
So, heading into the action phase of round number 1, then we have CCTV is being locked down at the minute by Aces and Leon, and then there will obviously be some attention paid by Corey over in office as well. He's going to hold his position in there for as long as possible, but that might be limited considering he's playing the Echo rather than the 1MI. So once those discs get cleared out, he's not going to be able to replace them himself. That's basically the top and bottom of it. Invicta already taking big damage. Sovi there on the Maverick. I think it was probably from CCTV vertically down through that detention wall, which has been opened up, that he's taken that damage. Leon looks to have taken some as well, so there's certainly been a bit of an exchange there, but as it stands at the minute, the Jaeger has come off slightly better by about 10 or 15 HP. Now, really, Rogue need to hold on to CCTV for as long as possible. They've got 2 men in there. They've got a lot of utility in there. So if they lose that too soon, really, they haven't got any value for the time, for that resource that they've spent in there. They have to burn at least 2 minutes, I would say, before they start getting edged out of there.
Holding on for as long as they can, as you say. Absolutely the game plan here. Just to try and, as many teams do, shoehorn the enemy team over towards another area of the map, and a bit of an assisted assault there from a Yokai, plus a push coming in from a member of Invictus. Not quite going to turn into a kill for Rogue to kick things off, but quite a bit of damage being taken by both sides here, with Leon, Aces, and Obi all down to relatively low HP. Rips finds that perfect pixel onto Optic's head. He is down and removed from the round.
So we now find ourselves 5 versus 3 as Aces gets a double, making it
Jesus.
5 versus 2. How do you play against Rogue when they are like this? Rips gets the kill, and Kazeka will finish things off in round number 1. And this one continues as Consulate left off. Rogue take round number 1 and find themselves 1-0 up very quickly on Border. And once again, Invicta need to find a way to get a foot into the game here.
They do. It's kind of what we expected coming into this, to be fair. Rogue fragging out the same way they did in the last map. Invicta, at least, they're showing some kind of signs of maneuvering better. They weren't charging their way inside of CCTV, for example. They weren't blindly running up the stairs. They were taking their time with things, and they were looking to try and make plays together. It's just Rogue move a little bit too quick and catch them off guard before they really get a chance to get set up, which is similar to what we saw coming out on Consulate. It wasn't without want of trying by going for things like spawn peaks or trying to contest them on yellow stairs. Rogue just hit shots a little bit faster, and that is probably what we're all expecting coming into the rest of this match as well. But let's again see how it proceeds. There's always every opportunity that we might find a few more heads. Things change around very quickly. Now going into Vents and Workshop, we're going to see a defense starting upstairs, exactly as we saw from the fixture earlier on today. This is often why a lot of people say that you know what to expect when it comes to Border now. We've seen it all before. It's relatively tried and tested. The beauty about the map for me, in my mind, though, is knowing that the game is played very similarly by all teams. It comes down purely to execution. It's not a who can come up with a surprising or interesting strat. It's a who can execute it the best. And that's when you get the real pinnacle of Siege. When things aren't a surprise anymore, it generally comes down to who plays it the best.
So just before we head into that action phase, a brief reminder for everybody of why we're really here today, and that is obviously to raise awareness and funds for MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, which is an international charity that is working to provide assistance to health authorities around the world, particularly prioritising at the minute the COVID-19 relief efforts around the world in over 70 countries. So Ubisoft will be donating 50,000 euros, along with anything that we, the Siege community, can raise whilst we are streaming this string of events. If you can and want to donate, please do type !donate in the chat. We've done fantastically well today. We're heading towards 2,500 euros, I think, last time I checked, and that is an amazing achievement for the Siege community, and all goes to help a fantastic cause.
Starting to fight at least for Deep to get the scoring underway, and to Leon nonetheless, who has yet to hit scoreboard in this fixture, or at least he's hitting it for the terms of assists, but not quite enough. Deep finds the second one for himself. Musto, there's one inside the fountain. Where was the call for Rogue? Kazeka had no idea what was going on there. Equally, Deep didn't have an idea there was one more playing behind, but Deep has quite literally gone deep into enemy territory there and torn them asunder to the stage that Corey is now left alive against 4. Great round by him.
Invicta getting around on the board there. Camuin finishing things off, and much sooner than they managed to do so on Consulate. So maybe that is a little bit of a sign of things to come here, that they're just going to have a little bit more success on Border and maybe able to just get themselves a little bit more into the game earlier on. That puts them now 1-1 on Border, rather than finding themselves in that difficult 2-0, 3-0 down situation that they have to try and fight back from. We saw some great kills coming out there, and they really were on top of that round. Now we're going to have another ventilation workshop attempt from Rogue. I'm sure that they're confident that they can do better than they did do there. They need to keep hold of top floor for longer. That's an important thing. They were challenged quickly and they lost lives quickly up there. They need to make sure that they win in those gunfights to begin with. The first 1 or 2 are particularly important. If you can get that opening frag as the defenders here, then it does make things a lot easier for you, because you're going to waste a lot more time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
A lot more time, and also the consideration that for defenders, generally you're okay to lose your operators a little bit sooner than you would be on the attacking side. The reason being that your utility tends to get deployed straight out the gate. Why do we often see players, operators like Jaeger off on the roam? Well, pretty good gun. Can put down all of the utility, like the barbed wire and the ADSs, and then disappear somewhere else around the map. With the attackers, you tend not to have the same privilege. You need to be saving that soft breach later into the round. You need to keep Thatcher alive for the EMPs in case you come across, I don't know, a mute Mozzie setup somewhere in case you come across a wall that needs to be removed.
10 seconds remaining.
That's why the impact onto attackers earlier on is so much heavier losing members early on than it is losing a defender in the form of a Jaeger, for example. As long as they can rotate, adapt, and fill in the holes that have been created in the defense, there shouldn't be a problem. That was the problem in the last round, though, that in the north of Archives, Deep managed to get inside, cleared out the one that was already in there, and by the looks of it from how Karzeka reacted, there was no immediate communication to say someone needs to rotate and fill this area in, or Deep's inside this part of the map, like there's a problem. A small little breakdown from Rogue there. Maybe the first sign you have of communication not quite being what it needs to be for a team that has only recently, of course, got Karzeka on side. And we don't yet know if Karzeka is a permanent fixture for this roster. Rogue are still yet to fully announce their fifth. I don't think he's been announced as a full team member for them yet. This just could be a suitable stand-in for them whilst they play here in the EOC.
So we are 40 seconds into the round and we are still 5 versus 5 at this point. We haven't had any early aggression immediately yet in terms of actual kills on the board. We will see how that progresses as we go. We can see there Ace is just getting caught out, jumping over that half wall. Deep getting in there and getting a great entry frag for Invicta. So that gives them a slight advantage here now as they are 5 versus 4, and they will look to continue pressure in top floor, and pressure they will as Deep and Rips manage to trade each other out there, managing to hit shots at the exact same moment. So that will now leave us 4 versus 3 with the advantage still in the hands of Invicta. We've got Kajeka up on the top floor looking to hold things off here. Leon gets a fantastic nitro kill just when they need it onto Darius there, and they're just looking to hold things down here for as long as possible. Kajeka needs to waste as much time as he can, and taking one along with him is going to be even better. Make that 2 as he gets the kill onto Sovi. Curry finishes things off onto Kimuin, and Rogue take round number 3, 2-1 now.
Just goes to show what the small difference in terms of one player being made aware of what was going on. Karzeka watching in towards Archives, and as soon as Deep tried to push through, Karzeka had his number and his time was up. And then finding the second in the entryway towards Office as well. Just by finding that one kill onto Deep unlocked Karzeka. He was able to move out of Fountain and find that kill pretty much free, which liberated the entirety of top floor. And it came down to that 1vx on the downstairs, of which Corey was more than happy to put to bed. Well played round by Rogue. For Kimuin, Deep especially, this has been... Kimuin. For Invicta, sorry. For Deep especially, things are looking up at least compared to what we saw on the previous map.
Round number 4 is coming up then, and Rogue are currently leading 2-1 on the scoreboard. They are having a field day so far. Let's not forget that they won 7-1 back on Consulate. I'm sure they're going to be looking to take themselves another round now that they are back to the primary bomb sites up in Armory and Archives. We're going to have... The Office triple wall is going to be reinforced. We'll see if there's going to be any manpower played in Office or whether they will leave that empty or not. I'm sure there's going to be a presence in CCTV at the very least, as we would expect. Basically, as I've said previously, it comes down to one of these 2 large rooms, one of these 2 corners. It looks like Corey's going to be playing in that danger zone there where the nades tend to rain in above them, and we will see how long he can manage to hold off for, how long he can keep them from that Office control. The shield will be placed here on the desk, which gives a nice little area to play in behind to chat with. We've seen this before.
It was Karzeka last time. This time around, he's even given up and just been like, guys, forget about it. The wall needs reinforcing. Arguably more important than a shield at this point, to be fair to him.
So we have now Invicta pushing towards 20 seconds into the round, and they are looking to get some aggression mounting. They're going to pressure CCTV, so the operators inside of there are going to have to be careful. We can see Ace has moved himself away through the rotation that's been opened up. Leon has managed to get that shield deployed eventually, and he's playing in behind it. Corey opens things up with a headshot onto Darius, so that will leave us 5 versus 4 now. We can see Corey locked into that really dangerous area of Office, just trying to hold himself. I don't think there's anybody up on the roof, so the nades aren't going to be raining down on him. I'm not sure that's where Sovi has gone, so hopefully Corey might just be safe for a little while at least.
Trying to take a play from below with this grenade here, but Leon's not quite in that corner where he might hope him to be. He is sat behind the shield, which is also considerably a default spot to play upstairs in here when you have that back support, because you are protected from that window to the west and can put all of your focus entirely onto that door that faces towards the west balcony. against the wall in towards the site at the top end of the platform. So Leon, at least for now, is just here to waste time. That's his primary focus. Needs to be careful he doesn't get boxed in, though, by someone pushing into the break area. And that may well be the case here, as we see more and more members of Invicta starting to swarm on towards this balcony. It's not going to stop Aces finding a kill, mind you. Corey almost going down there as well, down to a slither of HP himself. The rest of the round quite happily sat on his yokais if he wants to, giving info over to the rest of the team.
We can see there Sovic managing to get one from the repel, but that is all he will manage, as Aces and Leon managed to shut down Invicta there. And this one is just building pace again, pace that we saw very similar on Consulate. Rogue here just really starting to run roughshod over this game as a total. We're heading into round 5 now, and they are 3-1 up. I am sure we'll be looking to get 5-1 on the half and then to push forward from there. I'm sure they'll be happy with another 7-1 and a 14-2 overall, but Invicta are going to do everything that they can between now and then to prevent that happening, I'm sure.
It's a real rough one, because in opportunities like that, I think some teams would have capitalized on a very critical mistake it felt like being made by Rogue, where they hadn't thought about reinforcing the two walls facing towards Armory from where they were sat in CCTV. And that one being less soft, I think quite rightly Invicta said, right, let's spray that soft to make sure that that rotation leading in towards the 90 corridor is now no longer safe to play towards. As soon as you come through that rotation, you are in that line of sight and facing grave danger. That meant that Leon was very, very alone, and with a good bit of pressure, Invicta could have collapsed on him, but you find them losing 2 members quite early in odd places around the map. And before you know it, there's only 3 left. Rogue is still at 5, and they feel comfortable enough to then go on the aggressive and try and push back towards them. So, I don't know, it's one of those things where you kind of look at it and question, that really should have been a weakness that we tried to exploit, but didn't bother to in that instance. It happens, still not super ideal.
Opening up the rotation into CCTV then, so that's going to allow them to play in and out of that area as we saw in the last round. Very standard setup here, the extension coming into the CCTV. It is for the downstairs site of customs, so it is even more important this time around to hold on to the CCTV area. If you let the attackers get in there with too much time on their hands, then they will punish you from those vertical angles. They will really hold the site down and make it very difficult for you to move anywhere around. How about that for Optic? Great opening kill onto Leon, but Aces will trade that out with 2 of his own. So that now leaves us 4 versus 3, and that's been part of the problem for Invicta. They have these really good spells where they get in and they get a great entry frag like that from range, not too much risk to themselves, great play, but at the same time, Rogue just fights back immediately, and still they find themselves on the back foot, and that mentally has got to be very difficult for them to keep having these good plays, but still finding themselves on the back foot.
It's horrible where when you find one good kill and you're like, yeah, it's something good for us, and then suddenly someone like Aces pops up and finds a double kill, makes it a triple in the round as Karzeka picks up another. He's Optic alone entirely here at the end of the east stairs, but no response coming into that kill, at least initially. He is down to half HP, mind you, coming up against Aces, Rips, and Karzeka. So not really the most ideal members of the team to face up against right now. It's an easy walk around the corner for Aces, pops the bullet in his head, and down goes Optic. That's a quadra kill in that round for Aces alone.
This one is starting to roll quicker and quicker and quicker. The round times are even getting shorter now. We're not surviving even into the late round realistically. Rogue really have found their feet here on border again. 4-1 now. They're going to be coming into their final defensive round before they flip and head into the attack. As it stands, I'm sure they're going to be looking for 5-1 here, and they are heading back up to the #1 bomb site as well, Armory Archives, so you would have to expect that that might well be possible. They just seem to know everything about Invicta. They just seem to know exactly where they're pushing from, where they're going to be. They are playing a very, very strong information game at the minute, our Rogue.
Speaking of information game, we're now seeing Leon switching over to the Pulse, so not the direct kind of information you might always think, like a camera, but instead relying on that cardiac sensor to make use of that C4 from below. Which makes perfect sense. I imagine here his game plan might either be to play very aggressive and roam out towards the east of the map, for example, or even down towards CCTV and cause some trouble, or he'll play upstairs with the rest of the team, and when the fire gets a little bit too hot, can drop down very safely onto the side itself and play from below with that C4. So 2 modes of Leon here, essentially. The one that wants to roam and play for the gun, the one that wants to drop later on and play around the C4.
So we're heading towards the action phase of round number 6 then, and that will see out the first half of Border. And there is not too much has changed since Consulate, to be honest. After Invicta come in and took round number 2, I thought we might have a little bit more of a game on our hands. I thought it might just settle those nerves a little bit and just get them a bit more involved in the game, get them a bit more of a foothold and enable them to push on, but it just doesn't seem to have been the case. Camuin trying to get us some long range shots there. You never know what you're going to get when you shoot out a barricade like that. Sometimes you just get lucky with somebody who is crossing over on the other side. Maybe try some utility or something. We've all been caught out with a random shot through a barricade. It can be very frustrating.
I still remember the one horrific one we had in the UK where it was a Hibana, I think, shooting from up to the north of construction on Clubhouse and hitting a... Was it a Clash who was playing in the room between construction
yes,
and gym, bedroom? It was a ridiculous, like, full-length map shot. Just a random spray through the wall that somehow connected. If anything else, that is absolute justification for why, when you first come out of spawn, spraying at doorways and windows, you never know what you're going to get, like Kay says, and it can never hurt to go for them. So, understandable attempt. Of course, to be found at least at the start of this round. 60 seconds in, though, and we have got ourselves established onto the west balcony. And with that hatch, or with the breach, sorry, now being opened up, we can start going for the play. A nice easy chip out the air there for the attackers. And Leon, old Mr. Faithful downstairs, finds himself a kill onto Sonny to start things off. The beautiful irony being that it's onto the IQ, whose job it was to hunt him down.
Heading
Wait,
in.
what? Was he
It was a nitro kill. It was a nitro kill.
He must have been stood against that wall.
Yeah, I think he was. Camuin will get a kill onto Corey. Aces will get one for himself. That's a headshot. So that now leaves us 4 versus 3. And once again, Rogue are in control of this round as Invicta try to push, try to get a beachhead, try to get any foothold that they can inside of this map. But it is a struggle for them. Leon will get himself a second on the round, taking Camuin off the board. And this time, anybody on the Invicta side is really struggling to get into things here. Deep is having about the best of the games with 5 kills, but still not even 1 per round. As it stands, we can see we've got Deep all alone in Archives trying to do some work there, and Optic is out in the hallway. And right now things have just stalled out and they're just trying to watch angles to see what they can find, see if anybody pops into their line of sight. But at the minute, Rogue are not too keen to do that. Deep has been downed in Archives, and that is no doubt where he is going to remain. We can see the challenge coming on the rotation here, and there is the final kill as Rips gets Optic. Leon had already down Deep, and that's going to be round number 6 going in favour of Rogue, and that is now 5-1.
Just feeding that information over all game long on the pulse. Mr. Trustworthy himself, no doubt doing a great service to his team there with the intel coming through, as we mentioned back at the very start. Not quite in the direct form of a camera, but enough to be able to provide pings and call-outs to the team. One of those things that we mentioned, no doubt these boys will be working on, is that communication side of things, with it being a new team. And let's not forget as well, Leon spent an awfully long amount of time on Team Secret, would have built up a lot of habits there that maybe other teams aren't 100% familiar with. But of course, we also saw players like Meepy and their old coach Helby releasing a lot of the old clips of these boys playing. You got an insight into what their comms were like. Some really interesting stuff there if you want to go and find it on Helby's YouTube channel. Some really cool stuff to look into the mindsets behind players, how they communicate in game. Like I say, one of those things that no doubt they're going to have to rebuild here inside of Rogue with these 2 changes currently on the roster. I'm not sure exactly who's permanent, as we mentioned earlier on. We know that Karzeka is playing here today at least, but it was only a few hours ago that he was announced as bench, so maybe in time we'll hear more around whether or not he's a permanent fixture to this team.
Round number 7 then, we are 5-1 up. We're switching sides now, and Rogue are going to come in on the attack. They only need 2 rounds to close this one out and secure themselves a quarter-final match against Vitality, and that will be played, of course, next Saturday. We're going to have more Siege for you tomorrow as part of the European Open Clash. We're going to do exactly the same as we've done today. 4 more best of 3s for you, brought to you by myself, Des, Hap and Fluke, and we are going to bring some more unbelievable Siege, just like we have seen today. But I'm not sure we'll get one that goes quite the distance that Empire game went to earlier. That one was a real nail-biter. But back to the game at hand, we are 5-1 up in favour of Rogue now. They're on the attack, and they are heading towards an Armoury and Archives objective. It looks like they're going to get in there and clear out any downstairs roamers. They're just conscious of the potential there for somebody playing in underneath with those nitro cells. They have had some joy there themselves. It is also a possibility for them to start using those Ash Chargers on the floor here, just to move around the defenders in CCTV, not let them get too established in there, and just to prevent any problems they might cause.
Great camera they had upstairs there. Can see almost everything that's going on upstairs. They should know where Deep is. They should know where Optic is as well. Two-man hole coming through, but the damage comes flying through. And one of his Optic stood there on the hatch, I think, for a second as he fell through. Leon finds Deep, and like that, Rogue have completely cleared out CCTV. The south side of the map is theirs, and now we can start to see this assault getting set up onto the west balcony, as well as some pressure being applied upside 94 way 2.
So we can see the Ash is still established underneath and able to cause some vertical nuisance there. And also, I think we've got the Buck down there. Jack is still over Customs Way, I think. Now he's heading up onto the Archives window now to see what work can be done from there. But 5 versus 3, things are going to start getting very difficult and very pressured for the defenders in Armory and Archives side now. The pressure will mount. Half wall is no longer playable. That has been opened up. There's no more vertical angles, at least. That is one positivity. Is that Ash can't open anymore because the breaching charges have been used. Gajeka, however, will go a little bit more route 1 and get himself a double from the Archive window. There he is getting the kill onto Leon Gids there. He is the last alive and he gets a second for his trouble pulling out the pistol. He does get aggressive with the rotation into CCTV. Now, I'm not sure if anybody on Rogue is actually aware that that happened or not. He will turn to challenge and he will successfully challenge against somebody playing behind his own shield. But ultimately, Corey will shut him down on the trade, and that will be round number 7 going to Rogue, and that puts them onto match point, and this one could be over extremely quickly from here.
Not a bad attempt there. I like the rotation south, albeit a bit aggressive, charging away at CCTV without any knowledge of anyone was actually still in there. Fortunately, there wasn't. Manages to make it a triple kill. But when there's that many members left alive at Rogue, no doubt you're going to get yourself caught out at some point, as we saw happen. 6-1 then, potentially the final round of the evening, and no doubt the fastest series of the night. 2 rounds so far being taken by the side of Invicta. Aces sat on 11 kills inside 7 rounds. Has really been taking this map by storm, the same way that the whole team did on Consulate not too long ago. It feels like a series that could be over inside an hour and a half, and I don't think any of us expected a series to go that quickly today.
We had the contrast, haven't we, away from Empire that took 30 rounds over 2 maps, as well as the 3rd map as well, but 2 of them going to full 15-round overtime. And then here we are, we're going to be done in under about an hour and a quarter at this rate, if Rogue can win out this last round here. We're going to be back in Armory and Archives again. Invicta, I'm sure, will be giving everything they've got to keep themselves in this match for as long as they can. You know, we've seen it in Siege before. You never know. You can be on that final point. You can be just 1 round away from being out of the tournament and things just start to turn around. I think it's going to be an awfully big and unlikely ask, if I have to be honest here. Rogue really are looking on fine form today, and they just have outclassed Invicta a little bit, and you can see that level of experience coming to the forefront. But we will see how that all shakes down now in round number 8.
Mentioned could very well end up being the last one of the evening, of the game, the series, of everything. It all comes down to this one round if Rogue choose to make this their dominating round that they have all been so far. And for Invicta, we spoke about them earlier on, about their history for quite a few of these members playing inside Challenger League, for example, and how things have changed a little bit now. It's been a bit of a merge of the old roster of Pact and the lineup of Invicta, so still some time for these boys to blend together. Of course, now playing in the Polish Masters, have got quite a lot of time to work on their game then before climbing to the lofty heights that will be the European League. I know that Fluke has mentioned it quite a few times tonight already. That very easy ladder to climb now to go from National to Challenger League and into EU League exists for all. Kimmerwin clearly wants to put his foot there and saying, I belong there as well, by taking the head off Leon there from range. Great shot coming out of the Rook player.
1 minute off the clock then, and we have 1 man down on the side of Rogue. Leon Gids and the Zofia will be off the board, and we find ourselves 5 versus 4. Can Invicta keep themselves alive for another round? Can they keep themselves challenging here for that European Open Clash title or not? It looks like we've just got a drone, I'm not sure stuck exactly where. It looks like in between the wall panels there. He's got himself out. He's managed to get his bearings. He's found his way around, and he sees the Doc playing in the back of CCTV. Corey will square things away with a kill onto Deep, and that now leaves us 4 versus 4. Pressure is starting to be applied towards CCTV and Office here, as we have got somebody playing in that danger zone as well. Darius getting the kill onto Corey, and And now Rogue just looking to push up those main stairs. But this does look more like
Too
it could be
easy.
a round going in favour of Invicta until they do things like that. Sovi just putting his head up above the parapet there, out of fountains, and giving an easy kill over to Aces. But Optic and Darius managed to shut a couple down. It's all down to Kajeka now. He is 1 versus 2. We know that he's capable of this. He's going to get himself into Archives, and that's a good first move. He got both men in front of him, which was what he needed. But ultimately, Invicta stand solid. They are stalwart, and they managed to get themselves into another round here, and it is now 6-2.
Perhaps a little bit over-aggressive from Rogue there to the end, with Aces charging up the stairs, initially looking like a great idea. Does find a kill into Fountain. Off the back of that, he's then torn between looking in towards either end of the 2 sites to his left and his right. Isn't quite sure where to go. And gets himself picked up as a result. Kazeka also in a similar boat. 6-2, as we say, it's still a very long road to go for Invicta if they want to force us into overtime and potentially see a map 3 in this series. I still don't really see it happening. There will be a round where all the pieces do fit together very comfortably for Rogue, and they close these things out. But it's good to see at least a fight being put up by the side of Invicta as we come towards the end of this series.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Round number 9 then. This could be the end for Invicta, or they might just keep themselves fighting. It is not all over yet. It is not all said and done. But the big difference here is that they are having to move sites. They're having to defend another site now. We are, of course, in normal competitive rules on a 2-round site rotation. So once you win on a site, you have to play 2 rounds elsewhere, win or lose, before you can back to the site that you won. So that now negates Armory and Archives for the next 2 rounds. So they have headed down to Ventilation Workshop. They're going to defend it largely the same. They're going to have a strong top floor presence here, and it's going to be down to Rogue to get in there. But it just changes things up a little bit because there's slightly less utility now on that top floor for Rogue to have to push into. They can just get in there and take more gunfights. There's likely to be less of that top floor held as well. We would see less of a presence in Office and less of a presence in CCTV. It will all focus around Armory Archives, but Kamuin coming in with exactly what Invicta needed there. A nice double kill from him, getting them fired right into the round. Rips will trade him out, and that will bring us back to 3 versus 4. But nonetheless, that is a big start. 2 big fraggers off the board there for Rogue.
You know, the one more is playing in here in the back corner, so they can try and deal with him if they want to on that half-wall spot. It's the Jaeger having to rotate away. I think he's just expecting grenades and all sorts of things to come flying at him, but not quite to be the case just yet. 4 versus 3 for Invicta. For Rogue, at least for now, it's more a case of taking things a bit quietly, trying to get these right angles set up. Kazeka found the right angle, but the wrong place to put those bullets. Optic, though, does not miss the mark.
1 minute gone off the clock, and this is all going in the favour of Invicta again. They certainly seem to have found a little bit of something, but Leon finds a little bit more of something as he gets a wall bang through onto Optic there. Some good information being fed to him, obviously, as he hits those shots through the wall that has not been reinforced. It wouldn't normally be reinforced, and he takes full advantage of that. 3 versus 2 now, and with 1 minute 35 left on the clock, Rips and Leon have got all the time that they need to do this. They need to make sure that they're using any drones that they've got. It looks like they've got 1 each available, so they need to be getting any information that they can. What about that for a quick turnaround? Leon and Rips getting 1 apiece to level things up. Deep has no choice but to try and drop back to site. He'll be shut down by Rips, and that is going to be round and the match going to Rogue. They go into the quarterfinals and will play Vitality next week.
A very, very comfortable victory for them, if nothing else, I think, as well. 3 rounds total going over to the side of Invicta. Maybe not quite the soft. Not really the softer defeat maybe they were expecting. It was a very, very dominant performance by Rogue, needless to say, with a nice surprise at the start, seeing the roster they were bringing into this game. We mentioned it's the second Superstar EU team, and it has been a delight watching them charge around, just gunning people down as they go. It is a very terrifying prospect trying to deal with teams like this. And I think the one thing I really need to commend them for that we didn't really touch on too much in the game was the drone work. The number of times we saw them pause in the middle of rounds that weren't getting absolutely rolled over. They were pausing, getting on drones that are in very interesting spots that can see 2 or 3 members of the side of Invicta and use that information to pick them out from different and strange, even through soft walls that you wouldn't necessarily expect. That sort of stuff was very, very powerful. And imagine when this team has had more time to gel and more time to work together on strats. I am very, very excited for the future of Rogue, especially in the EU League.
I'd absolutely agree with you. I think Invicta have probably learned a thing or two there. I think it's fair to say a few new angles that they've been punished with, a few new strategies there. But I think, they put up a good performance. We had a few individually great moments from players like Kimuin from deep, and they were impressive at a national level. I'm sure that they are going to be very, very competitive. So what a fantastic day of Siege we've had, and what a way to round it up there. Obviously, it's important to mention again and remember why we've been here, why we have had all this fantastic entertainment, and that is for the fantastic cause that is Médecins Sans Frontières, which is Doctors Without Borders, helping people around the world who need medical assistance, supporting health authorities in delivering essential care, especially now in the pandemic response that we are currently seeing. Ubisoft are contributing €50,000, and obviously anything that is donated along with these streams will be going to help them as well. It's an extremely worthwhile cause. If you can donate, please !donate in the chat, and that will do everything that you need to help support that great cause.
Well, let's take a quick look at how the bracket looks just to round out the day, as we have reached the conclusion of our fourth and final best of three. Again, we do it all over tomorrow, but let's just take a quick look at how things currently stack up. We saw G2 with a 2-0 victory over 2 Drop. Empire narrowly, literally coming down to the final round of the third map, do defeat their new Pro League / EU League counterparts in Easy Dream. Rogue we just saw with a very, very dominating 2-0 over Victor, and Team Vitality all the way back at the start of the day had a 2-0 over Team Unique as well. And you can see already how spicy those quarterfinals are already starting to look. G2 versus Empire and Rogue versus Team Vitality. They will take place next Saturday, the 6th of June, but don't forget there's a lot more to come tomorrow with some interesting games, especially looking over there now, Ace. Virtus Pro versus Team Secret. What a game that is going to be.
It really is. To be honest, all 4 games tomorrow are going to be absolutely fantastic. You can't ignore BDS versus Movistar, and any game with Navi or Chaos in there, is going to be a spicy affair as well. And I always like to see Team Viz and Polska Guron coming out. You never know what sort of surprise you're going to get out of teams like that. I love those David and Goliath situations, so plenty to tune in for tomorrow.
It absolutely is. And I think this goes to show as well the sort of quality you're going to start getting over the whole spectrum of the European ecosystem. That it's not just about all the EU League teams as well. There are now national leagues in place. There's Challenger League that's going to start breaking through the middle as well. There is a wonderful ladder to ascend all the way to the top. And some of the players that you've seen on the teams today that have necessarily been knocked out, you may yet see them in teams in the future, and may one day even see them stepping into the EU League. It is going to be absolutely fascinating to see how things progress.
It certainly is, and we're going to be bringing it all for you. That is the key here. Everything is going to be covered right here on this channel, and there is so much Siege to enjoy in the next month or so. I absolutely cannot wait for it all.
And what can I say? Lockdown isn't a bad thing when you've got a lot of Siege to be enjoying on your screen. So that's one to look forward to. But thank you very much for joining us today. Again, we start the whole thing all over again tomorrow with 4 more best of 3s. If you've got nothing else to do with your Sunday, even if you have, maybe there's better time spent here watching Siege. It's going to be absolutely wonderful. I really can't wait to see that one coming through.
So that is all that you will get from us today. Obviously, get yourself involved in Twitter. All the latest information is on there. I believe it's hashtag R6EU Clash. If you use that one, that'll get you involved in the conversation. I have been Ace of Pyrite, joined, of course, by Desertu. We are hopefully going to bring you some more fantastic games tomorrow, along with Hap and Fluke, so don't miss it.